Inform the superiors that someone has brought the tyrants from the zombie doomsday into the forest area and ask them to be prepared. As he was speaking, a subordinate pointed to a nearby location. Captain, look over there. Someone is coming. Looking towards the other end of the path, in the distance, a large bus swayed its way towards them from afar, with the Federation military vehicle mark on its front windshield. The vehicle slowed down and stopped in front of the two Federation soldiers blocking the road. Lao Hei poked his head out from the passenger seat and handed over an identity card. The soldiers checked the card, saluted solemnly. Commander. Lao Hei asked with a serious face, "What's the situation inside?" Commander. It's a level 2 confidential mission related to the invasion of the Blood Clan. We received orders from above to come over and support, clearing the outer areas. Team Commander Zhang Yuangsing is gathering in the Fairy Marshall Mountain Scenic Area Forest ahead. Lao Hei nodded. Tell your team leader to immediately contact Zhang Yuangsing and make sure they don't clash with the zombies. Yes, Commander. Inside the Fairy Marshall Mountain Scenic Area, the Blood Clans are fiercely fighting with humans halfway up the mountain. Meika's body is covered with a dozen torn marks. He can barely hold on. These humans have undergone special evolution. Some of them have the ability to transform into a beastly form. After transforming into beasts, they possess extremely eerie jumping and special combat abilities, easily leaping and dodging among the mountains. Very difficult to deal with. Several human figures flashed in front. Claws swiped past, leaving a deep wound on Meika's chest. A gleam of fierceness flashed in Meika's eyes as he shot out several blood thorns from his fingertips, slashing fiercely forward. Swoosh! His fingers pierced the opponent's heart. One-on-one, Meika wasn't afraid, but the opponents were shameless and kept calling for more people. And each person had some strange life-prolonging abilities, making it extremely difficult for him to kill an enemy. After finally dealing with one of the humans, Meika took a breath, looking down towards Fairy Marshall Mountain. If the reinforcements don't arrive soon, he won't be able to see the day when the glory of the Blood Clan revives. What's that again? Meika suddenly noticed a tall creature running up the mountain at the foot of the mountain. What is that thing? The players attacking the Blood Clans saw that the fused tyrant bodies were also stunned and followed suit. Several huge tyrant bodies with heavy footsteps rushed up the mountain, almost reaching the mountainside in a moment. Tyrants! What's going on? Even the tyrant bodies have joined the battle? What tactics are these player guilds using? Is it necessary to push it to this extent? Aren't they afraid of the spread of the zombie virus being targeted by the Federation? Seeing that the team was about to attack the Blood Clan cave, they now come to snatch the victory. The tyrant bodies are difficult to deal with in the low-level game, but for high-level players, they are not that terrifying. Whoever it is, even if they come, taking the monster from under their noses. Li Yicheng will not give up the victory fruit that is within reach, saying in a deep voice, be careful of the zombie poison, take them down first. Every player team is unhappy with this behavior of snatching monsters. The zombie virus is scary, but high-level players have enhanced resistance to various poisons. In the beastly human form, Li Yicheng transformed into a hunting fox, swiftly appearing behind a tyrant body, fiercely punching forward. Thud! A dull thud. A numbness spread to his fist. Li Yicheng was stunned, his eyes filled with heavy doubt. What? His punch could severely injure a 4th-level beast. The fused tyrant body in front, struck by his surprise attack, didn't move back even half a step. There was just a fist mark sinking in where his fist had hit. The next second, the fused tyrant body suddenly turned around, raising its massive palm to sweep forward. Thud! A dizzying sensation in his brain. Li Yicheng was swept away by the fused tyrant body like a fly with a slap. Nearby, Meika watched in astonishment. A human in beast form was sent flying by the tyrant body with a punch. Wait, what's going on? How are the humans fighting among themselves? And what's with this good luck? Meika was completely puzzled, only to suddenly see a familiar figure leaping down from the shoulder of a fused tyrant body from the side. Nate! It turned out to be Nate. Seeing Nate, Meika was so surprised he almost cried. Who knows what Nate had been through since he and Fang Hang separated on this journey. Let's go! Fang Hang called out to Meika, leaving 12 fused tyrant bodies to deal with the human players halfway up the mountain, and the two of them hurried towards the cave. You finally came. A few minutes late, and we would have been collecting bodies. Mecha glanced at the fused tyrant bodies behind them. What's going on with them? A special means. Huh? Mecha didn't understand. He guessed that Fang Hang had brought reinforcements, but he didn't expect the reinforcements to be zombies. It all seemed a bit strange. Fang Hang immediately changed the subject, asking, Mecha, how is the situation with the king's remains now? The text is quite long. Would you like me to summarize it for you? Title, National Game. Autoplaying from the Zombie Apocalypse Chapter 900 Chapter 9. The Blood Brothers think that this is an inevitable strategy and can only hope for Fang Hang. Following, Mecha once again charged out. The few remaining senior Blood Brothers in the cave also immediately joined in and reactivated the ritual. The Blood Elder said, Lord Count, the preparation for the ritual is not difficult, and we do not need much blood. But now we have no blood at all. We need to solve this problem quickly to start the ritual. Got it, Fang Hang said, stepping towards the cave entrance. Earlier, the battles between the Blood Brothers and humans were fierce, leaving patches of blood on the mountain road. Fang Hang closed his eyes, sensing the energy of the blood. Slowly, he raised his hand towards the distance. Chi chi chi. The blood flowing on the ground was attracted by Fang Hang's sensing power, condensed into extremely small blood beads, suspended in the air. They slowly gathered towards Fang Hang in front of him. The several Blood Elders' reactions were different. What a powerful blood affinity ability! It can affect blood from such a distance. Even a prince would find it difficult to achieve such an affinity. The Blood Elder from the Elders' Council looked at Fang Hang with a different gaze. Several blood counts who were fighting with the humans also noticed the small blood drops rising from the ground and flying towards Fang Hang, showing surprise in their eyes. What kind of operation is this? Mecha was greatly delighted to see this. He had seen Fang Hang manipulate the blood flowing from the enemy's wounds before, but he never expected Fang Hang's ability to control blood to reach such a level. You should have told me earlier, brother. Mecha felt a glimmer of hope and his spirits rose. Find a way to open their wounds. Mecha shouted, leading the Blood Brothers to attack the players. When the players saw the Blood Brothers counterattacking, they immediately moved forward to fight back. At first, the situation seemed under control, but after a while, the players noticed something was wrong. The Blood Brothers' attack method began to change as they used blood blades in combat. If the players were accidentally cut by the Blood Brothers' blood blades, blood would flow uncontrollably from the wounds. Even more strangely, the blood flowing from the wounds would condense into small blood beads, floating in the air, and gathering towards the cave in the distance. It's him. He's the one controlling the blood. The players immediately noticed Fang Hang standing at the cave entrance halfway up the mountain. Who is he? This eerie ability to control blood made the players shudder. What made the players feel even more uncomfortable was that the fused tyrants that had been previously driven away were back, and they were collaborating with the Blood Brothers to launch attacks. People then realized that the fused tyrants and the Blood Brothers were working together. Ha ha ha! How does it feel? Disgusting, isn't it? Mecha felt a sense of satisfaction, even mocking the players. The purpose of humans is to be drained of fresh blood. Thank you for your contribution to the glory of the Blood Brothers. In terms of mocking, Mecha seemed to have a talent for it. Many players who had thoughts of retreating were infuriated by Mecha's taunts. You haven't won yet. Laughing foolishly. Fool. Withdraw. Even if they withdrew, they would make the despicable Blood Brothers pay a price first. The morale of the Blood Brothers soared. They had been suppressed by a large number of players before, but now with the fused tyrants assisting them, they had gained the upper hand. However, this advantage was only temporary. Mecha noticed more and more humans gathering in the dense forest below. They must be from the Federation. The Blood Brothers were not carried away by their victory. They deliberately provoked the humans, trying their best to cut wounds on the human bodies to help the senior Blood Brothers in the cave complete the ritual quickly. In the forest below, the two combat legions from the Federation rushed to provide support upon receiving the urgent order and connected with Zhang Yuangsing's team. Zhang Yuangsing had been observing the situation near the cave on the mountain with a telescope. The Federation's auxiliary forces were almost ready. In another 5 minutes, all the operational units, except for the elite team of the Federation Inspection Bureau, would be fully assembled. However, what were those suddenly emergent tyrants about? Their strength was formidable, and they seemed to be siding with the Blood Brothers. Zhang Yuanxing was skeptical and turned to the Federal Central Advisor, Lao He, who had just joined the team. Lao He noticed Zhang Yuanxing's gaze and explained, "Those are special fusion creatures developed by the Blood Brothers. The specific information is unknown, but they are formidable opponents. It is recommended to wait for the inspection team to deal with them." Zhang Yuanxing nodded. The fusion creatures of the Blood Brothers and zombies were so difficult to handle. "Captain, an urgent report." A soldier approached Zhang Yuanxing and whispered, "News from Area A2891. A Bloodlord has entered through the portal and is approaching our direction, estimated to arrive in about 5 minutes. A Bloodlord. Zhang Yuanxing found it tricky. Dealing with a high-ranking lord was something their team was not confident in. They needed the help of the inspection team to cope. Hold on for now. Why hasn't the inspection bureau arrived yet? Yes. The inspection team has received the message from the Bloodlord and is on the way. Superiors instructed us to continue waiting in place." Zhang Yuanxing nodded. "Endure a little longer. Reinforcements will arrive soon." At the entrance of the cave, under Fang Hang's guidance, Blood was popular game. AFK Apocalypse Zombies, Volume 901, Chapter Alright. "I got it," Fang Hang lightly responded. Trouble was coming one after another. So many federal territories outside that couldn't be dealt with, and now the Blood Clan Duke joining the battlefield. "We must quickly let the Fusion Overlord inherit the power of the Blood Clan King in order to have the strength to fight the Blood Clan Duke." Fang Hang pondered, while the injured Blood Earl Fente flew back from the cave outside. Seeing no movement inside the cave, he came to check the situation. "Nate, how's it going?" Everything is going smoothly." In the center of the blood pool, bubbles were bubbling up around the Duke Zhaotai's body. An elder of the Blood Clan maintaining the ritual turned and said, "Your Grace, the king's heart has begun to detach from the sacrifice. Please find a new one quickly to complete the transfer." "Here it comes." Fang Hang stared fixedly at the center of the blood pool. The king's heart suddenly turned purple-red and started absorbing power from Zhaotai. In an instant, Duke Zhaotai's skin shriveled up and was completely drained, turned into a dry corpse. With a full heart from blood, the king's heart emerged from the dry corpse's chest, floating in the center of the blood pool. Unlike before, the outer layer of the heart was still dim, possibly because it hadn't recovered from the 3 blood vessels that were drawn by Old Black previously. The Blood Clan elder gritted his teeth to control the ritual and shouted, "Your Grace, please hurry." "Got it," he replied, and the Blood Clan inside the cave heard heavy footsteps. Looking over, to Blood Clan elder's eyes showed a surprised look. "What?" "The Overlord's body." Just then, the Fusion Overlord took heavy steps and walked all the way to the edge of the blood pool. Fente was startled. "What's going on?" He couldn't help but reach out to stop Fang Hang. "Nate, are you out of your mind? The prince's power can only be inherited by blood clans. Forcing an inheritance will only be devoured by the Blood Clan's power. It may even cause an explosion. Don't panic." Fang Hang remained calm, glancing at Fente. "I'm very stable in what I do." Fang Hang's confidence was unwavering. Fente's eyes twitched. The Fusion Overlord suddenly reached out and touched the king's heart, grasping it firmly. The Blood Clan members were surprised to see the king's heart immediately reacting. Countless fine tentacles extended from the heart, climbing rapidly up the Fusion Overlord's arm. The heart climbed up to the eyeball, exposed by the Fusion Overlord's body. The fine thorns from the heart's surface fiercely pierced into the eyeball. Suddenly, foul-smelling pus splattered out of the eye. The Fusion Overlord let out a painful wail, falling back. The heart made a hole in the eyeball's body and burrowed into it. "Is it done?" The Blood Clans in the cave were all staring at the Fusion Overlord, forgetting to breathe. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the Fusion Overlord moved his hands. He braced himself on his hands and stood back up. "It's done." After inheriting the power of the Blood Clan King's heart, the heart had fully integrated into the eyeball of the Fusion Overlord. By looking closely, one could see a beating heart within the pupil of the Fusion Overlord. Fang Hang immediately tried to control the Fusion Overlord through mental linkages. It's controllable. The mental linkage construction could still be completed, and he could control all its actions. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the attributes or know how the Fusion Overlord had been strengthened. Trouble outside the game. he could not currently access the Fusion Overlord's attributes, not sure about its current situation post-fusion, or even if the Fusion Overlord could maintain this special state after death. Suddenly, a prompt flashed rapidly on Fang Hang's retina. Prompt: player's current mission. Blood Clan King's Remains. Trigger optional mission branch. Mission: Blood Clan King's Remains. Optional branch mission explanation: you seem to have found a special use for the King's Remains. Branch mission requirement: try to obtain more power from the King's Remains. Seeing the emerging game prompt, Fang Hang's heart moved again. So, directly absorbing power from the Blood Clan King was allowed by the game, considered an optional branching solution for completing the level mission. He seems to have stumbled upon the mission route accidentally. He raised his head, once again looking at the Fusion Overlord. It should be done. There was no sense of stiffness in his mental communication with the Fusion Overlord. He could still easily command it. Around him, the Blood Clans watched Fang Hang with eyes full of shock. Everything happening before them was beyond their understanding. The remains of the Blood Clan King's strength had been inherited by a strange non-Blood Clan being? This couldn't be true. Or, did this strange creature also have the blood lineage of the Blood Clan? Go! Fang Hang couldn't wait to test the Fusion Overlord's strength, pointing his finger toward the cave's entrance. Slap! The Fusion Overlord took a step forward, left a footprint on the ground, and turned into a black shadow rushing towards the cave's outside. Fang Hang's eyes gleamed. What a fast speed! After inheriting the Blood Clan King's power, the Fusion Overlord's speed had visibly increased. In the past, the Fusion Overlord's weakness was its bulkiness. Despite having the ability to run and basic intelligence, due to its size, the Fusion Overlord's movements were cumbersome, and its attacks easily dodged by higher-level enemies. Accepting the Blood Clan King's power had compensated for this weakness. Leaving the cave, targeting the opponent, the Fusion Overlord stomped on the ground. Bang! A wave of blood and energy burst from the ground. The Fusion Overlord's speed increased several times again. As a blur, it darted towards a player engaged in battle with Mecha. The targeted player had no chance to escape. Before he realized it, a black shadow flashed by in front of him. Swoosh! The player suddenly saw a monster appearing before him. Boom! The thick blood force exploded in front, spreading out in all directions. The player, transformed by the Fusion Turtle's power, was hit head-on, bleeding from all 7 orifices, flying backward, every cell in his body bursting under the punch. Additionally, the blood energy shaking the surroundings made nearby players' blood boil. Even Mecha was startled by the Fusion Overlord that had suddenly burst out. Such immense blood power? A legacy of the Blood Clan King? All People Game. AFK starting from the Zombie Apocalypse Volume 903 Out of Control Boom. The fused tyrant body locked onto its target once again, stomping heavily towards the ground, exploding with the power of Cha and blood under its feet, and flying forward. What kind of monster is that? Human players on the other side saw the wild slaughter of the fused tyrant body, their faces changing drastically. That kind of monster was completely unreasonable, targeting and obliterating all its designated targets with a single punch. In just a minute, 3 players were directly turned into a mass of flesh and blood by 3 punches. The players' eyes showed terrified expressions, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Retreat! Li Yicheng completely regretted it. The enemy was not something they could contend with at this stage. 50,000 main god points were very tempting, but it's not worth risking their lives. This was simply suicide. Almost in an instant, players swiftly evacuated like their lives depended on it, afraid of being targeted by the fused tyrant body if they ran too slow. Mecha turned back, looking at the Blood Clan member exuding Cha and blood power. He, like those human players, was equally shocked to the extreme. That tyrant creature, clearly a zombie, yet emitting a heavy aura of Cha and blood all over. What exactly was it? Down the mountain, witnessing the powerful combat capability emanating from the fused tyrant body crushing players, Zhang Yuan Crossing felt surprise and relief. Fortunately, he had just listened to Lao Hai's words and did not command players to stop the group of fused tyrant bodies from entering the cave on the mountainside. Captain, I detected a powerful force approaching. It's the Blood Clan Duke. Zhang Yuan Crossing looked towards the mountainside. Behind, in the form of a bat, the Blood Clan Duke was rapidly nearing the mountain area. Fire! Boom! Boom boom! Players who were ready started firing into the air. Boom, boom, boom. A series of fireballs exploded in the air. The Blood Clan Duke, Non, had just emerged from the space channel and encountered an attack from the Federation's teleport channel. Finally defeating the Federation, she tracked the mark left on the fused tyrant body all the way to this point. Federal. Non noticed the players hidden in the dense forest below, easily dodging most of the incoming bullets. Several rocket projectiles also aimed at her were casually deflected and exploded by Non. It was indeed the Federation. Lao Hei probably had already joined forces with the Federation. Non thought to herself, looking towards the direction of the Blood Clan ritual gathering point. There were still several black spots near the cave. Yes, it was the zombie tyrant body that Lao Hei had sneakily transported from the Blood Clan world into the real world. Not wanting to be entangled with the Federation, Non swiftly broke through the Federation's firepower net and flew towards the mountain cave entrance, wanting to find out what Lao Hei was up to. Below in the dense forest, the Federation's battle department watched helplessly as the Duke left. Zhongyuan Crossing was also helpless. Without high-end combat capability, all they could do now was defend and harass. It was impossible for them to stop the Blood Clan Duke flying high in the sky. Team leader, what should we do? Hold this position. Reinforcements will arrive soon, yes. In the high sky, the Blood Clan Duke Non flew swiftly towards the cave entrance halfway up the mountain. As she neared, she suddenly noticed something, furrowing her brows. Huh? Che and blood. Non looked ahead, observing the fused tyrant body standing outside the cave entrance. What was going on with that zombie creature? Non was incredibly astonished. The overflowing Che and blood were uncontrollable, continuously emanating from the fused tyrant body. Such a massive amount of Che and blood power was extremely rare, and the emanating aura from the tyrant's body was that of the Blood Clan. Was Lao Hei behind this? Non was deeply puzzled, accelerating towards the cave. At the same time, Fang Hang had just returned to the cave entrance with Mecha. Having won in battle, Mecha had finally let out a sigh of relief. He was extremely curious about the power of the fused tyrant body, questioning Fang Hang, "Brother, what exactly is that thing? How did you do it?" "I used some methods." Just as Fang Hang was about to make up some excuse to dismiss Mecha, he suddenly sensed a strong Blood Clan aura rapidly approaching him. He immediately turned around to look at the sky. Fang Hang's pupils constricted. Here she comes. The Blood Clan Duke Non. After Lao Hai's warning, Fang Hang was prepared for the arrival of the Blood Clan Duke. Getting caught by her would be troublesome. Might as well strike first. Fang Hang had murderous intent. Seeing Fang Hang suddenly silent, Mecha asked in confusion, "Nate, what's wrong?" Fang Hang, with a serious expression, said, "Trouble." "What trouble?" Mecha was surprised. Fang Hang said solemnly, "There's a big problem. It seems like it's about to get out of control." Mecha followed Fang Hang's glance. "Ah, you mean the tyrant? How could that be?" Mecha thought the fused tyrant body looked pretty normal. Although its aura was out of control, there wasn't much disturbance, right? "Mecha, be careful." "Huh." Just as Mecha was about to say something, he noticed a Blood Clan Duke flying towards them from the distance. "Huh? Reinforcements?" A Blood Clan Duke. In midair, the Blood Clan Duke Non revealed her aura. Mecha's face showed excitement, saying, "Nate, look, reinforcements. The Duke is here." Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, the violent Che and blood on the fused tyrant body outside the cave exploded again. The fused tyrant body stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! Blood Che spread all around. The tyrant body leapt into the air, dashing towards Non, who was approaching. Non, in her human form, swiftly dodged to avoid the fused tyrant body. The fused tyrant body suddenly appeared in front of Non, fiercely striking with a punch. Boom! A very heavy impact sound. A orange spatial barrier appeared in front of Non. Crack, crack, crack. The spatial barrier emitted fragile cracking noises from the impact. Boom! The red blood Che power on the tyrant body's fist erupted again. The spatial barrier instantly shattered. Non's face suddenly changed, her body uncontrollably pushed back by the Che and blood power. Why? How could its blood and Che power be so strong? Suddenly, the fused tyrant body landed and leapt once again, swiftly moving towards Non and delivering another fierce punch. The speed of the attack defied logic. Nan's eyes showed extreme seriousness. She was being suppressed. Nan transformed her right hand into a bloodthorn, striking forward swiftly. Boom! A flash of blood. The bloodthorn pierced through the fused tyrant body's neck in advance. The tyrant body's attack was stopped by this sudden move. Boom! At the next moment, a strong surge of cha and blood power erupted once again from the fused tyrant body all over. Nan was once again pushed back by the cha and blood power. The fused tyrant body appeared in front of Nan time and time again, lifting its fist to launch a fierce attack on Nan. To Mecha and the others' eyes, the Blood Clan Duke Nan was being firmly suppressed by the fused tyrant body. Nate, what's going on? I told you, it's out of control. Quickly think of a solution. Mecha urged in anxiety, looking over to Fang Hang on the side. He noticed Fang Hang's bulging veins on his neck, sweat dripping from his forehead, staring fixedly at the tyrant not far away. Title: National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, hang up Volume 904 of the main text, Chapter 904. Fang Hang bit his posterior teeth. Damn it! It's really out of control. Initially, he did find an excuse to launch an attack on Nan. But as the battle intensified, the body of the tyrant was no longer under his control. Fang Hang felt that the mental power consumed was extremely huge, and in less than a few seconds, he lost control over the fused tyrant body. Not good. Nat, do you feel that this fluctuation is familiar? Sensing the aura coming from the fused tyrant body, Mecha panicked. Is it going to explode? This feeling is too familiar. The fluctuation emitted before the sacrifice exploded in the cave was like this. Fang Hang nodded. He felt it too. This situation seems like it's going to explode. In the sky, the fused tyrant body approached Nan again, with the power of violent vitality, punching forward. Boom! Before the fist was swung, the vitality suddenly burst in the air. A dazzling pillar of blood and light shot up into the sky again. Fang Hang was covered by a red light in front of him. Retreat! Several blood clansmen who were watching with Fang Hang also retreated towards the cave. At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Yuanxing put down the telescope in his hand. Looking at the pillar of blood and light rising on the mountain in front of him, he looked puzzled and puzzled. No, what is this situation again? The Blood Clan Duke actually started fighting with those fused tyrant bodies? And what about the explosion at the end? Did they all perish together? Zhang Yuanxing turned to look at Lao He. Lao He was also puzzled. He shook his head. Not clear. Maybe it's out of control. Captain, this. A federal soldier suggested. Shouldn't we go take a look? Zhang Yuanxing frowned. The situation on the Blood Clan side was too strange. No, don't go over. Wait a little longer. The follow-up team will be here soon. Halfway up the mountain, inside the cave, Mecha looked at the diminishing light pillar outside the cave. He opened his mouth and turned back to Fang Hang. How did it explode? It seems that the sacrifice is not stable. Fang Hang wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, also very surprised. He initially just wanted to use the power of the fused tyrant body to block the Duke of the Blood Clan, but he didn't expect to make a mistake and cause an explosion. It was more difficult to use the remains of the Blood Clan King than expected, and it would be uncontrollable if not careful, which led to the explosion. We need to deal with the situation quickly. Fang Hang quickly flew towards the explosion in the distance. Quick! The remains of the king should be over there. Let's recover the heart. Yes, the remains. It's most important to find the remains now. Mecha also reacted and quickly followed Fang Hang towards the direction of the blood explosion. The power of the Blood Clan King's heart had been consumed almost completely, so this explosion was not as intense as the previous one. The blood-colored pillar rising into the sky lasted less than half a second before completely dissipating. A large pit was blasted out at the center of the explosion, and the fused tyrant body had turned into ashes in the explosion. Fang Hang arrived at the edge of the pit, frowning. He was a step too late once again. The heart of the Blood Clan King had automatically attached itself to the severely injured Duke Nan. Seeing this situation, Mecha felt black in front of his eyes. It was difficult to wait for a Duke-level reinforcement to arrive, and it turned out that it became a sacrifice for the Blood Clan King again. Mecha felt bitter in his heart. He turned to Fang Hang and asked, "What should we do?" Fang Hang looked at the crowd gathering at the foot of the mountain and also felt a headache. Bring her back to the cave first. Okay. The two of them carried the fainting Non and quickly returned to the cave. Inside the cave, the Blood Clan members were in a dilemma. The blood had been completely drained, and they were surrounded tightly by the federal troops. Everyone's eyes turned to Fang Hang, waiting for his decision. Fang Hang was also thinking hard with his head bowed. What are the chances of success if they charge out with the sacrifice by force? The state of the sacrifice is extremely unstable. The Blood Clan elder examined the condition of Duke Non and explained to everyone, the place of origin is far away from us, and if we forcefully move her, she will definitely lose control during the process. The most reliable solution is to perform the ceremony immediately and stabilize the status of the sacrifice. Mecha urged, then what are we waiting for? Quickly figure out how to conduct the ritual. The remaining blood is not enough for us to complete this ritual. Damn it! The blood collected from outside the cave had been almost exhausted. Do they have to fight the federal troops and get some blood from them? On the sidelines, a player hired by Lao Hei lowered his head to look at his phone. His expression changed, and he walked over to Fang Hang and handed him the phone. Fang Hang, Lao Hei asked me to give this to you. Fang Hang took the phone, hoping that Lao Hei would bring some good news. Fang Hang, things seem to be quite turbulent on your side. Lao Hei, at the foot of the mountain, looked up at the cave above and asked, is the situation okay? Very bad, but that trouble has been taken care of. Hey, you never cease to amaze me. Lao Hei chuckled twice. He knew Fang Hang was referring to the Blood Clan Duke Non as the trouble. And you? What about your end? Federal reinforcements are on their way. Fang Hang, elite agents from the Inspection Bureau are coming to support. Their strength is extremely strong. I suggest you better evacuate quickly. The defense in the eastern area is the weakest. You can use the Blood Clan as bait to launch a surprise attack from the west while you carry the remains of the king and escape from the east. With your abilities, you should be able to do it. I will try to meet you there. Fang Hang scratched his head. It's not possible. There was a little accident, and now the king's heart is attached to Duke Non. Very unstable. You try to delay the federal troops, and I also need to find a way to get some blood. Fang Hang, we're out of time. Lao Hei interrupted sternly. I can delay the attack from the North Federal side as much as possible, but on Jian Muzi's side, I can't hold them back. On Jian Muzi. Jian Muzi was the boundary lord of the 1st District, the mastermind behind the entire event of the Blood Clan King's succession. Yes, the fusion space of the origin is not looking good. He can't wait any longer. He just received a request for help sent by Mecha, and he dispatched another Blood Clan prince to lead a large number of Blood Clan members to support you. Damn it! Another Blood Clan prince, and the elite team from the Inspection Bureau. No matter who comes, they can't handle it. Are they not given a chance to survive? Fang Hang felt like cursing internally. I suggest you make a decision quickly. Abandon these Blood Clans. I want to go to the origin and see if I can get the coffin. Huh, it seems. Fang Hang didn't pay close attention to what Lao Hei said. He narrowed his eyes, suddenly remembered something. He interrupted Lao Hei's words and asked, Lao Hei, the Blood Clan prince should not know about your betrayal, right? It's hard to say, but he must be suspicious of me. Fang Hang pondered and asked, Lao Hei, do you think the elite team from the Inspection Bureau will fight the Prince of the Blood Clan? Popular game. Zombie Apocalypse begins with autoplaying chapter 905. Blood cannot flow in vain. Lao Hei paused for a moment and realized that Fang Hang was pondering something. He chuckled. Ha, this kid is still as insatiable as ever. I can try, but it will be very dangerous to do so. You must be prepared to lose everything. Lao Hei, I believe in you. With your strength, luring them into a fight shouldn't be difficult, right? Fang Hang was about to say more when communication interference occurred, forcing them to interrupt. Mecha hurriedly asked, how is the situation? What did Lao Hei say? Mr. Jian has sent the Blood Prince and his troops to support us. We will wait here and pray that the Federation won't attack so soon. Hearing Fang Hang's words, the morale of the Blood Clan, who had already fallen to rock bottom, rose once again. With the prince personally joining the battle, dealing with the Federation ambush below would be a breeze. Fang Hang looked at the two Blood Clan elders in the Elder Council. Before the prince arrives, let's stabilize the offerings as much as possible, buy more time, begin the ritual, and figure out the blood part later. Yes. Unconsciously, the Blood Clan had already accepted Fang Hang as their leader. 3 Blood Viscounts nodded in unison and directed the Blood Clan to drag the unconscious Non into the blood pool on the altar. At the foot of the mountain, hidden in the seemingly calm and quiet dense forest, there were hidden undercurrents. Fang Yuangsing led the federal team that had been ambushing for 15 minutes at the foot of the mountain. After a long wait, the elite team of 5 from the Federal Inspection Bureau finally arrived. Liang Yue was the leader of the elite team at the Northern Federal Inspection Bureau. Along the way, they had encountered a group of blood clans, delaying them for a while. After hearing Zhang Yuangsing's situation report, Liang Yue immediately prepared to lead an attack head-on. "Everyone, I suggest we wait a bit." Lao He stepped forward at this moment. Liang Yu's gaze fell on Lao He. The moment she saw Lao He, she didn't think he was a good person. "Who are you?" "I'm the honorary advisor of the Central Federation. Everyone calls me Lao He. I have some not-so-good news. The Blood Prince is leading a large number of blood clans to gather here." Lao He paused, surveyed the group. "There is a Blood King's remains in the cave. I believe the Blood Prince is here for it." "The Blood Prince." The expressions of the group changed slightly. "Is your information reliable?" "Of course." Lao He nodded confidently. "My source of information is from the Central Federation. We have insiders in the blood clans." Liang Yue and Zhang Yuangsing frowned, pondered for a moment. Deputy Commander Chen Shun was a bit puzzled and asked, "Lao He, if that's the case, shouldn't we take the opportunity now before the prince arrives and try to break through the blood clans above to find the remains of the Blood King?" "I don't recommend doing that. The blood clans may have high-level magic formations set up in the cave, which will not be easy to breach quickly. I'm concerned that an attack halfway through might expose us to the prince's assault, putting the team in a difficult situation." Liang Yue hesitated a bit. With the strength of the federal team, they could hold off the Blood Prince for a while, but killing him would be much more challenging. It's better to inform the superiors and wait for their instructions. Zhang Yuangsing was speaking when he suddenly sensed a strong power approaching from a distance. The powerful force made Zhang Yuangsing shiver inexplicably. "What's going on?" Zhang Yuangsing looked up into the distance. In the sky, a dense flock of bats was rapidly approaching them. The federal combat unit hidden in the dense forest also felt the powerful aura approaching from far and near. Liang Yu's heart sank. Such a powerful aura! Lao Hai's information was correct. It's the Blood Prince. Coming so fast. Immediately send out a distress signal. It's the Blood Prince. Zhang Yuangsing looked at the flock of blood clans rapidly approaching in the sky and signaled, "Everyone, attack!" The federal combat team hidden in the dense forest raised their weapons and aimed at the densely packed blood clans in the sky, firing shots. Boom, boom, boom. The intense artillery fire fired into the air. In the high sky, under the sudden attack, a large number of injured bats fell from the air. After the initial chaos, the blood clans quickly adjusted their formation and plunged downward towards the federal team below. In the center of the team, Blood Prince Lebu was somewhat surprised. The Federation dared to ambush them head-on, seeking death. A disdainful expression appeared on Lebu's face. He didn't want to waste time with federal people and concentrated a purple-red concentrated bomb in his hands, throwing it towards a dense forest ahead. Swish! Underneath the dense forest, a dark green barrier instantly opened. Boom! The purple-red bomb landed on the barrier and exploded violently. Huh? Lebu let out a soft sound of surprise. Suddenly, 4 humans stood in front of him. Leading the group, Liang Yue stared at Lebu. "Blood Clan, you've come to the wrong place. This is the Northern Federation." "Heh. Humans, interesting." Lebu muttered quietly. His figure gradually blurred in the air. "Be careful." An expression of seriousness flashed across Liang Yu's face. In front of everyone, Lebu split into 2, then 4, until he formed 8 identical figures. "Humans." All 8 Lebus spoke at once. "I have other matters to attend to. I don't have time to play games with you." Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 figures simultaneously fled in 8 different directions. A petty trick. Massive black handprints rose behind Liang Yue, rushing toward the 2 nearest Lebus. Boom, boom. 2 blood shadows exploded instantly. Not far away, On a high slope, seeing a large number of Blood Clan groups joining the battle and clashing with the Federation, the morale of the Blood Clan soared. Fang Hang silently gave a thumbs up to Lao Hei. Just as planned, the two sides started fighting. Mecha was even more excited. Nat, the prince has tied up the Federation for us. Now is the best time for us to retreat. Retreat? No way. Cowards. Fang Hang shook his head repeatedly. The Federation ambushing the Blood Clans initially resulted in large numbers of Blood Clans falling, but soon the Blood Clans began to fight back. Humans on this side continued to get injured, and even killed. In a blink of an eye, the scent of blood once again filled the entire forest. Blood. So much blood. Was it all wasted? Wasteful. No, Mecha, you're wrong. We need to stabilize the offerings for now. Fang Hang hid the greed in his eyes. He turned back, looked at the elders in the Elder Council, his face grave, and urged, "Quick, prepare for the transfer ritual of the offerings." While speaking, Fang Hang quickly walked to the entrance of the cave, opened his hands towards the outside, and manipulated his mental power to spread outwards. Under Fang Hang's powerful mental control, the blood below started to gather gradually. The blood that had fallen on the ground congealed into tiny droplets, suspended in the air, slowly gathering towards Fang Hang's position. The players in the Federal Combat Team had stronger combat capabilities than ordinary people, and their blood contained even more potent power. A huge boost. ISTIC 7007K National Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, hanging up and reading the main text volume 906, I, Mecha, who doesn't covet, saw the fine blood beads gradually condensing in front of Fang Hang under his control, and then being infused into the blood pool of the altar. With the blood, the ceremony that was halfway through in the Elder Council was able to continue. While Fang Hang controlled the blood, he looked up at the air, silently cheering for the Blood Prince in his heart. Fight on! Hurry and fight! The fighting power of those players from the Federal Inspection Bureau is truly terrifying. All 8 avatars of the Blood Prince were intercepted. However, what made Fang Hang dissatisfied was that they had been blasting magic abilities at each other for a long time, but there was no bloodshed. Those high-ranking players were the elites among elites, and based on the power contained in their blood, a drop was equivalent to 10,000 normal people. Few Federal players were aware of the subtle changes in blood on the battlefield. At this time, they were already fighting desperately with the Blood Clan, so who had the time to care about this? Even if they noticed, they were powerless to stop. In the air, the 5 members of the Liang Yu team were concentrating, trying to trap the Blood Prince. They were also under tremendous pressure. Li Ran said in a deep voice, "Captain, there's something wrong with that Blood Prince." It should be some kind of ritual, possibly related to the king's remains. Liang Yue also noticed Fang Hang. She knew that Fang Hang was doing something dirty by controlling blood, but dealing with the prince had already exhausted their resources, so they had no time to worrying about it. Blood Prince Lebu was getting a little annoyed by the humans who were entangling him. The few of them cooperated very well and had varied tactics, making it impossible for him to get rid of them in a short time. Lebu sensed that the gathering of blood below was unusual and turned his attention downwards. He saw Blood Duke manipulating and gathering the blood. Who was this blood creature? Lebu was slightly surprised that an ordinary Blood Duke had such strong blood affinity ability. Although Lebu didn't recognize Fang Hang, he had a bit of an impression of Mecha and the others next to Fang Hang, so he didn't think too much about it. It turned out that they were completing a ritual using blood. Well, then let's help them. With the blood of these humans. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lebu raised both hands, and numerous fine needles appeared around him. As the needles emerged, they swiftly attacked the players in front of him. The players quickly retreated. Sizzle! Sizzle! The needles exploded midway, forming countless dispersed moon blades as they scattered. The dense moon blades almost covered the entire space, unavoidable. The players immediately used shields or weapons to block. Not good. One high-ranking Federal player accidentally grazed his arm with a needle and immediately left a long, narrow wound. Normally, this small wound wouldn't be a big deal, as with their high constitution attributes, it would heal in a minute. But now, Lebu instantly accelerated the blood flow within the wound. Hiss! The blood suddenly burst from the wound. Be careful, Li Ran. A support team member beside him saw what happened and immediately cast a healing spell. The wound healed instantly. However, it was too late. A pool of blood fell from the sky and was controlled by Fang Hang before landing, gathering towards Fang Hang's direction outside the cave. Below, Fang Hang was ecstatic. Oh, the Blood Prince knows how to play. What a great teammate! Fang Hang eagerly gathered the blood he had obtained and transferred it into the blood pool inside the cave. The blood pool absorbed and merged the power of high-level players' blood, instantly emitting a dazzling red light. The Blood Elder was also visibly excited. Lord Duke, the transfer ritual is complete. Please transfer the heart immediately. Coming. Upon hearing the call, Fang Hang immediately stopped gathering blood and turned to enter the cave. Having inherited the Blood King's heart for the second time, Fang Hang was already familiar with the process. The fusion tyrant body No. 2, waiting on the side, quickly reached out and grabbed the Blood Prince's heart floating in the blood pool. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Blood Prince's heart was immediately affected, climbed quickly along the fusion tyrant body's shoulder, and the fine tentacles quickly penetrated the giant eyeball in front of the fusion tyrant body's heart, swiftly merging into the eyeball's interior. Is it done? Meika stared at the fusion tyrant body, seeing it wobble to its feet. She quickly turned back to Fang Hang and asked, Nate, should we retreat now? Retreat. Fang Hang was exhilarated, trying to control the fusion tyrant body. Hearing Meika's words, he couldn't help but show disdain on his face. How could this guy's mind be full of thoughts of running away? No hurry. Fang Hang raised the Blood Prince's left arm in his hand. There's one more thing. Immediately perform the second phase of the awakening ritual. It's too wasteful to let all this blood go like this. Huh? Waste? Seeing the Blood Prince's left arm in Fang Hang's hand, Meika opened his mouth, completely speechless. Wait, is this necessary? Addicted to blood-sucking now? Fang Hang rubbed his hands together, gesturing to the Blood Elder. Quick, get to work. The Blood Elders looked at each other, and seeing no objections, they began to reseal and remove the magic array. Nate, is this really necessary? Fang Hang said firmly, pressing his hand on Meika's shoulder. Trust me, it is, for the future of the Blood Clan. From the looks outside, the showdown between the Blood Clan and the Federation was far from over. It was rare to encounter such a reasonable Blood Prince. Here we have blood, a ritual, and Blood Clan reinforcements. Why not also unseal and absorb this left arm while we're at it? With the fusion tyrant body fused with the Blood King's heart, we could fight the Blood Duke to a standstill and easily overpower the Blood Count with the addition of the King's left arm. Fang Hang walked up to the blood pool and threw the petrified left arm of the Blood Prince into the pool. Meika and the other two dukes looked at each other in silence. They all felt that Fang Hang's risk was too great. In their view, it was wise to leave now, and they could figure out what to do next with the remaining right arm once they returned to the starting point. How could it be appropriate to unseal using federal blood in front of the federal people? Did they not consider the federal people as equals? However, seeing that Fang Hang had already made a decision, they did not say more. After all, the tyrant body was under Fang Hang's control, so their words were meaningless. Instead of wasting time, they prayed that the Blood Elders would complete the ritual quickly so they could leave early. Fang Hang nodded at Meika and turned back to the cave entrance to concentrate his mental energy, gathering the blood from the outside. He hoped the Blood Prince would give more power and extract more blood from these players, and equip the Blood Prince's left arm to the tyrant body. Yes, I'm not greedy. As soon as I equip this left arm, I'll leave immediately. Mobile Games, starting from the zombie apocalypse, hanging out, Chapter 906, Escaping Xianwu Mountain, high above. Prince Leb of the Blood Clan continuously darted through the air, skillfully dealing with 5 humans. He realized that this group of humans had quite impressive strength, making it difficult to shake them off in a short time. If he had to escape, it was achievable, but Leb hesitated. If he led these humans to the cave and destroyed the altar or offerings inside, it would end up being not worth it. Therefore, Prince Leb decided to change tactics and disgustingly besiege the humans continuously, using small slicing type skills to continuously create small wounds on the humans' bodies and utilizing their blood as ritual consumables. The tactic was extremely effective, leaving Liang Yu's players exhausted. They quickly realized the Blood Clan Prince's intentions, but had no choice but to be more careful and spend most of their time evading and resisting the Blood Clan Prince's attacks. Unfortunately, they were being pressed and forced to stall. The follow-up support from the Northern Federation was rushing to the scene. Hopefully, they would arrive on time. Below, Fang Hang took the opportunity to gather a large amount of blood. The blood continued to flow into the blood pool through mental guidance. Shortly after, Mecha flew out of the cave. Nate, Stage 2 Awakening Ritual is completed. Good. Fang Hang was pleased and immediately followed Mecha back into the cave. In the center of the cave was the blood pool altar, with the left arm of the Blood Clan King suspended above. It had now recovered from its petrified state into a dark red left arm. The arm skin was covered with scale-like armor, enveloped in a thick aura. The external seal had been completely removed. Fang Hang immediately controlled the fused tyrant's body inside the cave to begin inheriting it. The fused tyrant followed instructions, taking steps toward the central blood pool in the cave, reaching out and grabbing the Blood King's left arm. Immediately, there was a response from the Blood King's left arm. Fine tentacles extended from the gaps in the arm scales, climbing onto the fused tyrant's left arm almost instantly. In the blink of an eye, the entire left arm of the fused tyrant was wrapped in fine red tentacles, resembling a red cocoon. The cocoon rapidly expanded. With a bang, the red cocoon exploded before Fang Hang. The entire left arm of the fused tyrant had completely merged with the Blood King's left arm. Fang Hang tried to control it and watched as the fusing tyrant extended its left hand and slowly clenched its fist. But oh no! Fang Hang's pupils contracted. From the left arm and heart positions, the flesh and blood of the fused tyrant's body disintegrated and liquefied, melting into a pool of blood in just half a second. The fully restored king's left arm and heart fell to the ground. The surrounding Blood Clan members immediately retreated, afraid of being possessed by the heart and left arm and becoming offerings. The tentacles outside the left arm and heart quickly retracted. This was a failure. Mecha, with widened eyes, quickly asked to Blood Clan elders, what's going on? One of the elders furrowed his brow and exchanged glances with the other two elders before nodding. Lord Viscount, the king's power is too powerful. This offering body did not consume any special medicine in advance to enhance adaptability, and we judge that its body strength cannot withstand the immense power, leading to its dissolution. Fang Hang instantly understood. Got it. If the fused tyrant did not consume the enhancing medicine, its body strength could only withstand the remnant of a king. The solution was quite simple. If one doesn't work, then two have to fuse tyrants inherit separately. Fang Hang was grateful to have brought enough fused tyrant clones this time. With a wave of his hand, the two fused tyrants quickly approached, each grabbing the fallen left arm and heart of the Blood Clan King. The heart and left arm each attached to the two fused tyrants' bodies. In a few seconds, the two fused tyrants involuntarily twitched as the fine tentacles extended from the left arm enveloped the fused tyrant's left arm, and the tentacles from the heart pierced deeply into the fused tyrant's eye sockets. Fang Hang inspected for a moment, making sure the right arm and heart were completely integrated, and then tried to control the two fused tyrants. Mecha cautiously approached Fang Hang and quietly asked, Nate, is it done? Yes, it's done. The fused tyrants were very stable. As long as they did not engage in extremely intense battles like earlier, they wouldn't lose control and explode. Can we go now? Mecha urged. The situation outside was getting worse, and he just wanted to run away and be safe. Yes, let's go. Since there was no remaining body of another Blood Clan King to harvest, it was time to make a quick exit. Hearing Fang Hang's words, Mecha finally relaxed, fearing Fang Hang would suddenly produce another king's remains and make them wait again. Outside the cave, the Blood Clan and humans were still in battle. The continuous influx of Blood Clan groups into the battlefield placed the Federation players at a disadvantage. High above, Prince Lev of the Blood Clan was still entangled with the Federal inspection team. Qiwei Hai noticed someone leaving the cave and shouted, Captain, something's not right over there. They want to escape. Stop them. Just a short while ago, they had received orders from their superiors to capture the remains of the Blood Clan at all costs. Liang Yue immediately moved forward to block the escaping group. Leaving so soon. Leb immediately intercepted and stood in front of Liang Yue. That won't work. Your opponent now is me. Leb received a mission from Jian Muzi to escort the remnants of the prince back to the initial location. He noticed Fang Hang and the Blood Clan running out of the cave, ready to escape, and anticipated that the offering had completed its awakening. So he immediately blocked Liang Yue and his party's path. In a flash, the situation reversed yet again. Liang Yu's team desperately tried to stop Fang Hang and the others, while Leb blocked their attack. Qi Weihai shouted, "I'll stop them." In a flash, one of the bulky members of the elite team left the group and chased after Fang Hang and the others. Leb's expression darkened, ready to pursue, but the remaining 4 members of Liang Yu's team surrounded him, ready for a decisive battle. The Federation, truly not easy to deal with. At this point, it was time to face reality. Leb looked serious. At the foot of the mountain, the federal main forces surrounded Xianwu Mountain, engaging the Blood Clan. Although they were under heavy attack from a large number of Blood Clan groups, they maintained defense on the other 2 sides. The federal forces had initially devised a blockade plan based on the information they received to prevent the Blood Clan from escaping with the offering. They had never expected to encounter a monster like Fang Hang. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 907 of the Hanging Main Volume. They are coming. From a distance, Qian Yuming, the team leader of a federal task force, issued a warning to his team. Ka. Federal soldiers lurking in the dense forest raised their guns and aimed ahead. They stared at the tall figures quickly evacuating from the mountains. Fusion tyrant bodies. The immense pressure these massive zombie creatures brought was overwhelming. Sweat poured down Qian Yuming's forehead incessantly. He had no confidence. Fire! Stop them! Intense gunfire targeted a row of fusion tyrant bodies in the forefront. Fang Hang stood on the shoulder of a fusion tyrant body, looking at the federal players ambushing on both sides of the mountain path. Charge! 9 fusion tyrant bodies cleared the way in front, using their bodies as shields to block the dense bullets coming towards them, running forward. Damn it! Monsters! Federal soldiers had anticipated the terrifying defense capabilities of the tyrant zombies, but they didn't expect them to be this strong. 2 heavily armored fusion tyrant bodies were being protected at the front, following behind the team. The federal team's intelligence this time indicated a Blood Clan invasion, and all the equipment brought was specifically designed for high-level Blood Clan members. Who would have thought that the final opponents they encountered would be zombie creatures? It was too late to bring in beam weapons from elsewhere. Only a few beam weapons were aimed at the targets. Beam weapons ready. Targets locked. Requesting permission to shoot. Pew, pew. Several faint blue beams pierced through the bodies of 2 fusion tyrant bodies. Bang, bang. The decapitated fusion tyrant bodies retained their running posture for a few moments before crashing to the ground. The remaining fusion tyrant bodies continued to charge forward. Are there more beam weapons? Fang Hang furrowed his brow. The large caliber bullets and rockets used by the federal forces were ineffective against the fusion tyrant bodies. But the beam weapons might be different. After a period of aiming, high-frequency beams could directly cause piercing damage on a physical level. Fortunately, there weren't many beam weapons brought by the federal forces this time. After the first round of attacks, as the weapons entered cooldown, Fang Hang continued to accelerate with the remaining fusion tyrant bodies, charging straight ahead. No matter what, charge straight through. Seeing this, Qian Yuming exclaimed in his heart that things were going south. It's over. Not even the beam weapons could stop them. He had been ambushing here, and he had witnessed everything that happened up on the rocky cave through the telescope. Fusion tyrant bodies were heavy combat organisms with reinforced defense capabilities. Without a large number of beam weapons, they simply couldn't defeat them. Qian Yuming was just pretending to hold them back, with a glimmer of hope. Indeed, they couldn't be stopped. Retreat! Make way! Let them through! Adhering to the principle of abandoning the fight when encountering difficulties and avoiding unnecessary sacrifices, Qian Yuming instructed his subordinates to clear a path for passage. The federal players quickly made way, realizing they couldn't handle the situation, and opened a path. Almost in an instant, the backup defense line created by the federal forces was easily broken through by the fusion tyrant bodies. Following them were a group of Blood Clan members who saw Fang Hang's valiant charge and quickly followed suit to escape. Qian Yuming wiped the sweat on his forehead with his hand. What kind of monsters are these? He watched as the fusion tyrant bodies hit by the beam weapons fell with exploded heads, but quickly recovered in less than a minute, slowly got up from the ground, and continued their fierce charge forward. Fortunately, The fusion tyrant bodies showed no interest in them and were solely focused on escaping for their lives. Seeing that the federal forces had not put up a desperate fight, Fang Hang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Stop!" Just as the defense line was about to be broken, an angry shout came from behind. Standing on the shoulder of the fusion tyrant body, Fang Hang turned to look. That person looked somewhat familiar. An elite from the federal inspection team? Only a fool would listen to your orders to stop. With a thought in his mind, Fang Hang disregarded everything and sprinted forward at full speed. "I told you to stop!" Qiu Hai's eyes turned red as he bellowed once again, accelerating to catch up. Quite fast. Macker had transformed into a bat form, accelerating at full speed to catch up with Fang Hang, perching beside him. "Nat, what do we do? He's catching up!" Fang Hang's heart sank, turning to look at Qiu Hai and gritting his teeth. "Block him! You brought this upon yourself!" Unless it's a critical moment, Fang Hang didn't want the fusion tyrant bodies, inheriting the power of the Blood Clan King's remains, to join the battle. Mostly because he feared they might go out of control once in the fight. Bang bang! Two offerings protected in the center of the fusion tyrant bodies suddenly burst out with a small range of che, dispersing to the left and right. What? The bursting che caused Qiu Hai, who was chasing from behind, to tense up, even feeling an intense sense of crisis. Swish! Swish! Qiu Hai was forced to stop in his tracks. In the next instant, a tall red figure pressed forward. Who? A punch was about to strike. Qiu Hai remained calm, and the long knife around his waist swiftly cut forward. A white blade of light slashed forward. Boom! The blade clashed with the fusion tyrant body. The tyrant body froze solid after being covered with a layer of icy frost. Its movements halted. Under the visible ice crystal, the fusion tyrant body's fist struck towards him. Dong! Qiu Hai conjured up a pure white frost shield in front of him, blocking the blow. Boom! The second outbreak of che lifted Qiu Hai off, sending his body uncontrollably flying backward. Gritting his teeth, Qiu Hai was overwhelmed by the impact. What kind of creatures were these tyrants? He had realized these were not ordinary zombie tyrants, they were incredibly strong. But that they could burst out such powerful che was beyond logic. Suddenly, a second red shadow approached from the right. The tyrant's left arm emitted a bizarre crimson color. Its fist clenched, purple-red scales emerged on its arm, and che overflowed from the openings between the scales. Qiu Hai tensed his whole body. He realized that the fist was cloaked in terrifying che. In mid-air, Qiu Hai took a deep breath, and the long knife in his hand flashed a white light as he once again slashed forward. Dong! The massive fist struck the long knife head-on. Qiu Hai let out a groan as the long knife was shattered, and his body was thrown backward like a cannonball. Ka-ka-ka! The Blood Clan King's right arm, which struck head-on, instantly condensed into a dense layer of ice crystals. Boom! The erupting che power shattered the ice crystals that weren't fully formed. With the ice crystals gone, the fusion tyrant body's fist lunged toward him. Dong! Qiu Hai conjured up a pure white frost shield in front of him. The icy crystal shield blocked the impact. Boom! The che erupted once again, throwing Qiu Hai backwards uncontrollably. Qiu Hai gritted his teeth, feeling the overwhelming shock. What kind of monsters were these tyrants? He had already noticed that these were not ordinary tyrants, and although strong, the fact that they could unleash such powerful che was illogical. Suddenly, a second red figure approached from the right. The tyrant's left arm emitted a bizarre shade of crimson, its fist clenched. The arm sported purple-red scales, and che overflowed from between the scales. Qiu Hai tensed up his entire being. He realized that the fist was coated with a terrifying power of che. Title: National Game. Hang Up from the Zombie Apocalypse, Volume 908, Chapter 1 of the Pirate Ship, to Blended Tyrants. As the blended tyrant bodies were about to give chase, their movements suddenly stuttered, then froze in place, slowly turning around. Who? Fang Hang let out a big breath, sweat forming on his forehead. Nearly lost control again. Let's go. Issuing the command to escape to the blended tyrant bodies, Fang Hang quickly followed suit. Micah, with a wave of bloodsuckers in tow, immediately chased after Fang Hang from behind. On the other side, Qiu Hai was shaken by the punch, his hands tingling as he was sent flying for hundreds of meters before landing. A hand outstretched, a long sword that had been blown away spun into his palm from a distance. Watching the blended tyrant body quickly retreat, Hai felt a lingering fear. Weren't tyrants just low-level creatures in the game? When did they become so terrifying? The first blow of the tyrant's strength was already comparable to that of the Vampire Duke, and the second punch even exceeded the Vampire Duke's strength. What's even more frightening is that there were over a dozen of such zombie monsters. If they weren't in such a rush to escape, he could very well have met his end here. However, on second thought, it was quite strange. Since the strength of the zombie creatures was already so strong, why didn't they run to assist the Vampire King in the frontal battle with the Federation? Was there something more important to do? Just as it seemed like there was an intense battle between the two sides, it actually resulted in just two unlucky guys being slightly injured due to blood fluctuations. Hai had too many questions in his mind. It's not the time to think about those. He looked up at the sky. For against one, the Federation elite team was at a significant disadvantage and were being attacked by the prince. Unable to catch up with the group of zombies, even if they did, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Hai immediately made a decision not to pursue further, but to turn back and assist his teammates in dealing with the vampire prince. Initial land. The blood coffin spilled out a rich blood color all around. The edge of the initial land and the border of the real world were rapidly merging, spreading outwards at high speed. Muzi stood in front of the coffin, one hand placed on it. His pupils were filled with intricate blood vessels. A vampire duke hurried from behind Muzi, stepped forward quickly, and said, "Mr. Jian, the Holy See has invaded the initial land. The enemies are strong. We cannot resist. If we do not retreat soon, it will be too late." Unfortunately, Muzi's lips turned pale, his gaze fixed on the blood vampire coffin ahead. There were 9 remnants of the king, but ultimately, only 3 truly ended up in his hands. Not even half achieved. Those wastrels of the 12 families. From afar, Muzi already felt the nauseating presence of the holy light. The people of the Holy See had arrived, so this operation could only be halted here. In front of him, a recently sealed stone body was suspended above the coffin. Unfortunately, if he could gather 5 pieces, Muzi closed his eyes slowly. Hiss! The fine red tendrils overflowed from the seams of the stone coffin, wrapping around his right hand intricately, rapidly climbing up his skin. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Jian, I've heard a lot about you." Muzi suddenly opened his eyes and slowly turned his head to look at the young man behind him. He spoke, "Shouldn't I say thank you? If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to completely eliminate the Vampire King." The newcomer chuckled, with the appearance of a winner. "How about we make a deal? You surrender directly, and I will speak to the people of the Holy See and give you a way out." "Hey," Muzi's mouth curled into a cold smile. "Do you find it funny to talk about surrender in front of me?" Vampire! 2 Holy See judges and a large group of Holy See sanctified knights arrived. Seeing Muzi, Judge Saul's face grew serious. Muzi focused his gaze on the Holy See. "The settlement of accounts between us will be calculated slowly over time." Buzz, before the words could be spoken, fine tendrils extended from Muzi's clothing, wrapping around him until most of his body was engulfed in tendrils. Seeing this, Saul's face slightly changed, stopping the approaching group of Holy See Knights. "Back off! Don't get closer!" Boom! Next moment, with a loud rumble, a rich blood-colored pillar of light shot up into the sky again. The Holy See party hid within the open holy light barrier. The 2 divine judges looked serious. Whoosh! In the bursts of blood energy, a figure swiftly darted out from the center of the explosion and raced towards the distance. The 2 divine judges immediately sensed it and turned their heads in the direction he was heading. The leader of the sanctified knights asked, "My lord, what should we do? Muzi has inherited a portion of the king's power. He is very dangerous now. We must track Muzi. The rest stay here. Hurry to thoroughly purify the will of the Vampire King before leaving the initial land." Yes. On the other side, after escaping from the Excalibur Mountain, Fang Hang rushed towards the initial land. Micah followed beside him, spirits high. The journey was quite rocky, but they ultimately obtained 2 remnants of the Vampire King. This remarkable achievement was enough to leave a significant mark in vampire history. As they flew towards the initial land, they noticed that large numbers of vampires were rapidly gathering around them. Upon seeing Fang Hang escorting the remnants of the prince back to the initial land, the vampires all joined the procession. Micah accepted all who came. Unconsciously, the team grew bigger and bigger. Even a severely injured vampire duke brought his team to join. Fang Hang was a bit dazed. He hadn't expected things to develop this way. In less than 20 minutes, the team had rapidly expanded, forming a large group of over 500 vampires. Fang Hang felt like he had boarded a pirate ship. How did he suddenly have the feeling of being compelled by the vampires to go to the initial land? Just as he thought about it, his phone suddenly rang. It was Lao Hei calling. Fang Hang answered, "Hello, it's me." "Well done. It seems you have successfully escaped. You have likely headed to the initial land by now." "Hey, don't mention it. You don't know the situation over here." Fang Hang glanced at the excited Micah next to him, feeling a bit bitter. Going to the initial land was a plan he had made with Lao Hei before, with the intention of going there to see if they could make a profit. However, in the current situation, directly taking to sacrifices to the initial land, wasn't this like taking a risk? Fang Hang felt he should reconsider. "I think the plan should be cancelled. I am trying to prepare for escape. I think it's better not to be greedy this time." "Oh, really?" Lao Hei seemed to find something funny upon hearing this. He chuckled and continued, "All right, Fang Hang, I don't mind either way, but are you really willing to give up?" Full people game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse Hang-Up Main Volume Chapter 909 Pit. What does that mean? Fang Hang was puzzled and said, "Over there in the initial site, the Blood Clan Prince and Jianmu's official town are there, and I also obtained some of the remains of the kings, greatly increasing my strength. The odds of running over there are too slim, so it's better to take the opportunity to go to other places and maybe even get more remains of Blood Clan kings." Indeed, under normal circumstances, that is true. However, things have taken a turn. Lao Hei teased, paused, and then continued, "But let me give you some information. 5 minutes ago, the price of purchasing Blood Clan King's remains on the black market has exceeded 100,000 main god points." What the heck? Fang Hang couldn't help but turn around to look at the two integrated tyrant bodies inheriting part of the Blood Clan King's remains behind him. Does this mean he now has 400,000 main god points in his hands? If he could go back to the initial site and get a little more. Fang Hang admitted he was a bit tempted. Unexpectedly, Lao Hei paused, then continued, "The price of the Blood Clan King's coffin is for million." What the heck? 20 times the price. Fang Hang was shocked. He couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" "I don't know." Lao Hei honestly admitted, "I found out while checking the information earlier that the coffin is a valuable item. I had only thought of taking advantage of it casually, but I didn't expect someone on the black market to be able to offer such a high price." With that, Lao Hei chuckled, "So Fang Hang, are you still planning to run away?" "Run away? What nonsense! People die for wealth, birds die for food. We've come this far, and you're talking about running." Fang Hang said firmly, "Lao Hei, really? Are you being too cowardly?" "Ha ha ha." Lao Hei laughed heartily. Fang Hang said, "Stop laughing. Tell me seriously, do you have a plan?" "No." Lao Hei also became serious. "The battles on my end have ended. The federal reinforcements just arrived, and the Blood Clan Prince escaped with minor injuries. The Northern Federation now realizes the importance of the Blood Clan remains. In addition, the federal people have placed a tracker on you, and I and the Northern Federation people are on our way to the initial site. It may take some time to catch up to you, and this time, I might not be able to help you much. It's up to you how to get your hands on the coffin." Fang Hang frowned. "If that's the case, why don't you help me investigate more information related to the coffin? The high price set on the black market doesn't seem very secure. It's a small matter, but after it's done, I'll also need a fee." Fang Hang hung up the phone, his eyes flashing with fervor once again. Originally, he had little confidence in going back to the initial site to seize the Blood Clan King's remains. Now, the target had become the coffin. Give it a try. Trying it out won't hurt. Just as he was about to put his phone back in his pocket, the phone started buzzing again. "Huh, it's Mo Jiawei." Seeing the caller ID, Fang Hang's heart moved, immediately answering, "Hello. Lo Mo. Fang Hang. You've come out of the abyssal corridor. Where are you now? Is everything okay?" After Mo Jiawei exited the game, he immediately encountered the Blood Clan invasion event and was pulled to work with his third uncle. Because the area he was in had been constantly affected by massive magnetic field fluctuations, he had no signal until just now when things settled down and he saw Fang Hang's missed call. So Mo Jiawei immediately called back. "Ah, it's okay. A lot has happened. How are you?" Fang Hang sighed. Within less than half a day, too many things had happened. Fang Hang was about to sort things out and exchange information with Mo Jiawei when Mo Jiawei preempted him. "Great God! Do you know, we've all been deceived by the Blood Clan." "Ah, what?" "The coffin. The remains of the Blood Clan king that you saw in the initial site before." Mo Jiawei's tone became urgent. "If you find the king's remains, whatever you do, don't hand them over at the initial site." "Okay, but why?" "Damn. It's all a trap set by the Blood Clan king. It's a message left by the will of the Blood Clan king just before it dissipates, looking for a successor. In reality, it's actually for transmigration and rebirth. Whoever finds the remains will be the target of transmigration." Fang Hang raised his eyebrows. Transmigration and rebirth. No wonder. Fang Hang had already thought something wasn't right before. The game sense were all very strange. Fang Hang continued to ask, "Does Jianmu know about this?" "Not sure, but my uncle has had dealings with Jianmu before. He suspects that many years ago, Jianmu's spirit had already been influenced by the will of the Blood Clan king. To obtain the king's inheritance, he already went astray and might have become the puppet of the king by now." Mo Jiawei was also unsure at this moment, but his tone quickly became excited again. "Great God, the most important thing now is not this. Do you know where the remains of the Blood Clan king are sealed? Quickly figure out a way to find the king's remains. The more the better. Give me a few locations, and I'll use the power of the family to collect them together." Fang Hang was puzzled. "Didn't you say the king's succession is a trap?" "Yes, it is a trap, but inside the Blood Clan king, there hides an even bigger secret. You absolutely can't guess it. Now, all major forces are competing for the remains. Even the Holy See is willing to descend upon the gate of heaven to enter. Our world is about to seal the Blood Clan king completely. Secret." "What secret?" "Hello. Hello. ZZZ." The cell phone signal suddenly experienced extreme interference, and a sizzling electric current sound was heard. Damaged phone, just when it got to the critical point. Fang Hang shook the phone vigorously, about to try again, when suddenly he felt a strong power surge in the distance, and immediately looked ahead. In the distance, a purple-red light rose on the horizon. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the dense blood aura formed a column of light rising from the faraway horizon. A ring of red blood aura rippled outward. Was it the initial sight? The red ripple spread rapidly outward and rushed towards everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Mecha's face changed drastically, shouting, "Everyone be careful! Get down!" In a blink of an eye, the red blood aura had already rushed to the front. Bang, bang! As the blood aura swept through their bodies, Fang Hang felt a tremendous shock wave hitting him. His whole person was lifted up, thrown high back, and all electronic devices carried on him shattered. Even the heavy fusion tyrant bodies were also thrown back by the blood aura. Carried by the ripple, he was pushed back tens of meters before he stabilized his figure and landed on the ground. 17K. After being violently lifted away by the power of blood and Che, the bloodline members all flew back and regathered. Mecha's face changed, walking to Fang Hang's side, and said in a low voice, "Nat, this is an emergency assembly order left by Mr. Jian. There must be big trouble at the initial location. We need to go back to support quickly. Emergency assembly orders." Fang Hang searched his pockets and found a bunch of shattered electronic components. Well, the communication was down again. What was Mo Jiawei trying to tell himself just now? The spreading blood and Che did not cause substantial harm. The scattered bloodline team quickly regrouped. "Faster, let's go." Fang Hang led the team to set off towards the initial location again, while analyzing the information he got from Mo Jiawei earlier, standing on the shoulder of the fusion tyrant body. Firstly, inheriting the king's power is a deep pit, and inheriting the abilities of the bloodline king is all nonsense. Secondly, the king's remains still hold some very important secrets, coveted by all major powers. This didn't need Mo Jiawei to remind him. Fang Hang felt that as long as they did not take the king's remains to the initial location for sacrifice, even if the remains continued to be attached to the fusion tyrant body, they would still be profitable. After all, the fusion tyrant body, which inherited some of the bloodline king's power, was quite powerful. If they couldn't win, they could self-destruct. Besides, giving this thing to the Kiwao Kong team to research, maybe they could find a way to extract the power of the bloodline king from it. At the very least, they could sell it to the outside world for a good price. Fang Hang continued to contemplate. Lastly, Mo Jiawei provided an important piece of information. This news made Fang Hang somewhat worried. The Gate of Heaven. The people of the Holy Court also have a way to enter the real world. And they have joined the battlefield too. Combining the strong waves emitted from the initial location earlier and the emergency assembly signal sent out by the Bloodline King. Could it be that they were under attack by the Holy Court? It couldn't be that coincidental, could it? In addition to Fang Hang, a large number of invading Bloodline members also sensed the burst of blood and Che and the emergency assembly signal left by Ji and Mu, swiftly approaching the initial location. Quick! Merge with us! Escort the offering to the initial location with us! Mecha got excited, encountering many Bloodline teams along the way, frequently inviting them to team up. Most of the Bloodline members also joined the team very graciously. Seeing the area getting closer, the entire Bloodline team became increasingly massive. After hearing about the offering, the two Elder Council teams also joined. What the heck? Why are there more and more people? Do we have to confront the Bloodline and the Holy Court head-on? By this stage of the game, having entered reality, whose side am I on? Fang Hang now felt a bit confused, thinking that things seemed a bit off. We're here! Nat. Mecha, unaware of Fang Hang's thoughts, saw the initial location coming into view and shouted in excitement, "It's just ahead. The initial location has expanded greatly." Fang Hang was already feeling a headache, but upon hearing Mecha's excitement, he looked ahead. Inside the initial location, it seemed shrouded in a dark mist. Everything within the initial location seemed to absorb some essence, with trees quickly withering, the ground cracking, and everything shrouded in a dark aura. The initial location and the real world were clearly demarcated. Under the influence of the will of the Bloodline King, the space within the initial location was slowly expanding outwards, merging. Fang Hang understood this. The coffin in the initial location, after absorbing the power of the king's remains, could undergo a bizarre fusion with the real world. The more power the coffin absorbed, the broader the border area would be, until the entire world fused into a part of the initial location. Within the initial location, the various abilities of the Bloodline could receive a small boost. Mecha noticed something, and suddenly looked towards the area on the upper right in the sky. Temo! In the area on the upper right in the sky, Count Temo of the Bloodline led a group of Bloodline members towards the vicinity. Mecha, we should go on ahead. Meet at the merge point. Normally aloof in his interactions, Temo could only nod in acknowledgement to Mecha. He led a large group of bat-shaped Bloodline members into the initial location from the right side. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Temo's team was about to disappear from view upon entering the initial location, a golden holy light suddenly burst forth from the dry tree group below the initial location. The golden holy light spear pierced through the gray mist, fiercely attacking the Bloodline group. The Bloodline members flying swiftly in the air were hit, falling in large numbers and vanishing from sight. Holy Light Spear! Fang Hang gazed into the distance in the sky and felt a stir in his heart. Oh no, it's the Holy Light Spear. It's the usual trick of the Holy Court. It seemed that his unfortunate guess turned out to be correct again. The initial location was under attack by the Holy Court. And from the current situation, it seemed like the Bloodline might be losing. Nat? Mecha immediately changed back to human form upon seeing this scene, standing on the right shoulder of the tyrant's body, his face full of astonishment. Why is it the Holy Court? Are there people from the Holy Court in this world as well? Ask me. What do I know? Your plan is really amateur. You don't even know about the Gate of Heaven? What about other contingency plans? You said this was a grand plan you had been planning for over a decade? How come there are holes everywhere? Fang Hang's head was starting to hurt. The aura of the holy light within the initial location was not weak, but it was hundreds of times weaker in comparison to the burst of bloodline aura earlier. Let's go check out the situation. Let's go. See what's happening and try to save them. Fang Hang urged the fusion tyrant body to accelerate forward and entered the initial location. Entering the dark mist, not far ahead, the holy light aura was exceptionally dazzling. After a few minutes of pursuit, Fang Hang saw the holy court engaged in battle against the bloodline ahead. More than 50 silver-armored Saint Forging Knights were facing off against the bloodline troops led by Count Temo. It was more like a one-sided crushing than a battle. Aside from Count Temo being besieged and still resisting, the middle to high-ranking bloodline members were no match for the Saint Forging Knights of the Holy Court. If they arrived just a few minutes later, Temo would probably have been done for here. Bloodline. The Knight Commander of the Saint Forging Knights Legion, Mishi, with golden hair, noticed the heavy footsteps approaching from the mist. She raised her head, scrutinizing Fang Hang, standing on the shoulder of the fusion tyrant body. What was that strange large life form beneath the bloodline's feet? It didn't look like a blood puppet. Such a life form was unheard of in the records of the Holy Court. Fang Hang also looked at the Holy Court in the initial land and felt a sense of dismay in his heart. It was over. It seemed like the Holy Court people had already occupied most of the initial land. Fang Hang's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He hoped that Jian Muzi's evil plan would be terminated, but at the same time, he didn't want the initial land to be completely destroyed. He wished misfortune upon the Blood Clan, but not too much misfortune. Additionally, the strength of this group of Holy Forged Knights in front of him was even more powerful than the Holy Court encountered in the early stages of the game. In the world of the Blood Clan Doomsday, the level of the Holy Forged Knights was roughly equivalent to high-level Blood Clans. And now, more than 30 Holy Forged Knights had almost decimated a team of over 100 high-level Blood Clans. It was a bit tricky. Fang Hang looked up at Mishi and said, "What did you do with the coffins? What about Jian Muzi? Do not expect to violate this sacred land. Evil will eventually be eliminated," Mishi said with a holy expression, not wanting to answer Fang Hang's questions. She raised her silver long sword and pointed it straight at Fang Hang. "Blood Clan, accept judgment." With that, Mishi, along with more than 50 Holy Forged Knights behind her, launched the attack. Charge! Unconsciously, Fang Hang had already become the leader of this team. He yelled as he charged forward with Mecha and nearly 1,000 Blood Clan members behind him. The two sides collided. Silver longsword swung, emitting a dark golden holy light. Despite having the numerical advantage, the situation quickly turned disadvantageous. The Holy Forged Knight's armor became thicker, extremely resistant to attacks, weakening most of the attacks, while the Holy Court's holy swords left wounds on the Blood Clan members. Hey, Holy Court! Fang Hang did not hold back, and immediately controlled over 10 fused tyrant bodies to join the battle. Boom! Boom boom! As the fused tyrant bodies joined the battle, there was an immediate change in quality. The Blood Clan's sharp attacks could hardly break through the outer armor of the Holy Forged Knights. However, the fused tyrant bodies were different. Their fists caused impact damage, directly slamming the Holy Forged Knights along with their armor flying. Mishi frowned. What kind of powerful creature was this? After slaughtering several high-ranking Blood Clan members in the chaotic battle, Mishi attacked the fused tyrant bodies. Sizzle! The long sword flashed a holy light, leaving a long diagonal wound on the fused tyrant body. Sizzle! The foul-smelling blood burst out of the wound. However, the fused tyrant body, whose pain receptors had been completely eliminated, was not afraid of such lacerating wounds. Unaffected by the attack, the fused tyrant body did not even flinch, raising its massive fist to strike towards Mishi's face. Thud! A dark golden shield unfolded in front of Mishi, emitting a muffled sound as the collision occurred. Mishi's expression suddenly changed. What kind of monster was this? She never expected the fused tyrant body to be unaffected after being struck by the sword, nor did she anticipate the tremendous force behind the punch. It was a miscalculation. Mishi was sent flying backward by the fused tyrant body's punch. Fang Hang frowned. Compared to what he had seen in the early stages of the game, the strength of the Holy Court here had been enhanced, and their armor was incredibly tough. A quick battle was necessary. Capture the ringleader. It was her. Taking advantage of Mishi's momentary defeat, Fang Hang immediately controlled the fused tyrant bodies that incorporated the remnants of the Blood Clan's king's body to join the battle. Boom! 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 blood and energy exploded under the feet of the fused tyrant bodies. One on the left and one on the right, they raced towards Mishi in midair. The fused tyrant bodies appeared before Mishi at almost a teleporting speed, each lifting one of the Blood Clan King's arms, and struck with extreme force. Boom! Mishi was once again sent flying. Encased in a golden shield, Mishi was tossed back and forth between the two fused tyrant bodies like a ping-pong ball, emitting a constant banging sound. Fang Hang watched with a sense of shock. The hardness of the holy light armor was terrifying, able to withstand the continuous attacks of the fused tyrant bodies. Mishi turned paler, with cracks spreading all over her golden shield. She gritted her teeth, unable to utter a word, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. What kind of monstrous creature was this? Such an explosive force of energy was definitely from the Blood Clan, but the continuous attacks left her in constant shock, unable to make any further moves except to use the Holy Light Shield for survival. Boom! After more than 20 consecutive blows, the Holy Light Shield enveloping Mishi finally burst from the fused tyrant body's punch. Puff! Mishi spat out blood and flew backward, her armor shattering, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Master Mishi! Several nearby Holy Forge Knights rushed to rescue her. However, before they could reach her, a massive figure appeared before Mishi. The fused tyrant body. With the left arm of the Blood Clan's king raised high, it aimed a brutal punch at the prone Mishi. Boom! The punch landed heavily. Master Mishi! Boom! The second burst of energy rapidly spread out, throwing all the Holy Forge Knight's assistants aside. The fused tyrant body stood up and retrieved its fist. The ground was left with a deep pit. Mishi's body was completely shattered, losing all signs of life. Seeing this, a strange moment of silence fell over the surroundings. The recently added Blood Clan Viscounts and elders of the Elder Council, who had joined Meika's team, looked at Fang Hang with strange expressions. What kind of creature with such brute force could overwhelm even the armor? Although they were teammates, the Blood Clan warriors were subdued by Fang Hang's displayed power. Meika was the first to come back to his senses and shouted, "Attack! Don't let them escape!" The other Blood Clan members followed suit and began attacking the remaining Holy Forge Knights. Once Captain Mishi died, the threat of the entire Holy Forge Knights team diminished significantly, and with the assistance of the fused tyrant bodies, the Blood Clan quickly gained control of the situation. Soon, the remaining Holy Forge Knights gathered together to resist desperately. The Blood Clan members surrounded the Holy Forge Knights, gradually wearing them down. As it seemed that the Holy Court could no longer cause any significant disruption, Meika, Temo, and a few Blood Clan Viscounts approached Fang Hang. Due to various problems, the address has been changed. Please bookmark the new address to avoid getting lost. For the web version, the content in the chapters is slow, so please download the Love Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Love Reading Novel app to read the latest chapters. New Hand Novel provides you with the fastest full national game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse to update, Chapter 911 being invaded for free reading. HTTPS, Nate. Thank you very much for your help. Moat stumbled at the gates of the underworld and still felt a bit exhausted, nodding to Fang Hang in gratitude. If it weren't for Fang Hang's help, he would have been in big trouble. Fang Hang waved his hand. We are of the same clan. There's no need to be polite. Meika glanced towards the depths of the Origin Land and felt worried. Nate, I sense a lot of Divine Court energy inside the Origin Land. There are definitely more than one Divine Court team, and I don't know how Mr. Jian is doing. What should we do next? Just charge in. The vampires were unsure. If it weren't for Fang Hang, they might not have been able to handle the Divine Court team they just encountered. Currently, if they continue to explore the depths of the Origin Land, they might come across even more powerful Divine Court teams. Would they be able to fight them then? Concerns grew about Mr. Jian's situation, but the fact that the Divine Court still had resources to deploy personnel outside indicated that the situation was not good. The vampires all turned their gaze towards Fang Hang, waiting for him to come up with a plan. Fang Hang nodded, pondering for a moment before looking towards the central direction of the Origin Land, his expression more serious. Standing there, he could sense the rich divine light emanating from the front. There were definitely more than one Divine Court squad guarding ahead, and their strength was high. To be honest, he was not confident enough. The fused tyrant inherited from the prince's remains tended to detonate at any moment, making controlling them in battle feel like dancing on a razor's edge. It's too dangerous to go in recklessly. Fang Hang shook his head. So, you all stay here for now. I'll go in first to assess the situation, and then we can plan our next steps. Meika looked surprised and asked, "You're going in alone?" "Yes, it's safer for one person. If I encounter enemies, I can find a way to avoid them," Fang Hang said, leaving the fused tyrant to follow Meika's instructions. "Meika, the sacrifice will be with you. Due to its instability, it may explode on its own, so try to avoid conflicts with enemies if possible. I'll come out to meet you after my investigation." "Okay, Nate, you be careful too." Meika nodded solemnly for the future of the vampires. "Okay, I understand." Fang Hang waved his hand and left the group of vampires and the fused tyrant behind, quickly making his way towards the interior alone. Watching Fang Hang gradually disappear into the depths of the origin land, Meika sighed deeply. Helpless. They lacked strength. At the moment, they could only rely on Fang Hang alone. Just sensing the Divine Court's presence on the outside was already significant, and rushing in would likely mean certain death. Duke Bo, the Blood Clan, who was severely injured, walked over to Meika and asked, "Meika, I've never met Nate before. Can we trust him?" "Absolutely. He swears by the honor of the Blood Clan." Meika nodded, looking at the fused tyrant behind him. "Forget about these two sacrifices. He saved my life, sacrificed a lot for the Blood Clan. If it weren't for him just now, we might all have died here. We shouldn't doubt him." You're right." Duke Bo of the Blood Clan nodded and looked towards the dark depths of the origin land. "He didn't bring the powerful sacrifice inside. Can he handle it alone? His strength is formidable. There should be no problem." Temer, who was just saved by Fang Hang, stepped forward, nodding. "Everyone, let's not just wait here. Many of our kin have seen the signal to gather here. Let's split up now and call our kin from the outside to gather at the entrance of the origin land. When Nate comes out, we'll have a strong fighting force ready to go." Meika's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes, Temer. You're right." After some discussion, the vampire group immediately began retracing their steps, preparing to gather all the Blood Clan members who had hurried to the entrance of the origin land for a united front, amassing strength and waiting for Fang Hang to return before launching their attack together. On the other side, Fang Hang was unaware that the Blood Clan had already started to gather their forces and prepare to counterattack as he was steadily advancing into the origin land. Finding a small path to avoid the eyes of the Blood Clan and the Divine Court, he made sure no one was watching before gently closing his eyes. A crimson magic circle appeared beneath his feet. In just over 2 minutes, when he reappeared in the same spot, Fang Hang had completed his transformation into a divine scholar form. With a flip of his wrist, the Book of Origins in hand, Fang Hang stepped forward towards the depths of the origin land. The expansion of the origin land was still ongoing, but the speed of expansion had noticeably slowed down. As Fang Hang delved deeper into the origin land, he still saw many vampires invading from above and flying towards the central location. However, they were quickly attacked by the Divine Court and silenced completely. Utilizing his heightened perception abilities, Fang Hang avoided the numerous clusters of divine light energy. Unfortunately, there were still many small teams from the Divine Court patrolling the interior of the origin land. "Who's there?" Unfortunately, a squad of Divine Forge Knights on patrol spotted Fang Hang. "Stop! Stay where you are! Don't move!" A young man with chestnut short hair named Jello, leading the team, and a few others approached Fang Hang with vigilance in their eyes. He stared at Fang Hang, full of caution. "I mean no harm. I'm just an ordinary scholar of divine arts, a believer of the light, longing for the divine realm." Fang Hang was grateful that he had browsed through some books related to the Divine Court when he was trapped in the Abyssal Corridor, gaining some understanding of the Divine Court's background. Believers of the divine realm existed in various worlds. For the Divine Court, believers were their foundation. Hearing Fang Hang's explanation, Jello's suspicion eased slightly. "I am an original resident of this place. I have always lived nearby, drawn here by the aura of the divine light, hoping I can be of help," Jello said. "Believer, this place has been contaminated by the aura of the Blood Clan, and I don't advise you to stay here. It's just as dangerous for you alone to go out, so follow us. We will protect your safety, and after things are over, we will escort you back," Jello said. I've seen some records related to the Blood Clan, and I know some methods to seal the Blood Clan. I can help. Please give me this chance to serve the light. Fang Hang said. I understand your sentiment, but now is not the time. The sacrificial team is currently dispersing the mental imprints left by the Blood Clan King, and that area is very dangerous. We don't want anyone close by. You can follow us on patrol instead. Jello intervened, raising his hand to stop Fang Hang from continuing. Follow me. After everything is done, I'll take you out. Otherwise, I'll expel you from this area right now. Gan. The Sanctum of Dogma. Seeing the other party persisting like this, Fang Hang couldn't help but curse silently in his heart. Could this be the time he gets played to death? Jero nodded to the several Saint-Forged knights behind him, inviting Fang Hang to join the team, patrolling together in the inner part of the starting point. What should be done now? Fang Hang quickly pondered. This small team was clearly a patrol team, not coming anywhere near the central area of the starting point. He was practically under house arrest. If he forcefully made a move to escape, Fang Hang quickly assessed the team's strength. The team consisted of 7 people, including an elite at the level of team leader. Without the assistance of a tyrant fusion body, the likelihood of wiping out this team was not high. Who cares? Let's give it a try. Otherwise, am I really going to waste time here going around in circles with him? Even if he fails, he could immediately escape back into the game. Take a gamble. In a brief moment, Fang Hang had made a decision. But he needed to wait a little while longer. There were a few large waves of holy light nearby, so he needed to wait until they were in a less populated place to act. Fang Hang followed Jero and the team of 7 people along the designated patrol route. After a moment, the team gradually moved deeper into an uninhabited area. It was almost time to act. Fang Hang quickly rehearsed the sequence of events in his mind. Just as he was preparing to seize the opportunity, suddenly, he heard a woman's voice that almost seemed to be right next to his ear. Fang Hang. In an instant, Fang Hang's hair stood on end, and he immediately looked to his side. No one there. Upon closer inspection, the members of the Saint-Forged Knights team next to him were still moving forward, apparently not having heard the voice that sounded near him. I am Wu-Saying, from Black Castle. Fang Hang's heart stirred. Black Castle. In the initial game, Fang Hang had some interactions with Black Castle for a period of time. Later, he even received an invitation to join Black Castle. Afterward, Fang Hang also inquired externally and learned that Black Castle was a player organization in a high-level game, very mysterious and exceptionally powerful. Unlike other organizations of high-level game players, Black Castle believed in personal strength internally. Hence they had always followed an elite route, with very few members in the entire team, including peripheral members. Fang Hang saw Wu-Saying in silence, raising an eyebrow and asking in his mind, why her reluctant? Good. Agreement reached. If you can get it. Fang Hang frowned. Listening to Wu-Saying's suggestion, it seemed very difficult to get the coffin of the Vampire King. Wu-Saying's voice continued, first, deal with these federal soldiers, then we'll break into the inner sanctum together. Fang Hang was startled. Really? So reckless? Go. Note, your psychic link state is interrupted. Fang Hang immediately screamed and half-crouched on the ground. The Holy Court Sanctum knights around turned towards him upon hearing Fang Hang shout. Jello asked in confusion, Fang Hang, you? Who? Fang Hang's pupils contracted. He saw a dim face behind Jello. Wu-Saying's body was almost pressed tightly against Jello's back. Her arm had already circled around in front of Jello, a dark purple dagger held against Jello's neck, CHK. The dagger cut through the throat, making a slight tearing sound. Red blood burst from the wound. Jello immediately lost his vitality, his eyes filled with deathly gray. Ambush! The Sanctum Knights shouted and rushed towards Wu-Saying. Fang Hang was shocked. Instant kill. So easy. Wu-Saying seemed to possess extremely advanced assassination skills, easily breaking through the enemy's Sanctum light shield in one strike. Fang Hang took 2 steps back. If his teammates were so powerful, as long as he didn't drag them down, it would be sufficient. After the initial assassination, Wu-Saying swiftly traversed among the Sanctum Knights, sometimes suddenly disappearing on the battlefield. Whenever she reappeared, she would be behind a Sanctum Knight, cutting the enemy's throat with one strike. Fang Hang observed Wu-Saying's attack patterns and had a realization. The dark purple dagger in her hand had a shield-breaking effect. Coupled with her high-burst assassination technique, it was highly effective against the Sanctum Knight's defenses. In a short moment, the members of the Sanctum Knight's squad fell one by one, leaving only one struggling to stand. He stood there, constantly looking around, trying to find the enemies lurking around, his eyes filled with fear. A faint shadow gradually appeared behind him. "Wait!" Fang Hang's eyelids flickered, quickly shouted to stop. "Leave him. He's still useful. Don't kill him." Wusaying didn't reply, just slightly frowned, then flipped her wrist. The handle of the dagger struck the back of the Sanctum Knight's head. Thud! The Sanctum Knight fell to the ground, completely knocked unconscious. "Who?" Fang Hang sighed in relief, walking over to check the Sanctum Knight's condition. Wusaying's expression remained indifferent, saying, "He's just passed out. He'll wake up soon." "So what's your plan next? Are you preparing to kill your way to the inner sanctum? How do you know that?" Fang Hang opened his mouth, showing signs of exhaustion. "Don't worry, I'll protect your safety." Wusaying thought Fang Hang was worried about his own safety and earnestly nodded, saying, "During the process, we may encounter some trouble with the Sanctum squads. If we come across a large group, we should be able to avoid them, and once we reach the central area, you can disguise yourself as a Sanctum follower, getting close and using this to disrupt their purification rituals, seizing the opportunity to take the Vampire King's remains. I'll protect you from the shadows." Fang Hang fell silent. The plan seemed rather crude. "Well, can you make him stay unconscious for a longer time?" Wusaying raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking, "Is that necessary?" Fang Hang nodded, "It is." Wusaying stepped forward, dagger flashing, leaving a mark on the arm of the Sanctum Knight. Then she stood up, reaching out and tossing a jade pendant towards Fang Hang. Fang Hang raised his hand, grasping the ancient jade. The black jade seemed to emit a shimmering aura. "Oh, what's this?" "It can release the aura of the undead. When you infiltrate the ritual area, wait for my signal. Inject your mental power into the jade. It will affect nearby Sanctum members, buying us time to seize the remains." Hint: player gains item, Ghost Face Jade Pendant. Item: Ghost Face Jade Pendant. Description: an inscribed jade pendant infused with a strong aura of the undead, able to release a large amount of this aura in a short period. Description: after releasing the aura, use the undead aura to charge it. An item related to the undead? Such a powerful object? Fang Hang weighed the jade pendant in his hands. "Hey, are you sure about this?" "You can trust me. My mission success rate is 95%. We of the Black Castle always act with honesty and integrity." Fang Hang expressed doubt about this. "Time is running out. More people will gather here soon. Let's go quickly. I'll ensure your safety." With that, Wusaying's figure gradually faded and disappeared next to Fang Hang. "All right, I'll trust your Black Castle this time." Fang Hang put away the jade, went to the fallen Sanctum Knights, and smeared a little blood from them on himself, then proceeded to carry the unconscious Sanctum Knight on his back. "I must say, your plan is a bit crude. I think it'd be better to follow my plan." Seeing no response from those around, Fang Hang shrugged. "Your silence is taken as consent." Relying on his senses to determine the direction of the vampire's coffin, Fang Hang quickly ran towards the central location of the inner sanctum. Meanwhile, Wusaying had been observing Fang Hang's actions. What was he up to? Inside the inner sanctum, numerous sanctum patrol teams patrolled and guarded the area to prevent the Blood Clan from disturbing their expulsion of the Vampire King's will. Team leader Mochkin of the patrolling squad saw a person supporting an injured unconscious Sanctum Knight emerging from a distance, stumbling towards them. "Help us, we've been attacked by the Blood Clan." From a distance, Fang Hang pretended to look panicked and surprised, shouting as he approached the group. "What's happening?" Noticing the aura of holiness on Fang Hang, Markin's wariness decreased, and he quickly led the team to take the injured Sanctum Knight in. "Respected Knight, I'm a faithful believer in holiness. While wandering on the outskirts, I met Captain Jello, and we were on a reconnaissance mission together. Later, we encountered a clandestine attack by the Blood Clan." Fang Hang quickly narrated the story. "Before Jello passed out, he instructed me to report to the High Priest immediately. Please take me to see the High Priest." Markin's gaze quickly examined Fang Hang for a moment. Fang Hang's expression of panic and the blood on his body seemed genuine. Mochkin quickly dismissed his suspicions, focusing on the unconscious Sanctum Knight. Fang Hang showed a worried expression and asked, "Is he okay?" "He passed out. The situation is very bad, and he needs immediate treatment through divine magic." Squad leader Markin made a quick decision, saying, "Quick, let's return immediately and find the High Priest for treatment." "Well done." A smile of successful conspiracy appeared on Fang Hang's face. In the shadows, a vague outline of the great god emerged. "Boring," he said disdainfully. However, Wu Xing had to admit that Fang Hang's approach was very efficient in saving time and energy. Following Markin's team, Fang Hang encountered several small squads from the Sacred Court along the way. It would be very risky to charge forward recklessly. But now, under the team's protection, Fang Hang headed straight for the center of the initial ground. Soon, Fang Hang arrived at the central area of the initial ground. The scene in front of him made Fang Hang's heart sink. The Sacred Court team had already occupied the entire central area of the initial ground, constructing a large magic array around the central coffin. Within the magic array, the Holy Knights were constantly entangled with the remnants of the Blood King. About 30 or so sacred priests were chanting and casting spells outside the magic circle, trying to use advanced purification skills to expel the remnants of the Blood King around the coffin. Looking closely at the Blood King's coffin, Fang Hang's heart stirred. On the coffin lid lay an old stone. The remains of the Blood King. It appeared to be from the right arm. Since this remains had only gone through the first stage of unsealing, it remained in a stone state. Strange. Fang Hang felt puzzled. According to Wu Xing's earlier words, Jian Muzi was chased by the Sacred Court and had to abandon the Blood King's coffin in place. But why didn't he take the remains of the Blood King when he fled? As Fang Hang muttered to himself, squad leader Markin quickly approached with a wounded and unconscious Holy Knight. "Great Priest Susanna, our squad found an injured warrior while on a reconnaissance mission," he said. The main priest responsible for clearing the Blood King's coffin, Susanna, frowned upon hearing this. She examined the wound on the Holy Knight's arm and said in confusion, "Strange, this is a shadow curse, not a wound left by the Blood King." Susanna felt alert and looked around the initial ground. Were the followers of the shadows also nearby? Were they interested in the Blood King? Markin nodded and pointed to Fang Hang, saying, "Great Priest, this is Fang Hang, our believer. He has something important to report to you." "Great Priest, our family has been researching the Blood King for generations. The Blood King's coffin may be dangerous, as the Blood King has left self-destruct mechanisms on it. I can help you disarm these devices and seal the Blood King." "Thank you for your help, young believer," Susanna said kindly, nodding to Fang Hang. However, she did not take Fang Hang's words seriously. She didn't think a believer from a lower world would understand the Blood King better than the Sacred Court. Moreover, they were not here to seal, but to eliminate completely. "Do not worry, everything is under control. Evil will be dispelled. You have done well. Rest aside, and we will take you out after everything is over." Fang Hang felt unwilling. Originally, he had wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get closer to the Blood King's coffin. But now, all he could say was, "Please be careful." Markin immediately led Fang Hang to step back. It seemed that this was as far as he could go, without getting too close. He heard Wu Xing's voice in his mind again. "Is it not possible to get a bit closer to the remains?" "Oh well, it's already good to have reached this point. Use the power of the Jade Pendant directly. I will try to escort you there and protect yourself." Hearing Wu Xing's words, Fang Hang was about to infuse his mental power into the Jade Pendant when his brows furrowed suddenly. Another faint voice rang in his ears. "Blood, my lineage, I need fresh blood. Give me blood, I will give you power. Destroy these minions of the Holy Light. Share power with you." Fang Hang felt a stir in his heart. It was that familiar voice again. He had heard it the first time he entered the initial ground. It was the soul of the Blood King. As echoes resonated in his mind, a game prompt appeared in his mind. Prompt: detected that you possess a domain mission, Blood King's remains. Prompt: player triggered optional side mission, Blood King's will. Mission name: Blood King's will. Mission details: the Sacred Court is attempting to erode the remaining will of the Blood King in the coffin. Please stop the actions of the Sacred Court. Help the Blood King survive the crisis. Mission details: assisting the will of the Blood King to unseal the remains will default to the player submitting the Blood King's remains. Mission reward: Trust of the Blood King's will. Failure penalty. The complete disappearance of the Blood King's will, preventing the completion of some subplots. Fang Hang's heart stirred as he turned to look at the king's coffin behind him. The coffin had already partially merged with the remnants of the first stage of the seal, which was why Ji and Muzi couldn't take it away. If it wasn't for Mo Jiawei's reminder earlier, Fang Hang might have fallen for it and followed the mission, assisting the Blood King's attack. Now, Fang Hang naturally wouldn't fall for the trap. He even thought about quickly letting the sacred cord erode the will of the Blood King, so he could find a way to escape with the coffin and remains later. But could he make use of the remnants of the Blood King's will? Fang Hang was contemplating when suddenly his brain was forcefully filled with a message, causing his face to turn pale. Prompt: you have gained the temporary ability to control the remnants of the Blood King's shadow. Prompt: the ability of the Blood King's shadow is related to the current abilities of the Blood King's will. What happened? Markin, who was leading Fang Hang away from the coffin, noticed that Fang Hang suddenly stopped. He saw Fang Hang's face turn pale and sweat forming on his forehead. Fang Hang, who had been forcibly filled with a lot of mixed information, covered his slightly dizzy head and quickly processed this information flow. He sensed a faint mental link between himself and the coffin, through which he could control the remnants of the Blood King fighting the Sacred Court's holy knights. In an instant, several thoughts arose in Fang Hang's mind. He reached out to support Markin beside him and shouted towards the direction where the High Priest was. Great Priest, please be careful. Those blood shadows are mutating. Due to various issues, please bookmark the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version content is slow. Please download the Love Reading novel app to read the latest chapters. Please exit the decoding page and download the Love Reading novel app to read the latest chapters. Din BQ provides the fastest full game updates, starting from the Zombie Apocalypse AFK. The 915th chapter, The Will of the Blood King, is free to read. The translation ended abruptly here and was followed by a message in Chinese regarding a specific website. Popular game, AFK from the beginning of the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 916 Chaos Ha. Mochkin frowned at the words, supported Fang Hang, and looked towards the High Priest behind them. The High Priestess Susanna also heard Fang Hang's words, glanced at Fang Hang with a side eye, still not taking his words seriously, shook her head, waved her hand to signal Mochkin to take this problematic believer away. Mochkin grabbed Fang Hang and said, "All right, believer, trust in our abilities. This is not where you should be." Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as he was speaking, a layer of red light appeared on the coffin of the Blood King in the center of the magic circle. Dozens of remnants of the Blood King, who had been entangled with the holy forging knights around the coffin, suddenly exploded with a dark purple blood glow. The speed suddenly increased. Skill, Blood Blaze. Under Fang Hang's control, the Blood Shadow exploded with maximum power. Although the Blood Blaze skill lasts no longer than 1 minute, and doing so would greatly reduce the duration of the Blood Shadow, the holy forging knights who had gathered around the coffin had no reaction at all. By the time they realized they wanted to intercept the remnants of the king, most of the remnants had already passed under Fang Hang's control, swiftly breaking free from the entanglement of the holy forging knights, and quickly rushed towards the priests outside the magic circle. The holy forging knights were wearing thick armor with strong defense capabilities, but their movement abilities were somewhat hindered, making it impossible for them to catch up to the Blood King remnants in their bloodthirsty state. Sacred Word, Domain. The priests in the outer sanctum of the magic circle solemnly chanted the sacred word spell, creating a light barrier. Several remnants of the Blood King rushed into the team of priests that followed. The opportunity had come. Seeing the situation spiraling into chaos, the attention of the sanctum was drawn to the remnants of the Blood King, and Fang Hang knew it was time for him to act. Quick, take me over to the coffin. Fang Hang turned to Mochkin beside him and shouted, act quickly. I can suppress them. Mochkin hesitated. Was this believer really right? The situation was very chaotic, and he hadn't expected Fang Hang to accurately predict that there would be a problem with the Blood King's coffin. Just as he was slightly shocked, Fang Hang suddenly burst into action, passing by him in an instant, heading straight for the coffin ahead. Hey, don't go! Mochkin tried to stop Fang Hang, but suddenly two remnants of the Blood King attacked him from the right. He saw the remnants wielding blood-red longswords thrusting towards him, so he couldn't care about Fang Hang. His holy light shield condensed around him, drawing out a silver long sword from his waist to fend off the attack. Fang Hang broke free from Markin's hold, heading towards the Blood King's coffin in a hurry. The remnants of the king that stood in his way had already dispersed. In the rush, the Holy Forging Knights had no intention of stopping him. Between him and the coffin, there were no more obstacles. As he approached, Fang Hang realized that the king's coffin was massive, with less than a fifth of it exposed above the ground, while the rest was submerged in the soil. In an instant, Fang Hang swiftly reached the Blood King's coffin, injecting his spiritual energy into the ancient jade he had just obtained from Unifying. Whoosh! In an instant, a strong undead aura spread out from the jade. The spreading black aura instantly obscured Fang Hang's vision. The aura of death. Fang Hang was extremely familiar with this aura, as he had been dealing with it for some time now. Suddenly, under the influence of the thick aura of death, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Fang Hang's sight was obscured by the dense death aura, unable to see anything clearly. What's going on? Can't see anything? Be careful. This mist can weaken our perception. It's the aura of the undead. Undead creatures are present. Engaged in battle with the exploding Blood King remnants, the situation at the sanctuary became even more confusing, as they were just fighting the Blood King, and now suddenly a huge and eerie death aura emerged. In the darkness, faint glimmers of light emerged. The priests who released the Holy Light spell shouted, "Use the Holy Light spell. Dispel the darkness. Watch out from behind." Opening their mouths, the priests' pupils turned dull. Unifying, hiding in the shadows, appeared behind the priests who had released the Holy Light spell. Slash! The dagger easily cut the priest's neck, blood spattering out. The dim holy light that had just appeared dimmed once again. Enveloped by the aura of death in the central area, Fang Hang, ignoring the chaos around him, reached out towards the massive Blood King coffin in front of him. Seize it. If he could directly put the Blood King's coffin into his backpack and take it away. In the next moment, several game prompts appeared on Fang Hang's retina. Prompt: you have come into contact with the Blood King's coffin. Prompt: the item contains a powerful soul that possesses a strong will. You cannot control it. There is no option to place it in your backpack. You cannot obtain it. Prompt: the player is attempting to occupy the Blood King's coffin. The player's current mission, the branching option of the Blood King's remains, has been triggered. Realm Mission: Blood King's remains. Mission Branch 1. Obtain more Blood King remains and try to absorb the power of the remains. Mission Branch 2. Obtain Blood King remnants and offer them as a sacrifice to the Blood King's will. Mission Branch 3. Destroy the Blood King's soul in the coffin, dilute its will, and attempt to obtain ownership of the coffin. Trouble. Seeing the game prompts, Fang Hang's thoughts raced. The Blood King's will was attached to the coffin. To take the coffin, the King's will had to be dealt with first. How to do it? How to destroy the King's will and still get the coffin under the scrutiny of so many sanctuaries? Thoughts quickly flew as Fang Hang sensed something quickly approaching him. Unifying's voice rang out first. "It's me. Grab the remains. We need to retreat immediately." Can't do it. Fang Hang couldn't see Unifying clearly through the dense death aura, so he looked towards the direction of the voice and continued, "The coffin has already partially merged with the remains, so we can't take it directly." This wasn't a bluff. His right arm, partially unpetrified, was being controlled by the King's will, and trying to manipulate it might provoke a counterattack from the King's will. National Game. Hanging on from the Zombie Apocalypse, Volume 917, Chapter Dark Will. In the darkness, Unifying furrowed her brows, glancing at the coffin beside her, quickly making a decision in her heart. "Forget it. Abandon the plan. Let's go." "Don't. I have another idea. Let's try again." "Huh?" Unifying raised her eyebrows in surprise and immediately said, "The terrain here is open. The density of death aura will dissipate quickly, lasting at most 1 minute. Enough. I need your help." Unifying was puzzled. She knew that planning was not her strong suit, so she immediately made a decision, nodding, "Okay. What do you want me to do?" "Find a way to take out the sanctum sacrificer. The more the better. I will create an opportunity for you. Once there's a chance, take out the High Priest immediately." "Okay." Unifying didn't say much more, quickly blending back into the death aura with lightning speed. Meanwhile, Fang Hang pointed towards the direction where the bloody aura was coming from a distance. In the darkness, the sanctum sacrificer, who was previously killed by Unifying, lay on the ground. The blood flowing from her body was being drawn towards Fang Hang's hand, gradually converging towards his palm. The blood, being manipulated by Fang Hang, poured into the coffin. Absorbing the blood, the coffin emitted a stronger red light. Young descendant. Very good. I need more. More pure blood. Hint, you've infused fresh blood into the King of the Blood Race's coffin, enhancing the King of the Blood Race's will. Hey, King! Fang Hang muttered softly towards the King of the Blood Race's coffin. He wasn't sure if his words could be perceived by the King of the Blood Race's will, but at this point, desperate times called for desperate measures. The Sanctum wants to completely kill you. If we want to survive, we must take out the High Priest who controls the magic circle. Do you understand? Boom, boom. The coffin trembled weakly. The red aura kept emanating from the coffin. As blood gradually coalesced into a faint shadow around the remains on the coffin, Fang Hang heard the voice of the King of the Blood Race by his ear. I need ... more pure fresh blood. Fang Hang squinted his eyes. Got it. Blood it is. To kill Susanna, all the blood of these Sanctum members belongs to you. In the high concentration of death aura, after Wu Xing successfully assassinated 3 Sanctum sacrificers, the dark mist gradually began to dissipate. The Sanctum group's vision gradually returned, seeing the surroundings clearly. What is that? The Sanctum Knights immediately noticed that a crimson shadow shrouded the coffin of the King of the Blood Race in the center of the magic circle. The residual image of the King of the Blood Race. However, this residual image was larger, and the center of the right-hand part was wrapped around the petrified remains of the king's right arm. And there was Fang Hang. Makin saw Fang Hang standing beside the coffin of the King of the Blood Race, looking extremely peculiar. That disciple! A Sanctum Knight shouted immediately, Disciple! Don't stand there! Get out of there! In quick succession, the High Priest Susanna sensed the King of the Blood Race's aura soaring rapidly and loudly warned, the King's will is materializing. He's coming! The magic circle surrounding the King of the Blood Race's coffin suddenly emitted a golden light, triggering to the extreme. Susanna's eyes flashed with determination. If the King of the Blood Race dared to come, they would crush him completely. Maintain the magic circle. Break it. Boom! A surge of blood exploded around the coffin. At the same time, the residual image of the King of the Blood Race outside the coffin broke free and headed straight towards the High Priest, Susanna, in front. Closest to the coffin, Fang Hang was still thinking about how to make a slight movement when he suddenly felt the burst of energy, rejoicing inwardly. He immediately feigned being thrown back by the force, howling and flying out. Boom! To outsiders, Fang Hang seemed to have been thrown by the King of the Blood Race's aura, conveniently falling outside the outer ring of the magic circle. Fang Hang lay on the ground, pretending to be unable to get up. His sharp thumbnail quickly grazed his skin, causing blood to trickle onto the magic circle on the ground. Sizzle! The magic circle beneath him began emitting a blue mist as if burning. A faint golden glow that enveloped the entire outer circle of the magic circle dimmed for a moment. What's happening? Can the King of the Blood Race's aura affect the magic circle? Susanna furrowed her brow slightly. HMPH. Resisting to the end. In normal circumstances, someone may have noticed Fang Hang's small action, but currently, all attention was drawn to the King of the Blood Race's will, leaving no room for Fang Hang to be noticed. Sacred words, domain. Susanna immediately linked with the Sanctum sacrificers and infused their mental power into the magic circle under their feet. A sacred light shield unfolded, blocking the path of the King of the Blood Race residual image. Empty threats. Susanna stared at the approaching King of the Blood Race's residual image, shouting sternly, he only has the power for one blow. Block him. The King of the Blood Race's will received the power of blood infusion, and the once petrified right arm of the King of the Blood Race solidified into a purple entity, carrying a dense aura of blood and Che, smashing towards the shield of light that nearly 30 Sanctum sacrificers collectively converged. Boom! The arm infused with blood and Che slammed hard against the light shield. Thud! The light shield vibrated violently. Susanna let out a muffled groan, a hint of crimson on her lips. The other Sanctum sacrificers fared worse. They were struck as if by a tremendous force, blood flowing continuously from their faces, with some newly promoted sacrificers even spewing blood from their mouths, falling back unconscious. After the punch, the king of the blood race's will was greatly affected. His aura rapidly weakened. Bang! The light shield shattered. Now's the time. Susanna took a deep breath, placing her hand on the Holy Cross on her chest. The Holy Cross radiated a dazzling golden light. With mental power crazily infused into it, spakes of starlight that had gathered in the air after the shattering of the shield condensed into a judgment sword. Susanna raised her right hand and swung it towards the hovering form of the king of the blood race's will. Along the trajectory of her swing, the golden sword ruthlessly cut the residual image of the king of the blood race into 2 pieces. Boom! The judgment sword and the blood-colored image of the king of the blood races will exploded in front of everyone. The petrified right arm of the king of the blood race was once again blown away by the explosion, furrowing a deep trench into the ground, deeply embedded. Simultaneously, the aura shrouding the coffin at the center of the magic circle quickly faded away. Run! Seeing the king of the blood races will being shattered, relief filled the hearts of the surrounding sanctum members. Releasing the full force strike left Susanna weakened. It was the most relaxed moment for everyone's minds. Fang Hang, lying on the ground, stared fixedly at Susanna, inwardly thinking, good chance. Time to take her out. Title: National Game. Hanging script from the beginning of the Zombie Doomsday Volume 918, Chapter 118. Soul Carrier, Unifying lurked on the sidelines from beginning to end, searching for an opportunity. She did not disappoint Fang Hang's hope, accurately seizing the fleeting opportunity. A cold face appeared behind Susanna. A pale arm wrapped around Susanna's neck, a dark dagger swiftly slashing across. Theft! Crimson blood gushed out from Susanna's neck. A grayish slash appeared where Susanna's neck was cut, the light in her eyes rapidly dimming. High Priest! Seeing this, several Holy Foundry Knights around were shocked and furious, attacking Unifying in retaliation. Landing a hit, Unifying leapt backward, quickly flashing towards a distance. Holy Heal! The remaining Holy Temple Priests hurried to gather around, treating the Great Priest Susanna. Fang Hang lay on the ground, pointing towards Susanna's direction. The Holy Temple Priests were in a panic, using their skills, yet Susanna had been instantly killed, rendering all healing skills ineffective. They even saw the uncontrollably gushing blood from Susanna's neck being drawn rapidly towards the coffin. Absorbing the blood energy, the dimmed blood royal kings around suddenly emitted a red light again, rushing towards the priests. Be careful! They're coming again! The Holy Foundry Knights immediately became alert, blocking the blood shadows in front of the priests. On the side, Machkin also seized the opportunity, bringing a few Holy Foundry Knights to lift up Fang Hang from the ground and lead him away from danger. Unexpectedly, Fang Hang suddenly lifted his head, pointing towards the location where the Blood Royal King's remnants fell, shouting, "Quick! Find the remains of the Blood Royal Kings! Don't let them obtain the remains again!" Machkin hesitated for a moment. With the lesson learned, Machkin now considered Fang Hang as an expert. Fang Hang gritted his teeth. "Don't mind me. Go quickly." "All right." Machkin nodded and, with a few surrounding Holy Foundry Knights, chased after the remnants of the Blood Royal Kings to the right. While the Holy Foundry Knights were collecting the remains of the Blood Royal Kings, Fang Hang suddenly stood up from the ground, running towards the nearby coffin of the Blood Royal King and touching it with his hand. Theft! Once again, he placed his hand on the coffin, and a red light overflowed, enveloping Fang Hang's palm. Hint: you have found the coffin of the Blood Royal King. Hint: inside the current coffin of the Blood Royal King is the soul of the Blood Royal King. You cannot retrieve the coffin or gain temporary control access to it. Fang Hang frowned, immediately making a judgment. Combining the game prompt, the king's will was severely damaged, but not dead yet, still curled up inside the king's coffin, so he still couldn't reclaim the coffin. Trouble. Fang Hang was pondering on how to deal with this when he heard a voice from Unifying. "There's no time. Should I help you destroy it?" Fang Hang's mind moved, asking, "Destroy it? What do you mean?" "The coffin is the carrier of the soul and will of the Blood Royal King. In haste, even the Holy Temple can only destroy the coffin to directly eliminate the king's will. Give up. There is a lot of commotion. The peripheral personnel of the Holy Temple have already gathered here. I can help you destroy the coffin. It's better to get the fragments of the coffin than nothing at all." Fang Hang inquired further, "Is there really no other way to completely release the soul from the coffin?" Wu Sing replied coldly, "It's difficult. As far as I know, only some extremely rare items can achieve that. The 12 consortiums have been collecting such unique items for years, and judging from the current situation, they probably haven't been successful." The 12 consortiums. Have they also been searching for items to seal souls? Fang Hang suddenly realized something. Suddenly, thoughts raced through Fang Hang's mind, starting from when they entered the lurking corridor. Every scene replayed quickly. The lair of the Spirit of Bones. Could everything that happened in the lurking corridor be manipulated by the 12 consortiums? They targeted the lurking corridor to obtain the lair of the Spirit of Bones, seal the soul of the Blood Royal King with the lair of the Spirit of Bones soul sealing skill, and thus obtain the coffin. No wonder the Federation was so abnormal. So when they escaped from the lurking corridor, the Central Federal Investigator, who clashed with Master Pu, was most likely from the 12 consortiums. To prevent the lair of the Spirit of Bones from falling into the hands of the 12 consortiums, as a precaution, Master Pu chose to hand it over to himself. Yes. Fang Hang's thinking became clearer. The goal of the 12 consortiums was probably the lair of the Spirit of Bones. This artifact could surely deal with the soul while hiding in the Blood Royal King's coffin. Thinking of this, Fang Hang turned his wrist, holding the lair of the Spirit of Bones in his hand. With a calm expression, he looked at the shadow next to him. Will this thing be useful? A dark light emerged from the Spirit of Bones. Wu Sing saw the lair of the Spirit of Bones. Fang Hang took out casually, and her pupils dilated by hundreds of times. Her inner shock was indescribable. It was actually the lair of the Spirit of Bones. Wu Sing looked at Fang Hang with amazement in her eyes. The artifact of the Undead Research Association. How did it end up in his hands? Where did you get this from? So, does that mean it's useful? Getting a positive answer, Fang Hang felt reassured and immediately summoned the lair of the Spirit of Bones. Item: Lair of the Spirit of Bones. Type: Artifact. State: Damaged. Requirements for use: Mastery of Undead Studies. Description: An auxiliary divine artifact capable of absorbing and transforming the breath of the Death Domain, possessing many unknown powers. When repaired, it can activate more unknown abilities. Additional Skill 1. Can absorb the breath of the Death Domain, the breath of grudges, impure breath, etc. Purify them and refine them into high concentrations of death breath. Additional Skill 2. Can absorb and seal soul bodies. Additional Skill 3. Summon a King's Guard to fight for you and boost its abilities by infusing it with death breath through the lair of the Spirit of Bones. Fang Hang focused on the second skill, Soul Carrier. Soul Carrier can seal the target's soul body, even erase the soul body's consciousness to control it. When Fang Hang first obtained the Spirit of Bones, he didn't pay attention, but now reviewing the skill, wasn't this Soul Carrier custom-made for the Blood Royal King? Whether he could erase the Blood Royal King's soul consciousness and control it, Fang Hang temporarily didn't want to be too greedy. In any case, he decided to seal the soul first. Thinking this, Fang Hang immediately infused his spiritual power into the Spirit of Bones. 7017K. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, Volume 919 of the Hanging Body officially started to hang up. The faint light emanating from the damaged Bone Spirit Shrine bloomed, emitting a strong attraction from the opening of the shrine. Suddenly, the Blood Clan King's coffin continued to overflow with red blood. The red blood was crazily absorbed by the Bone Spirit Shrine's attraction. What are you doing, young descendant? Fang Hang heard the angry roar of the Blood Clan King's will in his ear. Stop it! How dare you! Pray not to fall into my hands. You will. Fang Hang remained unmoved, fully concentrating his mental power into the shrine. The reddish mist rolled out of the coffin was quickly sucked into the shrine. In a blink of an eye, a visible red vortex appeared in front of Fang Hang. On the side of the central area of the initial territory where the Saint Court was fighting the remnants of the Blood Clan King, it was startlingly discovered that the red mist on the remnants of the king seemed to be absorbed by something, uncontrollably turning into fragments and quickly drawn toward the rear. Is it Fang Hang? That human! What is he doing? The priests and members of the Holy Forging Knights looked towards the direction where the remnants were flying, immediately noticing Fang Hang holding the Bone Spirit Shrine and the red vortex he released. Everyone's eyes showed astonishment. Roar! Fang Hang's ears were filled with a sharp roar. Suddenly, the sound disappeared instantly. Almost simultaneously, all the remnants of the Blood Clan King on the battlefield completely disappeared. The marginal area where the initial territory merged began to accelerate towards the center. Fang Hang's retina quickly displayed rows of game prompts. Hint: you have used the Bone Spirit Shrine to seal an unknown soul. Hint: the soul possesses an extremely strong will. Hint: current Bone Spirit Shrine Skill 2, Soul Bearing is currently unavailable. Hint: you have discovered the Blood Clan King's coffin. Hint: bloodline verification successful. This item belongs to the Ancient Wonder and cannot be placed in the backpack. Hint: you have obtained temporary control permission of the Blood Clan King's coffin. You need to perform a ritual and sacrifice 13 different Blood Clan sacred objects to obtain complete control permission of the Blood Clan King's coffin. Hint: you have understood the sacrifice ritual of the Blood Clan King's coffin. Item: Blood Clan King's coffin. Rank: Ancient Wonder. Description: the coffin, made after the birth of the Blood Clan King by fusing with the initial source of life, possesses great power. Additional Skill 1, King's Remnants. Skill description: can summon the remnants of the Blood Clan King near the King's coffin for attack. The strength of the King's remnants is related to the number of Blood Clan sacred objects sacrificed. The controller's personal attributes, blood affinity, and the strength of blood absorbed by the coffin. Additional Skill 2, Dormancy. Skill description: binds the Blood Clan soul. The clan soul will revive in the coffin after their death. Additional Skill 3, Bloodline. Skill description: absorbs blood through the blood coffin to temper the bloodline. Can elevate the bloodline to the highest Blood Clan King level. Additional Skill 4, King's Will. Skill description: after being bound, passive effects take place. Players all basic attributes plus 20, blood affinity plus 60. Player can use all skills attached to the 13 Blood Clan sacred objects and increase their final effect by 30%. For each additional sacrifice of a Blood Clan sacred object, random basic attributes plus 0.5 and blood affinity plus 5 are gained. Additional Skill 5. Skill description: there are mysterious patterns at the bottom of the coffin. You may decode these patterns through research or seek help from the Elders' Council. Additional Skill 6. Skill description: you feel that the coffin possesses a mysterious power. Thoroughly binding the coffin can attempt to explore or activate this power. At first glance, Fang Hang was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the attributes and skill descriptions listed on the King's coffin, realizing the unique potential and value of the Ancient Wonder. This item was definitely more powerful than just a single Blood Clan King relic. No wonder the purchase price outside was 20 times that of a relic. Besides the other additional and unknown options, the advanced upgrade of the Blood Clan King alone was worth it. The only way to advance the Blood Clan King and the King's bloodline is unique. There can only be one. Before Fang Hang could carefully ponder the hints given by the coffin, another game prompt appeared on his retina. Hint: the player's domain mission branch has changed, triggering the current optional special branch mission, The Secret of the Blood Clan King. Current stage mission name: The Secret of the Blood Clan King. Mission description: you have attempted to seal the will of the Blood Clan King and discovered the secrets of the coffin. You realize that the Blood Clan King's coffin is a special item for ascending to the Blood Clan King and even hides a special mission. Current stage mission requirements: hold a ceremony to gain control permission of the Blood Clan King's coffin. The power of the Blood Clan King. Looking at the game prompt, Fang Hang took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, muttering to himself. For a moment, he thought of many things. No wonder some people outside were willing to spend a lot of money to buy the King's coffin. It was not just a special item, but also a way to ascend to the King's bloodline, and even contained a special mission. On the side, Wu sighing, in stealth mode, frowned. She noticed that Fang Hang had been silent for a long time after using the Bone Spirit Shrine. Fang Hang, how are you doing? Encountered a little trouble. Fang Hang replied softly after a moment of contemplation. Obtaining complete control of the coffin required holding a ritual and sacrificing 13 Blood Clan sacred objects on him. The current situation was not good. Trying to directly perform a large sacrifice ritual here was not very practical. A different approach was needed. First, find a way to bring the initial territory back. Then let the team from the Council of Elders handle the ritual. With a clear goal in mind, Fang Hang turned to Wu sighing and asked, "Would you be interested in helping me out? Let's play a big game?" What? Try to hold them off. The longer, the better, Fang Hang said, placing his hand on the coffin. 18 Blood Clan sacred objects on his body suddenly rose and were all sacrificed to the coffin by Fang Hang. Boom! With the power of the sacred objects, a strong blood force erupted once again from the Blood Clan King's coffin. Who you? The previously disappeared remnants of the Blood Clan King reformed into entities one by one around the coffin. Popular game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse, the main text volume 920 chapters, compared to before. With the infusion of the sacrificial offering of the Blood Clan's holy artifact, the residual shadow of the Blood Clan King became more solid, emitting a strong blood aura. At the same time, Fang Hang sensed a feeling of weakness coming over. Without the blessing of the Blood Clan's holy artifact, his own attributes also dropped significantly, and even the special skills attached to the artifact could not be used. At this moment, the people in the holy court surrounding him were still somewhat confused about the situation. They watched as Fang Hang used an unidentifiable item to clear out the remnants of the Blood Clan, and then stood foolishly next to the coffin. Initially, they thought he wasn't a lie. However, as they saw more remnants gathering around the king's coffin again, the people in the holy court became less certain. It seemed like after the remnants were absorbed in a wave, the new ones emerging were even stronger. The people in the holy court were completely baffled. Was this peculiar believer a friend or a foe? Before they could ask, the resurrected remnants of the Blood Clan King made a judgment for them. The remnants raised their blood-red long swords together and charged towards the distant side of the holy court. It's him. He's controlling the king's coffin. The holy court finally made a decision, realizing that Fang Hang was a troublemaker who had infiltrated the holy court. You try to control the king's remains, I'll stop him. A holy paladin team leader shouted in shock and anger, leading his subordinates towards Fang Hang, the outskirts of the initial location. As more and more Blood Clan members gathered in response to the signals left by Ji and Muzi, Mecha and several Blood Clan members separated and squatted at the outskirts, gathering the incoming Blood Clan groups. After a dozen minutes passed, a considerable combat force had formed at the entrance of the initial location, encountering several waves of federal forces and small human teams who came to investigate. Mecha felt anxious and couldn't help but look towards the interior of the initial location again. The interior of the initial location still appeared quiet. It had been so long, and there was still no news from Fang Hang since he went in alone. Suddenly, Mecha felt a powerful aura approaching from a distance and couldn't help but look up towards the sky. Bleeding Prince Lebu arrived with a group of Blood Clan members. Prince Lebu! Mecha's eyes lit up. With the return of the prince, their team's strength had greatly increased. Lebu had come in pursuit of the initial location, and upon seeing a large gathering of Blood Clan members at the outskirts, he felt puzzled. Lebu furrowed his brows and asked, "What's going on? Why are you staying here?" Mecha quickly recounted what had happened moments ago. Lebu's face darkened. Hearing Mecha's account, did Ji and Muzi escape after being defeated by the enemy? Lebu continued, "What about the sacrifice?" Nat used a special method to fuse the sacrifice. Mecha didn't know how to explain for a moment, but stepped aside and showed the two fused tyrant bodies standing obediently behind him. Their current condition is stable. As long as they are not stimulated, there shouldn't be a problem. Lebu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but look at the fused tyrant bodies following Mecha. So it was them? Lebu had noticed the fused tyrant bodies during his battle with the Federation before, and had been curious as to what kind of creatures could still possess the power of blood and Che. It turned out they had inherited the power of the Blood Clan King's remains. But using these strange creatures as sacrifices? Was there really no problem with that? Also, he had always been curious, who exactly was that peculiar Blood Clan member Nat? Lebu had countless questions in his mind. Mecha asked, "Sir, are you alright? The Federals have been trailing us all along, and they'll catch up soon." Lebu looked towards the depths of the initial location in the rear and asked, "How long has Nat been in there?" Mecha was about to answer when suddenly the fused tyrant bodies, who had been quietly following behind, reacted. A dark light flashed in their eyes, and they suddenly took accelerated steps together, rushing towards the distant center of the initial location. The Blood Clan members were puzzled. What's going on? They're running away. Did the sacrifice run away? Mecha suddenly realized and shouted, "It's Nat. He must be in trouble, controlling the sacrifice to ask for our help." Lebu furrowed his brows tightly and made a quick decision. "Let's go together. Protect the sacrifice." Deep within the initial location, Fang Hang pressed his hand on the Blood Clan coffin. The blood of the deceased sacrifices kept flowing from the neck wounds, guided to continuously gather into the coffin of the Blood Clan king. Fang Hang was surrounded by a substantial blood aura, absorbing the power of the Blood Clan's holy artifact and the High Priest's fresh blood. The strength of the Blood Clan king's remnant shadow had another small burst, rushing forward to engage in close combat with the Holy Court Knights. Wu Siying, who occasionally appeared on the battlefield, brought significant trouble to the Holy Court side, diverting a large part of the enemy's attention. It's not enough, still far from it. Fang Hang felt a sinking feeling. The Holy Court teams executing reconnaissance and guard duties nearby were rushing to provide central support. Fang Hang realized that the power of the Blood Clan's holy artifact he had just sacrificed was rapidly depleting, and the strength of the Blood Clan king's remnant shadow was rapidly diminishing. The power drawn from the blood was also extremely limited, and he estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Blood Clan, you will pay the price. The death of the High Priest had completely enraged the Holy Paladin Knights, each of them shouting as they charged towards Fang Hang's direction. "Ha! Finally coming to your senses, idiots!" Facing the first group of Holy Paladin Knights charging towards him, Fang Hang's eyes and mouth showed a hint of disdainful mockery, immediately darting towards the back. "You won't escape, sinful souls deceived by evil." Two squad leaders of the Holy Paladin Knights led their teams to chase after Fang Hang. Seeing this, Fang Hang felt relieved. As he had anticipated, after the death of the High Priest, the Holy Court was in great chaos, now having to deal with both the Blood Clan King's remnant shadow and caring for the wounded, as well as recovering the remains of the Blood Clan King and dealing with the continuous threat of Wu Siying harvesting lives in the shadows. Without fully repairing the damaged outer magical array, the Holy Court would not rashly act to destroy the Blood Clan coffin. Fang Hang completely let go of his anxiety and immediately rushed towards the direction where the remains of the Blood Clan King had fallen. "Be careful! Stop him!" The phantom willpower of the previous Blood Clan King suffered a heavy blow from the High Priest, causing the left arm of the king's remains to fly far out and embed deeply in the ground. Machken was trying to pull it out with more than 10 Holy Paladin Knights. However, they realized the weighty stone was too heavy to move. Just as they were at a loss, Fang Hang suddenly charged towards them from behind. "Take him down! Quickly!" Markin's eyes were filled with anger. Title: National Game. Script Scroll 921 of the Zombie Doomsday begins to auto-battle. The impure devotee squad no longer paid attention to the king's remains, using conventional combat tactics to block all of Fang Hang's attack directions firmly. Fang Hang initially wanted to grab the king's left arm as a handy weapon. However, upon seeing this turtle shell formation, he immediately felt a headache. It was too tough, impossible to break through. After a few attempts, the other side of the coffin lost Fang Hang's blood support and the Bloodline King's willpower bonus. The sacrifices quickly cooperated with the Holy Knight Order to purify the weakened Bloodline King remnants, providing support for him. In just a short moment of the battle at the Holy See, a wave of consolidation was completed, all pressing towards Fang Hang. Wu Siying timely appeared behind a sacrifice, expressionless as she cut her neck to buy time for Fang Hang, while also transmitting a message to him: "The power of the shadows is about to decline. My combat power will decrease significantly. Your plan has failed. Find a way to get the remains, and I'll take you away." Fang Hang gritted his teeth. Give up. At this stage, abandon all previous efforts. If he hadn't seen the specific attributes of the Bloodline King's coffin, Fang Hang might have truly given up. Now, knowing that breaking through the Bloodline King's coffin is the method, even the only method, how could he possibly give up? Not to mention the secrets hidden in the coffin. If he delays a little longer, waiting for the arrival of the tyrant's body to support him, then he will have the ability to completely reverse the situation. That trick! The hidden trump card! Fang Hang closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, revealing to blood red moons reflected in his pupils. Hint: player uses skill, Eternal Moon. Hint: detected player currently in a chaos, in an advanced non-sequential world. Hint: Error corrected. Player currently judged to be in the world. Land of origin. Player's skill form changed. Hint. Player judged to have temporary ownership of the Bloodline King's coffin. Player's skill form changed. Merging. Hint. Detected player's current status. Sacred studies. Skill merging. Hint. Merging. Hint. Player and teammates have entered a state of reincarnation. What? Machken, who was charging towards Fang Hang, suddenly locked his pupils as he saw an orange-red moon shadow emerging in the dim land of origin. The ground beneath his feet trembled loudly. An eerie power fluctuation gathered and condensed under his feet. Be careful! Boom! The decaying ground cracked open, and a giant coffin appeared under Fang Hang's feet. The enormous coffin enveloped in a blood-red aura rose from the ground, suspended in midair. The Bloodline King's coffin. The huge coffin emerged under Fang Hang's feet, carrying him, standing on the coffin, high into the air. The blood-red remnants of the fallen Bloodline King on the ground swiftly converged towards the coffin, forming a blood-red shadow behind Fang Hang. What is that? Machken couldn't help but stop his charge, feeling a great sense of danger. The ground writhed as numerous blooded zombie-like creatures emerged from underground. What was even more eerie to the Holy See members was that these undead creatures were shrouded in a blood aura, seemingly controlled by the blood aura. Additionally, a faint circle of holy light shield surrounded the undead creatures. In a blink of an eye, a large number of zombies emerged from underground, surrounding the members of the Holy See. Hint. Sequence Judgment Passed. You temporarily merge the power of the Bloodline coffin using a high-level sequence skill, merging the Bloodline King's shadow. You summon mutated creature type, Resurrected Impure Devotee. All of Fang Hang's mental and willpower was now focused on controlling the Bloodline King's coffin. The impure devotees emerged from the ground, holding tattered impure longswords, slowly converging towards the Holy Knight Order. Stop them! The Holy Knight Order reacted promptly, immediately countering the attacks. Clang! Markin's sword easily deflected the incoming blows from the impure devotees. The resurrected impure devotees were pushed back several steps. Machken quickly judged that the enemy's strength, speed, and other attributes were weak, within control, but their numbers were overwhelming. Just after repelling one, a dozen more emerged from the ground. In a short time, hundreds of resurrected creatures emerged from the earth, and they were constantly resurrecting. The real threat that made Machken feel uneasy was the power of the Bloodline King's coffin under Fang Hang's control. The Bloodline King's shadow-shrouded Fang Hang made Machken feel a sense of dread. In her shadow stealth state, Wusang's eyes also showed amazement. Was this his hidden trump card? The power obtained after completing the world's hidden mission, a power that only Dominators have a chance to obtain, possessing strong rule power. Wusang also noticed the state of reincarnation appearing in the game prompt. Resurrection and immortality, truly astounding and enviable. Wusang quickly regained her composure, emerged from the shadows, and swiftly slashed the throat of a Holy See priest. Hiss! As soon as she cut the priest's throat, Wusang felt something strange. Splat! Blood gushed out of the wound, an alarming amount of blood. The blood instantly gathered towards the shadow on the coffin. In just a few seconds, the slain priest turned into a dried corpse. The Holy See priests around were horrified by the sight. Wusang realized what was happening and quickly moved towards another nearby priest, intimidating and pressuring them. The targeted priest was terrified, with a shield of holy light opening up and pointing towards Wusang while urgently saying, "Divine word, bind." Wusang, rushing forward, manifested chains of holy light under her feet. Influenced, Wusang's movement paused as she suddenly flicked her right hand forward. Hiss! The dagger made a piercing sound, piercing through the holy light shield instantly. The priest quickly dodged to the side. The dagger just grazed him, cutting his shoulder and leaving a bloody mark. The priest's heart raced as he narrowly escaped. The priest's eyes narrowed as he felt weakness and a sudden paleness on his face. His hiss. Looking down at the arm that was cut, blood gushed out profusely from the wound. Despite being just a scratch, the amount of bleeding was astonishing. National game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, the 922nd chapter of the main storyline. Blood, blood, blood towards the void. The king of the Blood Clan's phantom gathered together in the past. The priestess was scared and quickly cast a healing spell, resealing the wound. When she looked up again, Unifying had disappeared once again in the initial location. It was. The massive loss of blood caused the priestess to feel dizzy for a moment, and she immediately understood the terror of these resurrected undead creatures, shouting to signal to her companions, "Be careful. Don't let them attack you. We can't let them open wounds. Be careful with the healing." Luckily, the Sacred Court's knights and priests had strong defense capabilities, possessing a sacred light shield to protect themselves. The undead creatures resurrected from the underground were temporarily unable to break through their outer defenses. Otherwise, if a wound was opened up, it would be a big problem. Markin also noticed several unfortunate beings who were already severely injured with wounds that had not healed were instantly drained into corpses. Absorbing a large amount of blood, the aura enveloping Fang Hang and the Blood Clan coffin became increasingly powerful. What to do? Markin was at a loss for how to deal with the current unfavorable situation. Faced with endlessly resurrecting life forms, all they could do at the moment was defend, but how long could they hold out for? And the assassin who took advantage of the chaos to continuously cut the priestess's throat. In this crisis situation, the Sacred Court was even more preoccupied and had no time to spare for her. Not far away, the Blood Clan Prince Leb led the Blood Clan team in pursuit of the amalgamated tyrant towards the depths of the initial location. Suddenly, Mecha noticed something, pointing to the sky ahead. "Look! What is that?" Everyone turned to look in the direction Mecha was pointing. It was. At some point, an orange-red moon appeared in the initial location. The coffin of the Blood Clan King was suspended high in the air. The enormous phantom of the Blood Clan King rose behind the coffin. And the person standing above the coffin was actually Nate. Seeing Fang Hang wearing a mask, Mecha was incredibly shocked. What on earth had happened? Nate had somehow gained control of the Blood Clan King's power. What about Mr. Chen? What was Nate up to? Quick! Let's go see what's happening. Leb sensed the oppressive power of the Blood Clan King, immediately beckoning the Blood Clan Dukes to speed up, overtaking the running amalgamated tyrant and heading towards Fang Hang's location. The rapid pace of the Blood Clan was almost instant, and they arrived at the battlefield. Then, they saw Fang Hang manipulating the power of the Blood Clan in a battle against the Sacred Court team. "Help him!" Leb shouted, leading the attack on the Sacred Court. Even though they didn't know exactly what was happening, seeing the Sacred Court and the Blood Clan in conflict, the Blood Clan was momentarily stunned before naturally imagining a scenario. Enough said. Fang Hang was in conflict with the Sacred Court. In order to fight for the honor and future of the Blood Clan, how could they stand by and do nothing? Of course, naturally they would help Fang Hang and join forces to fight against the Sacred Court. As for where Mr. Chen had gone, why Fang Hang could control the Blood Clan King's coffin, and what was the deal with those undead creatures? Those things were not important. Once the Sacred Court was defeated, they could figure everything out. Seeing the Blood Clan group joining the battle, the Sacred Court side's faces immediately changed. It was a disaster. Although the undead creatures resurrected from the underground were numerous, their strength wasn't sufficient to cause substantial damage to the well-defended Sacred Court. But now, facing the incoming Blood Clan group, it was a different story. Even worse, the first batch of reinforcements were the elite troops led by the Blood Clan Prince. Under Prince Leb's leadership, several Blood Clan dukes surged out from the side. Mecha quickly noticed the anomaly of the advancing forces. The blood blade opened a wound in a Sacred Knight's armor, leaving a cut. This slight wound wouldn't have been considered much under normal circumstances. But now, this move was akin to slicing open a high-pressure water pipe. Blood gushed out madly. The amount of blood loss even startled Mecha. Upon closer inspection, the flowing blood quickly gathered towards the phantom of the Blood Clan King in the air. What is this? Thinking back to Fang Hang controlling blood in the cave not long ago, Mecha couldn't help but be shocked. When did Nate become so strong? Could it be that he had inherited the power of the Blood Clan King? This thought flashed through Nate's mind and quickly led to Mecha adding a few more wounds to the Sacred Knight. His blood gushed out from the wound on the Sacred Knight, and in less than a second, the blood inside his body was rapidly drained, causing him to collapse on the ground. Before Mecha could share this surprising discovery, the other Blood Clan members also quickly noticed it. They immediately switched tactics, intending to penetrate the Sacred Court's defense, causing a small cut on them. Then they would have a show to watch. Even if it was a wound less than a centimeter long, if left unattended, in just over 10 seconds, the Sacred Knight would fall into a coma due to blood loss. For the Sacred Court, this was an unprecedented catastrophe. The surrounding Sacred Knights rapidly fell, the Sacred Court side was suppressed, and they had to quickly gather towards the center, relying on their team's strength to resist. The Blood Clan reinforcement also swiftly approached the center. In the air, above the coffin, Fang Hang's forehead was already covered in sweat, veins bulging on his neck. He was nearing his limit. The phantom of the Blood Clan had now semi-solidified. Fang Hang could feel that it would still take a long time before the Blood Clan King's entity completely solidified, but his mental strength was no longer enough to continue supporting it. If he forcibly sustained it for another 10 seconds, the backlash would be extremely terrifying. After the duration of the perpetual moon ended, he would lose his combat abilities completely, or worse, he might even faint directly. No, he hadn't obtained the Blood Clan King's coffin yet. He had to maintain his basic combat power and not faint. However, his vision was already enveloped in a crimson hue, making it difficult for him to see his targets clearly. Fang Hang gritted his teeth, disregarding it all, and directly controlled the King's Phantom to unleash indiscriminate attacks. Suddenly, everyone present noticed the anomaly of the Blood Clan King's Phantom. A horrifying wave emanated from the Blood Clan King's Phantom. What? Leb's pupils contracted, sensing a strong sense of crisis, and immediately shouted, "Be careful! Retreat!" The Phantom of the Blood Clan King raised his hands high above Fang Hang's head, clasping them together in a gesture resembling a bow. The Blood Clan dukes participating in the battle also sensed the impending terrifying wave and quickly retreated backward. Wu Sighing, hiding in the shadows, had quickly avoided the danger zone. The Sacred Court Sai also had a drastic change in expression, but they had already been forced to gather together by the Blood Clan, and now it was too late to escape. Everyone could feel the trembling ground beneath their feet. Stop him! Activate the protective barrier. 7017K. All People Game. Zombie Apocalypse Auto Farm Volume 923 Chapter of the Selected Mochkin shouted, coordinating with all the holy knights and priests to gather the holy light to protect the barrier. Fang Hang has been supporting tirelessly since the arrival of the everlasting moon, and his consciousness has started to blur a bit. He had already exerted all his efforts and was considering directly controlling the Blood King to launch a mass, indiscriminate attack to kill off the Holy Court first. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he vaguely saw a large golden holy light barrier rising ahead. Just when he was worried about not having a target to attack, you give me a long-distance location lock. Fang Hang immediately controlled the remaining Blood Clan remnants and smashed towards the front, golden holy light barrier. Boom! The Phantom of the Blood Clan's double fists directly fell from the sky and hammered fiercely on the holy light barrier. The holy light barrier was almost instantly shattered without any resistance. The double fists fell again after shattering the holy light barrier once more. Boom! A second burst of aura. The center of the Blood King's hammer strike exploded dark purple blood and aura, forming a blood-colored hemisphere that released a terrifying attraction force outward. Along with the entire Holy Court, everything was annihilated within the purple sphere. Prince Lerb, who was swiftly retreating, flashed a look of fear in his pupils. He saw Mach Ken, who was fleeing quickly, being engulfed completely by the bursting blood aura from behind, losing all sense of breath. If he hadn't run fast just now and accidentally been engulfed by that energy mass, Lerb felt he had no certainty of survival. The power of the purple sphere condensed for more than a second before disappearing completely. The ground in the blood and aura explosion area left a deep crater. Lerb was amazed. The terrifying power, the aura lingered. With a single strike, the Holy Court within the attack range and the Blood Clan unable to dodge were all killed. Suddenly, Lerb sensed a familiar aura and was taken aback. What's happening? How did he sense it again? The Blood Clans, who had clearly lost their breath in battle earlier, were somehow resurrected again. Looking into the pit caused by the blood and aura explosion, Lerb was extremely astonished. Going into a reincarnation state, Mach Ken, who originally thought he was at a dead end, appeared in the pit. He also, like Lerb, was a bit dazed as he lightly clenched his fist. Dead. Alive again. Is this reincarnation? Having experienced death once, Mach Ken felt his physical condition was slightly better than before. Mach Ken quickly looked around. Nearby, the blood clans, who had not escaped in time and had been revived, all had expressions of confusion. Following that, the blood clans showed expressions of joy. Who would willingly die when they could avoid it? The orange-red moon in the sky gradually dissipated, and everything returned to calm. Dong! Fang Hang stepped on the coffin of the Blood King, falling heavily to the ground with a loud thud. The Blood King's coffin left a depression in the ground, and the remaining filthy believers around also fell down, returning to the earth. Fang Hang half-kneeled on the ground, supporting himself with one hand, panting heavily, sweat dripping down his cheeks. His temples were throbbing constantly, and his head was dizzy and swollen, buzzing. First deal with the people from the Holy Court. Lerb finally came back to his senses and quickly scanned the battlefield before taking control of the situation. There were still a small number of Holy Court squads rushing over to support, and he immediately called on the Blood Clan team that arrived later to clean them up. Mochkin quickly ran towards Fang Hang, supporting the slightly swaying figure. "Nate, are you all right?" Lerb also flew down from the sky, carefully observing Fang Hang's condition. Fang Hang was suffering from the lingering effects of mental exhaustion at the moment, tightly clenching his fist, his mind buzzing, unable to hear clearly what Mochkin was saying. Mochkin glanced at the chaotic scene and the Blood King's coffin behind Fang Hang, feeling unsure of what to say. This. Considering everything that had just happened, witnessing Fang Hang controlling the coffin and the miraculous resurrection, Mochkin couldn't help but say his guess. "Nate, could it be that you have already received the inheritance of the Blood King?" Fang Hang was still a bit dizzy, but hearing the word inheritance made him somewhat sober. "Yes, inheritance. The Blood King's coffin." The people from the Holy Court were just temporarily pushed back. The danger was far from over. They had to find a way to secure the Blood King's coffin here first. Fang Hang gritted his teeth through the intense pain in his brain and said, "Quick! Bring the elders from the council to see me, quickly." Mochkin and Lerb exchanged a glance. That's right. It was Nate. Although they didn't know what had happened here before, and why the original heir of the Blood King had become the Nate in front of them. But the scene of Fang Hang controlling the coffin was enough to explain everything. Nate could wield the power of the Blood King to unleash such a strong force, and he could even manipulate the power of the Blood Clan's cycle of life and death. Who else could it be if not him? And, most crucially, he could easily touch the Blood King's coffin. Apart from the heir, he was the only one. He was chosen by the Blood King. In the eyes of Nate and the others, there was only one explanation. Nate had obtained the inheritance of the Blood King by chance. Excited, they completely ignored the faint trace of holy light aura still present on Fang Hang. "All right, stay here and rest. I'll go bring them over." Mochkin nodded gravely and hurried away. He was becoming more certain that Fang Hang was the inheritor of the Blood King's powers. The future of the Blood Clans. For the future of the Blood Clans, they had to give it their all. Fang Hang closed his eyes, trying to take deep breaths. Having been ill for a long time, he was almost getting used to this state of mental exhaustion and had gained some experience in trying to recover faster from such a state. Nearby, observing Fang Hang gaining control among the Blood Clans, Wu Xiang, who had been preparing to rescue Fang Hang secretly, put down the dagger in her hand. It seemed a fight with the Blood Clans wasn't going to break out. Wu Xiang was curious about how Fang Hang got so familiar with those Blood Clans. She then tried to communicate with Fang Hang through telepathy, but Fang Hang was currently in a state of mental confusion, unable to establish a successful mental link. Helpless, Wu Xiang had to temporarily lurk in the shadows and watch how things unfolded. Soon, the fused tyrant body and the subsequent Blood Clan teams completely occupied the central area of the starting zone. Several elders from the Blood Clan Council hurried over to support and gathered around Fang Hang, carefully watching him. They had heard everything that happened from Mochkin earlier. Was this person already inheriting the power of the Blood King? Fang Hang adjusted his state, opened his eyes again, and took a deep breath. His spirit was still in a backlash state, but his combat strength had already recovered by 30%. It was best not to use any soul-related skills for now. 7017K. National Game. Auto-hanging starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Volume 924, Chapter 924. Relocating my card. See Fang Hang wakes up, eagerly asking, "Nat, feeling better?" "Well, it's a bit difficult to control the coffin's power, and I've suffered some backlash, Nat replied. Fang Hang hadn't thought beforehand that under this special condition in the starting area, the Eternal Moon skill could actually merge the effects of the starting area and the Blood King's coffin. When the Blood Clan heard Fang Hang's words, excitement flickered in their eyes. That's right. Only the heir of the Blood King can control the coffin. Fang Hang's words once again made the Blood Clan believe that he had successfully inherited the will of the Blood King. Nat, my card couldn't contain his excitement, grabbing Fang Hang's shoulder and urgently asking, does the King's legacy hold the key to breaking the curse? Curse! Fang Hang was taken aback, noticing the Blood Clan around him staring intently at him. Suddenly, Fang Hang realized, could these Blood Clan members have misunderstood something? Seeing their eager eyes, several thoughts flashed through Fang Hang's mind. My card urgently asked, Nat, is there? Well, Fang Hang hesitated, looking at the circle of Blood Clan members gathered around. Indeed, as we anticipated, there are clues related to the curse in the coffin, but these clues need to be deciphered through a ritual. We can't perform the ritual in this place. We need to find a way to bring the coffin back for analysis. Hearing Fang Hang's words, the Blood Clan members were extremely delighted. Even Prince Leb's eyes revealed a hint of joy he couldn't contain. Great! They've really found it. Jian Muchi didn't deceive them. The curse stemming from bloodlines has always been the biggest obstacle hindering the Blood Clan's advancement. It has always been the Damocles sword hanging over the Blood Clan's heads. This time, just entering the real world to fight has already consumed a great deal of Leb's vitality. If Jian Muchi hadn't repeatedly guaranteed that he could lift the curse, he wouldn't have come here. Fang Hang's words were a mix of truth and falsehood. There are indeed some secrets related to the Blood Clan hidden in the coffin, but whether these secrets are related to the Blood Clan curse, he had no idea. Seeing everyone's expressions, Fang Hang knew his manipulation had succeeded. He solemnly said, everyone, Mr. Jian is being chased by the Holy See. His whereabouts are unknown, and the Holy See and other forces are eyeing us. They could attack here at any moment. We need to quickly relocate back to the Blood Clan world, and then figure out how to perform the ritual to break the secret of the Blood Clan curse. As a loyal supporter of Fang Hang, my card immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, the Federation will soon come after us. We can't stay here longer. Let's quickly bring the King's coffin and leave. I need to perform the ritual immediately. Reverse the summoning of the entire starting area. I'll need the assistance of the elders, Fang Hang requested. Several Blood Clan elders naturally didn't refuse and nodded in unison. Yes, Lord King, we will begin preparing the ritual immediately. With the current situation critical, Fang Hang didn't bother with much and took advantage of the false identity of a Blood King to have these Blood Clan members assist him first. This was the fastest and most efficient way. As for when the lie would be exposed, that was something to worry about much later. By then, he would already have the Blood King's coffin in hand. It didn't matter. Leb nodded. All right, there are many Holy See teams nearby. I'll take my men to clear them out and try to stop the Federation from advancing into the starting area. The rest of you must protect the Lord King and the progress of the ritual. Yes. After giving the instructions, Leb hurriedly led a group of Blood Clan members to intercept the Federation outside the starting area, while Fang Hang quickly drew a simple magic circle sketch and gestured for the Blood Clan elders to arrange the reverse summoning ritual according to the sketch. Earlier, Jian Muchi had summoned the starting area into the real world through a ritual. Now, Fang Hang needed to rearrange a summoning ritual to reverse the starting area back. The reverse location would naturally not be the original starting area, but the 8th district of the zombie apocalypse, with the newbie protection attribute, making it the safest option. Even if something unexpected happened, Jian Muchi wasn't chased to death by the people of the Holy See. When the 12 consortiums went crazy trying to find him, they wouldn't be able to. In a short moment, Fang Hang quickly sorted out his thoughts. Before that, he needed to go to the 8th district of the zombie apocalypse to set up the coordinates for the reverse teleportation and make sure the Blood Clan in the 6th district of the Blood Clan world was ready to receive them. While pondering, Wu Sang's voice sounded in his ear. Fang Hang, it looks like you've recovered. I've lost my combat capability. It's time to finalize our agreement and hand over the Blood King's remains to me. Fang Hang's heart stirred at her words. Wu Sang's help had been invaluable to get to this point. Sure, reveal yourself. You're safe with me here. Fang Hang said as he slowly walked to the Blood King's right arm remains at the edge of the pit, lifting the Bloodstone King's remains deeply embedded in the ground. There was a bit of reluctance. Fang Hang held the petrified right arm in his hand, weighing it for a moment. After all, this petrified right arm of the Blood King was quite a handy weapon. But compared to the Blood King's coffin about to be acquired, the value of just the Blood King's remains couldn't be compared. Fang Hang handed it over. His cooperation with Wu Siying had been quite good. The Black Castle gave him a sense of trust, and Fang Hang wouldn't turn against Wu Siying for the agreement reached long ago. Besides, there was really no need for an additional powerful enemy at the moment. Wu Siying's figure gradually appeared in front of Fang Hang. Seeing a human suddenly appear, the Blood Clan members became vigilant. Fang Hang raised his hand, stopping the Blood Clan members. "Don't be alarmed, she's a friend here to help us." Wu Siying nodded at Fang Hang, swiftly forming a hand seal with both hands. Fang Hang felt a breeze blow past. Then, a black aura overflowed from the pendant on Wu Siying's chest, spreading towards the petrified right arm of the Blood King in Fang Hang's hand. In a few seconds, the black aura completely enveloped the remains of the Blood King. Wu Siying flicked her wrist forward, revealing a yellow gem in her palm. Throwing it forward, the gem condensed into a wooden box over a meter long in midair before landing on the ground. The remains of the king, enveloped in the black aura, under Wu Siying's control, floated from Fang Hang's hand into the wooden box. Thud! The box lid closed firmly. "Thank you. Although the cooperation between us this time wasn't very pleasant, I have some bad news for you. Jian Muqi's team fell into Jian Muqi's ambush and was wiped out. He is now heading this way." Wu Siying transmitted before nodding to Fang Hang and picking up the wooden box from the ground, disappearing once again in front of everyone's eyes. "I hope we can cooperate next time. May the shadows be with you." Title: National Game. From the start of the zombie apocalypse to the main text volume 925 of Hanging Chapter. Eradication of Will. Fang Hang's brow furrowed. Jian Muzi. Not only is he not dead yet, but he also killed the pursuers of the Holy Court. Fang Hang suddenly had a feeling that perhaps all of this was Jian Muzi's design. In any case, it was bad news. With the Federation in front, and the 12 consortiums behind, this game is tough. He needed to quickly bring back the Blood King's coffin before Jian Muzi arrives. "Hey, Nate." Meika, who had been on alert, looked at Wu Siying disappearing into the shadows, walking to Fang Hang's side and whispered, "Who is she? She looks very dangerous. I can't even sense her presence at all." "A friend, doing something with the king's remains. Don't worry about her." Fang Hang casually brushed it off, then patted Meika's shoulder, saying, "Meika, you take care of things here. I need to get into the coffin to control the transfer." Upon hearing this, Meika felt the heavy burden of the Blood Kingdom's revival on his shoulders, nodding solemnly, "All right? No problem. You go. Leave it to me here." "Okay. Leave it to you. I can trust you." Fang Hang nodded, walking straight towards the Blood King's coffin until he stopped in front of it. At this moment, the entire Blood King's coffin was exposed in front of everyone. The Blood King's coffin was divided into 2 layers, with the upper layer similar in size to a normal human coffin, and the lower layer buried underground, about 3 meters in height, 9 meters in length, and 4 meters in width, several times larger than a normal coffin. Under the gaze of the Blood Clan, Fang Hang directly lifted the lid of the Blood King's coffin, leaping inside. "Pa!" Fang Hang leapt into the bottom of the coffin, surveying the space inside. In fact, the 2 layers of the coffin were connected, and Fang Hang jumped to the bottom of the second layer in one leap. Carefully looking around, there were some special symbols engraved on the inner walls of the coffin. Fang Hang couldn't help but reach out and touch the symbols. A game prompt appeared on his retina. Hint: you have discovered some strange special characters. Hint: you do not possess some special skills, you cannot discern the meaning of the characters. It seems that these symbols are related to the secret of the Blood King's coffin. Fang Hang muttered to himself. Forget it, he would study them slowly after bringing the entire coffin back. Bang! Fang Hang closed the lid of the coffin, plunging into darkness. He closed his eyes. A faint red magic circle appeared beneath Fang Hang. West District Federation. In the high sky, a dense group of Blood Clan was flying rapidly towards the front, covering the sky. Leading them was a Blood Clan prince. Below, a military truck was speeding along the road. Muzi sat in the co-driver's seat, his face a little pale. With the cooperation of the 12 consortiums, he had used all his cunning to lead the 2 pursuing domain judges into a pre-prepared ambush circle, and with the prepared magic array, he thoroughly killed them. For this, Muzi had paid a great price and his strength had greatly weakened. Controlling the remnants of the Blood King's power was much harder than he had expected, and the backlash was even more severe. Once his body weakened, the will of the Blood King took advantage of it, constantly eroding his brain. Suddenly, Muzi's face turned extremely pale, his body trembling slightly, unable to help but rest his hand on the door of the truck beside him. Crack, crack, crack. A huge handprint was pressed on the wall. Damn it! The aftermath of forcibly infusing the Blood King's power turned out to be so terrifying. Ah! Muzi cried out in pain. The right side of his face gradually distorted and convulsed, revealing another face moving on it. In the driver's seat, Tongming observed Muzi with the corner of his eye, quietly placing his left hand on the small laser weapon on the driver's seat. Who? After a few seconds of this eerie state, the extra face on Muzi's right side gradually disappeared. In just a few seconds, Muzi seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He leaned back on the seat, breathing heavily, his back already soaked with sweat. Tongming saw the situation and withdrew his left hand from the steering wheel. Mr. Jian, please bear with us for a moment. We will return to the starting point now, and someone will come to pick us up soon. Muzi's complexion improved slightly, inquiring, "How is the situation on the other side of the starting point?" Due to the damage to the communication equipment, the people we sent over are still conducting reconnaissance on the periphery. It can be confirmed that the area has been temporarily occupied by the Holy Court, Tongming replied. However, the Holy Court needs a long time to purify and destroy the will of the Blood King. Moreover, the Blood Clan should have already received the emergency rendezvous signal you left and are coming to support. According to the plan, if everything goes smoothly, we will arrive in time. Muzi gritted his teeth, and the blood and energy overflowing from his body slowly healed his wounds. It's all because of your incompetence. If we could get to one more piece of the king's remains, we wouldn't be wasting so much time now. Please don't be angry. Tongming smiled. Many things have happened, and the pressure we 12 consortiums are facing is also great. At least for now, we still have the initiative. Mid-sentence, Tongming paused, observing Muzi's face turning extremely bad for a moment. What's wrong? Hint. A part of your will left in the Blood King's coffin has been eradicated. You have lost temporary control permission over the Blood King's coffin. Muzi gritted his teeth, his face extremely grim. The will of the Blood King has disappeared. Tongming frowned. Are you sure? I am very sure. What's going on? I don't know either. Muzi took a deep breath, collected himself, and added, and it's very strange, the king's coffin hasn't been damaged. Hearing this, Tongming was even more puzzled, furrowing his brows involuntarily. Just hearing this news, he thought that the Holy Court had used some means to destroy the Blood King's coffin early. But now it seemed that it wasn't the Holy Court. Tongming asked, who is it? Muzi's pre-designed plan was very dangerous. In fact, it was full of stumbling blocks while implementing it, but overall, everything was going according to plan. They had pre-calculated the Federation's response, the timing of the Federation's actions, the opening of the Gate of Heaven, and calculated according to the maximum combat power of the Holy Court that could pass through the Gate of Heaven. Muzi could not change the fusion position of the starting point, so he chose a cautious method to split the Holy Court, lure a part of them towards the Western Federation, and ambush them to wipe them all out. As for the other side of the starting point, with the remaining will of the Blood King cooperating with the remains of the king he left behind, and with the continuous support of the Blood Duke princes rushing to him, theoretically, they should be able to hold out for a long time. But just when they were on the verge of success, why did they suddenly encounter such a huge change? Muzi was extremely unsettled. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, Chapter 926 of the main text about hanging out, could it be that someone dreamed of seizing the king's coffin? And actually succeeded. But how did that mysterious person manage to destroy the will of the Vampire King under the dual pressure of the Holy See and the Blood Clan? It's impossible for anyone to accomplish that. So the answer is only one. It's the Holy See. The Holy See used the divine artifact to purify the soul and will of the Vampire King. They even wanted to seize the coffin of the Vampire King. The only somewhat good news is that his realm mission line is still there. The coffin of the Vampire King has not been destroyed. They still have hope of redemption. It's not so simple to take the king's coffin. Even completely crushing the will of the Vampire King is very difficult. Quick, hurry up. We need to immediately rush back to the starting point. Okay. An Tongming said as he made a phone call. The spatial channel is ready. I've already sent someone to investigate the situation inside the starting point. Opening his eyes again, Fang Hang appeared in the game once more. In a small house in the first area of the Vampire Doomsday, Fang Hang revealed his figure. I must quickly return to the zombie 8th area. After confirming his safety around him, Fang Hang immediately opened the game system settings. Reminder, during the time you were offline, your zombie avatar has died. Reminder, the player is currently still in an invasion state. The current World Lord can access some of your information. Reminder, player's remaining world stay time detected as 22 hours. Player is currently in a safe zone and in a safe state. Player can consume 20 main deity points to bind a safe teleportation area here. Player can consume 220 main deity points to return to the world early. 240 points. That's outrageous. Fang Hang cursed inwardly. Without a choice, he couldn't afford to waste another 22 hours. Bound teleportation point, return immediately. While Jianmu was still not back in the game world, Fang Hang directly spent 140 main deity points to return to the Zombie Doomsday headquarters, then hurriedly passed through the teleportation channel back to the 6th area of the vampire world. At this time in the 6th area of the vampire world, the vampires were still gathered in the square. Seeing Fang Hang return through the teleportation channel once again, they all knelt down. Great Lord! Fang Hang quickly scanned the vampires and nodded, saying, Urgent mission. I need you all to immediately return to Ingita's cave. Set up a reverse teleportation point formation there. Atia, Heis, the setup of the teleportation point will be entrusted to you. Make sure to complete it as soon as possible. Saying this, Fang Hang handed over the hastily drawn magic formation blueprint to Heis. Also, leave a few people to accompany me. I need to enter the blood abyss once again. The vampires all nodded in unison. Yes. Great Lord. Seeing Fang Hang quickly give a few instructions and then swiftly enter the blood abyss, the vampires immediately sprang into action. Heis lowered his head to study the hand-drawn magic formation ritual blueprint left by Fang Hang and couldn't help but make a surprise sound. Atia asked, Elder, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the blueprint? Not exactly. It's an ancient magic formation ritual blueprint. Heis carefully studied the blueprint, frowning, and it's a large-scale magic formation, very complex, requiring many materials to set up. Let's speed up. I will make a list for you. The materials listed need to be collected and moved to Ingita's cave as soon as possible. Got it. Atia nodded, her mind also racing. Ancient magic formation? What big move is the Great Lord preparing this time? Outside the starting point, the Northern Alliance elite team hurried towards the starting point after completing their assembly. Headquarters received intel that the location of the starting point summoned by the vampires was in their Northern Alliance. The fleeing vampires had already taken the remnants of the Vampire King's body to the starting point to rendezvous. This time, a total of 3 Federal Inspectorate elite squads teamed up, supplemented by some Federal main force teams and high-level equipment transferred over, greatly increasing the overall strength of the Alliance. Everything was in their favor. If they encountered Lebu again, they would definitely make him suffer a big loss. By directly breaking into the vampire's stronghold, they could retrieve the remains of the Vampire King. Having suffered a significant setback earlier, the team led by Liang Yue was filled with a burning desire for revenge. What? Midway through, Liang Yue heard a message coming through the communication device, furrowing her brows. Is your source of information reliable? Yes, it is. Liang Yue nodded, ending the call. She turned to the others in the team. The Holy See team has already entered our world through the Gate of Heaven. Jianmu has been expelled by the Holy See from the starting point. The higher-ups just contacted me, advising us not to engage in battle with the Holy See. Damn it! The Holy See! Li Rans couldn't help but curse. They had come all this way, only to find that the Holy See had beaten them to it. They watched helplessly as the Holy See seized the remains of the Vampire King. Captain, what should we do? Are we just going to stand by as bystanders? Liang Yue was also irritated, but still nodded. It's a mission assigned by the higher-ups. The situation might not be as bad as we think. Let's go take a look first. Among the crowd, Lao Hai's expression fluctuated. The fact that the Holy See had entered the real world through the gate of heaven so quickly was beyond his expectations. He had been trying to get in touch with Fang Hang all the way, only to find that he couldn't reach him at all. Most likely, something major had happened on the side of the starting point. At the moment, he could only hope that everything was going smoothly for Fang Hang. Soon, the federal team approached the starting point. Ahead, the boundary between the real world and the starting point world was rapidly shrinking inwards. Lao Hai looked at the shrinking world boundary, pondering, and said to the group, "It seems the intel is correct. The Holy See has taken control of the situation. Otherwise, the boundary of the starting point should have expanded outward instead of shrinking inwards." The Federal Operations Department team issued orders. Form up. Get ready to enter the starting point for exploration. Do not engage with the Holy See until I give the order. Wait, look. Just as the federal team was about to adjust their formation to enter the starting point for exploration, they suddenly saw several members of the Holy See running out from inside the starting point. Liang Yu's group felt a chill. This was strange. Wasn't the mastermind behind all this, Jianmu, supposed to have fled, and the Holy See had taken over the starting point? Why did this Holy See team look so disheveled? Like they were being chased and fleeing? Li Ran quickly dashed forward and stopped in front of the Holy See team. "Dear friends from the Holy See, we are a special elite operation team from the Northern Federal Inspectorate, following orders from the higher-ups to investigate the starting point. Do you need assistance?" The captain of the Sanctus Knight team had just experienced a terrifying scene, witnessing his comrades dissipate under the hammer blow of the Vampire King's will. They had barely escaped to seek assistance. Sorrow and anger filled him as he gritted his teeth. "It's bad. The will of the Vampire King has erupted. The sacrificial team has been devastated. We need to immediately inform the upper echelons of the Holy See and request assistance. The Vampire King is highly likely to have resurrected." The national game. Hanging at the beginning of the zombie apocalypse, Chapter 927, Will the Rescuer Move the Will of the Blood King? Revival. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of astonishment, feeling that something was too strange in their hearts. What is the will of the king? What exactly is revival? Didn't they say the Holy Court had won already? Were the Blood Tribe the actual winners? Quick, they are coming after us. Li Ran suddenly sensed something and looked up towards the sky. In the depths of the starting point ahead, a dense red bat swarm gradually emerged from the mist, rapidly approaching them. It's the Blood Tribe. They are here. Inside the starting point, Blood Prince Lebu had previously led the Blood Tribe to clear away the remaining Holy Knight in the starting point, naturally overpowering them all the way. Seeing a large group of enemies gathered in front of the starting point, Lebu raised his hand, and several condensed blood-colored bombs exploded towards them. Boom, boom. The dense blood-colored bombs burst open in the sparse dry forest. "Be careful!" Li Ran shouted, and then quickly retreated along with the Holy Knights caught in the explosion range. Lebu led to Blood Dukes and a large number of high-level Blood Tribe members to pursue from the starting point, only to discover a large group of federal people gathered outside. Ha ha! Who did I think it was? Turns out to be the federal mongrels. Previously chased by the federal all the way, Lebu had been wanting to seek revenge. This time is perfect. None of you can escape. Let's see whose fist is harder. Ha! Still talking tough at death's door. The Li Ran team was also burning with anger, and with the recent arrival of 2 more elite inspection teams, their strength greatly increased, ready to capture Lebu. Get rid of him! More than 10 high-level players moved forward to engage in battle. At this time, the Federal Operations Department's follow-up equipment had finally arrived and started to form a formation in the rear, preparing to push forward gradually. Great opportunity. Let's also go in and take a look. Outside the starting point, there were still many players from various gaming factions preparing to seize opportunities. Some of them were attracted by the fluctuations left by Jianmu, while some followed the Federal, and the majority had secretly learned about the Blood King's coffin in this location, sneaking in to try to gain some benefits. There was high interest in the Blood King's coffin with 400 West points on the dark web, and it was well known worldwide. Seeing the Federal and the Blood Tribe fighting, the player teams felt it was the perfect time to act, using various means and sneaking into the central part of the starting point. After all, the 400 West primary God points. As long as they earned once, they would immediately reach the peak of life. Having lived in a life of bloodshed, what were they afraid of? Everyone who came here thought they were the lucky one. The Northern Federation was also frustrated by these players. They couldn't drive them away, and when they were pressed, they would engage in battle. Dealing with the Blood Tribe alone was already challenging, and it seemed they had no time to bother with these small groups of players entering the starting point, hoping they would cause trouble for the Blood Tribe. On a small path 1 kilometer away from the starting point, a faint white light flashed in mid-air. ManhwaRecap emerged from the emerging magic circle. Damn! ManhwaRecap's eyes widened as he saw himself floating in mid-air, shouting in astonishment, and then falling straight down. The next person to emerge from the magic circle was ManhwaRecap, who grabbed ManhwaRecap's collar, raising him in mid-air. What the hell? Not even 2 meters. You, a second-level demon hunter, are afraid of this. You're bringing shame to our family. Uncle 7. ManhwaRecap's face turned bitter, thinking it was the first time he had seen this situation, feeling uncertain. So useless. Where is my disciple? ManhwaRecap, holding a large wooden box about half the height of a person in his left hand, released ManhwaRecap with his right hand. He quickly scanned the surroundings, his gaze gradually moving towards the intense battle between the Blood Prince and the Federal Inspection Bureau not far away. ManhwaRecap performed a somersault in the air, landing steadily. The third-level Demon Hunter bloodline enhancement greatly strengthened his body. Combined with the substantial financial support from the family, ManhwaRecap had recently traveled to the zombie apocalypse zone through the teleportation channel in the prison master base, spending money to purchase various basic endurance and physical strength skill books, brushing up on basic attributes. At this moment, ManhwaRecap considered himself transformed from a pure support to a combat support role. More sensitive to the Blood Tribe, ManhwaRecap noticed the powerful pressure from the high-altitude battle between the two sides and said, "Uncle 7, the communication signal of the old party disappeared nearby." The message from the family said, "This is the area where the Blood Tribe's starting point appeared. I think the old party should be here." Not long ago, after the communication with Fang Hang was interrupted, ManhwaRecap felt something was wrong and quickly called for reinforcements from the family. In this invasion by the Blood Tribe, the Mo family played the role of the Yellow Bird, taking immediate action against the Blood Tribe's invasion in the Eastern District, successfully obtaining the remains of a Blood King and even sealing a Blood Prince, assisting ManhwaRecap in becoming a third-level demon hunter. Originally, they had no plans to go to other areas to plunder the remaining remains. Mainly because of the distance and lack of support, they did not know the exact locations of the remains of the Blood Tribe in the other major regions. However, when ManhwaRecap heard that his student might be in danger, he used a high-level spatial seal and spent a lot of money to break open a spatial channel to come and check the situation. Such a lively scene. Let's go in and take a look inside the starting point. Huh? Are we just going in like this? ManhwaRecap took out a piece of parchment and pasted it on ManhwaRecap's forehead. Let's go. ManhwaRecap lifted the wooden box in his hand, carried it on his back, and walked towards the starting point with bold steps. ManhwaRecap had a yellow paper pasted on his forehead, making him look like a zombie. He was startled but quickly caught up. "No, Uncle 7, is this okay? You understand nothing. I have sealed all your aura. As long as you don't act recklessly, no one can sense you." Amazing. Uncle 7. Humph, that's natural. Sealing technique is unrivaled. ManhwaRecap had taken a few steps forward when his brows furrowed deeply. The induction from the Demon Hunter bloodline detected a strong oppressive force, causing him to look back at the high altitude. ManhwaRecap also raised his head and saw a middle-aged man flying in the high air with the Blood Prince. That's... A playful expression appeared in ManhwaRecap's eyes as he muttered, TSK, already integrated to that extent. It might not be easy to seal that thing." "What? Uncle 7, what are you talking about sealing?" "Nothing. Jianmu is coming. Let's go quickly." 7017K. National Game. Hang up from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse, chapter 928 Selfish Soul, high in the sky. Jianmu, through the pre-prepared teleportation gate, returned to the area near the starting point, and along the way gathered a group of high-level vampires, speeding towards the starting point to investigate the situation. Seeing the vampire prince, Lebu, who was fighting with the Federation, Jianmu's heart moved. Strange, Why is it the Federation? It seems like the Federation is attempting to invade the starting point. Have the vampires already taken control of the starting point? This is somewhat different from the information that the Holy See had already occupied the starting point. Could it be that his estimation of the situation was wrong? Have the vampires already taken control of the coffin of the Vampire King? A glimmer of hope rose in Jianmu's heart. Go, help them, yes? The Vampire Prince and two dukes who followed Jianmu immediately joined the battle. Be careful of the rear. Liang Yue immediately sensed a powerful force approaching from the rear, remaining vigilant. Another squad leader, Dong Chen, said, "You guys hold the line. I'll lead the team over." "All right, leave it to us. He's already at his limit." The situation was critical for Lebu, and he was barely holding on, thinking that he would soon have to sacrifice his life for the future of the vampires. Seeing Jianmu's reinforcements arrive, he breathed a sigh of relief. Jianmu arrived with reinforcements. Even the heavens are helping their vampire clan. Dong Chen's two squads immediately confronted the Federation team, blocking their path. "Vampires! Get out of here!" Boom, boom, boom. The Vampire Prince did not waste words and pushed forward with 2 condensed blood balls. Feeling anxious, Jianmu did not bother with the Federation and immediately had the Vampire Prince and dukes beside him confront the Federation team. Seizing the opportunity amidst the battle, Jianmu found a chance to teleport ahead and appeared behind Lebu. "Mr. Jian, you're back." "Lebu, what's going on at the starting point?" Controlling his excitement, Lebu explained, "Mr. Jian, your analysis was correct. Nate has successfully inherited the legacy of the Vampire King, and there is indeed a way to dispel the curse inside the Vampire King's coffin." Jianmu was stunned upon hearing this, pausing in place for 2 whole seconds. "What? Nate? Who is Nate? Under what circumstances did he inherit the legacy of the Vampire King?" Jianmu stared at Lebu, almost blurting out, "Who is Nate?" Lebu was also taken aback. "Who is Nate? No, isn't Nate the person you sent?" Seeing Lebu's baffled expression, Jianmu felt a stronger sense of unease. Suppressing his anger, Jianmu asked, "How did he inherit the power of the Vampire King?" Faced with Jianmu's questioning, Lebu struggled to explain in a few words. "Where is Nate now? What is he doing?" Lebu responded, "Nate has inherited the power of the Vampire King and defeated the Holy See. He has found a clue to completely resolve the curse within our vampire bodies and is now inside the starting point trying to reverse the summoning of the Vampire King's coffin." Jianmu's head was buzzing upon hearing this. No one understood better than him what the will of the Vampire King was like. The vile, shameless, greedy, selfish soul of the Vampire King. It was impossible for him to pass on his power to someone else. Since discovering the truth about the will of the Vampire King, Jianmu had been trying to obtain the coffin of the Vampire King by other means, seeking a different method of inheriting the vampires. Unfortunately, the coffin had already partially merged with the soul and will of the Vampire King. Forcibly destroying the will of the king would come at a great cost and risk damaging the coffin, so Jianmu had left it aside. Jianmu had planned extensively and believed it was theoretically impossible for anyone to quickly eradicate the will of the Vampire King. He was shocked that Nate had preemptively taken the coffin. How was that even possible? Jianmu had manipulated the vampire clan for a long time using the inheritance of the Vampire King and the eradication of the curse as leverage, gradually gaining control over the entire clan. Now, he was facing the consequences of his actions. He never expected someone to manipulate the vampire clan in the same way. Jianmu realized that the clan was slipping out of his control. "I'll go see Nate. You guys stay here and hold off the Federation team," Lebu cautioned, already harboring doubts. Jianmu narrowed his eyes. Boom! After inheriting the 3 pieces of the Vampire King's remains, Jianmu's strength soared, with a powerful blood aura bursting from within him. His entire body was enveloped in a burning blood aura. Lebu sensed the warning in Jianmu's eyes. His heart stirred. Those were the eyes of the Vampire King. "Lebu, go intercept the Federation people." With that command, Jianmu swiftly headed towards the interior of the starting point, leaving Lebu behind. Inside the starting point, Fang Hang stood in the center of the magic array, assisting in the ritual. The effect of the vampire relic increased the success rate of the ritual and accelerated the process. There was no time to waste. Fang Hang was feeling the urgency. The disturbances caused by the battle between the Federation and the Vampire Prince could be keenly felt even within. The Prince, Lebu, couldn't delay them for long. Fang Hang refocused on the ritual. The reversal summoning ritual was not difficult. Guided by several vampire elders, the transfer ritual had already begun. The crimson light enveloped the entire coffin, slowly sinking down as if being absorbed by the earth, gradually disappearing underground. However, the process was extremely slow. Suddenly, Fang Hang furrowed his brows and looked around. Taking advantage of the chaos outside, a group of players had already made their way into the interior of the starting point. Bang! With a thought, Fang Hang immediately controlled the fused tyrant body and strode forward to intercept them. 7017K. The national game, from the zombie doomsday, the hang-up starts up. Protecting the ritual. Mecha saw the situation and immediately led the Blood family guarding behind to rush forward to meet the enemy. Far away, Mo Jiawei and Mo Jiang he groped their way along a small path and hid behind some dry trees. Uncle 7. It's a god, he's there. Mo Jiawei recognized Blood King Fang Hang wearing a mask next to the coffin at a glance, showing a look of surprise. He was about to wave his hand to call out when Mo Jiang he beside him covered his mouth quickly. Idiot! Don't make a sound. Mo Jiawei gestured frantically. Mo Jiang he let go of Mo Jiawei's hand, covering his mouth, looking at Fang Hang commanding the Blood family manipulating the coffin, equally amazed. He had heard from Mo Jiawei that Fang Hang had already infiltrated the Blood family and even gained control of the entire 6th district of the Blood family, but he never thought Fang Hang would blend in so well among the Blood family. These Blood family members who followed Ji and Muzi were actually helping him on the side. It's really strange. Mo Jiang he muttered, squinting his eyes and observing the ritual magic circle under Fang Hang's feet. Looking at the Blood family members and the structure of the magic circle. Could it be that the Blood family is assisting Fang Hang in performing a reverse summoning of the entire Blood King's coffin? Hiss! Mo Jiang he took a cold breath. Playing such a big game. Fang Hang wants to steal the Blood King's coffin back. Alright. Mo Jiang he couldn't help but pat his thigh again. He truly was his student. Bold and courageous. Just like himself. However, Ji and Muzi was already on his way. Judging by the current operation of the magic circle, Fang Hang probably wouldn't have time to complete the reverse summoning of the Blood King's coffin before Ji and Muzi arrived. There will definitely be a showdown with Ji and Muzi. He needed to figure out a way to help his student. Mo Jiang he quickly calculated in his mind. Mo Jiawei was already used to Fang Hang fooling the Blood family and making such moves. He lowered his voice and asked, Uncle 7, are we not going over? The situation is unclear now. If you go over rashly, what if you disrupt his plan? Besides, can you be of help there? Mo Jiawei felt it made sense and couldn't help but shrink his neck. Then what do we do now? Just watch. Don't worry. Let's wait and see how far he can deceive them. Wait for Ji and Muzi to arrive soon and see if he can also deceive Ji and Muzi. If not, we can ambush from here. Yes, ambush. After all that talk, ambush suited his taste best. Mo Jiawei's eyes lit up. Ha, Uncle 7. You're amazing. TCH, this is necessary. I've told you before, the sealing technique is invincible. Once I act, there's nothing I can't handle. Mo Jiang he said casually on the surface, but his mind was far from at ease. The sealing technique was powerful, but unless one truly mastered it to a crushing level, a player solely focusing on learning the sealing technique was actually a powerful support role, lacking strength in actual combat. After all, in a fight, a player who had not learned any close combat skills would find it difficult to run up to an enemy and stick a sealing talisman on their forehead. Mo Jiang's unique talent in sealing techniques made it difficult for him to excel in other areas. The strong aura of the Blood King sensed from Ji and Muzi earlier had also made Mo Jiang he feel the situation was tricky, difficult to deal with. He just hoped to delay Ji and Muzi as much as possible through ambush and help his student steal the coffin. Mo Jiang he was calculating in his mind. Not far away, Fang Hang, who was assisting in controlling the ritual, suddenly stopped and looked up. In the distance, a very powerful Blood family aura was rapidly approaching. That strength was very familiar. It originated from the body of the Blood King. And there were several of them. It seemed to be Jian Muzi. There was no escaping. What had to come was coming. Fang Hang had been harboring some hope, thinking he would fight the approaching Jian Muzi and the federal players to take advantage. It seemed his hopes were in vain. Fang Hang looked into the distance. High in the sky, Jian Muzi left to Blood Prince and the beginning of the external federal entanglements and flew alone towards the direction of the Blood King's coffin. From afar, Jian Muzi noticed that the Blood family members were performing a reversal magic circle and his anger surged. Someone was so bold to try and steal from him while he was away. That despicable player didn't know what method he used to disrupt the fusion of the will of the Blood King within the coffin. He even wanted to carry away the Blood King's coffin. In the distance, noticing the figure beside the Blood King's coffin, Jian Muzi frowned. He felt the person's figure was particularly familiar. It was just too far away, and the person's face was still masked, making it unclear. Jian Muzi's anger rose to the extreme, once again accelerating towards Fang Hang. The dark red blood and cha condensed in his right hand as Jian Muzi locked onto Fang Hang as his target. Below, behind the dry trees, Mo Jiawei, as a bloodline hunter, sensed a very strong sense of crisis from behind and urged, "He's coming, Uncle 7. Don't rush, take it slow." Mo Jiang he squinted his eyes. He carefully placed the wooden box he had carried behind him in front of him, opened it, and took out the sniper rifle stored inside and began to assemble it. This sniper rifle looked very peculiar on the outside, with layers upon layers of sealing talismans pasted all over it. Around the coffin, several high-ranking Blood family members also noticed the approaching Jian Muzi. Blood Elder Daikit frowned, looking at Jian Muzi approaching rapidly from the sky, and asked, "Is that Mr. Jian, Your Majesty?" Standing on the coffin, Fang Hang raised his head and gestured towards the approaching Jian Muzi from afar. "You're unlucky. All the means you prepared to deal with the Federation are now in his hands. Daikit, open the coffin. Activate the transfer magic circle at full power and act immediately." Daikit was taken aback, but nodded, yes. Outside the magic circle, several Blood family elders heard Fang Hang's order and simultaneously pressed their hands on the magic circle. Asterisk buzz, asterisk. A red light appeared in the magic circle, and then, the sinking Blood King's coffin was suddenly lifted open. Quickly, a dark aura overflowed from the cracked coffin as if it were ink. Huh? Mo Jiang he was watching Jian Muzi when suddenly he sensed the deadly aura coming from the direction of the Blood King's coffin behind, and couldn't help but let out a soft tone of surprise. Asterisk TSS 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 asterisk. The moment the lid of the Blood King's coffin was lifted, black aura gushed out like ink from the seams. The thick black aura almost instantly shrouded the magic circle and the Blood King's coffin, pulling Fang Hang and the surrounding area into darkness. What the ... Mo Jiawei was also shocked to see this. How could there be black aura coming out of the Blood King's coffin? Mo Jiawei turned to Uncle 7 and asked, "Uncle 7, what's this?" "It's the aura of death." Online game, The Zombie Apocalypse Hanging Text Volume 930 Chapter 1 Battle against Mo Jianghe. He also found it strange. However, soon Mo Jianghe realized and chuckled, "I get it. I guess Fang Hang got it from the Undead Research Association. As expected of my student, sharp as a tack. This kind of thing can be acquired, and with this wave, we're stable." Mo Jiawei was puzzled, asking, "Stable? Really? It has to be. This thing can block perception." With that, Mo Jianghe took out a symbol and firmly pasted it on Mo Jiawei's forehead. Snap! Mo Jiawei suddenly discovered that the black mist in front of him seemed to dissipate, with his vision extending rapidly from under half a meter to about less than 10 meters. Although most of the vision was still obscured by the black mist, it was much clearer than before. Impressive! Mo Jianghe! It has to be. The sealing technique is invincible. As he spoke, Mo Jianghe began to survey the entire battlefield. Jian Muzi's perception and vision were greatly affected, increasing his chances of launching a surprise attack. His student was indeed clever, knowing when to play dirty. Huh? Is that? After seeing where Fang Hang was standing, Mo Jianghe exclaimed lightly once again. Thud! Thud thud! The coffin of the Bloodline King was lifted open, and after the Black Death aura leaked out, to fusion tyrants with fragments of the Bloodline King attached to them entered the coffin one after the other. Fusion tyrants? Mojiang, he raised an eyebrow. From the fusion tyrants, he sensed a powerful force of bloodline energy. This thing was a product of the zombie apocalypse world, and the aura on them seemed to be fused with remnants of the bloodline king. So Fang Hang had utilized zombies for fusion, inheriting the power of the bloodline king's remains. Can things even be played out like this? Mojia could not wrap his head around it, feeling increasingly unable to understand his own student. Beside him, Mojiawe pushed Mojiang's shoulder and asked, "Uncle, what's over there?" "What's that thing?" Not far away, the overflowing undead aura condensed into a small whirlpool. At the center of the whirlpool was a black skeletal life form. The surrounding death aura was continuously being absorbed by the skeletal life form, forming a small vortex at a surprisingly fast speed. With the continuous absorption of death aura, a strange power fluctuation emanated from the undead creature's body. Mojiang, he looked at the jade-like black skeletal life form and murmured softly, "This thing is not simple. Is it very powerful, yes?" Mojiang, he nodded. Suddenly, he realized that after his disciple's visit to the undead studies section, not only had his strength greatly improved, but he also learned many techniques of undead studies. Fang Hang had hidden means galore, seemingly not needing his assistance at all. That won't do. Mojiang's expression turned serious. Fortunately, he had come over this time himself. He must show off in front of his disciple, showcasing the invincible sealing technique. Otherwise, if Fang Hang were deceived by the undead studies, unintentionally going astray into learning undead studies, what a disaster that would be. With that in mind, Mojiang, he aimed his sniper rifle towards Jian Muzi in midair. Under the enveloping black death aura, Fang Hang couldn't see anything nearby either, and his perception was suppressed to the extreme. No matter. Fang Hang had already mentally prepared himself, anticipating the impact of the death aura on himself. Using the death aura to create a dark shielded area was a trick he learned from Wu Xiang's jade pendant. Once the concentration of death aura exceeded a certain threshold, it could shield vision and perception. When he first received the jade pendant from Wu Xiang, the death aura inside was probably less than a quarter, which Fang Hang later used up entirely. The total blackout duration lasted for less than 2 minutes. Wu Xiang had left in a hurry and didn't reclaim the pendant, maybe because she lacked the means or skills to recharge the death aura. After all, the death aura inside the pendant had been depleted, and in this world, replenishing the death aura for the pendant required a visit to the Undead Research Association. The people at the Undead Research Association were mostly of scholarly nature, immersed in research, and generally indifferent to outsiders. Infiltrating the place would require time and effort. Luckily, when he was in the abyssal corridor before, Bellamy cooperated with the Vampire Elder's court to channel the outburst of death aura in the abyssal corridor into the blood of the dark prison. A ready source of recharging. The next steps were much simpler. While the Vampire Elders were setting up the magic circle, Fang Hang hid in the closed coffin, repeatedly going in and out of the game a few times, using his jump bed grid to transfer death aura through the pendant back and forth. Each time, he absorbed a lot of death aura, releasing it inside the coffin. After several times, the coffin of the Bloodline King was now full of death aura. At this point, the high concentration Bloodline King aura was released all at once, and Fang Hang estimated it could maintain a dark invisible and perception blocking state in the surrounding area for over 10 minutes. Additionally, Fang Hang turned his gaze to the bone spirit altar suspended in front of him. Despite the cracks that had appeared on the bone spirit altar, the King's Guard, the newly summoned King's Guard stood before Fang Hang, continuously absorbing the surrounding death aura and condensing into a smaller vortex. Fang Hang could feel it. The power of the King's Guard was steadily rising. Fang Hang took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and fully released his perception. How? Suddenly, Fang Hang was amazed. Although his vision was still obscured by the dense black fog, his powerful perception had fed back everything around him into his consciousness. Weird. How could his perception be so clear? Fang Hang immediately tried to trace the source of his perception. That's it. After establishing a mental connection with the King's Guard, he found that he could now share some of the King's Guard's perception. At this moment, it was as if the King's Guard was fighting on home ground. His perception was completely unaffected by the death aura shielding. He could even perceive farther and clearer. In complete darkness, Fang Hang's perception was significantly enhanced all around. Hey, Jian Muzi, you're just unlucky to encounter me. With the added high perception bonus, Fang Hang promptly detected Jian Muzi approaching him from a distance. Fang Hang was more confident, waiting in place for Jian Muzi to come at him. This is perfect. Let's battle it out. 7017K. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Volume 931 of the main text of Power Hang chapter began to ambush the Blood Clan King's coffin. The players around the coffin were fighting desperately with Mecha and the Blood Clan, watching Mecha and his group fall into a disadvantage and unable to hold on. Suddenly, a large black mist enveloped the surroundings, halting the attack. In the darkness, they couldn't see anything, and their perception was greatly weakened. The players realized something was wrong with this black mist and hesitated to act in the darkness, maintaining their vigilance. The Blood Clan also couldn't see anything, but since Fang Hang had already given them a heads up, they were prepared mentally. Most of the Blood Clan were fully focused on the ritual and didn't need to see clearly. As for Mecha, he only needed to discern whether the opponent was of the same Blood Clan after getting close to them through their blood and aura. Jian Muzi, who was rushing towards the central location, saw the sudden emergence of the black mist and his heart sank. What's going on? In a short moment, everything ahead was shrouded in the black mist, including the person wearing a mask. Damn it! It's the aura of death. Jian Muzi quickly identified that decaying aura. The aura of death not only completely blocked their vision, but also shielded their perception entirely. Under the influence of the aura of death, he immediately lost his lock on Fang Hang. Jian Muzi found himself in a dilemma. Usually, dealing with this situation directly using area of effect skills or a wave of concentrated blood magic bombardment would easily solve it. But not now. A widespread attack could potentially irreversibly damage the king's coffin. That was a price he couldn't afford. A rich, black aura of death continued to spread rapidly ahead. Charge in! Jian Muzi made a quick judgment. The opponent releasing the mist was buying time. The primary goal now was to rush in and protect the Blood Clan King's coffin from being taken. As for the sneaky thief who wanted to steal the coffin, once the aura of death dissipated, he had 1,000 ways to kill him. Quickly entering the area of the black mist, the visible distance was only about a meter. Relying on his memory, Jian Muzi rushed straight towards the central coffin. Jian Muzi was in a hurry. It didn't matter if he couldn't see clearly or sense surroundings. The priority was to protect the Blood Clan King's coffin. Swish! As he rushed forward, Jian Muzi suddenly sensed a powerful life form blocking his way. Who? A black bone knife flashed before his eyes, carrying the aura of death from all around. A shadow of blood claw flew in front of Jian Muzi. A clang! A harsh metallic impact sound resonated as Jian Muzi was blocked. It was an undead creature. Jian Muzi's expression darkened slightly. He had just experienced a major battle between the Western Union and the Holy See, and his condition wasn't optimal. He couldn't afford it. He was running out of time. He didn't have time to tangle with this undead creature. Leveraging the power of the king's remains, he quickly dealt with it. Jian Muzi's face turned serious as he forcefully activated the Blood Clan King's remains fused with him. With condensed energy, a blood-colored shadow enveloped behind him as Jian Muzi took a deep breath and surged forward again, almost twice as fast as before. Suddenly, as he rushed forward, Jian Muzi's expression changed instantly. He tried to move to evade. However, he was a step too slow. A bullet hit his shoulder. Bang! The next instant, after the bullet hit his body, a very dull gunshot sounded in the distance. Jian Muzi turned to see where the bullet came from, with a grim face. As he was hit by the bullet, the negative effects attached to it made him feel increasingly troubled. Heh. In a dark corner, Mo Jiang he laughed sinisterly as he put away his sniper rifle and prepared to switch bullets. Uncle 7. That was amazing! Seeing Mo Jiang's successful sneak attack, Mo Jiawei was extremely excited, applauding on the side. Didn't I tell you? Sealing techniques are invincible. Smirking, Mo Jiang he showed off. Thinking of dealing with Fang Hang? Who did they think his teacher was? Mo Jiang he laughed coldly as he took out a bullet engraved with intricate runic patterns from his pocket to reload the rifle. Unlike a regular sniper rifle, Mojiang's rifle was covered with numerous layers of sealed papers, almost enveloping it inside and out. Mojiang, he had no choice. He lacked talent in combat, so he had to find a way to use firearms in conjunction with sealing techniques. However, at higher levels of play, players had powerful perceptions, making it easy to dodge bullets. Therefore, Mojiang, he had to add layers of concealment seals, precise seals, or suppression seals, sound transmission seals, and more to his rifle. With each passing day, the seals on the sniper rifle only increased. If not for the 2 weighty runic seals he attached to it, Mojiang, he would have a hard time carrying it. On the other side, Jian Muzi's face became increasingly grim after being hit by the bullet. Following the hit, a series of negative effects overwhelmed him, making him feel heavy as if lead was poured into his body. He felt a strong sense of weakness and fatigue, as if dozens of debilitating buffs were instantly stacked on him. Even with his body strengthened by the king's remains, he was struggling. Who was targeting him in the shadows? Was it a warning? Jian Muzi remained extremely vigilant. Still puzzled, the king's guards raised their black bone knives again to attack him. Controlling Fang Hang, who was also surprised, Fang Hang realized that someone was assisting him. Was this a stroke of luck? With the current situation critical, Fang Hang didn't have time to think about who was aiding him and quickly controlled the king's guard to accelerate the attack on the Blood Clan prince. Jian Muzi had to deal with the king's guard while also guarding against the bullets coming from the sneak attacker, bearing immense mental pressure. After about 7 minutes of delay, seeing the 7 bullets run out, Mojiang he shouldered his weapon, grabbed Mo Jiawei, and fled. "Let's go. Quickly, get away." "What about Fang Hang?" Mo Jiawei asked. "Don't worry, even if you die 10,000 times, he won't be harmed." Without looking back, Mojiang he headed outside. "We've done what we could. Let's get out of here quickly." With the help of his sealing techniques, Mojiang he had a much better visual range than Mo Jiawei. He clearly saw that after the few bullets had distracted him, the Blood Clan King's coffin behind Fang Hang had already sunk completely into the ground. Strength had been demonstrated, and the loot had been stolen by Fang Hang. What were they waiting for? Time to run. As a support, why risk being targeted? Knowing Fang Hang had the ability to enter the game, Mojiang he wasn't worried that Fang Hang would run into trouble. He decisively ran away with Mo Jiawei to avoid being focused by the infuriated Jian Muzi. 7017K. All People Game. Hanging out from the beginning of the Zombie Doomsday. Hanging out volume 932 of the main text. We succeeded in the center of the initial ground. A faint light bloomed on the entire reverse summoning magic array. The boundaries of the entire initial ground quickly contracted towards the center. It's done. Fang Hang breathed a sigh of relief. He found that he had completely lost his perception of the tyrant body fusion. The tyrant body had been sent to the game world. The game is over. I'm not playing with you anymore. Finally, taking a last look at Jian Muzi, who was still entangled with the royal guard, Fang Hang slowly closed his eyes. In the midst of the death aura, the dark magic array spun rapidly under his feet. Suddenly, the black death aura surrounded Fang Hang, and with it, the magic array under his feet disappeared from the spot. While Jian Muzi was still entangled with the royal guard, completely unaware that Fang Hang and the ambush by Mojiang he had silently left, his perception abilities were greatly suppressed by the death aura, forcing him to draw energy to guard against hidden attackers. The attacker's shot sealed his control over the ability of the Bloodline King's remains in a short period of time. It took more than 3 minutes until the surrounding death aura gradually subsided. Jian Muzi regained the power of the Bloodline King's remains, and then burst out with full force to break free from the royal guard and rush towards the Bloodline King's coffin. It's gone. Jian Muzi found that he had completely lost track of the royal coffin. As the dense black aura gradually dissipated, Jian Muzi frantically searched around for Fang Hang's figure, but he couldn't find him anywhere. In the center of the initial ground, where the Bloodline King's coffin had been, there were only a group of Bloodline elders. In addition, there were players who took advantage of the chaos to enter the center of the initial ground and try to pick up the pieces. After more than 10 minutes of darkness, when their vision returned, the players all saw Jian Muzi standing at the spot where the coffin had disappeared. To avoid detection, Jian Muzi was now wearing a human skin mask. The players naturally came to a conclusion. Jian Muzi had stolen the Bloodline King's coffin. It's him. Get him. The coffin is in his hands. The players, with red eyes, slowly approached Jian Muzi. Jian Muzi was now furious, unable to suppress the anger in his heart. Seeing the approaching players, he waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The blood and energy bombs fell into the group of players, causing intense explosions. Several players who couldn't dodge in time instantly evaporated. Jian Muzi restrained his anger and did not pursue. Instead, he swiftly moved to the nearest bloodline beside him and questioned, "Where's the teleportation point for the reverse summon setup?" The bloodline he questioned looked puzzled as he was grabbed by his collar. "What's going on? Why is Mr. Jian so angry? Didn't we just succeed? Mr. Jian, we did it!" Another bloodline elder, seeing Jian Muzi, was elated. "The king's coffin has been safely reverse summoned back. We can now evacuate and go find the king." Succeeded what? Succeeded in getting our stuff stolen. Jian Muzi's eyes turned red as he stared back at the bloodline elder, questioning, "I'm asking, where was the initial ground scent?" Seeing Jian Muzi's expression, the bloodline elder knew something wasn't right. He didn't know where the problem lay, so he could only nod and reply hesitantly. The other side of the reverse summon was set up personally by the king. "I don't know." The words the king sounded especially harsh to Jian Muzi's ears, and he felt the urge to crush the bloodline elder. "Does anyone know?" After thinking for a moment, the bloodline elder realized that the other end of the reverse summon was provided by Nath, and they were not involved in the process. With the onset of the impending federal attack, nobody noticed that only Nath was in charge of the location of the reverse summon. Now he realized that no one knew where the bloodline king's coffin had gone. But it didn't matter. Nath knew, and that was enough. The bloodline elder, still unaware of Jian Muzi's taboo, said, "The king should know." Jian Muzi's face darkened instantly, his eyes fixed on the bloodline elder. He was filled with an urge to swallow him alive. Of course, the thief knows. Jian Muzi hated deeply, his fists clenched tightly, controlling his anger. "I'll ask you one more time, other than Nath, who knows the coordinates of the reverse summon?" "No, no one." "Mr. Jian." A bloodline duke flew down from above, reverting to human form next to Jian Muzi. The two princes are unable to resist. The federal soldiers could arrive at any moment. We must be prepared. Jian Muzi took a deep breath. Damn it. And now the Northern Federation. Just when she was obstructed by the Federation, how could the coffin be so easily stolen? The Bloodline King's coffin had been sent to an unknown location. Staying here to face the federal soldiers seemed meaningless. What's even more infuriating is that he still doesn't know who Nath is. Who betrayed him behind the scenes? The prime suspects are the 12 consortiums. They understand his plans the best. And Old Black. Old Black has also made a lot of moves in this operation. Presumably, Old Black's power is not enough to steal the entire coffin. After taking several deep breaths, Jian Muzi temporarily suppressed his anger. Let's retreat. Bring these bloodlines with us. I need to find out who's messing around behind the scenes. Yes. Jian Muzi's eyes shimmered with a strong sense of killing intent. Losing the Bloodline King's coffin meant that the biggest victory in this plan had been stolen. But the game is not over yet. Upon returning, after thoroughly sorting out the whole matter, he believed he could find the mastermind behind everything. Whoever dares to betray him, he promises that he will take a big bite out of them. Let's go. Back to the evacuation point. Zombie Doomsday, 8th Sector. Angelita's cave beneath the prison. The Bloodline Elders held a reverse summoning ritual around a large magic array. The magic array flashed with dazzling blood red light. Watching the Bloodline King's coffin rising gradually from the magic array, the senior court arbiter Hayes could not hide his shock, followed by delight. It was the Bloodline King's coffin. Fang Hang actually sent the Bloodline King's coffin back. This was the thing that only existed in the initial ground, according to legend. Moreover, there were rumors that the Bloodline King's coffin held a crucial secret to lifting the curse of the bloodlines. How could the bloodlines not be excited? Atia's body trembled with excitement. She thought that Fang Hang had set up such a large magic array this time to bring back something big, but she never expected it to be such a massive surprise. Such a great surprise. National Game. Starting with the Zombie Apocalypse, Volume 933 of the main story continues the exploit. The Prince of Blood Clan in Zone 1 used the Blood Clan King's coffin and unlocking the Blood Clan curse as a cover to deceive their trust, leading them to invade other game worlds together. When the Blood Clan King's coffin was seen, the Blood Clan members who were holding a ceremony also became excited. Within half a minute of the completion of the Blood Clan King's coffin in reversal summoning, they had already sensed a slight increase in their own strength and even a slight reduction in the curse that had been accumulating on them. The Blood Clan members couldn't help but want to approach and take a look, but they were stopped by the cold eyes of the Duke of Bellamy standing nearby, and each of them stood still in place. Without Fang Hang's orders, Hayes also dared not move the coffin, and he carefully circled around the Blood Clan King's coffin several times, nodding to Bellamy and Adia after confirming that the coffin was undamaged. The eyes of everyone were filled with excitement and uncontrollable excitement. That was the coffin of the Blood Clan King. Without Fang Hang giving the order, no one dared to make a move to control the coffin. They waited for more than 5 minutes. Ka. In the rear, the door of the underground cavern opened, and Fang Hang walked in from outside the door. "Your Majesty!" The Blood Clan group in the hall all knelt down. The Duke of Blood Clan, Bellamy, also knelt respectfully. If, before, her loyalty to Fang Hang was only the best choice out of helplessness, now she was sincerely convinced. She clearly felt that after the appearance of the Blood Clan King's coffin, the power of the Blood Clan curse within her had been partially dissipated. Although it was only a small part, it was the first time the curse power on her body had been weakened since birth. How long has it been? Bellamy had always looked down on the rumors about the Blood Clan King, but now she saw it with her own eyes. Fang Hang achieved such great success within just half a month of gaining control of the Blood Clan. Could it be that the destiny of the Blood Clan truly lies in this young man? Compared to the mysterious figure controlling the Blood Clan in the first world behind the scenes, they had always been dangling the temptation of lifting the Blood Clan curse over the 6th zone without any tangible benefits. Unlike now, the weakening of the curse on their bodies was visibly and tangibly real. At this moment, Bellamy also believed deeply that Fang Hang was the successor to lead their Blood Clan back to glory. He must be able to find a way to break the curse of the bloodline. Seeing the Blood Clan members showing excitement, kneeling down, Fang Hang was also stunned. After entering the game, he immediately appeared in the Blood Clan Apocalypse of Zone 6, then spent some time returning through the transfer channel to the Zombie Apocalypse of Zone 8 before hurrying here. "Get up, everyone!" Fang Hang raised his hand to signal everyone to rise, looking toward the center of the summoning circle where the Blood Clan King's coffin was. "Is the coffin okay?" Hayes, standing next to the coffin, stood up and bowed from a distance to Fang Hang, suppressing the excitement in his heart and hiding his trembling hands inside his sleeves, respectfully reporting, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The coffin has completed the reversal summoning." Next, Fang Hang's retina displayed a series of game prompts. Hint: the player has obtained the Blood Clan King's coffin in the current world, the player's world rating has been increased, and the player's adaptation to the Blood Clan has been maximized. Hint: player places the Blood Clan King's coffin in the sanctuary. Player's leadership among the Blood Clan greatly increased, loyalty of all Blood Clan members in the sanctuary greatly enhanced. Some Blood Clan members gain the effect of being loyal unto death. Hint: all Blood Clan curse effects of the current sanctuary's Blood Clan units are reduced by 10%. Fang Hang quickly glanced over the game hints and nodded lightly. Looking at Hayes, "Elder, the coffin has completed the reversal summoning. I've made an initial inspection. Do we need to perform some ceremony to fully activate the coffin's power?" "Indeed, it is necessary to conduct a ceremony to fully activate the power of the coffin, and your will is needed to participate." Hayes looked up at Fang Hang, his face respectful. Among the archives of the Elder Council, there are some records related to the Blood Clan King's coffin. If the records are correct, the magic array needed for the ceremony should be engraved inside the coffin. Please allow us to open the coffin to observe and find the arrangement for the ceremony. All right, once found, set it up immediately. The sooner, the better. Yes. Your Majesty, after finding the ceremony, we will immediately set it up to proceed with the ceremony. Good. Also block the news. Do not leak any information about the Blood Clan King's coffin. Leave it to me. With these words, Bellamy scanned all the Blood Clan members in the cavern with sharp eyes. Not a single Blood Clan member dared to meet her gaze. Fang Hang nodded and raised his hand towards the distant direction of the Blood Clan King's coffin. Ka. The Blood Clan King's coffin slowly opened. The aura of blood power overflowed from the coffin. The Blood Clan members were surprised and looked into the open coffin. The two fused tyrant bodies hidden in the coffin under Fang Hang's command slowly stepped out of the coffin with heavy steps. They were not ordinary fused tyrant bodies, they were filled with the blood power of the Blood Clan King. Seeing the fused tyrant bodies, Hayes and others were almost jaw-dropped. They felt that what they saw and experienced today far exceeded their understanding of the Blood Clan over the years. What are these things? Clearly zombie creatures, yet possessing such a vast amount of blood power. Only the successor of the Blood Clan King can achieve such a feat. The confidence of the Blood Clan members in Fang Hang was further boosted. Bellamy also stared at the zombie bodies. She felt the immense blood power within them and immediately turned to Fang Hang. Could it be that Fang Hang had already studied how to fuse samples of the Hydra organization into the bodies of Blood Clan members? Your Majesty, this is... I found some remnants of the Blood Clan King and temporarily fused them with the tyrant bodies. Fang Hang explained simply, feeling relieved that everything was going smoothly, and the fused tyrant bodies and the remains of the Blood Clan King were safely returned. You can examine the coffin. These two creatures temporarily inherit the power of the Blood Clan King, which is very unstable. They will stay here temporarily. Do not touch them easily. Prepare for the activation ritual of the coffin, and as soon as I return, we will immediately prepare to perform the ceremony. Yes, Your Majesty. Hayes nodded respectfully. Fang Hang watched as Bellamy walked towards him and waved his hand at her. I'll go back to the real world first and see. We'll talk when I come back. Okay. Fang Hang knew that there were still many questions from the Blood Clan members, but he didn't have time to explain now. Some of the remains of the Blood Clan King were still lost in the real world. While Hayes was preparing to arrange the activation ritual, he needed to go back and check the situation. What if by the stroke of luck, Jianmu and the Federation got into a fight? What if? Maybe he could benefit from it. With that in mind, Fang Hang closed his eyes again and disappeared quickly from the spot. 17K. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday and hanging up on the main text volume, 934, Chapter 934 Stop chasing the periphery of the initial land. Both the two Blood Prince vampires and the Federal Inspection Team noticed the sudden rise of death energy from the interior of the initial land. Liang Yue immediately realized that something was wrong and wanted to bring people in for investigation, but was blocked by the two Prince-level blood vampires. After being delayed for more than 10 minutes, when the black mist in the center of the initial land gradually dissipated, the blood vampires suddenly seemed to receive some signal. Disregarding their injuries, led by the Blood Prince, the remaining blood vampires rushed towards a direction far away from the initial land. Liang Yue immediately exchanged glances with the two elite squad captains who assisted. Liang Yue, your squad stays here, and Dong Chen's squad, and I will go after them. Okay. Liang Yue agreed and stopped chasing the blood vampires, instead leading the team towards the interior of the initial land. Just as they entered the initial land, Li Ran furrowed his brows and pointed ahead. Look over there. The boundary where the initial land merges with the real world was rapidly shrinking towards the center. Liang Yue also realized that there was a problem, anxiously urging, speed up. However, the boundary of the initial land region was quickly converging towards the center, getting faster and faster, so much so that Liang Yu's team couldn't catch up. Whoosh! Liang Yue distinctly saw the edge of the initial land region quickly gathering towards a hole in the center ahead, until it coalesced into a single point and disappeared in a flash. What? Gone! Liang Yu's team arrived at the center of the initial land and looked around for anything suspicious. Damn it! Where is it? Li Ran couldn't believe he came up empty and cursed under his breath. There were many bodies scattered around, mostly left behind by the blood vampires and players who had entered the initial land previously trying to scavenge. In the central area, there was a large deep pit with remnants of a blood vampire magic circle nearby. Other than these, there was nothing else. They had chased for so long, spent so much time and effort, lost so many people, caused so much damage to the city, and now they couldn't even find a trace of the blood vampire king's remains. Liang Yu's team suddenly felt they had been played. It seems that the thick fog was released by the blood vampires, using some special means to transfer the coffins and the king's remains. Old Black, who quickly followed the team, also saw this scene and stood silently on the side. Old Black knew roughly about Gian Muzi's plan. He felt something was off. As far as he knew, Gian Muzi's plan didn't seem to involve using death energy in this step, and the Blood Vampire King's coffin wouldn't be summoned back so quickly in Gian Muzi's plan. Seeing the disappeared Blood Vampire King's coffin, a thought arose in Old Black's mind. That coffin! Could it really have been taken by Fang Hang? Old Black quickly sorted his memories and thought that among the people he knew, perhaps only Fang Hang had the capability to do this. By offending Gian Muzi this time, regaining his trust would be very difficult. Therefore, thinking this through, Old Black suggested, everyone, the mastermind who fled with the Blood Prince vampires still has the king's remains on them. If we find a way to kill them, we might still have a chance. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Li Ran hurriedly confirmed with Old Black, "Old Black, are you sure?" Old Black replied firmly, "I am sure." They fled in haste and haven't returned to the game world yet. Li Ran then looked at team leader Liang Yue. "Boss, are we doing this?" Liang Yu's eyes narrowed. They had come this far. It would be unacceptable to give up now. All the sunk costs incurred along the way would go to waste. Furthermore, after being played by the blood vampires for so long, this team of elite federal inspection members all felt a surge of anger. "Let's go, we chase." With that, Liang Yue immediately led the team towards the direction where the two Blood Prince vampires had fled. Old Black squinted his eyes. Instead of joining the chase, he chose to step back and regroup with the federal combat forces outside the boundary of the initial land. The federal main combat team on the periphery of the initial land brought with them a portion of heavy weapons that included some energy beam weapons. They knew they couldn't catch up with Gian Muzi at their speed, so the commander ordered a portion of the team to slowly proceed after Liang Yu's team, ready to provide support at any time. The rest of the team received a new mission. Most of the teleportation points in the north had been located and required personnel to go for support. Soon, leaving behind a group of people to clean up the battlefield and disperse the stragglers, the federal team in the initial land region retreated clean. Many player teams lingered in the initial land region, unwilling to leave for a while, making sure there was no opportunity left for scavenging, before finally evacuating one by one. About half an hour later, on the devastated land emerged a blood-colored magic circle. Fang Hang appeared from within the magic circle. Old Fang. Using the yellow paper on his forehead, Momo Jiawei, who had been hiding on the side, saw Fang Hang return and immediately jumped out, waving to signal him. "Hung Old Mo, what are you doing here?" Fang Hang didn't expect Momo Jiawei to come here personally to greet him, and immediately thought of the person who had secretly helped him earlier. "I thought it was you. Were you the one who ambushed me from behind?" "Heh, I don't have that ability. It was my uncle." Momo Jiawei quickly recounted how he had found this place and how Momo Jiang he had ambushed Gian Muzi. Recalls Chinese website. Fang Hang immediately recalled the uncle who had taught him the sealing technique. Momo Jiang he seemed unreliable, but his appearance at this time was just in time to help him out. He needed to thank him properly. Fang Hang looked around. "By the way, where is your uncle?" "He left." Seeing that you are safely back, he quietly followed the Federation's people to chase Gian Muzi, saying he was preparing to make a profit. Momo Jiawei sharpened his knives, ready and eager to cause trouble. Big shot, the Federation's people have gone after Gian Muzi. What's our next big plan? Should we follow and make a profit together? Make a profit? Fang Hang lowered his head in thought. He had originally wanted to see if the Federation would clash with Gian Muzi, and if he could sneak in to grab some of the Blood Vampire King's remains to enhance the combat capabilities of the fused tyrant body. However, looking at the large number of people chasing Gian Muzi, each of them with formidable strength, and then looking at his own situation, his skill Eternal Moon was still on cooldown and couldn't be used. All the Blood Vampire sanctums on him had been thrown into the Blood Vampire King's coffin where the ritual was binding, rendering them ineffective. Before the ritual was completed to bind the coffin, his power was greatly diminished. Not to mention he couldn't use the Blood Vampire form in the real world. Even if he wanted to chase now, he wouldn't catch up. Considering his own abilities, Fang Hang shook his head. "Forget it, let's not chase." "Oh, how did you get here?" National Game. Auto Hang from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse, Chapter 335. Secret Uncle 7 has a special teleportation seal, said to be related to spatial seals. Quite complicated. I don't understand it very well, but it is very precious, ManhwaRecap said as he flipped through the mobile phone he carried with him. I just contacted the helicopter from home to pick us up. Shall we go find the location of the next Blood Clan remains and try our luck? Fang Hang thought for a moment. All right, let's go check the situation. 1 hour later, the helicopter carrying Fang Hang and a few others arrived at one of the drop points of the Blood Clan King's remains. ManhwaRecap stuck his head out from the helicopter cabin to look outside. The area below had already been thoroughly cleared by the Federal Operations Department and sealed off. Forget it, let's go back to the Undead Research Society. Fang Hang shook his head and continued to focus on the information on the online forums. Looking at the familiar forum interface and the funny comments and strange personalities of netizens, Fang Hang felt a sense of relief that the internet connection at home was finally smooth. Ah, okay. ManhwaRecap disappointedly shook his head and signaled the pilot to return. Originally, Fang Hang had come to investigate out of curiosity. After connecting to the internet, Fang Hang quickly realized how naive he was. It had been so long since the Blood Clan invaded the world, and besides Jianmu and the Federation, various major forces were still searching for the king's remains. Going to search now would be a fruitless endeavor. Information from the internet revealed that the various federal regions of the real world had gradually started cutting off the connection points between the Blood Clan and the real world. The Eastern Federation had the fastest response, having already declared the problem completely solved a few hours ago, although the alarm had not been completely lifted. The other regions were also gradually recovering. Even the Western Federation, secretly controlled by the 12 consortiums, had announced 2 minutes ago that they had destroyed the gateways between 5 Blood Clan members in the Western Federation and the real world. How shameless! Fang Hang thought to himself. He suddenly remembered the secret about the Blood Clan King's coffin that ManhwaRecap had mentioned earlier and couldn't help but ask, "Oh, by the way, Mo, you told me earlier that there was a secret inside the Blood Clan King's coffin. What is it?" "Oh, that." ManhwaRecap's face lit up mysteriously as he enthusiastically recounted the whole story to Fang Hang. "Yes, a guy named Jory. He was originally someone from the God's domain, in our terms, an internal employee of the Federation. The official statement from the God's domain is that this guy committed a serious crime of misconduct, and after the God's domain cursed him, they were preparing to confine him to the realm of sin. And guess what? On his way to being confined to the realm of sin, this guy used a special item to break through a spatial channel, forcibly entering a spatial rift to escape. Normally, entering a spatial rift meant certain death, not to mention being cursed by the God's domain in advance. But somehow, Jory got extremely lucky and found an unexplored special space which barely kept him alive for a few days. ManhwaRecap stared at Fang Hang intensely as he continued. It is said that, by a stroke of luck, Jory stumbled into that space on the brink of death, and unexpectedly gained powerful abilities from within the space, blending his own strength with the power of the curse to become a new form of life and power system. That's right. Jory is the Blood Clan King. He gained power from that mysterious space. No one has ever been able to escape the curse of the God's domain. When the God's domain found out about this, they immediately sent people to search for him. Later, just as you saw at the starting point, the king fled all the way, went through numerous changes, and finally came to our world, where he was temporarily sealed by the God's domain, creating a space to store some of his soul's will. But the Blood Clan King is not to be trifled with. The high priests who pursued him all exhausted their life force, so the God's domain completely lost track of the specific location where the Blood Clan King was sealed. Listening to ManhwaRecap's story, Fang Hang rubbed his chin, lost in thought. So, the inherent curse on the Blood Clan actually originated from the God's domain. Therefore, what was sought after by the God's domain ... and the secret hidden in the ... Let me know if you want me to continue with the translation. Zone 8 of the Zombie Apocalypse. At the bottom of a prison in the Angitas Cave, a large magic circle completely surrounds the coffin of the Vampire Lord in the center. The runes of the magic circle even spread onto the coffin. The vampires infused their own power into the magic circle. Angitas also emitted sporadic red stars, continuously gathering power into the magic circle. The coffin of the Vampire Lord radiated a red light. Fang Hang stood next to the coffin of the vampire lord, eyes closed, his hand pressed on the coffin. A dark rune appeared on the palm of his hand, and blood overflowed from the rune, absorbed by the coffin. Fang Hang felt the power continuously flowing into his body through the coffin, sensing a gradual fusion with it. He didn't notice that the mark on the back of his hand had clearly appeared, emitting a faint light. At the same time, the bottom of the coffin lid was gradually marked with the same rune. Suddenly, Fang Hang opened his eyes. Game prompts appeared on his retinas. Prompt: after being energized by Angitis, you have sacrificed 13 different vampire holy relics and successfully completed the ritual, granting you full control over the vampire lord's coffin. Prompt: the current player has sacrificed a total of 13 vampire holy relics, 19 items. Prompt: the coffin of the vampire lord is an ancient artifact and cannot be put in the backpack. Some skills will take effect immediately after being bound. The text is quite long, but here's a translation of the first part. All People's Game. Starting with the Zombie Apocalypse, Volume 937. Continue. ManhwaRecap looked at Fang Hang with a serious expression and said, "All right, this move won't work either." I understand." Fang Hang nodded. He knew he couldn't handle a human extinction event. The key to breaking the situation seemed to be in the higher-level world. The blood of ordinary people in the lower world contained too little power. It was more useful to sacrifice a saint's blood in a higher-level world than to drain the blood of 10 million people. It was necessary to quickly schedule entry into a higher-level world. Heizi, focus on the research first. I will figure out the blood issue, Fang Hang instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, Heizi replied. Fang Hang then turned to ManhwaRecap and said, "It's time. Let's go back and take a look." ManhwaRecap nodded in agreement and left a sleeping bag on the spot. The translation covers the beginning section of the text. Let me know if you need the translation for the rest of the text. MMORPG. Zombie Apocalypse AFK Chapter 938. Moving. Fang Hang nodded. Yes, that makes sense. The king's coffin is now in our hands. I can investigate from this angle and find out if the so-called world channel exists. Very well. I will also conduct an investigation through my channels. We will contact each other if we have any news, Lao Hei said with a relaxed tone, smiling. He continued, "There is one more thing. I have a business offer for you. Are you interested? No? A business offer." The invasion by the Blood Clan this time has caused a lot of commotion. The 12 clans could not contain it, so they sold Jian Muzi. Now the Federation has organized elite squads to launch a surprise attack on the 1st District of the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan headquarters in the 1st District cannot hold on, and has begun to disperse and flee. Lao Hei smirked, teasing, "The current situation is that the Federation has cleared out the 1st District, and the elite squads are busy dealing with the fleeing Blood Clan members, their attention diverted. They have no time to handle the supplies at the Blood Clan headquarters. Can we benefit from this situation?" "Hey, Lao Hei, you don't mean to." Fang Hang almost immediately understood when he and Lao Hei saw it in the rear mountains of the Elder's courtyard. Those fusion space crystals piled up like small hills. After the Blood Clan's plan failed, Jian Muzi was pursued by the Federation's people. Those space crystals became useless and were naturally abandoned. Fang Hang's heart couldn't help but beat faster. That was a treasure that could connect the real world and the game world. It had extremely high strategic value. He was already drooling when he first saw it. He must acquire it. Heh, it seems you've also figured it out. The fusion space crystals and dust are all piled up there, Lao Hei chuckled. The Federation hasn't had time to inventory the items yet. These things might not be useful to others, but they should be useful to you, right? Of course, very useful. I can help you secure a portion of it. As for the price ... give me a number. Fang Hang, feeling extravagant, said, "I'll owe you for now. I don't have money at the moment." "Ha, you." Lao Hei shook his head helplessly. "It's not easy to do business with you if you want to make a profit. Fine, I might need to use this channel in the future. I'll go easy on you this time. 3,000 main god points as compensation. Pay me back when you have the money." Exchanging 3,000 points for so many fusion space crystals was definitely a huge profit. Fang Hang readily agreed. "No problem. It's settled. When can I get the goods?" While Jian Musi is away, and the Federation isn't paying attention to this aspect, I already have temporary control over the first district. You have 5 hours from now. No problem. Give me 5 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Fang Hang turned to Mo Jiawei and said, "Let's go. There's another moving job. Let's return to the game and visit the Blood Clan." Moving. Mo Jiawei's eyes brightened. All right. 2 hours later, Blood Clan Elders Courtyard of the Zombie Apocalypse. Bellamy led a group of high-ranking Blood Clan members protecting zombie doppelgangers as they continuously moved large crates filled with supplies into the teleportation portal. While the Federation's elite team was busy dealing with the Blood Clan, Lao He cooperated with Fang Hang to secretly open the teleportation portal and sneak the fusion space crystals back to the 8th district. It was only then that Lao He realized Fang Hang's expertise in looting. With the help of controllable zombies, they emptied the warehouse of fusion space crystals within just an hour. Seeing there was still time, Fang Hang went on to seize the remaining resources in the Blood Clan Elders' courtyard warehouses. Mo Jiawei hurriedly entered the courtyard. "Fang Hang, the 7th warehouse is almost empty." Another one's done." As Fang Hang emptied the few remaining warehouses in the courtyard, he licked his lips, looking at Lao He with an unfulfilled expression. "Lao He, do you think there are any other hidden special warehouses here that haven't been found?" "No, really none left." Seeing Fang Hang's intentions to empty the Elder's courtyard, Lao He couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. "Fang Hang, that's about it. Emptying everything won't sit well with the Federation. It's not necessary to have a direct conflict. Don't worry, these are all deeds done by the evil Blood Clan. It has nothing to do with us. We'll be clean. They won't cause you trouble," Fang Hang reassured, closing Lao He's mouth. Lao He couldn't help sighing. Trading these resources for 3,000 main god points with Fang Hang was a big loss. Fang Hang watched as the last box of ores was carried inside the teleportation portal gate. "Lao He, there are still a lot of fusion space crystals piled up on the rear mountain, right?" "Indeed, but those crystals are hard to transport, and there are also the federal squads guarding the rear mountain. They are not particularly strong." Seeing the excitement in Fang Hang and Mo Jiawei's eyes, Lao He's words trailed off. I think we should give up. The risk is quite large. The Federation could come after us anytime. It's not necessary to confront them directly." Fang Hang and Mo Jiawei exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. This move was a go. Their moving company also had professional ethics. Since they were already here, why not clean up everything? As the portal has already been opened, let's seize the opportunity. Isn't it a bit much? Lao He coughed lightly. "How big is your grievance with the Federation?" Mo Jiawei sighed. "You don't understand, Lao He. Using the portal consumes a lot of energy. Life in prison is getting harder with each passing day. We might as well profit a bit this time. You have to let us earn something." Without waiting for Lao He's response, Fang Hang had already turned and headed back to the teleportation portal. "I'll bring the Blood Clan members over. We'll throw all the blame on Jian Musi. It will be quick." More than 10 minutes later, Lao He saw a group of Blood Clan members with eager eyes coming out of the teleportation portal. Since the federal defense personnel at the rear mountain are limited, try not to kill them. Just drive them away, and afterwards collect the fusion evolution crystals and head back here. We're short on time. Move quickly. Understood. Lord King. Duke Bellamy nodded, immediately transforming his Blood Clan members into bat forms flying towards the windows. Soon, Lao He heard the commotion outside the building. National Game. Beginning with the zombie apocalypse, hanging up the main text of Chapter 939 was a mess inside the federal radio station. His private survival radio station quickly received a row of messages. Then, bat-shaped bloodsuckers flew in with pieces of fused space crystals, throwing small crystal stones onto the floor of the teleportation hall. The zombie avatars began to organize, putting the scattered fused space crystals into wooden boxes and transporting them into the space channel. Lao He watched this scene with a bitter smile. Are they really so skilled at this? Obviously, this is not their first time doing this. Since they had already boarded the thief ship, helplessly, Lao He could only delay the return of the federal main force in the radio station and private information. After a moment, Lao He raised his head and said, "We have 1 more hour. The Federal received news suggesting that there may be some secret information in the Blood Elder's house and has been under attack by the Bloodsuckers. They are preparing to return to support the Elder's house immediately. I have convinced them that the important data resources have been protected by me in advance. I can help you delay them for 1 more hour. After 1 hour, the 2 main elite teams of the Federal will return, Lao He said. Alright, Fang Hang made an okay gesture to Lao He. Mo Jiawei also added, enough, we are very familiar with this task, 1 hour is enough. After working for more than 2 hours, when everything was settled, Fang Hang and Mo Jiawei crawled out of the gaming warehouse behind the business car. Mo Jiawei's eyes lit up, boss, we made a big profit this time. Not bad, Fang Hang's smile was also hard to contain. Dangerous things like the passage between the game world and the real world should be under their control for safety. A large sum of fused space crystals and dust from the rift brought in from another area filled 3 medium-sized warehouses, enough to maintain the space channel between the game and the real world for at least a week. Ahem, young master, sorry to interrupt your conversation, the driver of the large commercial vehicle said, we have entered the outer perimeter of the Federal's prohibited area. From now on, there will be significant interference with mobile phone signals, and once we enter the blockade area, mobile phones will most likely not work. In addition, the Federal strictly prohibits civilians from entering the blockade area. If we go further, we will encounter Federal patrol teams. We can only go this far. Well, thank you. You can go back now. Fang Hang and Mo Jiawei got off the car. In order to protect the safety of the people, the Federal has built a protective net on the periphery of the isolation point, vigorously preventing the further spread of the death aura. Inside the protection net is the Federal blockade area where all unrelated personnel are prohibited from entering. Intruders will be treated as a serious crime. When they arrived, Mo Jiawei called Chen Yu to inquire about the situation. According to Chen Yu, the current tasks of the Undead Research Association have been entrusted to a senior military officer by the Eastern Federation to fully manage. Chen Yu will try to help get them a pass to enter, but he estimated it was unlikely to happen. After all, Chen Yu's work is mainly related to the game, and he may not be able to communicate well with the military side, which could even have a negative impact. Helplessly, Fang Hang had to think of another way. Unexpectedly, he managed to contact Tan Shuo and Li Xiaoqiang from the Undead Research Association. Fang Hang initially thought they would be assigned a mission to enter the Undead Research Association area to work, as that was their territory, and communication in that area was blocked by the death aura. Unexpectedly, they successfully made contact. Li Xiaoqiang almost cried when he heard Fang Hang's voice on the phone. Tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. Finally, they found the real master, and his investment in the depths of the abyss finally paid off. Li Xiaoqiang heard that Fang Hang had come near the Undead Research Association, immediately gave Fang Hang a coordinate and indicated that he would come to the coordinate point to meet him soon and bring him inside the blockade area. Fang Hang and Mo Jiawei waited in place for more than 10 minutes, and soon, a military vehicle drove from a distance. Li Xiaoqiang excitedly leaned out of the car window and waved at Fang Hang from afar. Boss Fang. Long time no see. How have you been? Pretty good. And you? They managed to get the coffin of the Blood King and to sets of Blood King remains, which was quite a harvest. Good. Get in the car. The military vehicle stopped in front of Fang Hang, and Li Xiaoqiang got out of the car, and Fang Hang and Mo Jiawei got in. The car turned around and headed back. Fang Hang curiously asked, "So are you currently working in a temporary camp? After all, we are members of the Federation, and we are considered part of the Undead Research Association, so we are familiar with this area. Being brought here to work is quite normal." Li Xiaoqiang awkwardly scratched his head and continued, "Boss Fang, thanks to your help last time, the Federation thought it was the two of us who discovered the Blood King's gathering point. This operation successfully destroyed the Blood King's base and captured a commander-level spy, which accidentally earned us a first-class merit. Unfortunately, we are not part of the operations department or the inspection bureau, so even if we get promoted, we won't have real power. So we each got a nominal position. Conveniently, we both have some understanding of the Undead Research Association, and during this critical period, we were assigned here to help coordinate some work with the Undead Research Association. It's a temporary assignment. It's quite a coincidence. You contacted us while we were at the Federal Gathering Point substation." The Federal has special signal towers in various gathering points which can intermittently receive external signals, but once out of the area, communication is practically useless, Li Shaoqiang explained. By the way, Boss Fang, we have a batch of supplies to deliver to the Undead Research Association. We are speeding up to catch up with them. Would you mind if we escort the supplies together into the Undead Research Association area? Not a problem. Fang Hang looked at Li Shaoqiang with suspicion, but brother, are you planning this beforehand? Haha, a while back, our coffers were almost empty. So I had to quickly recover some losses, Li Shaoqiang laughed as Fang Hang saw through his plan. The Federation has issued a mission externally, where player groups accepting contracts are responsible for collecting and distributing supplies. We're just helping out, and after completing the task, we can also get some merit rewards. Besides, it's on the way. More people make things easier. If not, we have to deal with undead creatures all the way when we go to the association. It's troublesome. Fang Hang thought it made sense. Alright, let's hurry then. Tan Shuo stepped on the gas, and the military vehicle sped forward. By the way, Boss Fang, do you remember Chan Yaoyun? Fang Hang thought carefully, the companion who was trapped with us in the Abyssal Quarter. The text is an excerpt from a novel called National Game, Zombie Apocalypse, hanging out from Chapter 940, Blockade Zone. It describes a group of characters traveling through a blocked area filled with deathly energy, encountering various obstacles and challenges along the way. The characters discuss their mission and interactions with different factions within the story. The passage explores themes of cooperation, danger, and the mysterious deathly aura that surrounds them. Title: National Game. Hanging idle from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 941. Tire blowout sorry. Really sorry. Please move aside quickly. Dai Konjian was reprimanded, but still wore a smile, greeted repeatedly, and waved towards the fence behind, saying, quickly, why haven't you moved the roadblocks yet? Several players from the Aura Company came up, and, together, slowly moved the barricades blocking the road. Alright, hurry up, don't waste time. Seeing the situation resolved, Li Shaoqiang waved his hand, calling for everyone to return to the truck. After idling for more than 10 minutes in the same spot, the convoy finally hit the road again. Not far away, watching the vehicles slowly disappear into the black mist, Dai Konjian's fake smile faded, replaced by a disdainful expression. Dai Konjian took out his specially made short-range walkie-talkie. Hello, someone has passed by. There are 2 federals in the team, HM. Ignoring advice, insisting on breaking in. Probably people hired by Black Fox Company. No, I don't know those 2 people. They're not military, just 2 low-level officers, not listening to advice. Give them a taste, remind them a bit, and let them learn a lesson. On the other side, after restarting, Li Shaoqiang drove the vehicle slowly, following the transportation truck in front, and Hu Wenning also boarded Li Shaoqiang's truck. Mo Jiawei said, so it's Aura, a big company. Closely related to the Central Federation. I heard they are quite powerful outside. Small companies dare not provoke them. Li Shaoqiang had no good feelings towards the Aura Company. He had long seen through Aura Company's tricks and said disdainfully, these game companies just want to monopolize the land, exclusively occupy part of the mission area for their convenience. Now they dare block our emergency supplies. These people have no bottom line. Fang Hang also had some information related to the Aura Company in his memory. Aura Company has a close relationship with the Central Federation, with a significant layout in mid-range games, and is a prominent game company in the entire Eastern Federation area. Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. Let's not argue with them. Hu Wenming, seeing that Li Shaoqiang also had no good feelings towards the Aura Company, finally gathered the courage to speak up. Our company knew long ago that this area is occupied by Aura Company. And the area on the right is dominated by Crossblade Game Company. Those big companies are all the same, not allowing passage. Ah. Hu Wenming sighed, with a worried look. Last time when we received the task to transport supplies, we had to detour for 8 hours before delivering the goods. The mission ultimately was rated as overdue. Not only did we not earn a penny, but also incurred losses. Tasks like transporting emergency supplies, our small company, without connections, can't complete them at all. Hu Wenming's face turned bitter. Actually, to be honest, it's only because you came along to escort the supplies that we dared to take on the commission. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to accept it. No choice. Survival is tough for small companies. Damn. Li Shaoqiang tapped the steering wheel, cursed, and continued, "These damn people just want to monopolize the tasks. You can rest assured, once we reach the camp, I will have a good talk with the leader." Hearing this, Hu Wenming was extremely grateful to Li Shaoqiang. Thank you so much." Li Shaoqiang was thinking about how to complain later. Suddenly, the convoy in front came to a halt once again. "What's wrong?" Two players from the transport truck jumped down and hurried over. "Boss Hu, the front tire blew out." "Huh?" Hu Wenming was taken aback. "Sorry, I'll go down to check." After greeting everyone else, Hu Wenming hurriedly followed the men to inspect the tire. Soon, the people in the car heard Hu Wenming's voice from outside. "Bullies. They're really bullies. How could they do this? How long will it take to repair?" Fang Hang looked at Li Shaoqiang, shrugged, and said, "It seems we are being retaliated against, most likely by our company personnel just now." "Really? So audacious?" Mo Jiawei thought, our company's courage is really that great. They dare to target their convoy? Aren't they afraid of reprisal from the Federation afterward? "Let's go. Let's get off the car and check it out together." Fang Hang and the others got off the car together. Hu Wenming's face turned pale. He discussed with several players in front of the truck. "What's wrong?" "The tire blew out." "Ah, a military armored vehicle using explosion-proof tires, but it still blew out." "Hu Wenming gritted his teeth. "We checked. It's a spike. Obviously someone placed it on the ground, and from the tracks, it's been placed not long ago." Li Shaoqiang immediately realized, "Damn, those dogs from our company. It must be their people." Tan Shuo pulled the slightly excited Li Shaoqiang back. "Don't get excited. We have no evidence." "Do we need evidence for this?" "My eyes don't lie. I could tell at a glance. Those our company people are obviously not good guys." "Shh!" Fang Hang suddenly signaled for everyone to be quiet. Around them, the cries of the undead rang out. Low-level undead creatures emerged from the black mist on all sides, gathering towards the convoy. "It's dangerous to linger here. Let's find a way to leave." "Do you all have spare tires on the car? How long will it take to fix?" "It's being repaired. Switching the explosion-proof tires is tricky. It'll take about 10 minutes. "All right, please repair them quickly. We'll assist in protecting the convoy against the resentful spirits." Fang Hang glanced around, and from the dense black mist emerged undead creatures, whispering softly, "Be careful. The density of nearby undead creatures is not normal." Li Shaoqiang also felt it. Many undead creatures were gathering from the darkness. "Prepare to counterattack." The player team brought by Hu Wenming also were on high alert, armed, and ready to fight. The weapons carried by the player team were relatively ordinary, sufficient for dealing with ordinary skeleton creatures, but challenging to deal with resentful spirits. Special bullets that can deal with spiritual bodies are scarce in the Federation supply, belonging to rare commodities, of which Hu Wenming's company had only received a small amount for emergencies. Skeleton creatures dragging their broken bodies unsteadily walked towards the truck. "Fire! Leave the resentful spirits to us!" Seeing the resentful spirit bodies mixed in with the skeleton creatures, Li Shaoqiang shouted loudly. He and Tan Shuo brought out the Book of the Dead together. Black chains quickly shot out from the Book of the Dead and straight into the front, tightly binding the resentful spirit bodies, slowly dragging them into the Book of the Dead. Most of the surrounding were low-level resentful spirits, with slow movement and weak resistance. Handling them wasn't too much of a problem. But with the increasing numbers, Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang's handling speed was clearly falling behind. "Boss Fang, lend a hand." National Game. Hanging after the Zombie Apocalypse Chapter 940 to loading complete Fang Hang responded. Having just completed the inheritance of the Blood Vampire King's coffin, when Fang Hang left the game, he switched to his normal form, which was a multi-skill fusion form. As he currently held the highest rank in the Blood Vampire lineage, using the Holy Light series of the Holy Light Purification Spear would backfire on him, causing him extreme discomfort. Fang Hang turned to look at Hu Wenming, who was hurrying to repair things, and asked, "Hey, is there any handy melee weapon in the supplies? Preferably something heavier." Hu Wenming was taken aback. A melee weapon? Did he want to use a melee weapon against the grudges? And heavier too? No use, yes. Bring me the heaviest one. This was the first time Hu Wenming had seen Fang Hang. thinking that Fang Hang was a reinforcement brought by the two federal military officers, Li Shaoqiang and others. He didn't think too much and quickly had people open the truck's gate to move the weapons. Bring that heavy spear. Several players rushed inside the truck and together lifted a heavy metal spear out from within. Throw it directly. Fang Hang couldn't help but urge. Several players looked at each other and, after a countdown of 3, they exerted effort to throw the heavy metal spear towards Fang Hang. Fang Hang caught the spear with both hands and then lifted it in one hand to feel its weight. Still a bit light. Making do with it. Seeing Fang Hang wield the spear with one hand, Hu Wenming was shocked. This spear was customized by a federal officer, weighing over 120 kilograms, yet Fang Hang could easily lift it with one hand. Fang Hang grabbed the spear with his right hand, and with his left hand pulled out the Book of Beginnings to add a weapon blessing to it. Then he immediately dashed towards the two grudges closest to him. Dealing with undead beings, the weight of the spear didn't make much difference as they ignored physical penetration attacks. It was all about the ability added by the weapon blessing to inflict damage. However, if the weapon was too light, Fang Hang felt it wasn't satisfying to use. With the Blood Clan sacred weapon Bloodblade effect added, the tip of the spear sparkled with a red light, ch. Blood Shadow Attack. The attack pierced the grudge's body, triggering a secondary damage from the Blood Clan's sacred weapon Blood Shadow Attack. The grudge's shoulder was pierced by the spear, emitting a dull roar, pausing in place. Fang Hang frowned. Insufficient damage. Unlike when he was in the Sun Court with a set of high-intensity equipment and weapon blessing, which would almost kill low-level grudges with one stab, now without equipment assistance. The effect of the weapon blessing obviously weakens significantly, unable to kill with just a few stabs. Reluctantly, Fang Hang took a half step back, continuously stabbing forward. With a high agility bonus, he consecutively stabbed more than 10 times within a few seconds. The grudge beings were continually rendered immobile, with over a dozen holes pierced into their bodies, then exploding on the spot. Slightly troublesome. Fang Hang put away the spear, preparing to find the next target, when he suddenly noticed a very weak aura from the exploding grudge body swiftly approaching him. Huh? What's that? Fang Hang waved the spear forward to pierce it. Swish! Ha! The aura struck by the spear tip exploded again, forming 7 or 8 smaller auras that continued to rapidly approach him, even faster than before. It could still do that. Fang Hang's heart skipped a beat, realizing something was amiss. The aura was too strange, as if it had completely locked onto him. Fang Hang immediately used his teleportation skill to dodge to the right to buy time, and at the same time placed his hand on the Book of Beginnings. Purify. Buzz, a beam of light flashed past. The purification art light flickered, landing on the gray mist. Sizzle, the gray mist emitted a faint evaporating sound under the influence of the purification art. Effective. However, in the next instant, Fang Hang's expression changed slightly. The gray mist had dissipated most of it by the purification art, but there was still a tiny bit of weak gray mist rapidly rushing towards him. Before Fang Hang could counter again, the gray mist merged into his body. Bad. Fang Hang thought. Odd, why didn't he feel anything? Fang Hang immediately scanned his own status with his perception. Still no feeling? What was that gray mist anyway? Just as Fang Hang was curious, a game prompt appeared on his retina. Prompt: Player's current bound artifact Soul Shrine Skill 2. Soul Carrier has completed soul loading. Prompt: The current state of the Soul Shrine of Bones is damaged and cannot consume Soul Aura to fully control the soul body. Unable to release the loaded soul body. Prompt: In the current state of the Soul Shrine of Bones, the player can summon the loaded soul to launch an attack on a target. The attack will consume soul aura. Prompt: The Soul Shrine of Bones has absorbed pure soul aura. Currently storing soul aura. Releasing an attack will consume 20,000 soul aura. After reading the game prompts, Fang Hang's face became slightly embarrassed. Fang Hang, what's wrong? Mo Jiawei stood on the side unable to help but see Fang Hang dodging around, seemingly dealing with something tricky, then pausing as if contemplating, and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Fang Hang lightly coughed, just found something weird. So that was it. That aura was manipulated by the Soul Shrine of Bones, which almost scared him to death. No wonder he didn't feel any sense of danger just now. It turned out the soul of the Blood Clan King had been completely wiped of consciousness by Bone Shrine and was being controlled. Since the Bone Shrine was currently in a damaged state, it could only launch a one-time attack through the soul. He wasn't sure about the attack strength. Theoretically, the soul strength of the Blood Clan King, sealed by the Sun Court for thousands of years, should not be low. Fang Hang smirked and looked around at the souls continuously emerging. There was a glint of eagerness in his eyes. You guys are just unlucky. Better kill more to gather 20,000 energy points and test the Blood Clan King's strength. Lifting the spear, Fang Hang charged towards the grudge beings again. After dealing with several more grudges in a row, Fang Hang's brow furrowed. Killing ordinary low-level grudges could provide the Bone Shrine with around 3 to 10 points of soul energy, making it a bit troublesome to gather the energy. Not sure whether he could get energy from grudges killed by others or use his own zombie avatar. Fang Hang's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the two side, Li Shaoqiang and the others. They directly brought the grudges into the Book of the Dead, and the soul energy of the grudges was completely absorbed by the Book of the Dead. Contemplating this, Hu Wenming shouted to everyone, "Brothers, done, let's retreat." The text is an excerpt from a story about a zombie apocalypse game. It describes the main character, Fang Hang, who is escorting a convoy back to a temporary campsite after encountering some undead creatures. Fang Hang decides to check for better weapons at the Undead Research Society before returning. As they reach the campsite, they discover a sinister symbol that attracts undead creatures, indicating foul play by a rival game guild. The group plans to complain to the authorities and seek justice. The story also delves into the game mechanics, such as completing missions for rewards and managing resources. Title: The Game for Everyone. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 944 Encounter. Sorry, sir, the Federation is currently not offering individual commissions. To accept a commission, you must possess a company with a reputation level matching the Federation's as collateral, or present an invitation commission letter from the Federation. If the mission cannot be completed within the time limit, a portion of the company's reputation level will be deducted. Please register your company, the counter lady explained while handing over a form. I'll fill it out. Our company has cooperation with the Federation, and our reputation level is decent, Mojawe said as he started filling out the form with pen and paper. The counter woman continued to explain, due to the influence of the deathly aura, our communication with the outside world is extremely limited. If it's the first time registering a company, it may take 5 to 10 hours for verification. Please be patient. Fang Hang frowned. 5 hours of verification time was too long. Oh well, better get verified first, and maybe take a shortcut later through Li Shaoqiang. The two submitted the report and waited in place for a while until they saw Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo approaching from a distance. Damn, the Federation's atmosphere has been ruined by these B** starts. Why is our reputation among the people getting lower and lower, and everyone is dissatisfied? It's because of these people. Li Shaoqiang ranted as he came out of the camp, with Tan Shuo remaining silent. They had known each other for a long time, and Tan Shuo was quite understanding of Li Shaoqiang's frustrations. It was because he cared too much that he was so angry. Seeing Li Shaoqiang grumbling from afar, Mojawe couldn't help but smile. He found Li Shaoqiang quite interesting. Despite already being a mid-level officer in the Federation, he was prone to losing his temper easily. What's wrong? Li Shaoqiang, having let out all his complaints, now faced the harsh reality and remained silent, not responding. Camp Officer Qiu Hai is absent, and Vice Commander Chen Lin met with us. I feel he might have some connection with the Aura Corporation, Li Shaoqiang stated. Chen Lin's suggestion is that in the current special period, stability is the top priority. Recently, he heard about complaints and reports between various guild companies. The Federation currently doesn't have the extra resources to manage these matters. Of course, if we could provide concrete evidence, he would take action to rectify the situation, Tan Shuo said with a hint of helplessness, shaking his head. But we have no evidence proving that this was done by the Aura Game Corporation. Li Shaoqiang gritted his teeth. This matter is not over. We will settle scores later. I can't believe he is so flawless. Fang Hang glanced at Li Shaoqiang. No need to wait until later for vengeance. I have a cooperative project here that can somewhat retaliate against the Aura Corporation. Are you interested? Upon hearing about Fang Hang's project, Li Shaoqiang's eyes lit up, and his anger dissipated somewhat. He approached eagerly, saying, "Sure. Boss Fang, count me in." Revenge is secondary. I'm not that petty. If there's a chance to make money, count me in too. Li Xiaoqiang had seen Fang Hang's cooperative projects in the depths before and found them generally reliable. Of course, there was that one time when they were trapped there for over a month. That was an unexpected disaster, completely ruining their money-making scheme to sell souls. Not so fast, Fang Hang waved his hand. Before that, did we get Federation approval for entering the Undead Research Association? Of course, with me taking care of it, we're good to go. But the issue lies with the association. Now, with the blockade situation, it's uncertain how things will unfold. While entry into the outer circle is fine, the main building is sealed by the Escalation's people, so you may not be able to get in for sure, Li Xiaoqiang explained, showing a temporary pass acquired. Let's go and try. I want to meet Professor Dickey first, Fang Hang suggested. The Undead Research Association was located not far from the temporary camp set up by the Federation. Upon observation, one could see the deathly aura continuously emanating from the association, gradually spreading outward to the environment. Along the way, federal soldiers and players from the Research Association teamed up to patrol and clear the roads of undead creatures. After clearing a few skeletons, Fang Hang and his group arrived at the entrance of the Undead Research Association, where they were allowed in after verifying their identities. The situation inside the Undead Research Association was better than outside. Protected by magic formations, the concentration of the deathly aura was lower in the internal areas. Several players from the association were busy killing undead creatures on the square. As they approached the familiar central building, Fang Hang was stopped by two undead attendants. Sorry, esteemed guest, the Undead Research Association is currently on high alert, and you cannot enter for now. Disappointed, Li Xiaoqiang shrugged. They knew the Federation couldn't intervene in the Escalation's affairs. Fang Hang, too, had no choice but to leave his name on the visiting list and come back the next day for another attempt. While they still had time, Fang Hang planned to manipulate the deathly aura into the blood abyss and make some money in the process. Just as he was contemplating leaving, he heard someone calling his name. Fang Hang. It was Li Qingren leading a team of players from the Undead Research Association who had just completed a mission. To be continued. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, Volume 945 of the main text scroll of AFK Construction Chapter IC. Mo Jiawei heard roughly on the side and couldn't help but say, damn, handing the captured mole to the Central Federation for disposal? Isn't this too easy for him? Li Xiaoqiang also knew some inside information about this matter. He patted Mo Jiawei on the shoulder. Don't worry, before being sent to the Central Federation, the inspection team will entertain him well, extract everything from his mouth, and drain him dry. Li Qingren's face also showed a layer of frost. The Undead Research Society will also leave him with a profound lesson. Fang Hang asked, what about Master Pu Shai? Is he okay? Master successfully broke through the Lich form under the state of imminent death, still needs some time to solidify the state. Several hidden dangers in the body need to be eliminated as soon as possible. He is currently in emergency seclusion. After the completion of the seclusion, his strength will experience a significant increase. Fang Hang sighed, pity. After breaking through the Lich, Master's mental power completely solidified, unable to advance further. Li Qingren smiled gently. Thank you for your concern for Master. In fact, many years ago, Master felt that he had exhausted his potential. Even if he struggled for another few decades, it would be difficult to progress. It's a blessing in disguise, maybe. Fang Hang pointed to the association gate blocked by two undead attendants behind him. Qingren, I want to go in to see Master DG. Can you take us in? I'm afraid you will be disappointed. I can't go in either. Li Qingren looked at the undead student attendants blocking the gate, apologetically said, there was a serious destruction incident inside the association which led to the seal of the Dead Realm crack being damaged. Now the entire Undead Research Society is in a state of first-level martial law. Several mentors are working hard to repair the entrance of the Dead Realm. Even if you go in now, it's very difficult to see Master DG. I see. But around 4 o'clock every afternoon, Master DG will go out for inspection. You should be able to find him during that time frame. Fang Hang looked at the time. It was only 10:30 in the morning. The good news is that there's no need to wait until tomorrow. We can find Master DG in the afternoon. Li Qingren invited Fang Hang. I will lead a team out for patrol and repair the magic array. The Undead Research Society will give us a certain amount of points for this task. Do you want to join? Everyone still misses you. Fang Hang's eyes lit up at the invitation. Collaboration. Lee Kingren's team. How fortunate. This is like getting what you need when you need it. Fang Hang carefully looked around, his gaze fixed on Lee Kingren. Lowering his voice said, Kingren, I have a collaboration project here that requires your team's help. After the task is completed, we can earn at least double the points. What do you think? Collaboration project, earning points. Lee Kingren looked at Fang Hang strangely, a bit skeptical. I don't really mind. Everyone is willing to trust you. But why are you being so secretive? Are you up to something bad? Ha. Fang Hang smiled awkwardly, waved his hand. No, this project is guaranteed to be fine. Can't you trust me yet? Over an hour later, Li Shaoqiang recommended North River Heavy Industries to open a temporary authorization channel, and Fang Hang obtained the Federal Purification Zone Dead Realm Breath mission in the name of North River Heavy Industries. The Undead Study Squad of about 50 people followed Fang Hang to the right side of the Federal Temporary Camp. This area was occupied by the task area of the Oro Game Company. As it was a large-scale task, 5 members of the Federal team followed behind the team as task supervisors. Players from the Oro Game Company, guarding the perimeter, saw Fang Hang and his group of people approaching with momentum and immediately felt that something was wrong. These people looked somewhat familiar. These guys brought a group of high-level and dead players to cause trouble. Naturally, they didn't dare to stop them and immediately notified the company's person in charge through short-range communication. Due to communication delays, it was already more than 20 minutes after the Oro Game Company's person in charge, Zhang Wanwan, received the message. High-level players from the Undead Association. About 30 of them. Zhang Wanwan immediately realized trouble was coming. It seemed like they had kicked the iron this time. As a top 10 ranking company, Oro Company had thousands of high-level game player employees. But to conflict with so many high-level players from the Undead Research Society, not necessary. It was really unnecessary to make such a big fuss. Zhang Wanwan's mind was clear. Those who had such close relationships with the Federation and the Undead Research Society were definitely not easy to mess with. She quickly prepared to surrender and beg for mercy. Surrendering loses half. Both parties were in business. Bow your head and don't lose face. At worst, just dismiss the 2 idiots who offended the big shots. Anyway, such a flipped event was not the first time. Oro Company was well versed in both soft and hard strategies, adept at taking advantage of the situation, and had talents in abundance. Zhang Wanwan immediately prepared to apologize. In the worst case, offer some compensation. Fang Hang was unaware that the Oro Company had conceded. The player team did not advance much, and after entering the area managed by the Oro Game Company, they stopped. Next, the players from the Undead Research Society quickly cleaned up the wandering undead creatures in the surroundings. Fang Hang walked in front of everyone, spread out a prepared map on the ground. Everyone, trouble you to arrange the magic circle according to this map. Players from the Undead Research Society curiously gathered around to take a look. Several players who were proficient in magic circles immediately brightened up. One player immediately reacted and turned back to say with a smile, Boss Fang, this pattern seems familiar. Isn't this the kind of magic circle we used in the Abyssal Corridor to absorb the breath of the dead realm? Yes, it's a similar thing, slightly modified this time. Boss Fang is quite talented. Everyone from the Undead Research Society realized what Fang Hang was up to, showing expressions of surprise. Boss Fang, are you planning to use that move again? Exactly. Cleansing a large amount of the dead realm breath should bring us some rewards, right? Fang Hang smirked. Brothers, this version of the magic circle is an expanded version, slightly more effective than the one set up in the Abyssal Corridor before. Completing the magic circle together shouldn't be a big problem for us, right? Of course, no problem. Leave it to us. This is easy. Wow, Boss Fang is still awesome. Title, National Game. AFK from the Zombie Apocalypse Volume 946 Purification of the Undead Research Association. The players of the Undead Research Association were immediately excited when they saw the magic circle set up. They slapped their chests, guaranteeing the completion of the construction. Of course, when they were trapped inside the Abyssal Corridor before, they had witnessed the power of this magic circle with their own eyes. It directly created a vortex that absorbed a large amount of Death Realm energy. If it wasn't for the magic circle provided by Fang Hang, they would probably have died in the abyssal corridor. Now that they were setting up a larger one here, wouldn't it absorb even more? Then they could easily complete the tasks they received from the Undead Research Association. Li Xiaoqiang was even more delighted to see this. Yes, there's also this move. Brilliant! Boss Fang is amazing. That's why they say Boss Fang is destined to make a fortune. Just now, he and Fang Hang received a mission to purify the Death Realm energy from the Federation. Using a magic circle to purify the Death Realm energy was much more efficient than ordinary players using Holy Light spells to purify it. The difference was like flying from the scenic area of Xianwu Mountain in the Northern Federation to the Undead Research Association in the Eastern Federation. One person chooses a helicopter, the other chooses a tricycle. Alright, how many points can they earn this time? Li Xiaoqiang couldn't close his mouth happily at the thought of this. They're making money. This wave of income is great. Watching the players start to set up the magic circle, Fang Hang also showed anticipation. After entering the sealed area, Fang Hang found that using the Jade Pendant to collect Death Realm energy back and forth was too slow and would be affected by the cooldown time of the Leap Transference backpack. So, without further ado, he directly opened a portal between the real world and the game world and sucked away the Death Realm energy. He had secretly communicated with Bella in the game about this, and Hayes had already led the Blood Clan members to set up magic circles in the deserted area, ready to direct the Death Realm energy into the Blood Abyss. In short, the plan was to first fill the Blood Abyss with Death Realm energy, and then use the Blood Barrier to contain the dispersed Death Realm energy, followed by gradually establishing a magic circle on the outer layer to seal the energy inside. Well, there would likely be a lot of leakage during the process. But the losses were minimal and didn't matter. Fang Hang was planning happily in his heart. The players were unaware of Fang Hang's thoughts and were focused on setting up the magic circle. Setting up the magic circle on the ground was easier than drawing it on a slate. The efficiency of the Undead Research Association players was also high, and they completed the refurbished magic circle in less than 20 minutes. Everyone made way, looking at Fang Hang with expectant eyes. Boss Fang, show us. Okay. A special Blood Clan magic circle comprehended from the will of the Blood Clan King. Currently, only Fang Hang and Jianmu in the world could activate it. Fang Hang naturally took the lead, approached the magic circle, half knelt in front of it, placed his hands on the magic circle, and slowly infused his mental power into it. Huff, huff. The Blood Clan bloodline activated the magic circle. A faint red light flickered on the magic circle. The alchemical runes rotated rapidly. Crackle, crackle. Spatial energy surged. Along with a slight sound, fine cracks appeared in the space above the magic circle. Crack! With a crisp sound, the space filled with cracks shattered, forming tiny openings. Bang! Many small openings burst simultaneously, condensing into a fist-sized hole. Huff! The surrounding Death Realm energy immediately rushed towards the black hole, as if it had found a vent, madly pouring into the interior. In just a few seconds, a vortex appeared again. Success! The players were excited. As players of the Undead Studies, they were extremely sensitive to Death Realm energy and clearly sensed the rapid decline in its concentration in the surroundings. Compared to their previous experience in the Abyssal Corridor, the spatial rift they created this time was many times larger. Similarly, the speed at which the Death Realm energy was being absorbed had also increased multiple times. Fang Hang also showed a pleased expression. The others did not know that in the Abyssal Corridor earlier, Fang Hang had created a miniature spatial rift out of necessity due to the limited fusion space crystal. But now, after acquiring a large amount of crystals in the Blood Clan world, he could do whatever he wanted. If not for the concern of raising suspicion by creating a too large spatial channel, Fang Hang could have made it even bigger. The 5 Federation players who followed the Undead Research Association were stunned by what they saw. What was this? They had never seen anything like it before. They were only here to assess the completion of Fang Hang's team's mission and to film the entire process for later evaluation. They hadn't expected to witness such a bizarre scene. Were the vortexes absorbing the Death Realm energy? Be careful! Enemies are coming! Suddenly, a high-ranking player from the Undead Research Association warned. The lurking undead creatures nearby sensed the threat, and even more of them floated towards the players through the vent of Death Realm energy, approaching them. Li Qingren immediately said, "The undead are low level. Let's all attack together, and be careful not to let them destroy the magic circle." Understood. The team players of the Undead Research Association were relatively strong, concentrating their efforts to use the Book of the Dead to deal with the undead creatures coming from all directions. After infusing some mental power into the magic circle, Fang Hang picked up a long knife and sprinkled the Saint-like blessing potion he had just bought onto the blade. He then turned his gaze to the vengeful spirits drifting towards him not far away. Perfect. It was time to kill some more enemies and accumulate more soul points for the Shrine of the Spirit Altar. Not far from where Fang Hang and his team set up the magic circle, Zhang Wanwan was leading a team of players heading towards the area where Fang Hang was. She had already prepared an apology and compensation at the company camp, but the other party had not shown up. Could she have guessed wrong? Unsure about the issue, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help feeling unsettled. Just as Zhang Wanwan was feeling doubtful, she received intermittent and unstable contact messages on the radio about 20 minutes ago. Vortex, Vortex, absorbed, calling headquarters. Zhang Wanwan saw that the signal coordinates were right where Fang Hang and the others had disappeared, and immediately had a bad feeling. Making a rapid decision, Zhang Wanwan led her team to search for them. "Director Zhang, do you feel like we're a bit what? Don't beat around the bush." Glancing at the figure beside her on the truck, the chief of operations of the company command headquarters, Su Dongzhu, turned his head and asked with a frown, "It seems, is it a bit too calm?" "Calm?" Zhang Wanwan raised her eyebrows. "Right." Su Dongzhu's reminder made Zhang Wanwan realize that it was indeed too calm. This area was very close to the center of the Undead Research Association. Along the way, they would usually encounter undead life forms several times, if not much more, but today it was unusually strange. They had been driving for over 10 minutes and had only seen to low-level skeletons with no undead life forms in sight. Game for everyone. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, Volume 947 of the AFK Main Volume Chapter Rebellion of the Machine Recognition. Upon hearing this, the driver turned his head and said, "Now that you mention it, I've noticed it too. Today's visibility is much better than yesterday." These words made Zhang Wanwan and Su Dongzhu both look serious. The two couldn't help but glance at each other. "Really?" Su Dongzhu immediately said to his subordinate behind him, Li Shuo, "Test the concentration of the Death Boundary Aura." "All right." In the back seat, Li Shuo, a player from the company's operations department, took out the recently purchased Death Boundary Aura concentration tester and extended it out the car window. "Oh my god!" Seeing the information displayed on the screen, Li Shuo was surprised. It's only 724. Originally, the Death Boundary Aura in the area was at approximately 970, gradually increasing over this period. How did it suddenly decrease so much? Li Shuo furrowed his brows and tapped the tester hard with his hand, muttering to himself, "Could it be broken?" Zhang Wanwan urged the driver, "Drive faster." "All right." The driver agreed and accelerated the vehicle. "It doesn't make sense for it to be broken. They're all newly purchased, and they were working fine this morning." Li Shuo was fiddling with the Death Boundary Aura concentration tester in his hands when he suddenly noticed something. He widened his eyes and leaned out of the window. Seeing a swirling vortex suspended in the air in front of him, Li Shuo had a shocked expression on his face. "Damn, Captain! What is this thing?" Su Dongzhu also saw the vortex floating in the air for the first time. He didn't speak, but his eyes were filled with shock. A large amount of Death Boundary Aura was being sucked into the vampire world through a fist-sized opening, forming a huge vortex suspended in the air from an outsider's perspective. "Captain, is it absorbing the Death Boundary Aura?" Zhang Wanwan hurriedly asked. "Get closer and take a closer look." "All right." The driver quickly headed towards the location of the vortex. Influenced by the vortex, the concentration of the Death Boundary Aura in a small area around the magic array decreased significantly, and the visibility became broader. From a distance, Zhang Wanwan and the others in the car noticed a group of players from the Undead Research Association. They were dealing with undead creatures coming from all directions, seemingly calm. Dai Konjian, sitting in the back seat, recognized a few familiar faces among these people. It's them, those few people who insisted on entering the mission area before. Su Dongzhu glared at Dai Kongjian behind him and interrupted unkindly. Idiot, can't you judge people? Want to cause trouble for the company? Dai Kongjian felt bitter in his heart. He thought he had reported his actions before, and they had agreed as well. Who knew the other party had such strong backing, turning out to be the Undead Research Association, and even created such a massive vortex to absorb the death boundary aura? Does it mean he has to take all the blame now? Director Zhang, what should we do? Zhang Wanwan thought for a moment and said, it might not be coming towards us, let's go down and take a closer look. Su Dongzhu nodded and glared at Dai Kongjian again. You stay. With that, the two of them, along with a few players from the operations department, got out of the car and slowly approached the group where Fang Hang was. As they got closer and carefully observed the players from the Undead Association, Su Dongzhu was also secretly shocked. These people were not simple. Their efficiency in capturing undead creatures indicated that most of them were high-level players in the undead system with extremely strong abilities. Hello, we are from the Or-Ah Game Company, passing by while on a mission. Zhang Wanwan greeted with a smile. Fang Hang glanced at Zhang Wanwan. Zhang Wanwan appeared gentle and pleasing on the surface, and her voice was soft and comfortable to listen to, prompting people to take a few more glances. Then, Fang Hang shifted his gaze away. Oh, Or-Ah Company, too lazy to chat with her. Better to continue killing monsters and absorbing soul energy. Seeing no one paying attention to her, Zhang Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed for a moment. She naturally wouldn't get angry over such trivial matters and continued, sorry for any misunderstandings earlier. Please believe that it was not our intention at Or-Ah Company. If unfortunately any of you suffered losses, our company is willing to provide double compensation. Please give us a chance. Hearing the other party's conciliatory tone, Fang Hang scoffed. He was busy making money now and had no time to waste with people from Or-Ah Company. All right, you don't need to compensate us for anything. Just don't disturb us on our mission. You can go. Zhang Wanwan smiled and said, don't know what the mission is? As an apology, we can help. Please give us a chance. I already said you can leave. Fang Hang, feeling impatient, said, a high-level task to purify the death boundary aura in the area. Can you help? Although they had already guessed what was going on, upon hearing this answer, the Or-Ah Game Company team's faces changed slightly. Zhang Wanwan said, that's why there's such a huge vortex. So it turns out to be the Undead Research Association. Su Dongzhu restrained a laugh and continued probing. Magic arrays like this must consume a lot of energy, right? It's all right. How long can the magic array last? Not long, probably only half a month. Fang Hang swatted his hand impatiently. All right, stop asking questions. Are you bothering? Oops. Zhang Wanwan's face turned pale. You could do a mission, but doing a death boundary aura absorption mission in this area was obviously a death sentence for them. The vortex not only attracted surrounding undead life forms, but also greatly weakened the concentration of dead boundary aura. Not to mention half a month, with the current rate, in just half a day, once the concentration of dead boundary aura dropped below 500 points, the strength of the surrounding undead life forms would significantly decrease. The regional threat would also be greatly reduced. At that time, they wouldn't be able to complete the mission they received from the Federation, unable to claim the rewards and even losing reputation. Moreover, considering that the death boundary aura in this area had dramatically decreased, the Federation wouldn't continue to release mission requests externally. Even the temporary base the company had worked hard to establish in this area would be abandoned. Unfortunately, faced with this situation, their Or-Ah Company had no way to deal with it. Against absolute strength, they had no room for resistance. Everyone, what happened earlier was a misunderstanding. We brought some resources and supplies in the car as compensation. We hope to make up for your losses. Please accept them. Zhang Wanwan nodded to everyone. Sorry to disturb you. With that, Zhang Wanwan waved her hand and said, let's go. Making a decisive move, seeing the situation was unfavorable, they left promptly. Watching Zhang Wanwan and the others leave decisively, Fang Hang narrowed his eyes. Or-Ah Company, National Game. Hanging up from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse, volume 948 of the main text. As soon as Zhang Wanwan got on the car, her face instantly became extremely serious. She immediately said, we can't stay in this area any longer. Complete the tasks at hand as soon as possible. If they cannot be completed, find a way to transfer them out. Don't worry about the losses and immediately sell the camp to recover as much as possible. Quickly. Immediately. Understood. Also, find a way to investigate the situation of that magic array by any means necessary. I want all the information, yes? Hurriedly organizing her subordinates to get to work, Zhang Wanwan finally felt relieved. She was very grateful that she made decisive moves, running here as soon as possible and learning about the power of Fang Hang's group and the magic array that can absorb the breath of the dead world. This information was undoubtedly the most valuable, capable of helping them recover from significant losses. Fang Hang and the others weren't concerned about Zhang Wanwan's departure. They stayed in place, continuing to rely on the vortex bodies to absorb energy to deal with the undead life forms constantly attacking from all sides. Li Shaoqiang could sense the rapid decrease in the concentration of the Death World's breath around them. For players within the Federation like them, the rewards after completing Federation missions were merits. Merits could be exchanged for more things, such as Federation support in the game, mission assistance, and so on. Li Shaoqiang couldn't help but asked the two Federation soldiers in the team, "Hey, brothers, how much is the current concentration value of the Death World's breath?" The two accompanying Federation soldiers, who were startled by Fang Hang and the others creating the vortex, had been testing the values constantly, watching the number drop from 908 onwards. Wait a moment. Let's try again. The Federation's Death World breath concentration testing instrument was much more precise than the Aura Company's instrument. A Federation soldier retested with the instrument, and upon seeing the value on it, he couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "It's only below 610. Li Shaoqiang felt elated. Initially, they only needed to reduce the concentration of the area by 50 points to consider the mission preliminarily completed. But now, the concentration had dropped by more than 300 points. It was known that the Death World's breath was always flowing, becoming sparse in one place and drifting towards another. Just purify an area by 50 points was already extremely difficult. Going from 50 to 300 made the task 10 times harder. Ha ha ha, guys, did you hear that? The concentration has dropped to 610. We're going to make big profits this time. According to the mission, reducing the concentration in the area to below 300 and maintaining it for 3 hours will earn us an additional 20 times rewards. The players could sense the concentration of the Death World's breath around them decreasing, but they didn't know the exact numbers. Upon hearing Li Shaoqiang shout, they were instantly filled with joy. Players from the Undead Association could also receive rewards for their work, but it was in the form of points from the Undead Research Association. It was worth noting that the points from the Undead Research Association could be directly exchanged for points from the main god. The opportunity for high-level players to acquire points from the main god was limited, mostly earned through hard work. Unexpectedly, this mission, with Fang Hang's help, was completed so easily and joyfully. When you catch a sheep, won't you shear it for all it's worth? Thinking so, the player's speed in clearing the undead life forms increased. Li Shaoqiang, in high spirits, cheered them on loudly. "Come on, guys, let's push even harder. If we can suppress the concentration of the Death World's breath to below 500, we'll receive double the rewards." On the side, Tang Shuo quietly sighed to himself. He noticed that Li Shaoqiang seemed to have unlocked some talents in certain strange areas. Stimulated by Li Shaoqiang's words, the whole team was energized as if given a shot of adrenaline. On the side, the two Federation soldiers were still somewhat incredulous, wondering if the testing instrument was malfunctioning. After spending some time, they switched to a new testing instrument and retested the concentration of the Death World's breath. "How is it?" The Federation soldier in charge of testing swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, "Damn, the concentration has dropped by another 5 points. Quickly inform the superiors." After maintaining the magic arrays operation for a full 3 hours, several military trucks drove over from a distance, stopping not far from Fang Hang's team. Li Shaoqiang furrowed his brows upon seeing this and immediately walked up with Tang Shuo. A Federation officer in military uniform stepped out of the vehicle. Upon receiving news about the powerful magic array that could absorb the Death World's breath, Camp Commander Qiu Hai immediately rushed over with his men. Initially, he thought the information might be false, but upon hearing that it was a magic array created by high-level players from the Undead Research Association, with Li Qingren even involved, he believed it almost completely. Li Qingren was one of the key personnel responsible for contacts in the Undead Research Association and had high credibility. When they arrived near the magic array, Qiuhai completely trusted the situation. There was no need for testing instruments. The concentration of Death World's breath visibly decreased. Li Shaoqiang and Tang Shuo immediately saluted Qiuhai upon seeing him. "Commander, MM." Qiuhai nodded and asked, "The magic array was created by your team, right?" "Well done." "Thank you, Commander." "Can the magic array be mass-produced?" Li Shaoqiang glanced at Fang Hang behind him and said, "The magic array was provided by Fang Hang. He mentioned, it's a bit difficult at the moment, but we will try our best." Fang Hang. Qiuhai looked towards Fang Hang, who was infusing mental power into the magic array not far away, secretly noting down the name. He then inquired, "How long can the magic array support now?" "Estimated to last about 2 more hours. We will try to maintain it as long as possible." "Good. Let me know if you encounter any difficulties, and I'll try to help you solve them." Qiuhai didn't interrupt the operation of the magic array, but observed for a while before assigning 3 trucks of Federation soldiers to help protect the neighboring area. He then nodded and said, "I'll leave this area temporarily in your hands. I'll set up a temporary camp nearby to ensure your safety. Contact me directly if there are any issues." "Understood. Yes. We'll ensure the mission is completed." Seeing the powerful effect of the magic array firsthand, Qiuhai realized that not only this area, but also the concentration of Death World's breath in the surrounding areas was gradually decreasing. Death World's breath flowed and centered around the vortex area of the magic array, causing the concentration of the entire Undead Research Association to decrease. These past few days, ever since taking over the hot potato of the sealed zone, Qiuhai hadn't had a good night's sleep and had lost several strands of hair, constantly pondering how to reduce the concentration of Death World's breath. It was known that a concentration of 1200 of the Death World's breath was the critical point. Once it exceeded 1200 points, powerful vengeful spirit lifeforms would appear, causing destructive blows to the external defenses set up by the Federation. At that time, the safety of the people would be jeopardized. After it's over, I'll put in a good word for you." "Yes, Commander." Initially, Li Shaoqiang had considered giving Aura Company a tough time, filing a complaint to Commander Qiuhai in person. But now, feeling the weight of an important mission, he didn't see the need to bother with those Aura Company lackeys. Fang Hang noticed that the entire team had gained a large number of free laborers from the Federation to help clear out the undead creatures. Title: National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Book 949 of the Hanging Machine, Planning Undead Research Association. Every day at this time, Dicky would come out from the building to check the operation of the magic circle around the Undead Research Association. If the magic circle outside is corroded or damaged severely, personnel from the association would need to be dispatched immediately for repairs. These past few days have been spent continuously repairing the seal of the Death Realm and the magic circle. Dicky was feeling a bit tired as a result, and his state of mind was not very good. Suddenly, Dicky sensed something and furrowed his brow, looking towards a certain direction in the distance. It was strange. The flow of undead aura over there seemed noticeably weaker. It appeared to be much more feeble. No. Why would the death aura exhibit such an eerie weakening? Could there be a problem? Dicky furrowed his brow, immediately considering the worst-case scenario. Just then, 2 trucks from the military were seen approaching from afar. Seeing the people getting down from the military vehicles, Dicky's face lit up with surprise and relief. "Teacher!" Fang Hang stepped out from the car and immediately spotted Teacher Piyushai on the plaza of the Undead Research Association. He excitedly rushed over towards his teacher. "Fang Hang, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time," Dicky said with an unintentional smile on his face, showing approval. "I've heard most of the things from Piyushai. You've done well, but don't take such risks next time." "All right, teacher. There's something I need to tell you. When I was fighting the Kingsguard, the light-based equipment lent to me by the association was accidentally destroyed. It's okay. Those are just material possessions. If they got destroyed, they got destroyed." Dicky casually waved his hand. "As long as you are safe, that's what matters. Where have you been all this time? Why did it take you so long to come find me?" Fang Hang smiled wryly and explained, "After coming out of the abyssal corridor, I immediately came to find you, but I got stopped at the door by the undead attendants. Later, I heard about the invasion of the Blood Clan into the world. The Blood Clan's matter is related to the missions I was involved in during the game, so I rushed over to check first. Oh, you got blocked. My fault, my fault. I had forgotten about that. Dickie slapped his forehead, finally remembering. During this time, the leakage of Death Aura had caused a lot of trouble for the entire Undead Research Association, and minor matters like blocking someone's entry had naturally been put on the back burner. Fang Hang nodded and lowered his voice. Teacher, I mentioned the incident in the Abyssal Corridor earlier. When Piyu Shai left, Dickie made a gesture for silence, stopping Fang Hang from continuing. Let's talk about this in the study. The next time you come to find me, the undead attendants won't stop you. If you encounter any problems, you can come to me directly. With that, Dickie led Fang Hang towards the Undead Research Association building. As they paused at the entrance of the building, the undead attendants were instructed to add Fang Hang to the visitor list. Inside the building, with no one around, Fang Hang asked, Teacher, how is the situation at the association now? It's hard to say it's good. I can only say it's under control. The magic circle that seals the Death Realm has been severely damaged, and repairing it will not be a swift task. Dickie sighed with a hint of worrying in his eyes. Once the leaked Death Aura concentration reaches a critical point, powerful high-level vengeful spirits will appear. These high-level vengeful spirits can easily break through the defense network set up by the Federation in the outer regions, posing a significant threat to the stability of the real world. This is what we are most concerned about. As they entered the building, Dickie, with Fang Hang by his side, walked down the deserted corridor straight ahead. By the way, I heard from a few apprentices who escaped from the Abyssal Corridor that you used a magic circle there to absorb the Death Aura. Is that true? Yes, teacher. It's not exactly absorption. Do you know about the connection between the game world and the real world? The Blood Clan's invasion into the world utilized this connection, and I used a similar method to open a small pathway using the magic circle. I see. So you redirected the aura to another world, similar to how the Death Aura seeps into our world through the fissures. Dickie immediately understood, nodding with a serious expression. Fang Hang, I have also heard about the Blood Clan invasion. Opening such pathways might lead to trouble for you. For safety purposes, do not publicize this matter. If someone asks, say that I taught you this magic circle. Understand? Teacher Dickie's words were essentially shielding Fang Hang from any repercussions. Grateful in his heart, Fang Hang replied, Thank you, teacher. Fang Hang pondered that the capacity of the Death Aura inside the Abyssal Prison was limited, and if he absorbed more, the entire Abyssal Prison would be filled. Perhaps Teacher Dickie had a solution. With this in mind, Fang Hang asked, Also, teacher, I used a magic circle outside the association to create an opening and direct the Death Aura into a space to reduce the concentration of the Death Aura in the real world. However, the space in my game world is almost filled. Is there a way to absorb more aura? I see. That's why I felt the flow of the Death Aura outside was unusual. Dickie nodded. There is a way. You can create several magic circles within the space to gather the nearby Death Aura, concentrating the Blood Clan's aura. By doing this, you can absorb more. I will find a basic magic book for you later. Similar magic circles are documented in it, and you can ask me if you have any doubts. With that said, Dickie had already taken Fang Hang into the study. Closing the door, Dickie instructed, Fang Hang, a lot has happened in the Abyssal Corridor, and Piyu Shai has informed us about most of it. His temperament has always been terrible, and he doesn't like owing favors to others. So, he has decided to entrust the Bone Spirit Shrine to you, and he has privately communicated this with us. The Bone Spirit Shrine was originally passed down to Piyu Shai by his teacher. Since he has decided to give it to you, we can't say much about it. However, this item is very dangerous. We have claimed that it was destroyed inside the Abyssal Corridor to protect you. Unless necessary, it's best not to reveal it. Delighted, Fang Hang nodded. All right, thank you, teacher. I understand. The Bone Spirit Shrine has been severely damaged, but over the years, it has been absorbing the Death Aura inside the Abyssal Corridor and repairing itself to a great extent. It can now unleash some of its powers. However, to fully restore it, you will need to advance to a higher-level game world, Dickie explained. Fang Hang, your talent in undead studies is unprecedented in my experience, so don't waste your time at the beginner level in the game. I will arrange for you to enter a mid-level game world as soon as possible to advance in undead studies and find a way to fully restore the Bone Spirit Shrine. Title: National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse to Grinding. Volume 950. Chapter 950. Contemplation with your abilities. Coupled with the assistance provided by the Undead Research Society, it is estimated that within 3 to 5 years, you will be able to break through the grandmother level of undead studies. By then, with the help of the restored artifacts, you will also be able to dominate in the high-level games, the instructor said to Fang Hang, who swallowed nervously. Well, it was quite tempting indeed. He was currently preparing to enter a higher-level gaming world, and following the path laid out by instructor DG would certainly make things much easier. Fang Hang pondered for a moment before asking, "Instructor, which specific mid-level gaming world are you referring to?" In mid-level gaming worlds, each is unique. I suggest you enter the realm of elements, where active elemental life forms thrive, and various elemental calamities occur periodically. The renowned LEP Undead Kingdom is located in that world, and I recommend you study there, the instructor replied. You can learn relevant knowledge of undead studies there and quickly elevate your undead study skill level, he added. Fang Hang hesitated upon hearing this. Elemental beings were a special type of life form, significantly different from ordinary creatures. They did not have blood. This posed a challenge for upgrading the Bloodline King lineage. Teacher, are there other mid-level gaming worlds to choose from? Fang Hang inquired. There are some other mid-level gaming worlds that may partially align, but none match the realm of elemental calamities in relevance, and no matter which you choose, it will impact your academic advancement in undead studies, the instructor explained. Fang Hang felt a bit disappointed. It was always challenging to find the perfect option. Instructor, I need some time to consider, Fang Hang stated. The instructor nodded in understanding, of course. Once you select a mid-level gaming world, changing it later will come at a cost. Think it through carefully. Whatever you decide, I support your choice. After the instructor left, Fang Hang requested a guest room with a gaming console from the attendant. Inside the gaming console, Fang Hang did not immediately enter the gaming world, but instead searched for information on mid-level worlds in the virtual god space. Upon checking the available mid-level worlds, Fang Hang noted the restriction of spending only 20 hours per week in the initial world, which he found irritating considering his plans for fortifying the zombie apocalypse into a stronghold. Deciding to move forward, Fang Hang focused on selecting a new world. Unlike the simple 3 beginner worlds, the mid-level worlds offered a plethora of options, with over 20 to choose from. Fang Hang quickly narrowed down his targets. One of them was the barbaric realm, where humanoid beings with ancient orc ancestry awoken, posing a threat to human survival. Their bloodlines contained great power, making it an ideal location to advance the Bloodline King lineage. Continuing his search, Fang Hang stumbled upon the realm of the mind, a widely considered low-difficulty world and a preferred choice for players looking to adopt a laid-back approach. Despite the lack of danger in this world and the similarity in technological advancements to the real world, Fang Hang found it unhelpful for enhancing his power swiftly. Focusing his attention on the realm of the mind, Fang Hang explored further, discovering tantalizing murmurs hinting at mysterious organizations and unknown visitors, sparking his curiosity. He connected these clues to the advanced sample from the Hela organization in the zombie world, along with the remains of an alien spacecraft from the wasteland apocalypse. Fang Hang felt the weight of his decision. He pondered the challenging choices ahead. Title: National Game. Hang up from the beginning of the Zombie Doomsday to Chapter 951 of the main text, 4th choice, and Fang Hang's mission line with Hela can be said to have been involved from beginning to end. He felt that there was still something hidden in it. If he could find the hidden secrets, maybe he could gain even greater enhancements. The only downside is that the place he wanted to go to is a very peaceful world, without a branch of undead studies. Not to mention advancing undead studies, collecting high-intensity blood to enhance the bloodline of the Vampire King, even upgrading might not be easy. Fang Hang scratched his head. He felt he was too greedy, wanting everything. After thinking about it, Fang Hang decided to wait another 2 days. First use the spiritual realm as a preliminary plan. Wait for Mojaway to collect more information from several worlds, and then make a final decision. After all, it would be troublesome to reselect the world after making a choice. Moreover, before that, Fang Hang also thought about taking the opportunity to go to the vampire world a few times, get some vampire holy artifacts, and improve basic attributes. Even Fang Hang narrowed his eyes. Is there a possibility to directly enter the intermediate game world without considering anything else? It may still be just a guess, but Fang Hang has realized that various signs indicate that after the space-tearing device is upgraded to a higher level, it is still possible to enter the intermediate game world. This method may have some limitations, such as entering in an invasive manner, and it may require spending some main god points each time. There is still a big problem in verifying this conjecture. He still hasn't obtained the blueprint for upgrading the 6th level space-tearing device. Wait a bit more. After all, it seems a bit disadvantageous to directly enter the intermediate game. After going offline, let Mo Jiawei investigate, and also ask Lao Hei and Chen Yu. They may have some relevant information. Thinking about this, Fang Hang chose to return to the game. The Vampire World, the 6th District. After continuously injecting the aura of death from the real world for over 5 hours, the concentration of death aura within the Blood Dark Prison has reached a certain critical point, and undead skeletal creatures began to be born within the Blood Dark Prison. In the center of the Blood Dark Prison, the King's Guards stood up right on the ground, continuously absorbing the surrounding death aura into their bodies. After absorbing the aura, the strength of the King's Guards greatly increased, but Fang Hang found that this enhancement was not permanent. The next time the King's Guards were summoned, its strength would be reset to its initial state. It is fortunate that the King's Guards can continuously consume the death aura. Otherwise, the concentration of death aura in the Blood Dark Prison would be even higher. Fang Hang roughly assessed the situation within the Blood Dark Prison and left the Blood Dark Prison. In the center of the barren land, Hayes maintained the operation of the magic circle with the blood race. Previously, when Hayes saw Fang Hang bring in so many fused space crystalline materials, he was truly astonished. Lord King still has skills. Seeing Fang Hang appear now, Hayes immediately stepped forward to report, Lord King, the fused space crystal is enough to support the operation of magic circle for a long time. We can try to expand the access to space and accelerate the collection of death aura. There's no rush for that, Fang Hang said. He tossed the newly brought in magic circle book to Hayes. Research it. Set up some death aura gathering magic circles inside the Blood Dark Prison and assign people to take turns guarding them 24 hours a day. Hayes quickly flipped through the magic book and nodded. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. In the blood race, only a few high-ranking blood races have the talent to set up magic circles. Fortunately, the numbers are large within the Elder Council, and the difficulty of drawing the death aura gathering magic circles is not high, so there shouldn't be any problems. There is one more thing. Hayes, Lord King, please give your orders. The space in the Blood Dark Prison is too small. Is there any way to increase its capacity? Hayes pondered for a moment and responded, the Blood Dark Prison is a special space created with the Blood Source Crystal and activated by the Blood Race Magic Circle. If we can find a scholar who is proficient in magic circles to optimize the magic circle, we should be able to increase the capacity of the Blood Dark Prison. In addition, if we can find a way to obtain more blood source crystals, we can fusion them to create a larger Blood Dark Prison space. Hint, player triggers optional side mission, expand the Blood Dark Prison. Mission name, expand the Blood Dark Prison. Mission requirement. The space of the Blood Dark Prison is no longer sufficient to meet the daily needs of the blood race. The player can search for more blood source crystals or attempt to optimize the Blood Dark Prison magic circle for expansion. Mission reward, blood race prestige, expansion of the Blood Dark Prison. Fang Hang glanced at the game prompt and asked, where can I get blood source crystals? He shook his head. The blood source crystal was left by the First Lord King, and I'm not sure where to find them. Forget it, I'll figure it out. Fang Hang waved his hand. There must be a place where blood source crystals can be obtained. Apart from the 6th district, there are other areas in the blood race world. Each world will have a Blood Dark Prison and a corresponding blood source crystal. It was a shame. He should have taken the blood source crystal when he entered the 1st district earlier. Fang Hang quietly calculated in his mind. He realized that now is a perfect opportunity. Just then, the wave of blood races attempting to invade the real world was severely countered by the Federation and major games of the real world, causing their strength to greatly decrease, and even many prince-level blood races directly fell. Even if they did not fall, After being heavily injured, they would enter the dormant place to recuperate, seizing this excellent opportunity to sweep through each blood race world one by one, without the need for direct confrontation, snatch their blood source crystals. If possible, also steal some vampire holy artifacts on the side. After the sacrifice, those things could randomly increase basic attributes and blood affinity. They are about to enter the high-level game world soon. Before entering the high-level game, he must get this done first. Fang Hang pondered with his head down. The plan seemed simple, but the blood source crystal could not be stored in the backpack. Even if he could brute force his way through, he would still need to find a way to open the teleportation portals in each blood race world to transport the blood source crystals out. Moreover, teleporting to each world would also consume main god points. Fang Hang realized something embarrassing. He was running out of main god points. Well, so before this, he should go talk to the Federation about cooperation. The absorption of Death Aura was also a great help to the Federation. They should offer some benefits, right? They can't just get benefits without doing anything. After settling things with the Federation, he would then go do the task. Moreover, what if the Federation had other ways to obtain blood source crystals? Thinking about this, Fang Hang left the game. Title: National Game. Hang up from the start of the zombie apocalypse, Chapter 952. Surprise. After leaving the Undead Research Association, Fang Hang followed the federal military vehicle back to the temporary federal camp. This time, Fang Hang directly requested a meeting with the person directly responsible for handling the leakage of Death Aura, Senior Military Officer Qiu Hai from the military. Qiu Hai had just finished his inspection and returned to the command post. Upon learning of Fang Hang's abilities, he was overjoyed at first, but then felt a bit unstable. He quickly summoned to nearby squads to protect the players of the Undead Research Institute. Over the past 2 days, the Death Aura had gradually approached the critical point, keeping Qiu Hai up all night and causing him to lose quite a bit of hair. Luckily, Fang Hang appeared at a critical moment and developed a large magic array capable of greatly absorbing the Death Aura. In just 1 day, he reduced the overall Death Aura concentration in the central area by 27 points. Despite the seemingly small amount, it was the first drop in Death Aura concentration since the leak occurred. How could Qiu Hai not be excited? This squad must not encounter any issues. To be safe, Qiu Hai had the team transmit information through primitive means, reporting the status of the magic array every 10 minutes. Soon, Fang Hang's information was also on his desk. Dicky, the vice president of the Undead Research Association, a student, and the dual realm master in the basic game world of Zombie Apocalypse. The actual controller of the 6th district of the Vampire Apocalypse. Close cooperation with North River Heavy Industries. Rated as a high-risk individual with an S classification by the Federation. Related to the recently appeared mysterious Arc Game Company. Suspected of possessing a high-class vampire bloodline, with advanced talents in controlling zombies. In addition to these, there were some informal tags and evaluations in the records coming from federal members who had direct contact with Fang Hang. Very good at causing trouble. Plans are thorough. Single dog. Sewer god of war. Greedy. Money is no issue. Reliable teammate. Self-proclaimed supporter. Excellent at repairs. With so many buffs stacked up, Qiu Hai suddenly became 10,000 times more vigilant. No wonder he had the ability to create such a powerful magic array. A federal soldier gently knocked on the door and reported, "Sir, Fang Hang is outside and wants to see you." Qiu Hai raised his eyebrows, put down the data in his hand, and solemnly said, "Let him in." Led by 2 federal soldiers, Fang Hang entered the tent and looked at the high-ranking military officer Qiu Hai, a member of the federal military. Standing tall and exuding a sharp aura just by being there. "Colonel Qiu, you must be Fang Hang. I just reviewed your information." Qiu Hai nodded, waved his hand, signaling the 2 soldiers to leave, and invited Fang Hang to sit down. "Come, please have a seat." A comprehensive assessment of Fang Hang had been conducted in an emergency report sent by the Federation. The report combined character analysis based on the character model and assessed that Fang Hang was easily swayed by interests which posed a great risk. In addition, Fang Hang had cooperated with the Federation multiple times, providing significant help to the Federation, disrupting anti-Federation organization plans, and even issuing alerts before the vampire invasion, hence regarded as a potential cooperative partner. Thank you for your support. Purify the death aura is extremely important for us. Once the aura concentration exceeds the critical point, nearby residents will face a significant crisis. The magic array you set up is crucial for us, and I will offer you the highest rewards within my authority upon mission completion. Kyuhai was straightforward in his approach, and not one to beat around the bush. He nodded and said, "Feel free to ask if you need any help. I'll do my best to assist you." "Thank you. I came to seek the Federation's help this time." Fang Hang breathed a sigh of relief. Kyuhai appeared to be more approachable. That made things easier. Fang Hang went straight to the point. "I can set up a few more magic arrays to speed up the purification of death aura. But I need something very important, the crystal of blood essence." Hearing Fang Hang's words, Kyuhai furrowed his brows but felt delighted. To be able to increase the absorption rate of death aura? That was excellent. What is the crystal of blood essence? Is it very rare? Yes, as far as I know, there is such a thing within the vampire apocalypse, and it is extremely important for us to collect death aura. All right. Kyuhai picked up the communication phone on the desk. "Give me 5 minutes. I'll have my assistant look into this matter." 5 minutes later, a federal soldier entered the room carrying a thick pile of documents. "Why is this so thick?" Kyuhai frowned, telling the federal soldier, "Just tell me." Yes, the soldier nodded. The crystal of blood essence is a special product from the vampire world, extremely rare, with most of its abilities unknown. One known ability is to open a special space through vampire secret methods. Kyuhai asked, "So the value of the crystal of blood essence is very high?" Yes, the vampires have always used the crystal of blood essence to open special spaces to detain prisoners. The item has been stored in the Vampire Elders Hall and is currently in use. Kyuhai looked at Fang Hang. Fang Hang said, "I need the crystal of blood essence as much as possible. The more items we have, the higher the efficiency of purify the death aura in the area." Kyuhai turned to the soldier, asking, "Report on the difficulty of acquiring the crystal of blood essence." Yes. The first world has been occupied by the Federation, and the crystal of blood essence is in the hands of the Central Federation. We can negotiate with the Central Federation to try and obtain it. The crystal of blood essence in the 4th district is already under our control, and the crystal of blood essence in the 7th district can be obtained through trading. Upon hearing this, Fang Hang was stunned. How come the Federation suddenly seemed so powerful, gathering so much information in just 5 minutes? What Fang Hang did not know was that the leakage of death aura had become a major issue within the current Federation, granting significant authority. Kyuhai, from the military, held a high position within the Federation. Hearing this, Kyuhai pondered for a moment, then looked at Fang Hang again, saying, "The crystal of blood essence in the 4th district of the vampire world can be directly provided to you. We will work on acquiring the crystal of blood essence in the 7th district through a trade, deducting the cost from your rewards, and if there is a surplus, you can have it refunded. If not enough, the Federation will cover the costs. As for the crystal of blood essence in the 1st district, we will do our best to negotiate, but do not harbor high hopes. The Central Federation is not that easy to persuade, and our chances are quite limited." All right. Fang Hang was just testing the waters and primarily wanted to leverage the Federation's database to explore other avenues to obtain the crystal of blood essence. Although there seemed to be none to receive two crystals of blood essence for free from the Federation. What a surprise! A huge gain! Also, I am out of points right now, and I need 1,000 primary deity points to purchase some consumables for arranging the magic arrays. Kyuhai readily agreed. "Sure, I will have someone transfer them to you shortly." "Great, I will figure out how to get the rest of the crystal of blood essence." "Is there a game storage here? I will quickly get into the game and make arrangements. Also, have someone named Mo Jiawei near the magic array come over. I need his help." "All right, go call Mr. Mo." Kyuhai gestured to the federal soldier beside him, nodded, and said, "Take him to the game room." All People's Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, Chapter 953 of the Hanging Text, Fang Hang followed the federal soldiers to the game room after arriving at the camp. "When Mr. Mo arrives, let him enter the game. He knows where to find me." "Okay, Mr. Fang." The federal soldier saluted to Fang Hang and carefully closed the room door. Fang Hang walked to the corner of the room where the game storage was, entered the game storage, and once again entered the game. Previously, Mojaway mentioned to him that during the Blood Clan invasion, when their uncle seized the remains of the Blood Clan king, they encountered the Blood Clan prince of the 8th district. Then that prince was unfortunately slaughtered. Mojaway also upgraded his Blood Hunter lineage using his blood. So now, the 8th district of the Blood Clan world no longer has a Blood Clan prince. A soft spot. What more is there to wait for? Fang Hang believed that with his current strength, he had the ability to protect himself even if he encountered a duke. Ideally, he would go directly to the 8th district, open the teleportation channel, and bring back the blood crystal. Delineating a gradual battle plan, Fang Hang immediately returned to the desolate land of the Blood Clan's 6th district to gather the Blood Clan members and prepare for the invasion. The general action plan is to prepare for battle. After listening to Fang Hang's complete action plan, Hayes and Beliemer glanced at each other, seeming hesitant. "What's the matter? Any questions?" Beliemer asked. "Your Majesty, are you suggesting directly using force to invade other Blood Clan worlds?" "Yes, the blood crystal is very important to us. The sooner, the better." "Your Majesty, rashly going to war may diminish your influence among the Blood Clans. If your goal is simply to obtain the blood crystal, I have a better plan that can achieve it faster." Fang Hang originally did not care much about Blood Clan reputation, but hearing about the better plan, his eyes lit up and he asked, "What is it?" "I suggest that we can communicate with the various Blood Clan worlds through the Blood Realm. You have already obtained the coffin of the Blood Clan King, inherited the power of the Blood Clan King. You can completely use the identity of the new Blood Clan King to issue orders to the elders of the various Blood Clan worlds and have them prepare to submit the blood crystal. This way, it can be done more quickly." Fang Hang was at a loss. Using the identity of the Blood Clan King to have various major Blood Clan regions hand over the blood crystal. Is this even possible? Are they willing to cooperate? Is this a joke? After carefully observing the expressions of the numerous Blood Clan members around him, they all seemed calm, as if this was just a matter of course. After some consideration, Fang Hang thought that this trick might work. If he could deceive them, there would be no need to visit each world. Will Ji and Muzi sabotage our plan? Just as Fang Hang asked this question, he realized he was being foolish. Ji and Muzi was already targeted by the Federation, and he was heavily injured. The entire Blood Clan zone was under strict surveillance by the Federation. He probably didn't have time to focus on the Blood Clan world. Even if he did try to interfere, what could he do? One can always deceive someone. It doesn't cost a thing anyway. Hayes, full of doubt, asked, "Your Majesty, who is this Ji and Muzi you mentioned earlier?" Never mind, it's not important." Fang Hang coughed lightly and asked, "Beliemer, what are the chances of success with our proposed plan?" "Your Majesty, you have successfully inherited the power of the Blood Clan King's coffin. I believe the Blood Clans will follow and obey your guidance." Saying this, Beliemer knelt down, willing to follow your Majesty and restore the glory of the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan members in the square also knelt down in unison, willing to follow your Majesty. Listening to Beliemer's words, Fang Hang couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling like Beliemer was being too idealistic. However, the next moment, Fang Hang was stunned in place. A game prompt appeared in his retina. Prompt: does the player choose to immediately reveal the identity of the inheritor of the Blood Clan King's coffin and issue commands to the Blood Clans of various worlds as the Blood Clan King? Prompt: revealing the identity of the inheritor of the Blood Clan King's coffin will significantly increase the player's influence in the Blood Clans, but may also cause some Blood Clans to become hostile. Prompt: claiming oneself as the Blood Clan King will significantly increase the player's influence in the Blood Clans, but may also cause some Blood Clans to become hostile. Influence? What's that? Fang Hang suddenly realized that the Blood Clan influence Beliemer mentioned and what he mistakenly thought was Blood Clan reputation were not the same thing. Regardless, confirm. No loss anyway. Let's see if we can deceive the blood crystal from other Blood Clan worlds. If we can deceive it, great. If not, we'll steal it anyway. Alright, let's do it. As soon as Fang Hang answered, another line of game prompts appeared on his retina. Prompt: player detected trying to issue commands to Blood Clans in different realms. Prompt: player's influence in the Blood Clans has exceeded 5,000 points. Prompt: player is attempting to expand your influence in the Blood Clans. Prompt: player's reputation in the Blood Clans has reached the limit. Player has bound to Angitis. Player has bound to the Blood Clan King's coffin. Player, through inspection, triggers the mission. Blood Clan, Domain Master. Mission name, Blood Clan, Domain Master. Mission description, you are renowned among the Blood Clans. You have become a new king in the minds of a few Blood Clans. Please increase your influence in the entire Blood Clan to more than 100,000 points through various means and gain allegiance from major Blood Clans exceeding 80%. Mission requirements, current player's total Blood Clan influence, 160,000, 100,000 points, current Blood Clan allegiance, 2.56%. Mission reward, Blood Clan, Domain Master title. Explanation. After completing this mission, all main quests of the Blood Clan Doomsday world will become invalid. If some Blood Clan worlds have not bound a Domain Master, the player will automatically gain the title of Domain Master for that world. Explanation. The triggering conditions of the mission are not unique. If other players obtain the title of Blood Clan Domain Master through any means, the player's current mission will be considered a failure by default. Prompt. Upon triggering this mission, the player will immediately trigger related side quests. These side quests may lead to a decrease or increase in influence. The sudden appearance of these game prompts left Fang Hang speechless. Influence. Domain Master? Is this even a thing? Isn't this too sudden? I was completely unprepared. Fang Hang soon calmed down, carefully scanning through the game prompts again, trying to analyze the difficulty of the mission. Upon checking the details of influence, he discovered that he currently had over 160,000 influence points, with 10,000 from binding Ingitus, and a direct addition of 100,000 from binding the Blood Clan King's coffin. Additionally, the influence from the 6th District and the Prison of the Blood Clan worlds totaled over 30,000 points, while the remaining miscellaneous influences added up to just over 10,000 points. Mass Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Hanging Out Idle Main Volume Chapter 954. It's frustrating to calculate it this way with your fingers. It's almost impossible for ordinary players to gain influence. The only people who can compete for titles are the rulers of the Blood Clan world. Fang Hang squinted his eyes. So the biggest enemy is Jian Muzi. The good news is, Jian Muzi may not even be aware of the existence of this special mission. He seems to be in a clueless state. Not to mention, Jian Muzi seems to be currently being chased by the Federation and doesn't have time to care about the gaming world. So what's there to be afraid of? Strike while the iron is hot. Calculating it this way, Fang Hang feels very confident in his chances of winning. While Jian Muzi is away, he plans to expand his influence and try to claim the title of the Lord of the Realm. Thinking about this, Fang Hang immediately nodded and said, Bellamy, Heis, go do it. If they are willing, let them contribute their Blood Clan sacred artifacts, and if they are willing to join our prison, they are very welcome. Stealing one is stealing, taking two is also taking. Since he's already taken the Blood Source Crystal, it's not excessive to ask for the Blood Clan sacred artifacts, right? It's also not excessive to recruit those Blood Clan members who want to surrender, right? If the Blood Clan surrender, people also come over, and it's normal to bring over the resources of that world, right? Bellamy nodded respectfully at the statement, his eyes shimmering with determination. Yes, Your Majesty. I believe your will shall be echoed throughout the Blood Clan world. Heis and the other elders of the Blood Clan were most excited. Finally, Your Majesty is going to start unifying the entire Blood Clan world. The 6th District Elder Council has been anticipating this day for a long time. Unify the entire Blood Clan. Let's not mention others. Once the Blood Clan world is unified, their 6th District Elder Council will naturally occupy a stable position in the Central Elder Council of the Blood Clan. And with other world Blood Clans joining, their speed in deciphering the secret patterns of the Blood Clan King's coffin will also greatly improve. The day to break the curse that has been troubling generation after generation of the Blood Clan is also imminent. Everything has been moving in a positive direction since Fang Hang's appearance. Who can say he is not the true Blood Clan King? Yes, Your Majesty. The blood boundary has been sealed at the moment. It requires about 20 minutes to unlock the blood boundary. Please wait a moment. We'll immediately return to the Elder Council to activate the blood boundary and inform the various Blood Clan worlds of your inheritance of the Blood Clan King. We believe everyone will obey your will and revive the glory of the Blood Clan. Okay, go ahead. Fang Hang nodded, thinking since there's nothing to do now anyway, he might as well say, "I'll go with you. Please, Your Majesty." Hint, your influence in the Blood Clan's 6th district has slightly increased, huh? Seeing the game hint pop up, Fang Hang was puzzled. He hadn't even informed Heis about the blood boundary, so how did his influence in the 6th district increase? The blood boundary in the 6th district was originally closed. After about 15 minutes, the Blood Clan completed opening the blood boundary. Heis was too excited that he was even trembling when he entered the blood boundary, with 2 high-ranking Blood Clans supporting him. Shortly after Heis entered the blood boundary, a pair of game hints appeared again in Fang Hang's retinas. Hint, the player has publicly announced the identity of the Blood Coffin's heir. The player has publicly announced the identity of the Blood Clan King's heir. Hint, the player's influence within the Blood Clan has greatly increased. Hint, the player has gained a special status. Blood Clan, King's Authority Glory LV1. Special status. Blood Clan, King's Authority Glory LV1. Description: under this status, the player's Blood Clan influence will gradually increase. Description: the current remaining time for this status is 12 hours. Triggering or completing certain special events, missions will affect the level of this skill and its duration. And then, Fang Hang glanced at the game hints and looked towards the entrance of the blood boundary, feeling somewhat anticipative. Will there be Blood Clan worlds willing to surrender? Waiting for 5 minutes, the game hint area remained quiet. The blood boundary was still peaceful as usual. Why hadn't any message hints come through? It seems like a pitfall. No scamming involved. Fang Hang sighed helplessly. It appears that the Blood Clan is not easy to deceive. Oh well, he hadn't held out much hope to begin with. He'll have to rely on his own actions. Bellamy stood by Fang Hang's side and seemed to sense his disappointment, saying softly, "Your Majesty, the message has been released, and once the various worlds' Blood Clan Elder Councils receive the message, they should gather the Blood Clans for discussion. We'll need to wait for a while before any news comes through on our end as well." All right. Blood Clan Apocalypse 9th District. Half an hour ago, the 9th District Elder Council hurriedly convened a meeting. Even the Blood Clan Prince Gall woke from his slumber and personally attended the council meeting. Menghwa and Odin knew something significant must have happened. However, the two of them didn't have the right to participate in Elder Council meetings and could only wait silently outside the council hall for news. Since the last time Fang Hang fought with the 9th District Blood Clan Prince Gall, Menghwa and Odin smoothly infiltrated the Elder Council and stayed hidden within the Blood Clan. After a period of time and through various verifications and analysis of data, Menghwa finally realized. So-called Fang Shuo turned out to be the freaking zombie game world's ruler, Fang Hang of the 8th District, with over a 90% probability. No wonder when Menghwa saw Fang Shuo for the first time, he felt so familiar. Even their ways of doing things were so similar. After figuring this out, Menghwa kept it to himself without telling anyone, just storing it deep in his heart. Fang Hang, that game addict. Following him for some benefits isn't bad. Menghwa naturally couldn't bear being idle. Seeing through, but not revealing, he schemed and conspired with the Huntsman faction through Fang Hang's connections and the pious Chu Yan from the Holy See, occasionally trying to gain some advantage and collaborate against the Blood Clan. These were just minor skirmishes, as Menghwa had bigger plans all along. He had been thinking of ways to take down the Blood Clan Prince. Since the last intrusion into the real world, Fang Hang, though didn't have time to come to the 9th District and cause trouble, still managed to inform Menghwa in advance, preparing them to seize the opportunity to gain some benefits. After receiving this top-secret message, Menghwa and Chu Yan were ecstatic and immediately began scheming and planning. They were originally prepared to make a big move while the Blood Clan Prince was away in the real world. Only they never accounted for the fact that the entire Blood Clan realm was invading the real world, but the 9th District Prince didn't participate. The 9th District of the Blood Clan remained calm and preserved its strength quite well. Menghwa was speechless. What's going on with the 9th District? Are they just going to be on their own? It wasn't until the end of the whole incident that Menghwa learned that it wasn't that the 9th District didn't want to participate, but the transmission level of the Blood Clan space channel in the 9th District was low and couldn't complete the transfer. It's like your house's level is too low, and others can't join you to play. Frustrating. National Game. Script Volume 955. Starting with the Zombie Doomsday AFK. Is it real? Aiding is very curious now. sneakily peering into the meeting hall and whispered, "Boss, what's happening today? Even the prince is here." It looks like the Blood Clan is facing a major internal issue, needing Gal to participate in the decision-making. "It's no small matter. We'll just wait and see," Manhwa said. Suddenly, a game prompt popped up on the retina. Prompt: Blood Clan player Fang Hang publicly announced obtaining the Blood Clan King's coffin and the Blood Clan King's inheritance. Prompt: player Fang Hang requests loyalty from the elders of the Blood Clan worlds. Current 9th District Elder Council has decided not to acknowledge Fang Hang as the Blood Clan King's inheritor and not to pledge loyalty. Prompt: players can choose whether to acknowledge Fang Hang as the Blood Clan King's inheritor and trigger related quests. Prompt: player Fang Hang has triggered and opened the special domain mission, Blood Clan, Domain Master. All Blood Clan players whose influence exceeds 800 can trigger related quests. Seeing the sudden game prompt, Manhwa couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. Fang Hang, Domain Master. Damn! Fang Boss is leveling up again. Manhwa's first thought flashed by, then he quickly lowered his head to carefully read the game prompt. In just 4 lines of game hints, there was so much information concealed. Domain mission. And it seems many players can trigger it. So it's a competitive task? What's the story behind the Blood Clan King's inheritance? And the Blood Clan King's coffin? So when the Blood Clan invaded the real world a few days ago, Fang Hang now has the Blood Clan King's coffin that was being auctioned at an exorbitant price. No, the most crucial thing is, how powerful has Fang Hang become now? Is he already ordering other Blood Clan members to surrender directly? The more he thought, the more enigmatic Manhwa found Fang Hang to be. Oh my god! On the side, Aiding, unaware that Fang Shuo is Fang Hang, couldn't help but whisper, "Boss, Fang Hang is amazing. Did he really get the Blood Clan King's inheritance? Is it true? Truly the guy who completely defeated you?" Aiding saw Manhwa still lost in thought without any response and couldn't help but turn to him, lightly nudging him with his arm. "Boss, how should we choose this mission?" "Don't rush, don't choose yet." Manhwa frowned, stopping Aiding. "What's the hurry? We haven't fully grasped the situation. Don't make hasty decisions. And remember, being a spy is more useful than being reckless." "Ah, being a spy again." Aiding's eyes lit up. He found being a spy quite exciting. "But boss, weren't you and that Fang Hang rivals before?" "Yes, those are all in the past," Manhwa sighed inwardly. Every time he saw Fang Hang, the guy's strength skyrocketed. Until now, Manhwa had to look up to him. He vividly remembered the first time he met Fang Hang when the latter was contending for the Boundary Master in the 8th District of the Zombie Doomsday, and the second time he heard about Fang Hang already being the dual Boundary Master with ideas for the Blood Clan world. Now, just over a week later, Fang Hang started causing trouble for the entire Blood Clan world again. That guy is really cheating. Manhwa grumbled in envy. Aiding, now like a curious bystander, asked, "Boss, do you think Fang Hang making others surrender is a bit silly? Will anyone really surrender?" Manhwa thought for a moment and said, "For others, I would say no. But he is different, can't be judged by common sense." Manhwa was saying when a message came through the Survive radio in the game. "Damn, Lao Meng, have you heard? The Blood Clan in the 8th District surrendered to Fang Hang. Pledged loyalty. Is the 8th District Elder Council insane, mad?" Seeing this urgent message, Manhwa's eyelids jumped suddenly. Could this be true? An entire game district really pledged loyalty to Fang Hang? Has this guy taken cheating too far? Did he say the 8th District? Manhwa suddenly realized something. After confirming the message from the Survive radio, he turned back to Aiding, his face extremely serious. "I'm logging off for a bit. You stay here, and if anything urgent happens, notify me immediately." "Alright, what's the rush?" "Boss, what's happening?" "Nothing much." Manhwa knew he was being too serious. He chuckled, patting Aiding's shoulder. "The missing piece of our puzzle is about to be in our hands. Wait to see me show you." Who is Fang Hang? Countless people are searching for the answer to this question. Fang Hang is unaware that discussions and searches about him have exploded again on the official Blood Clan World Forum. Just as the heat from the recent Blood Clan invading the world event hasn't subsided, now there's another Blood Clan Domain Master mission popping up. This gossip wave just can't be stopped. Originally, the players in the Blood Clan world weren't that familiar with Fang Hang. However, Under the excitement of this news, secret messages continued to be uncovered, revealing secrets to the curious onlookers. With limited access to information and combining all kinds of pieces under certain conspiracy theorists' deductions, they roughly inferred that the previous commotion of the Blood Clan invading the world was probably to claim the Blood Clan King's coffin. Finally, for some reason, probably due to luck, the Blood Clan King's coffin fell into Fang Hang's hands. So is Fang Hang the biggest winner? After getting the hang of the zombie doomsday, has he once again extended his reach into their Blood Clan doomsday world? The excitement remained high, and within 2 minutes, a paid video post pushed the forum's atmosphere even higher. Some players, good-intentioned and bored, released snippets of his declarations from the Blood Realm to the world, charging 1 cent for a view. The publisher had made over 10,000 in income within a minute. On the video screen, Blood Clan Elder Hayes looked grave. Please obey the new king's orders. Swear loyalty to the new king. The king is willing to accept the returning race. This is to damn. They didn't quite understand the Blood Clan, but in the players' eyes, Hayes' move seemed like a direct declaration to the outside world, claiming to be the Blood Clan's king, demanding immediate submission and surrender. In the ultimate evolution, Fang Hang hadn't actually entered the Blood Realm, and he was unaware of how Hayes had communicated with other Blood Clans. In his perspective, this attitude was entirely normal. In their hearts, Fang Hang's reputation had surpassed everything, and at that moment, they saw Fang Hang as the legitimate Blood Clan king. National Game. Auto hang-up starting from the Zombie Apocalypse Volume 956 of the main text Chapter 1. For a brief moment, the intensity of the discussions surrounding Fang Hang skyrocketed. Some players felt that Fang Hang was simply out of his mind, just because he had gotten lucky and obtained the coffin of the Blood King. He then became uncontrollably arrogant and lost touch with reality. Don't you understand the principle of stopping while you're ahead? Turn greedy and then want to control the entire Blood Kingdom? Aren't you afraid of being crushed by major forces? Is it not shameful to develop in secret? On the other hand, a small group of players expressed that those who were able to snatch the coffin of the Blood King from various forces couldn't possibly be idiots. They were originally the dual main characters of the zombie apocalypse, clearly possessing strength, dominance, and absolute confidence in their own abilities. Controversy brings about heated discussions. At one point, details regarding Fang Hang's background and identity information were dug up, leading to arguments dividing into those who supported Fang Hang's dominance and those who criticized his greed and arrogance. Stirred within the online community, the spectators were getting heated on the forums. Unexpectedly, after more than 20 minutes of discussion, a headline shocked everyone once again, pushing the hype surrounding Fang Hang's name to its peak. The Demon King is coming. The Blood District 8 unconditionally surrenders loyalty. The title was eye-catching, and clicking into it revealed a video. To sum it up, the Elder Council of Blood District 8 publicly acknowledged Fang Hang as the Blood King. They were even willing to join Fang Hang's faction and pledge loyalty. This was verging on the fantastical. With Blood District 8 now part of Fang Hang's faction, did it mean that Fang Hang had gained control of Blood District 8 in the Blood Kingdom? The spectators, who had previously supported Fang Hang's dominance, were exhilarated. Look, we've said it ages ago. This is dominance. This is strength. Didn't they willingly surrender in District 8? Where there's the first, the second will follow. Just watch. Meanwhile, the players who believed Fang Hang's arrogance and greed were stunned by this news. They thought to themselves, this is unbelievable. How did District 8 actually surrender? When did the Bloods become so weak? The spectators did not want to concede easily, retorting that the game had just begun. The major guilds had not yet made a move. What was the rush? Lich Research Association, Federal Temporary Camp. A federal soldier was reporting the latest situation to Kyuhai. The Blood Crystal of District 4 is being prepared, and the price of the Blood Crystal of District 7 has been negotiated. It is expected to be ready for transfer in 3 hours. In addition, after Fang Hang's team stopped the operation of the Magic Circle, the concentration of the Death Realms aura stabilized and began to slowly increase after 30 minutes. Okay, Kyuhai responded softly. Officer. A soldier rushed into the room, handing over a report. Just now, some important information was released in the Blood World section of the game forum. The special mission of the Blood World domain was triggered, with Fang Hang being the initiator. Fang Hang. Hai was taken aback and immediately took the report from his subordinate to read. As he scanned through it, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. The struggle for the Overlord of the Blood World domain. Fang Hang announced his identity as the heir to the Blood King in the game, calling for allegiance from the major Blood World factions. Hai was puzzled. What was this operation about? Could it be that Fang Hang aimed to obtain the blood crystals from within the Blood World? As he read further, Hai was incredulous and rubbed his eyes. What? District 8 had already declared Fang Hang as the Blood King? Did he really make it happen? Did some blood surrender? How did he achieve that? Was it premeditated? Like most regular players, Hai had underestimated the impact of the blood curse on the Bloods. The notion that only the Blood King could solve the curse within their bloodline was deeply ingrained in many Bloods' minds. Additionally, District 8 had suffered a great loss during their invasion of the real world. The Prince had died. The Duke had died. Even the Marquis had lost most of their forces. Those who had escaped were wounded. However, the Sacred Court and Demon Hunter forces in District 8 were still around. With the Blood's strength hitting a historic low due to the curse, and under the instigation of various interested players, the Sacred Court and Demon Hunter forces naturally started causing trouble at this moment. After some contemplation and weighing the pros and cons, the Blood Elder Council agreed to surrender, with over 80% of the Bloods in agreement. In the real world, Western Federal District. Inside an underground cave, Muzi was leaning against the wall, taking each step forward as if it required immense effort. His hand left deep imprints on the rocky wall. Click! The automatic sensor door in front opened, and a pleasant synthetic female voice sounded. Welcome back, Mr. Jian. The biochemical repair instrument is currently operating well, and you have 20 unread emails. In just a few steps, Muzi's breathing had become extremely heavy. He took a deep breath and said, Load Restoration Program No. 3. Instruction received. Loading Scheduled Repair Program. Muzi dragged his heavy body into the room. When he saw the cultivation tank in the room, his heart eased a bit. He persisted, walking to the center of the room, towards the biochemical repair cultivation tank, sitting down with a heavy thud, breathing heavily, cold sweat constantly forming on his forehead. Pre-scheduled program loaded. Please complete the injection of Experiment 28 solvent. The solvent has not passed safety testing. Please confirm the disclaimers. First, the product is in a research stage. Shut up. Highest permission confirmed. Click, click, click. Next to the cultivation tank, a pale blue liquid rose from the mechanical platform. Muzi took a deep breath and, with some regained strength, picked up the syringe containing the blue mixture from the control panel and injected it into his thigh. He then relaxed, a relieved expression on his face. Click! The censored door opened again. Muzi, now sitting up straight against the cultivation tank, looked towards the newcomer. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Volume 957 of the Hanging Text Ni Tongming, the leader, stood at the door of the room with a smile on his face, quietly observing Muzi's state. Muzi spoke in a deep voice. What's the matter? 3 bad news. First, the Blood Clan zone has been breached by the Federation. You technically still have control, but in your current state, you may not be able to return to the game immediately. As expected, Muzi stood up, walked to the side expressionless, took off his blood-stained coat, and put on the protective suited hand. They will pay the price. Ni Tongming shrug. I hope so. Second bad news, the 12 financial consortia are not happy with your actions this time. Someone suggests that you hand over the Blood Clan King's remains and let the 12 consortia take over the subsequent research work. Humph! Muzi sneered. How do you think I should respond? The remains have already merged with my body. If they want to take it, let them try. Ni Tongming also smiled sarcastically and then raised his third finger. Thirdly, the Blood Clan Zone Chief mission has been triggered. Player Fang Hang announced that he had obtained the Blood Clan King's coffin, inherited the will of the Blood Clan King, and sent a message through the Blood Realm to all Blood Clan worlds, demanding loyalty from each Blood Clan world. After hearing this, Muzi's expression immediately darkened. He turned to stare at Ni Tongming with a murderous look in his eyes. Is it him? Ni Tongming, with a serious expression, nodded, yes. Muzi clenched his fist tightly. Fang Hang. So it was him who stole the Blood Clan King's coffin. These past few days, he has been pursued by the Federation, and coupled with the imperfect fusion of his body with the Blood Clan remains, the will hidden within was constantly gnawing at his body, causing significant disturbances. Jian Muzi didn't have time to investigate who stabbed him in the back. Suppressing the urge to kill in his heart, Jian Muzi asked in a low voice, "What does the Domain Lord mission mean?" "Not very clear. This is the first time we have encountered it. You are the first Region Lord. After entering the game, you should have more detailed hints." Anai Tongming slowly moved forward. The preliminary suspicion is that the Blood Clan Domain Lord may have higher control permissions than the Region Lord and can control all the Blood Clans in the domain. Players in the Blood Clan world received mission prompts, giving them the option to join the Blood Clan faction led by Fang Hang. Listening to Anai Tongming, Jian Muzi furrowed his brow. His inner sense of unease grew stronger. "Fang Hang, Mr. Jian." Anai Tongming looked at Jian Muzi and asked, "Losing the support of the Blood Clan will put us in a passive position. The 12 consortia are a bit anxious. A response is still needed. How do you plan to handle it?" "Humph, if he wants control of the Blood Clan, let him come and take it himself. He will pay the price." Jian Muzi regained his calm and confidence. He was still considering how to seek revenge, thinking that the other party would come to him. Choosing the right timing was crucial. Now was his weakest moment. The power from the completed fusion of the Blood Clan King's remains had not been fully controlled yet, resulting in his current unstable strength. Just a jumping clown. Let him dance a little longer. Keep the Blood Clan regions on standby. Watch out for Fang Hang's possible invasion, and coordinate for defense. We have to princes. Once I completely integrate the power of the Blood Clan King's remains, I will return to the game world to resolve this trouble. I will do my best." Anai Tongming nodded and looked at Jian Muzi, who was undergoing biochemical restoration in the nursery, whispering, "Good luck." Blood Clan Apocalypse Zone 6. Fang Hang had been waiting at the entrance to the Blood Realm for more than half an hour. He was unaware of the storm that had been brewing outside due to his actions. A light flashed at the entrance to the Blood Realm. Haze emerged from the Blood Realm with a spirited look on his face, unable to contain his excitement. Under the eager gazes of many Blood Clan members, Haze nodded, "Your Majesty, fortunately, I fulfilled the mission. Zone 8 Blood Clan World has responded to your call, willing to offer blood crystal sources and sacred Blood Clan artifacts and seek your protection, Your Majesty." Fang Hang was taken aback. He actually succeeded in deceiving them. As the words fell, game prompts kept popping up. Prompt: Zone 8 Blood Clan Elder Council pledges loyalty to you, increasing your influence in the Blood Clan by 20,000. Prompt: Player Special Status, Blood Clan, Royal Honor upgraded to Level 2. Under the status of Blood Clan Royal Honor, the player's influence in the Blood Clan will accelerate its growth. Prompt: Player Triggered Mission, Control Blood Clan, Zone 8. Mission Title: Loyalty from Zone 8. Mission Details: Zone 8 Blood Clan has pledged loyalty to you, but some Blood Clan factions are still in a state of observation, and there is a considerable opposition. Please take various measures to silence these voices. Mission Requirements: Increase control of Zone 8 to 90%. Potential Rewards: Increase influence in the Blood Clan world, upgrade the Blood Clan, Royal Honor level. Mission Penalty: Continuous reduction of your Blood Clan influence during the mission. Special note: there may be other players competing during this mission. Please be cautious. Hearing this news, the Blood Clan members were filled with joy. While Haze was happy, he was still somewhat dissatisfied with the result. He had expected more Blood Clan worlds to surrender. Haze continued to report, "Your Majesty, currently only the Zone 8 Blood Clan world has responded to our call. Except for the 3 Blood Clan worlds that clearly opposed, the rest of the Blood Clan groups are still observing. We suggest accepting Zone 8 as soon as possible to set an example for the other Blood Clan worlds." Fang Hang simply acknowledged. Zone 8 was his primary target. Now that he had the Elder Council's support, he just needed to go to Zone 8, open the teleportation channel, and return with the blood crystal sources and Blood Clan artifacts. It was an unexpected joy. As for the remaining task of controlling Zone 8, he had to find a way to complete it. Leaving this task idle would continuously decrease the influence of the Blood Clan world. Who could tolerate that? It was simple. Open the portal, let Duke Bellamy lead the charge to clean up. Those Blood Clan tribes in Zone 8 who had not submitted would either surrender or perish. With Duke Bellamy acting as the peak combat power and the fusion tyrant with the Blood Clan King's remains joining the battle, it was likely to achieve a crushing effect. 7017K. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday to hanging text volume 958 of the main story chapter, Hostile Thoughts, Fang Hang shifted his gaze to the Duke of Bellamy, standing next to him. Bellamy noticed Fang Hang's gaze and nodded at him. Just as Fang Hang was about to give orders, Mo Jiawei hurriedly walked out from the back of the formation, looking excited. "Old Fang, what's going on? If there's a big move, give your brother a heads up, so we can be prepared." Mo Jiawei was still puzzled. Just as they had been brought to the camp by the federal people in the real world and entered the game, messages from various survival radio stations bombarded them. They were all congratulatory messages. Upon careful inspection, it turned out that Fang Hang was preparing to strike the entire vampire world. This left Mo Jiawei stunned. How did Fang Hang manage to stir up such a big thing after visiting the Undead Research Association once? Dude, things are going crazy outside now. You're really in the spotlight. Even high-level gamers are tuning in. Mo Jiawei roughly explained the situation outside. What's going on? Accidentally triggered a mission. I just wanted to add some deathly aura, but accidentally made it big. Learning about the huge impact and sensation caused in the real world, Fang Hang felt a bit helpless. If he had known in advance that the system would directly announce news to the entire vampire game world, Fang Hang would have been more cautious. After all, there were many people in the real world interested in the Vampire King's coffin. Who knew that by simply clicking agree, the system would make a public announcement for the entire vampire world, and even directly exposed his name? At this point, Fang Hang could only choose to stick to his decision and seize this opportunity to quickly complete the mission before the major game forces in the game world fully reacted. Alright then. Was it really just to add some deathly aura at first? Why does it feel like you're setting up a big game board? Mo Jiawei looked at Fang Hang suspiciously. Anyway, Fang Hang had pulled off similar operations many times before, so he didn't find it surprising and didn't delve too deeply into it. Then, Mo Jiawei remembered something and leaned in, whispering to Fang Hang, "By the way, when I arrived earlier, Menghao's friend urgently contacted me from the game, asking if we were interested in attacking the 9th District." The 9th District? Isn't Prince Gar still there? Fang Hang furrowed his brows subconsciously. He remembered that when they infiltrated the vampire 9th District, they had put in a lot of effort to outwit Prince Gar and obtained a vampire relic headdress from him. And he had also left a mark on him, so as soon as he appeared in the 9th District, the other party would immediately sense it. Yes, after we left, the prince went back to sleep. Meng Hao and the others have a plan. If successful, it will definitely severely damage the vampire in the 9th District, and they asked if we were interested. Mo Jiawei whispered a few words next to Fang Hang's ear. Upon hearing this, Fang Hang lowered his head to contemplate. Well, Meng Hao's plan does seem to have some feasibility. However, the success rate is still a bit low. Maybe some adjustments need to be made in the details. As Fang Hang was pondering, game hints refreshed on his retina. Hint: player-triggered side quest, Hostility, 9th District. Quest name: Hostility, 9th District. Quest description: the Elder Council of the Vampire World, 9th District, is unwilling to obey your command and publicly claims that your identity as the Vampire King is not justified. It's time to shut them up. Quest requirements: obtain the loyalty of the 9th District's vampires or reduce the opposition rate in the 9th District Doomsday World to less than 50%. Possible rewards upon quest completion: increased influence in the vampire world, increase in the level of vampire royalty glory. Quest penalty: as long as this quest exists, the player's influence in the vampire world will continuously decrease. When Fang Hang saw the sudden appearance of 3 quests, he couldn't help but want to curse. The 2nd and 3rd districts had long been controlled by the 12 conclaves behind the Western Federal District. They could overlook this targeting themselves. Did the 9th District also see him as a thorn in their side? It seemed that his enmity with the 9th District had a long history. Fang Hang cursed inwardly and immediately started thinking about countermeasures. With these 3 hostile quests, the rate at which his influence in the vampire world increased suddenly became extremely slow. It was only the LV to Vampire Royalty Glory special skill that sustained him from his influence regressing within the vampire community. Currently, the situation in the 2nd and 3rd districts was unclear, and it might still house a prince. It would be difficult to directly break into the 2nd and 3rd districts in the short term. Therefore, Menghao's plan for the 9th district undoubtedly had the highest feasibility. Let's target the weakest link and do it quickly. As Fang Hang's expression changed rapidly, Mo Jiawei asked, "Fang Hang, what's wrong? Any issue?" "It's nothing, just a little trouble. Let's go to the 8th district first to deal with the 9th district's problem quickly." Mo Jiawei's eyes lit up with excitement. "Are we moving again?" "Yes." Since the game had issued quests that pushed him to move forward, Fang Hang had to accelerate the unification of the vampire forces once again. He nodded and continued, "Tell Menghao that the Thorn of the Holy Light will be ready, and they should be prepared. We plan to take action tonight." "So soon?" Mo Jiawei was surprised, but quickly said, "No problem. I will contact him immediately. You go ahead now. Wait for me at the transfer point, and we'll meet there, then go to the 8th district together." "All right." Mo Jiawei nodded and hastily returned to the transfer channel to contact Menghao. Fang Hang then turned his gaze to the other vampires like haze. "I heard that the vampires in the 8th district are still troubled by the Holy See. Since the 8th district has joined us, we will also lend a hand to help them solve the problem. Haze, prepare to open the transfer channel. I'll personally receive the 8th district. Bellamy, lead the vampires to prepare for battle." The vampires were filled with strong fighting spirit as they replied in unison, "Yes, my lord." Fang Hang nodded, and then returned to the Zombie Doomsday 9th district through the transfer channel. This was going to be a surprise attack. According to Fang Hang's estimation, if everything went smoothly, they would completely resolve the trouble in the 8th and 9th districts within 12 hours. Perfecting the details of the plan in his mind, Fang Hang headed towards the affiliated transfer channel. He and Mo Jiawei were planning to pass through the transfer disk to the 8th district of the vampire world, open a pathway connecting the Zombie Doomsday world, and deploy a large number of vampire teams alongside the fused tyrant bodies to enter the battlefield. Just as he reached the entrance of the transfer hall, a familiar figure jumped out, blocking Fang Hang's path. Title: National Game. AFK from the beginning of the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 959 Expansion. Sandy. Finally found you. Sandy's face was exaggeratedly excited. "Hey, I have great news for you. Under the inspiration of the god of art, the Temple of Zeus is about to be completed. In 3 days, we can witness this miracle together." Fang Hang was taken aback. Finally. According to Mo Jiawei, the construction of the Temple of Zeus consumed a massive amount of high-level resources from their prison. It was fortunate that Fang Hang had been continuously plundering resources from various game worlds earlier. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough for Sandy's extravagance. Finally, a glimmer of hope appeared. Fang Hang felt relieved. However, seeing Sandy coming to find him in such a hurry, could there be another unexpected event? Fang Hang pondered, feeling something amiss. He said calmly, "Oh, congratulations then. Haha. You will be very surprised at the opening ceremony." "There's an opening ceremony?" "Of course." Sandy smirked, looking pleased. "Our names will be engraved on the statue outside the Temple of Zeus. Later, everyone will know that we both built this Temple of Zeus. This is our great achievement." "Well done," Fang Hang said, quickening his pace forward. "Don't rush. There were some small problems during the construction of the Temple of Zeus." Sandy caught up with Fang Hang quickly, gesturing with her fingers. Fang Hang thought to himself, trouble had come again. "Fang Hang, our exhibition items are still lacking a bit. The high-level exhibition items we obtained from the Holy See last time, you didn't bring them back. Our temple is about to open. How can we not have exhibition items?" Fang Hang opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. During the last sweep of the 9th district, many exhibition items stolen from the headquarters of the Holy See were left in a modern world's abyssal corridor. At that time, it was just a temporary place to store them. Who would have thought that the abyssal corridor had been destroyed now? It was troublesome to retrieve those items now, and it would take some time. Well, what about items from other worlds? Not just the 9th district. Other areas also have exhibition items, right? Weren't you planning to go there now? Take me with you. You know about that. Who told you? Is it true? Sandy was surprised, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, the calling of the god of art is indeed accurate. Take me with you. After some contemplation, Fang Hang said, "All right, let's go together. Now." "No problem." After the construction of the Temple of Zeus was completed, his world level rating would have a slight increase. Bringing back more items from the Holy See would further raise the level rating, and he could also learn a few skills from the Holy See. Sandy was also helping him with the work. If he didn't agree, Sandy would probably cause trouble, and he didn't have time to deal with Sandy's antics. Fang Hang cautioned, "But this time going to the Blood Clan world is very dangerous. You can't run around." "No problem. In the name of the God of Art." Blood Clan Doomsday District 8. After merging with ManhwaRecap and entering District 8, Fang Hang, the three immediately used the nearest Blood Clan teleportation point to arrive at the headquarters of the Blood Clan in District 8. "Lord King, I am the Arbitration Elder Clement of the Elder Council in District 8. The Arbitrator Elder Clement of the Blood Clan District 8 Council looked at Fang Hang, admiring the youthfulness of this Blood Clan king. While Fang Hang was repairing the teleportation channel connecting the zombie world, Clement explained the current plight facing District 8. Fang Hang only then realized that District 8 was really in a terrible situation. The Blood Clan prince who invaded the real world was killed on the spot by ManhwaRecap's uncles. The two dukes also lost news, and only a few remaining Blood Clan counts were barely guarding District 8. The strength of the entire Blood Clan had almost plummeted to the bottom. Later, the Holy See and witch hunters started causing trouble everywhere, resulting in the defeat of the Blood Clan. Clement was deeply distressed, saying, "Lord King, while our clan is weak, the Holy See is attacking our city, and our people are suffering. Don't worry, we are here to help." ManhwaRecap felt that District 8 was really in a dire situation, so he walked over, patted Clement's shoulder amiably, and comforted, "Let the lackeys of the Holy See know the power of our Blood Clan." "Thank you, Lord King," Clement said gratefully. Fang Hang cast a glance at ManhwaRecap, thinking, "Are you not positioning yourself properly as a witch hunter? If not for your family members killing their prince, the situation in District 8 wouldn't have deteriorated like this, and didn't you also use their prince to complete the 3rd level witch hunter bloodline upgrade?" Behind everyone, Sandy's face was already filled with joy. "Wow, didn't expect the Holy See in District 8 to be this powerful. Then their art collections must be very well preserved." Sandy had already begun planning how to clean out the Holy See's possessions. He had heard rumors that Fang Hang was preparing to dominate the entire Blood Clan world, so he came specifically to confront Fang Hang and try his luck to participate in the move. Bye-bye. Counting on fingers, there are a total of 9 Blood Clan Doomsdays. How many art collections from the Holy See would there be? The Temple of Zeus would need to be upgraded by several levels. An achievement worthy of the history books. Upon learning about the recent situation in District 8, Fang Hang immediately began manipulating the large space rift device to try to connect the zombie Doomsday teleportation channel location. After a while, a young Blood Clan count hurried in to report, "Elder Clement, the Holy See has launched an attack on the city of Elena, and our people can't hold them back. We need support from the Elder Council." Cough! Clement cleared his throat and gestured towards Fang Hang, who was tinkering with the large rift device, saying, "Brutus, you came at the right time. This is the Lord King. Come and greet him." The Lord King. The support of the Blood Clan King has come so quickly. Brutus was pleasantly surprised. Then he looked at Fang Hang and became suspicious. The Lord King was too young, and his Blood Clan aura was not very obvious. When Fang Hang's gaze swept over him, Brutus immediately knelt down. "Greetings, Lord King. Fang Hang waved his wrench hand, pressed the reset button on the teleportation channel, and signaled the other to stand up to speak. Elder Clement said, "Lord King, Count Brutus is a talented young man we have nurtured at our Elder Council. Since the 2 Blood Clan dukes went missing, Brutus has been temporarily in charge of leading the clan to resist the Holy See's invasion. He is most aware of the Holy See's movements. Hope he can help you." Title: Popular Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 960 of the main text, Reinforcements Approaching Fang Hang lightly made a sound of agreement, burying his head to observe the various data displayed on the instruments. Duke Brutus was anxious in his heart. The situation on the battlefield outside was already critical, so why was the king so calm? "Your Majesty," the Holy See is launching a three-way attack on the Misty Castle of Kant, the central city area of Alena, and the forest wetlands area. 6 vampire dukes are leading the vampire resistance. Please give your instructions. The teleportation channel will be activated soon. I happen to be missing a guide. You can follow us. Fang Hang nodded in response. Just as he finished speaking, another game prompt appeared on his retina. Reminder: player triggers an influence-related side mission. Holy See Assault, Zone 8. Mission name: Holy See Assault. Mission description: taking advantage of the weakened vampire clan, the Holy See has launched an assault, causing significant damage to the vampires. This 8th zone's majority of vampires have pledged allegiance to you, but they still have doubts. It's time to dispel their doubts and demonstrate the power of the vampire clan to the Holy See. Mission requirements: eliminate the threats from the Holy See in Zone 8. Rewards for completing the mission may include Vampire World Influence, control over Zone 8, Vampire Royal Glory level improvement. Mission penalty: while this mission exists, the player's Vampire World Influence will continuously be rewarded. As Fang Hang glanced over the game prompt, a thought crossed his mind. Not bad, the game finally presents a rewarding influence mission. With that in mind, Fang Hang pressed the open and run button on the space rupture device on the operation console. Buzz! A faint blue light radiated from the central space rupture device in the hull. A pale blue teleportation gate materialized in front of the space rupture device. Reinforcements arrived. Duke Brutus' heart raced, immediately leading the surrounding vampires to fall back. After a few quiet seconds, Duke Bellamy emerged from the teleportation channel. Following him, Audia and several vampire dukes led groups of high-level vampires through the teleportation channel to Zone 8. Seeing the reinforcements led by the Duke, both Elder Clement and Duke Brutus showed expressions of excitement in their eyes. Regardless of whether the title of Vampire King was authentic or not, this wave of reinforcements was genuine. They've genuinely come to help. Much more reliable than those scammers from the first zone. Moreover, there was even a vampire duke among the reinforcements. If there was a duke present in Zone 8, the Holy See wouldn't dare act so arrogantly. Your Majesty! Bellamy led the way, and all the vampires knelt before Fang Hang. The personnel is ready to attack at any moment. Fang Hang turned to the excited Brutus and said, "Brutus, lead the way. Let's go find the Holy See." Yes. Brutus knew that the time for counterattack had arrived, his face flushing with excitement. He asked, "Your Majesty, the Holy See is currently attacking our territories from 3 directions. The forest wetlands area is under heavy attack, with the vampire dukes guarding that area already retreating and unable to hold on. We can immediately teleport to the nearest point in that area and strike." "No, too troublesome." Fang Hang interrupted, "Brutus, we won't be going there. We're heading straight to the Holy See headquarters." Brutus' pupils contracted. The Holy See headquarters. Did he mean to directly deal with the Holy See headquarters? Yes, it's just the remaining forces of the Holy See. There's nothing to fear. Fang Hang said jokingly. He had already assessed the strength of the Holy See in the vampire apocalypse, and their purpose was merely to be contained. The strongest combatant was only at the level of a duke. With Duke Bellamy on their side, coupled with the fusion of the tyrant body, what was there to fear? Just crush them. Yes, Your Majesty. Brutus thought Fang Hang was absolutely right. The vampires had been oppressed by the Holy See too much these past 2 days, and he couldn't wrap his head around it momentarily. It felt like he was back in the days when the Vampire Prince was still in Zone 8. The Holy See was nothing. They would crush the Holy See as they pleased. Yes. The nearest teleportation point to the Holy See headquarters is located in the wild city of Loven. Let us proceed with the teleportation. Set the teleportation channel frequency to the maximum. My friend is a bit large. Ah, your friend. Brutus was puzzled, but then he heard the heavy footsteps emerging from the teleportation gate. Thud, thud, thud. Turning around, he saw a colossal figure radiating powerful blood energy, filling Brutus with astonishment. Who, or what was that terrifying monster? Holy See headquarters in Zone 8. Archbishop Yari of the Holy See had an expression that changed constantly. The attack on the vampires started under the provocations of a few foreigners. Initially hesitant, the Holy See soon discovered as those foreigners had claimed that the vampire clan's strength had greatly diminished. Taking advantage of this, the Holy See easily took control of several areas surrounding the vampire wilderness. Having tasted success, the Holy See immediately launched a massive attack on the vampires. The vampires were even weaker than they had anticipated. With such momentum, the Holy See was about to penetrate into the heart of the vampire city. However, just over an hour ago, everything took a sudden turn in the opposite direction. Archbishop, we have detected a powerful vampire aura shift. The intensity of the aura suggests that we may be facing a Duke-level vampire. The enemy is moving towards our direction, and Priestess Verena has gone to investigate. Archbishop, we've lost contact with Priestess Verena's team, and the enemy is heading towards our Holy See headquarters. Several players from the Holy See side had differing expressions as they listened to the continual reports from the outside. An unknown vampire Duke? Could it be from Zone 6 vampires? About 3 hours ago, the players received information related to the ruler of the outside world and the vampire domain. They soon learned that the Elder Council of Zone 8 had chosen to surrender to Fang Hang. Despite all the planning, the players from the Holy See side were intending to capitalize on the situation. Yet, they never imagined that they would run into Fang Hang, who triggered the domain mission. It took great effort, but this turn of events inadvertently helped Fang Hang, causing the vampires in Zone 8 to pledge their allegiance to him. Who could bear such humiliation? Even if they did endure it, who could bear such significant losses? Upon receiving the news of Zone 8 surrendering, the players immediately urged the Holy See to speed up the extermination of the vampires. Title: National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse to Idle Volume 961 Chapter Attack. However, the Blood Clan did not expect that reinforcements from Fang Hang would arrive so quickly. And their strength was even more formidable. They directly led the Blood Clan Duke towards the courtyard of the Holy See with red eyes, as if ready to fight to the death. Several player guilds now regretted it deeply. If they had known it would turn out like this, who would have tried to instigate the Holy See to attack the Blood Clan? Go! Follow me, and let's intercept them together. Seeing the Blood Clan already at their doorstep, Archbishop Giali couldn't sit still. The Blood Clan's attack came too quickly and too fiercely, leaving them no time to prepare for a retreat. If they were to retreat now, the entire Holy See headquarters would be left at the mercy of the Blood Clan. Giali sighed deeply in his heart and made a decision: stand and fight. This might be the Blood Clan's final wave of attack. As long as they could withstand this wave, the Holy See would prevail. Outside the Holy See Holy City, a thin layer of blood mist shrouded the battlefield. Fang Hang stood on the edge of the battlefield, watching Duke Bellamy leading the Blood Clan in a fierce battle against the forces of the Holy See. Two monsters, the fusion tyrants, who inherited the power of the Blood Clan King's remains, were particularly eye-catching on the battlefield. They were more adept at dealing with such group battle scenarios than Bellamy. With each fist strike from the fusion tyrants, the armors of the Holy Forged Knights shattered, and the second wave of blood and energy bursts would inflict secondary impact injuries on the surrounding Holy See personnel. As a guide, Brutus followed Fang Hang's team into battle. He saw the havoc caused by the fusion tyrants on the battlefield and was deeply shaken by their immense power. In this situation, the destruction of the Holy See seemed imminent today. Atiya, in her bat form, flew from nearby to Fang Hang's side, resumed her human form, knelt down, and reported, "My Lord King, the blood sacrifice ritual with the Blood Clan remains is ready as per your request." Well done. Fang Hang nodded slightly and refocused his gaze on the center of the battlefield. The soldiers of the Holy See who died for their faith should not have died in vain. Fang Hang showed them great respect, then raised his hand and gestured towards the direction where their bodies lay. On the battlefield, the blood flowing from the fallen soldiers of the Holy See was inexplicably drawn and condensed into tiny blood droplets, constantly gathering in front of Fang Hang. In a short moment, two clusters of red blood appeared before Fang Hang, controlled by him, and pour into a nearby ritual blood pool. Watching Fang Hang control the blood in front of him, Brutus swallowed nervously. Such terrifying blood affinity ability to be able to control blood so easily. The strength of the blood provided by the soldiers of the Holy See was high. In just half a minute, the two makeshift blood sacrifice blood pools were filled to the brim. Fang Hang was satisfied as he withdrew his hand. Duke Bellamy led the Blood Clan team, rapidly approaching the frontline headquarters of the Holy See Holy City. Several high priests of the Holy See jointly supported a large holy light shield, resisting fiercely against the Blood Clan's combined attack. The shield was already in danger under the onslaught of the Blood Clan. The main player has arrived. Fang Hang could feel the convergence of the power of the Holy See, and said softly, his gaze shifting towards the direction of the Holy City. A golden pillar of light shot up into the sky. Dazzling golden light burst from the central interior of the Holy City. An elderly Holy See elder holding a scepter emerged with several judges from within the Holy City. Fang Hang observed the leading elder carefully. "My Lord King, that's Jiali," Brutus whispered beside Fang Hang, the current Archbishop of the Holy See. The soaring golden light was not maintained for long, quickly turning into scattered golden lights. Under the shining of the holy light, the blood mist that covered the battlefield was completely dispersed. Archbishop Jiali surveyed the battlefield with furrowed brows, raised his scepter and struck the ground hard. Flowing light. Wall. 3 thick walls condensed by holy light rose from the ground and slowly pushed forward in 3 directions. Over a dozen high-level Blood Clan members felt the powerful holy light aura contained within the moving walls and dared not touch them directly, retreating one after another. Nearby, Fang Hang, with a subtle sweat on his forehead, watched as the walls advanced. Surprised by the immense power of the 2 fusion tyrants, Brutus wondered how they had already brought the entire Holy See to such a point without Duke Bellamy even taking any action. National Game. Hanging out starting with the Zombie Doomsday. Volume 962 of the main text chapter exploded. "My lord, should we not go up and help?" Brutus noticed that the faction of the Holy See was almost at its limit. However, strangely, ever since the 2 fused tyrants joined the battle, the rest of the Blood Clan slowly retreated under the leadership of Duke Bellamy. Why? Brutus wondered. If Duke Bellamy led the rest of the Blood Clan to press forward now, the Holy See would definitely not hold up. No, not yet. It's about to start. Fang Hang relaxed his spirit, took a deep breath, and stared at the battlefield ahead. Stirred by the Bishop of the Holy See, the fused tyrants inheriting the remains of the Blood Clan king once again lost control. Everything was within Fang Hang's expectations. "Bellamy, get ready to move." Bellamy had just led the Blood Clan back in retreat, and upon hearing this, his expression turned serious. "Yes, my Lord Duke." Brutus couldn't understand if Fang Hang had any special operations, and dare not ask more, turned his head to look at the direction where energy was surging on the battlefield. The energy and blood of the 2 trapped fused tyrants were almost solidified, constantly burning with energy and blood, looking particularly terrifying. With a single punch, the elite Holy Knights of Saint Forging would be tainted with burning energy and blood. Just dealing with these 2 monsters consumed all the strength of the Holy See. Terrifying creatures. Their life force was strong enough to support such a high level of energy and blood infusion. Brutus was sighing, and suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis from the bottom of his heart. Not good. Suddenly, Brutus felt an extremely strong sense of danger from the burning energy and blood all over the fused tyrants. The next moment, 2 intense energy and blood forces almost exploded without warning in front of everyone's eyes, rising into the sky. The 2 converged and condensed into a blood-red column of light. The Holy See, shrouded in the blood-red column, was instantly wiped out. Archbishop Jiali of the Holy See's eyes flashed with tremendous shock, and he opened a holy light protective barrier and quickly retreated backward. However, the holy light barrier could not hold for a second, as it was completely destroyed by the blood-colored column of light. The column exploded. The sudden burst of blood column engulfed the entire team of the Holy See, including Archbishop Jiali and the surrounding Holy Knight and sacrificial teams. The explosion of blood energy instantly dissipated in all directions. Fang Hang stood still, facing the onslaught of blood energy in front, raised his hand forward, A solid blood barrier appeared in front of everyone. Bang! The barrier blocked the residual impact of the spreading blood energy from a distance. The Blood Clan members beside Fang Hang were all shocked. The area in front was shrouded in blood, and the explosion center was completely unclear. Such a high-intensity explosion! Brutus and Moagner both witnessed for the first time the scene of the fused tyrants losing control and exploding, feeling a kind of shock from the bottom of their hearts. They waited for over a minute before the blood energy in front began to dissipate slowly. Rows of game prompts began to appear in Fang Hang's retinas. Prompt: you have lost control of the fused tyrants. Prompt: your fused tyrants have died. Prompt: you killed the elite Holy Knight of Saint Forging and gained 100 to survival points, 10 Blood Clan reputation, and a complete purification crystal *1. Prompt: you killed the elite sacrificial of Saint Forging. Prompt: you killed the chief priest of the Holy See. Bellamy. Fang Hang didn't have time to read the game prompts carefully, shouted, and immediately controlled the fused tyrants behind him to run towards the deep pit left after the explosion. Yes. At the center of the blood column explosion, a deep pit appeared, and almost all of the Holy See, located at the center of the explosion, were wiped out. Many of the Holy Knight remaining further away were also severely injured, their Holy Light shield shattered, their bodies impacted by the explosion and flung out, most just left with a shred of skin. Duke Bellamy immediately led the high-level Blood Clan members to attack, clearing out the remaining remnants of the Holy See. Attia and Brutus followed and chased after Fang Hang. Fang Hang didn't pay much attention to the battle with the Holy See, quickly came to the pit left by the explosion, his eyes searching back and forth in the pit. Found it! The two fused tyrants at the center of the explosion were already completely dead, but the remains of the Blood Clan King were still in a living state. The heart and left arm of the Blood Clan King. Following Fang Hang, Brutus stood firm and felt the strong energy and blood emanating from the two remains. He couldn't help taking a step forward, trying to see clearly what it was. Be careful, it's very dangerous. Fang Hang reached out to stop Brutus. Yes, my Lord King. Brutus nodded cautiously and followed behind Fang Hang to observe, extremely vigilant, and asked, "What is that?" "The remains of the king." "What?" Brutus was stunned. That was the remains of the king they wanted to obtain in this invasion into the real world? No wonder it had such power. Boom! Boom boom! Just as Brutus was still puzzled, the two fused tyrants quickly caught up. Under Fang Hang's control, they stepped into the pit in front. Then, Brutus saw an incredibly astonishing scene. The seemingly harmless heart and left arm of the Blood Clan King lying on the ground suddenly extended countless tiny tentacles as if they had found prey. The heart and left arm nearly simultaneously sprung up from the ground, one on the left and one on the right, rushing towards the bodies of the two nearest fused tyrants. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss hiss. Once they made contact with the bodies, they rapidly climbed towards the positions of the heart and left arm of the fused tyrants. The tiny tentacles pierced into the positions of the heart and left arm of the fused tyrants as if drilling a hole into their bodies. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Along the pitch black hole, the two fused tyrants extended fine tentacles from their hearts and arms. In just a few seconds, the extended tentacles wrapped the heart and left arm in a circle of red cocoon-like substance. Boom, boom. In a short moment, the two fused tyrants swayed, one after the other, fell heavily to the ground, with a loud crash, falling into a state of unconsciousness. My Lord King, is this the power inheritance of the king's remains? Brutus looked shocked, realizing that this method of using power didn't seem like the inheritance rumored outside, but more like a forced parasitism. Yes. Prompt: your fused tyrants are attempting to inherit the power of the Blood Clan King's remains. Prompt: your current fused tyrants are unstable, and you can stabilize the state of the Blood Clan King's remains through a ritual. Title: National Game. AFK starting from the Zombie Apocalypse Volume 963 of the main text, chapter of the Guardian Staff of Radiance. Fang Hang quickly glanced at the game hint and turned his head, saying, "Attia, take them to perform the ritual." Yes. Attia was well prepared and gestured. Following behind everyone, several high-ranking blood members quickly stepped forward and jointly lifted up the two fused tyrant bodies, swiftly retreating. In the rear area of the battlefield, over 20 Elder Blood members were already on standby. Once the fused tyrant bodies were in place, they would immediately activate the Magic Circle ritual to restore the remains of the Blood King with the power of blood, gradually replenishing the power of the remains and awakening the fused tyrant bodies. With the parasitism of the fused tyrant bodies resolved, Fang Hang looked up into the sky again. Bellamy was chasing after Archbishop Yali of the Holy See. Archbishop Yali had previously resisted the self-explosion of the fused tyrant bodies by casting a holy light barrier. At the critical moment his barrier broke, he fled backward, narrowly avoiding the center of the explosion. However, Yali still suffered the impact of the explosion directly, severely wounded. Blood kept oozing out from Yali's face, looking particularly dreadful. Escape! Relying on the last remaining shred of vitality within him, Yali instinctively wanted to flee for survival. Unfortunately, in terms of speed, the Holy See was no match for the Blood Clan, TSK. Bellamy swiftly chased after Yali. In a flash, Bellamy appeared in front of Archbishop Yali, blocking his way. Yali! Bellamy looked at the heavily wounded Yali, unable to speak, a slight arc forming at the corners of his mouth, a cold gleam in his eyes. Caged ants should curl up on the ground like dogs to survive servilely. Without waiting for Yali to respond, Bellamy raised his hand. A blur of blood passed by. A bloodstain appeared on Yali's neck, his eyes losing their luster slowly as he fell from the sky. HMPH. Bellamy let out a disdainful snort, then quickly departed, flying towards the remaining elite members of the Holy See's St. Forged Knights. Hint: your subordinate, Duke Bellamy of the Blood Clan, slew the Archbishop Yali of the Holy See. You gained 181 survival points to high-energy evolution crystals and a significant increase in reputation within the Blood Clan. Hint: you have dealt a devastating blow to the 8th District of the Holy See, resulting in a substantial increase in your reputation within the Blood Clan. Hint: you have completed the mission, Assault on the Holy See in the 8th District, taking a total of 3 hours and 11 minutes. You gain 27,000 Holy See influence. Due to completing the mission within 24 hours, your Blood Clan hierarchy honor level has risen to LVR3. Great! The mission is complete. Fang Hang checked the game hint and prepared to wrap things up. Huh? What's that again? Fang Hang suddenly noticed something near Archbishop Yali's body emitting a dark golden light. Could it be something good from the explosion? Fang Hang squinted his eyes and walked towards the direction where Yali's body had fallen. It was a dark golden staff. Fang Hang approached the staff and carefully inspected it. It was something recently used by Archbishop Yali personally. It should not be a piece of junk. Fang Hang instantly switched to the state of holy studies, raised his hand, and grabbed the staff. Hint: player obtained item: Staff of the Radiant Guardian. Item: Staff of the Radiant Guardian. Equipment requirements: Basic Holy Studies. Equipment requirements: Basic Constitution 25 points, Basic Strength 25 points. Additional attributes when equipped: Spirit plus 35, Agility minus 20, Constitution plus 15, Movement speed minus 10%. Additional skill: Radiant Guardian. Skill description: after equipping, all defensive skills related to holy studies are increased by 30%. Upon casting holy spells, immediately gain a shield of light with half the mana value as health, with the shield lasting 120 seconds, able to stack shield health and refresh duration. Description: a staff with a strong protective power, needing the user to have sufficient constitution and strength due to its heaviness. A great find! Seeing the attributes of this equipment, Fang Hang's eyes lit up with surprise. Merely the 30% enhancement of skill's final effect was already excellent, coupled with the shield added by the use of holy light skills. In theory, as long as Fang Hang had ample spiritual power, he could endlessly consume it and stack up a terrifying shield. However, negative effects also existed, deserving that the holy light's shield. Fang Hang whispered softly. This equipment was highly sacred, exceptionally hard-shelled in its attributes, but with a negative penalty of reduced movement speed. It couldn't be used as a regular combat weapon, but could be handy in emergencies or during attribute stacking considerations. Fangs of the beginning, Fang Hang thought as he temporarily stored the staff back into his backpack. Seeing the remnants of the Holy See's forces being cleared out by Duke Bellamy of the Blood Clan, Fang Hang turned his gaze towards the rear of the team. Sandy, it's your time to shine. My turn. Here I come. Sandy had been peering from behind, waiting eagerly. Upon hearing Fang Hang's call, he quickly emerged from the Blood Clan group and ran to Fang Hang's side. The item I want should be hidden in the sacred city. Searching for items is your profession. Leave it to you. Time is tight. Heh. The anticipation in Sandy's eyes was hard to hide. He stared excitedly in the direction of the sacred city and rubbed his hands. Rest assured, no matter where the Holy See hides their treasures, I can turn them upside down. Go for it. Follow me. Be careful. Do not damage the buildings, especially the decorations inside. Sandy waved his big hand, leading a group of Blood Clan members gallantly into the sacred city. With things settled, Fang Hang turned to the rear of the battlefield to check on the offering's status. An elder Blood Clan responsible for altar maintenance nodded. "King, the blood pool blood supply is sufficient. The ritual execution is going very smoothly. The remains power is slowly recovering, expecting to stabilize soon." "Good. Continue." Fang Hang nodded, standing by the blood pool waiting. After about 10 minutes, 2 rows of game prompts appeared on his retina again. Hint: your fused tyrant bodies have completed the inheritance of the Blood King's remains power. Hint: the power carries risks. Please be cautious. Hint: the power is still in an unstable state. Fang Hang tested consciousness to command the fused tyrant bodies. The 2 fused tyrant bodies immediately accepted the order, walking out from the blood pool one after the other, quietly standing behind Fang Hang. Compared to the 2 fused tyrant bodies before the explosion, the strength they possessed visibly weakened significantly. The Blood Clan performing the ritual explained to Fang Hang, "King, the current diffused bodies are only temporarily revived. To fully restore their peak state, further ritual will be required." Title: National Game. Idling from the Zombie Apocalypse Volume 960 for Bombham. Good. Well done. Continue. Fang Hang nodded, muttering softly. The revival of the Vampire King's remains needs to be completed in the real world, but as long as the revival ceremonies of 2 stages are completed, the subsequent stable state can also be achieved in the game world through the ceremonies. Bomb tactic. Test successful. Fang Hang muttered to himself in his heart. The Blood Clan's sarcophagus has no time to be thoroughly studied, at least for now. The remains of the Blood Clan King can be bound together with the assimilated tyrant body as a bomb. Combine with the assimilated tyrant body that can continuously regenerate. As long as there is enough blood, he has 2 recyclable super bombs. And they can be remotely controlled. Are you scared that they might explode at any moment? The only downside is the stability. Fang Hang was thinking about how to improve it when Duke Bellamy flew over from the direction of the Holy City not far away, half kneeling on the ground, reporting, "My Lord King, the sacred thorn you were looking for has been found." Fang Hang's eyes lit up. "Good. Lead me there." 30 minutes later, in the basement of the Holy City, Sandy was excitedly welcoming a group of newly recruited human slaves to pack and move the artwork of the Holy See. Duke Bellamy led Fang Hang to a secret hall in the deepest part of the basement. In the center of the hall was an open circular space. There used to be many decorations here, but they were all packed and moved away as soon as Sandy discovered them. The statues of the 5 judgment gods were arranged in a circle in the 5 corners, all in a praying posture, with one hand pointing forward towards the center of the circular hall. 3 of the statues held a dark golden cone in their hands. Fang Hang walked up to one of the statues, reaching out to grasp the cone in the statue's hand. Buzz! A dazzling light flashed suddenly in Fang Hang's hand. Hint: player receives item: Broken Sacred Thorn. Item: Broken Sacred Thorn. Rank: Replica Artifact Component. Description: this item is incomplete and cannot be used directly until assembly is complete. Description: this item is a replica of the Sacred Thorn of the Holy See, can be used after complete assembly, dealing tremendous holy damage to the target. Its power can even severely wound a Blood Clan prince. Description: additional skill after assembly, Sacred Thorn. Hint: player belongs to the Blood Clan faction. Player can sacrifice this equipment through a ceremony, greatly increasing the player's Blood Clan lineage experience and a large amount of Blood Clan reputation. The Sacred Thorn. Critical item obtained. Fang Hang stuffed all the Sacred Thorns on the sculpture's hands in the hall into his backpack, then looked back at Bellamy. Ask Mogaway about the situation in District 9. Be ready to invade District 9 at any time. Yes. Blood Clan Doomsday District 9. After a concentrated discussion at the Elder Council, it was announced that Fang Hang's claim as the heir to the Blood Clan King was not recognized. Everything returned to calm. Prince Gale was contemptuous of the so-called Blood Clan King. That despicable Blood Clan. Fang Hang was his real name. That fraud. He used despicable means to take the sacred headdress from him and caused chaos in the entire Elder Council. Can he inherit the legacy of the Blood Clan King's sarcophagus? Ridiculous. Last time, Gale was severely injured while in a state of sleep and was forcibly awakened, with the curse inside him spreading. After a brief discussion within the Elder Council, Gale quickly prepared to return to his resting place. It was unknown how long had passed when suddenly, Gale opened his eyes in the coffin of his resting place. The red mark on his forehead emitted a faint light. His senses told Gale that Fang Hang, who had ambushed him last time, had appeared in the Blood Clan world again. And he was moving quickly. That guy! How dare he come back? Since the last cat and mouse game, Gale had not sensed Fang Hang's location for quite some time. Gale's anger was instantly ignited. He immediately woke up from his sleep, preparing to leave the coffin and chase after Fang Hang. Gale's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt a force binding him. No! This coffin! Someone tampered with the coffin? Gale immediately tried to break free from the binding, but found himself tightly trapped by the coffin. When was this? Gale was surprised. Was it when he was involved in the Elder Council meeting just now? Someone managed to secretly infiltrate his resting place and tamper with his coffin. Witcher, you think you can trap me? Gale's anger grew. Sneering in disdain, he immediately released his blood and power to forcefully break free from the coffin's restraint. Since Fang Hang invaded the Blood Clan Elder Council last time, now even a Witcher could tamper with his coffin. But is this kind of seal enough to trap him? Just give him 5 minutes and he can break free. The bloody breath kept emanating from Gale's body, frantically wearing down the strength of the seal inside the coffin. From the outside, the whole coffin emitted wisps of blue smoke. Just 5 more minutes. Gale suppressed his inner anger. Then he could break the seal, utterly destroying Fang Hang. And that guy who secretly tampered with his coffin. Clearly, these two incidents were not independent. They were coordinated. They thought they could. Gale's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He felt that Fang Hang was rapidly approaching the Blood Clan Elder Council. He's coming here. What does he want to do? Is he not satisfied with how fast he dies? For some reason, Gale felt a sense of unease rising in his heart. Underground of the Blood Clan Elder Council. After entering the council, Fang Hang immediately met with Meng Hao and others and received 2 sacred thorns from Chu Yan of the Devout Society, then followed Meng Hao alone into the council's interior, running forward all the way. Their target was the Ongatasi Cave located under the Blood Clan Elder Council. Fang Hang only had 5 minutes. They needed to quickly complete their plan before the Blood Clan Prince arrived. Meng Hao's plan was simple. With the help of the Witcher and Chu Yan from the Devout Society, they found 3 sacred thorns, plus the 1 Fang Hang collected from Zone 8. They gathered to form a complete thorn. The first step of the plan was completed. After combining all the sacred thorns, the properties of the sacred thorn in Fang Hang's hand had changed. Still an item that would be completely destroyed after a single use, but with an added skill. Item: Sacred Thorn. Rank: Pseudo-Artifact. Description: a perfect imitation of the Sacred Thorn from the Halo domain. Unfortunately, due to material limitations, the replica cannot withstand high-intensity holy power infusion. Constantly unstable, and therefore unable to be put into the backpack or transferred through portals. Additional skill: Sacred Thorn. Skill description: forward to launch a powerful short-range thrust, causing massive damage to the target and inflicting additional huge damage to life forms such as Blood Clan, Dark, Shadow, Demons, and Undead. National game: starting from the Zombie Doomsday, Chapter 965 of continuous play. While running forward all the way, Fang Hang carefully examined the properties of the Sacred Thorn. The second step of the plan: Angitis. To be on the safe side, the plan set by Meng Hao this time is not to kill the Blood Prince, but Angitis. Collecting the Sacred Thorn is troublesome, and using it is also very complicated. First of all, the distance is short. The strength of the Blood Prince is strong. Based on past experiences of battling with the Blood Prince, the Blood Prince's mode of operation is mostly throwing various large-scale blood ghost spells from afar. It's difficult for ordinary players to get close to the prince, and adding to the high agility of the Blood Clan itself, do you still want to stab the prince up close? Secondly, even if you manage to stab him, you can't directly kill the prince. You can only severely wound him without achieving the effect of complete elimination. Meng Hao changed his perspective. Using the Sacred Thorn to deal with Angitis is a very good method. Angitis won't move. This brings great convenience to the assassination. As long as they find a way to destroy Angitis, the Blood Prince will continue to be weakened by the effects of the internal curse, and then they just need to quietly wait for a while. and the Blood Clan in the 9th area will naturally die out. Fang Hang and ManhwaRecap have calculated the time and found an excuse to enter the Elder's Court as soon as they meet up, rushing towards the Angitas Cave under the Elder's Court. ManhwaRecap has already arranged everything for the beginning of the journey into the Elder's Court. But after entering the cave guarded by the Blood Clan, immediately several senior Blood Clansmen came up to intercept Fang Hang and ManhwaRecap. "Who goes there?" "It's me," ManhwaRecap replied. "We have permission from the Elder's Court to use Angitas for the bloodline inheritance." The two senior Blood Clan members stepped forward, looking wary at Fang Hang and ManhwaRecap. "Is that so? We have not received any relevant information." "Please wait a moment. We will contact the Elder's Court for verification," the guard of the senior Blood Clan said doubtfully, stopping the two and gesturing to a subordinate on the side. Another senior Blood Clan member stared at Fang Hang, his eyes full of suspicion. "Who are you? Take off your mask." ManhwaRecap sighed in his heart, thinking that the defense of the Angitas Cave was indeed very tight, and they couldn't fool their way through this wave. Fang Hang glanced at the countdown given by the game. There was no time to delay, or they might not make it in time. "Get him!" Swish! Before the words fell, Fang Hang had already used teleportation to dodge to the side of the senior Blood Clan member, quickly rushing towards the depths of the cave passage. The two guards of the Blood Clan were surprised for a moment, and then shouted, "Stop him! He's an invader!" The whole underground passage was in chaos, with the senior Blood Clan members on the ceiling of the cave awakening and fluttering their wings towards Fang Hang. It takes a few seconds for the Blood Clan to awaken from the hanging rock wall. In those few seconds, Fang Hang had already speeded ahead, with only a few Blood Clans blocking his way. Fang Hang's speed had increased. Facing the bats ahead, he didn't dodge and evade, relying on his self-healing ability to directly withstand the damage from the high-level Blood Clan in bat form as he ran. "Stop!" At the end of the corridor, Blood Count Jackus and more than 10 Blood Clansmen blocked the narrow passage tightly. Behind them was the entrance to the Angitas Cave. Seeing the intruder, Jackus's face turned serious, signaling the Blood Clan to be on high alert. Seeing that Fang Hang showed no sign of stopping, Jackus stepped forward and blocked Fang Hang's way. "Stop him! Don't let him near the cave!" "Hey, quite dedicated," Fang Hang said, looking at the location of the cave passage ahead, making a mental note, a curve forming on his lips as he took out a jade pendant from his hand. He poured his spiritual power into the jade pendant. Hiss! A thick black death aura diffused from the jade pendant, enveloping Fang Hang entirely. Instantly, the black aura spread into the passage. Jackus and the senior Blood Clan members at the end of the corridor were plunged into darkness, immediately losing sight and perception of Fang Hang. At the same time, several large alchemy magic circles appeared around Fang Hang. A large, stout arm emerged from the magic circle. The arm of the exalted tyrant emerged from the magic circle and followed Fang Hang as they charged forward. Ahead, Blood Count Jackus and the senior Blood Clan members had completely blocked the entrance area to Angitas. Jackus was greatly astonished. He didn't know what the other party had done, but with the black death aura shielding his presence and perception, all he could hear was the heavy footsteps and vibrations coming from ahead. It seemed like a gigantic creature was rampaging in the passage. What in the world is it? Jackus had a bad premonition, his wariness heightened to the highest level. He stared at the black mist rushing towards him. What is that? Jackus's pupils contracted suddenly. Boom! Without warning, a huge gray fist protruded from the black death aura ahead. What? Boom! Jackus didn't have time to think much, instinctively protecting himself with his hands, feeling a great impact coming towards him. His body was sent flying by the exalted tyrant's punch, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. With the death aura shrouding them, Fang Hang and Jackus's group quickly followed the exalted tyrant, who cleared a path ahead by smashing through, rushing towards the bright spot ahead. Found it! The giant cave below the Elder's Court. Who are you? Intruder! As soon as Fang Hang stepped into the cave, the many Blood Clans surrounding the hall immediately sensed his presence and converged towards him. Countess Irene, responsible for guarding the interior of the cave, stared at Fang Hang, her amazement reaching its peak. For how many years, the Angitas Cave had never been attacked by intruders. The Blood Clans hanging on the ceiling and the Angitas tree were awakened, and they gathered towards Fang Hang, enclosing him in the middle. Stop! This is the territory of the Blood Clan. Identify yourself, Blood Clan. Iron felt the Blood Clan's aura from Fang Hang and approached him step by step. Fang Hang didn't speak, but lifted his hand and spread his palm towards Iron. Countess Iron's face changed drastically. At the moment Fang Hang opened his palm towards her, she felt her blood surging uncontrollably. She had to stop her steps to control the rapidly flowing blood in her body. Iron couldn't speak. She stared at Fang Hang, her heart filled with uncertainty. Who is that person? He can easily manipulate the blood within her body. Such a powerful blood affinity ability that even the prince. What is this? MMORPG. AFK from the Zombie Doomsday. Text chapter 966 Sacred Thorn. Eileen's eyes widened as she saw the ground rolling around Fang Hang, and countless palms kept reaching out from the ground below. What was that? A corpse eater. Next to Fang Hang, vine zombies began to resurrect. More magic circles swirled on the ground. The huge fused tyrant body also began to climb out continuously from the ground. Then, a few fused tyrant bodies rushed from outside and finished dealing with the blood-sucking Duke outside, directly using their bodies to block the entrance of the Anguitas cave. Fang Hang did not linger on Eileen, took out a holy light spear from his backpack, stepped forward towards the ancient tree of Anguitas, and rushed over. Stop! Duke Eileen took a few deep breaths, suppressed the discomfort in her body, and tried to stop Fang Hang. Swish! While Fang Hang rushed forward, the sacred thorn in his hand suddenly waved forward. Buzz! A dark golden light fluctuated and dazzled Eileen's eyes. Eileen's face suddenly turned pale, quickly dodging to the side. With just a brief intersection of body positions, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Such a terrifying sacred aura! What kind of weapon was that? If she were unfortunate enough to be attacked by that weapon, Eileen dared not think further. Not only did he possess a strong blood affinity ability that could affect her blood flow, but now he could also control the power of the Holy Court. Who exactly was he? Fang Hang swept a glance at the hesitant Eileen, swiftly moving to stand on a branch extended from the blood-sucking tree Anguitas. Hint: you have received an emergency communication from the survival radio. Mojave, boss, Prince Gall has escaped, and he is heading towards you. Be careful. Fang Hang, got it, all settled. Eileen stared at Fang Hang closely. She had already become extremely wary of Fang Hang, so much so that she dared not even approach him, only able to use words to intimidate. You can't escape, my lord has already set out towards you. Prince Gall. What if I don't run? Fang Hang shrugged, took off the mask on his face. Seeing Fang Hang's appearance, Eileen was greatly shocked. It was him. Outside the chaotic Bloodsucker Elder Court, after Meng Hao led Fang Hang, he immediately withdrew from the Elder Court and rendezvoused with the devout guild players at a safe point. Everyone in this cooperative effort gave their all, leaving the final strike to Fang Hang. Anxious, they gathered together, waiting for news. Watching time pass with no movement, Adine became a bit anxious. Boss, why is there no news from Boss Feng yet? It's about time, isn't it? According to the original plan, Fang Hang would directly enter the Anguitas cave and use the Holy Sea artifact Sacred Thorn to destroy the Anguitas Divine Tree. Once Anguitas was destroyed, the power of the Bloodsuckers would gradually decline, and then they would figure out how to benefit. But as time passed by every minute, there was still no news from Fang Hang's side. Meng Hao furrowed his brows. Could something have gone wrong? The most likely trouble they could encounter, such as the Holy Thorns not being strong enough to completely eliminate Anguitas, had Meng Hao raised this concern with Fang Hang earlier, but Fang Hang patted his chest, saying it was not a problem. It should be fine. Fang Hang was powerful enough to finish off Anguitas. Even if he couldn't completely destroy Anguitas, there should have been some in-game cues by now. Meng Hao, anxious but composed, admonished himself to remain calm and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Trust Boss Feng, let's wait a bit longer." On the other side, at the entrance to the Anguitas cave, Prince Gall broke free from the sealed coffin and immediately started tracking Fang Hang through intuition. That guy. Prince Gall never expected Fang Hang to dare to come over, and he even dared to plan to take action against Anguitas. Gall refused to admit it, but he was really panicked. Impossible. It's fine. District 9's Anguitas had been carefully nurtured and absorbed thousands of years of power, making its strength colossal. In addition, there were a large number of bloodsucker guards inside the cave. Even he couldn't destroy it in a short time. Not to mention Fang Hang. Inside, Gall was convinced that Fang Hang could not cause any damage to Anguirus in a short time, but he felt an inexplicable unease. There it is. Seeing the gradually revealed entrance to the Anguirus cave ahead, Prince Gall quickly rushed in. Why was it so quiet? Stepping into the interior of the cave, Prince Gall couldn't help but stop in his tracks. His face darkened, his eyes twitched, and he stared fixedly at the Anguirus divine tree. How could this be? The once vibrant Anguirus seemed to have fallen seriously ill, with large patches of withered leaves and a floor covered in fallen leaves. Hey, you're here, a bit late. Fang Hang stood on a branch extended from the Anguirus and waved to Gall, like an old friend meeting after many years. Fang Hang. Gall gritted his teeth, casting a wary glance around. All the bloodsuckers, including the two dukes responsible for guarding Anguirus, stood far away from Fang Hang's position, not daring to make a move, seemingly wary of something. Why weren't they doing anything? Gall cursed inwardly, feeling that this group of bloodsuckers was far too useless. They couldn't even stall Fang Hang for 2 minutes. Just as Gall moved forward, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. TSK, you're still so impulsive. Fang Hang took out the sacred thorn behind him, playing with it in his hand. Don't be in a hurry. Gall looked up, staring at the sharp thorn, constantly emanating the power of the sacred thorn in Fang Hang's hand. What is that? Gall felt a great threat from the thorn. Seeing Gall being wary, Fang Hang's smile deepened. He gestured towards the ancient tree of Anguirus next to him with the sacred thorn. Don't come closer, Gall. You know the consequences. Gall stared at Fang Hang, his eyes filled with resentment. Fang Hang, very good. I have always wondered what it would be like to meet you. You are looking for death. Heh, what of it? Fang Hang put away his smile, clenched the holy thorn in his hand, and moved closer to the Anguirus divine tree. I just want to have a good talk with you. Advise you not to act recklessly. I'm a coward. I might accidentally. Gall gritted his teeth. All right, let's talk. What do you want to talk about? Well, my request is simple. Fang Hang looked at Gall and said calmly, submit to me. Gall was taken aback by these words, then burst into laughter, his eyes filled with a look of bitterness. Ha ha. Submit. You're dreaming. The game of all people. Idle hang-up starting from the Zombie Doomsday, Chapter 967 of the main text volume The Proof of the King TSK. Fang Hang shook his head and showed a regretful expression, sighing, I thought we could communicate peacefully between us. Since you are so unwilling, then there is no way. I can only destroy Angiers. Fang Hang observed Gar's expression and continued, without Angiers, even if you don't agree, the Elder Council can only beg me to submit, right? Just you. Gar squinted his eyes, staring at Fang Hang. If I'm not mistaken, the thing in your hand comes from the Holy Court, indeed containing great power, but do you think you can completely destroy Angiers with just that? You're dreaming. Indeed, thank you for taking care of Angiers for so many years. It might not be enough with just what I have in my hand. Fang Hang agreed very much, but what if I add this? Saying this, Fang Hang reached out with his other hand, gently pressing on the trunk of the ancient tree of Angiers. Open your eyes and look closely. This is the power I inherited from the will of the Blood King. Gar raised an eyebrow. Then, a look of horror appeared on his face. What's going on? The entire Angiers was actually trembling weakly under Fang Hang's gentle touch. Following that, large patches of yellowing leaves on the branches of Angiers quickly withered at a visible speed until they turned into dead ash gray. This withering was gradually spreading to the entire ancient tree of Angiers. The dried leaves continued to float down from the trembling ancient tree of Angiers. All the blood kin in the cave could feel the life force of Angiers rapidly weakening. Stop it! Gar panicked, quickly trying to stop him. He looked at Fang Hang, and at this moment, he almost believed it. Could it be that Fang Hang is really the inheritor of the Blood King? The one who can control the power of Angiers? Such a person has never appeared before. Damn it! Gar found himself in a dilemma. Regardless of whether Fang Hang is the inheritor of the Blood King, as long as he wants to, he can indeed destroy the entire Angiers. Seeing Gar's expression, Fang Hang secretly chuckled. He knew his bluffing tactics were working. The move that rapidly weakens Angiers was not the so-called will of the Blood King. It's actually quite simple. It's the resurrected Vine zombie avatar. Taking advantage of the chaos when he just entered the cave, many zombie avatars under Fang Hang's control entered the blood pool. Then, when Fang Hang just touched the ancient tree of Anjidars with his hand, he gave the command, letting the zombies hidden at the bottom of the blood pool frantically absorb the power from the blood pool. As a result, the power of the blood pool was rapidly drained, and the life force of the ancient tree of Anjidars was also rapidly weakened. At first glance, it seemed as if Anjidars were under his control. It looks very intimidating. Within the entire beginner's game, only Fang Hang could achieve this. Even if Gar were to break his head, he would never think that Fang Hang would have such a method to create the spectacle before him. Fang Hang looked at the doubtful Gar and many bloodkin, feeling pleased in his heart. Ha! The bloodkin are so easily deceived. Jian Muzi can also deceive them dumb. He can do it just the same. Well Gar, time is running out for you to consider. Surrender to me, and I can guarantee the safety of Anjidars. Not only that, I can also help you all lift the curse within your bodies. Fang Hang temporarily withdrew his hand, and at the same time controlled the zombie avatars to stop absorbing the power of the blood pool. Gar gritted his teeth, staring at Fang Hang, feeling extremely conflicted. Once Anjidars is destroyed, the entire bloodkin will also perish as a result. If he tries to assassinate Fang Hang in an instant, he can't do it. At most, it would be a mutually destructive confrontation. While killing Fang Hang could also deal a fatal blow to Anjidars with the sacred thorn in his hand. Is it necessary? Gar hesitated. If he loses Anjidars, his power will gradually fade away, unable to suppress the curse within his body. He will die. And die in a very tragic way. He doesn't want to die. Gar stared at Fang Hang. Are you sure you won't deceive me? Of course not, as long as you swear loyalty to me. Fang Hang gazed at Jian Muzi, saying, submit to me. This is the only way to lift the curse within your bodies. Otherwise, you will be buried with Anjidars. After a moment of silence, Gar nodded. You guarantee the safety of Anjidars, and I can give you 1 month. Oh, how so? I can temporarily pledge allegiance to you on behalf of the Elder Council of the Bloodkin, but we refuse to accept your orders. Within a month, I need to see that you have the ability to lift the curse within our bodies. Otherwise, I will personally expose your disguise, even if it means both of us perishing together. Fang Hang thought for a moment and quickly calculated. Not bad. Secure the 9th district first, then bluff a little after a month. Alright, that works. Fang Hang nodded. Submit then. Gar took a deep breath, closing his eyes. I hope you will keep your promise. He said about needing a month's time. In fact, he was just trying to save face in front of so many bloodkin. He didn't want to die, nor did he want to confront Fang Hang head-on. At least on the surface, he wasn't inferior, just forced to surrender to Fang Hang for the future of the bloodkin, just to be able to lift the curse on the bloodkin. Gar knelt down. I'm willing to submit. The remaining bloodkin in the cave witnessed this scene. Fang Hang's means of controlling Anjidars had already shocked them. Since the prince has chosen to temporarily pledge allegiance, the other bloodkin have no need to resist. The bloodkin all kneeled down one after another. Lord King, yes. Fang Hang put away the sacred thorn in his hand expressionlessly, and a row of game prompts appeared on his retina. Prompt: player has obtained Gar's temporary loyalty. Prompt: player completes the mission, hostile a 9th district. As the player completed the mission within 24 hours, the player acquires the highest level rating, gaining 60,000 Bloodkin influence. Prompt: player's special status, Bloodkin A King Authority Glory upgraded to Leave 4. Prompt: player triggers mission, Control Bloodkin, 9th district. Mission name, Control Bloodkin, 9th district. Mission requirements: increase control power of the 9th district to 90%. Possible rewards upon mission completion: increase in the influence of the Bloodkin world, increase in Bloodkin A King Authority Glory level. Mission penalty: during the mission, your Bloodkin influence will continue to decrease. Special instructions: there may be competition from other players during this mission, so players should be careful. Prompt: player triggers mission, Proof of the King, 9th district. Mission name: Proof of the King, 9th district. Mission description: you have reached an agreement with the Bloodkin Prince Gar of the 9th district. Within a month, you need to prove that you have the ability to lift the curse on the Bloodkin. Until you achieve this, the 9th district will recognize your identity, but will not accept your orders. Mission requirements: obtain the recognition of Prince Gar. Failure penalty: 7017K. National game: Hanging Out from the Zombie Apocalypse Synopsis Volume 968, Chapter 4. Fang Hang's gaze moved away from the game prompt. Although he still couldn't truly control the entire Blood Clan's 9th district, nor could he leverage the power of Prince Gal, this wave had already successfully satisfied Fang Hang's expectations, bringing the complete 9th district into his hands. After completing the hostile mission, the Blood Clan's authority level rose to level 4. Despite the many ongoing missions continually deducting influence, the current Blood Clan's influence was no longer decreasing, but slowly increasing at a rate of several tens of influence points per minute. Good. Fang Hang lightly clenched his fist. The Blood Clan game world consists of a total of 9 zones, and now 3 of them have pledged loyalty to him. 1/3 has already been achieved. Meanwhile, outside the Blood Clan Elder Council, Meng Hao and Adine, who were anxiously awaiting, also received the game prompt. The current player's Blood Clan faction temporarily swears allegiance to Fang Hang. Players can choose whether to swear allegiance to Fang Hang. Your choice may lead to different mission branches. Seeing the sudden game prompt, the two were stunned, standing still without speaking for a long time. Meng Hao was greatly shocked. He had thought the plan would be completed easily or face various problems and fail. But now, what had happened? The plan was to eliminate Ingitus, but Fang Hang had gone over and reclaimed the entire Blood Clan's loyalty. What's wrong? Why do you look so bad? The Devout Player Guild and the others were not in the Blood Clan faction, so they did not receive the related game prompt. Seeing the drastic changes in Meng Hao and Adine's expressions, Chu Yan couldn't help but ask anxiously, encountered trouble. Only then did Adine come back to his senses, with a look of incredulity in his eyes. No, it's not like that. The 9th district surrendered to Fang Hang. Huh? Except for Mo Jiawei, who showed a happy face, the rest of the players were stunned. The plan was going smoothly, so why did Fang Hang interfere? Where did he come from? Everyone. At this moment, Meng Hao felt it was unnecessary to continue concealing the truth. He exchanged a glance with Mo Jiawei, then looked around at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "In fact, there has been something that we have been keeping from all of you. Yes, perhaps some of you already guessed it, but Mr. Fang's identity is Fang Hang." Everyone stood still, then turned their gaze to Mo Jiawei. It can be said like this: it's the same person, but not the same person, Mo Jiawei said mysteriously, shrugging his shoulders. We encountered some trouble before, so this matter is a secret. Please do not reveal it to others. After getting Mo Jiawei's inexplicable explanation, the crowd fell silent for a moment. Then, the players saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. So, Mr. Fang is actually Fang Hang, the dual lord of the zombie apocalypse. Unconsciously, they had attached themselves to such a big thigh. Wasn't this great news? Just 10 minutes after the news of the 9th District Elder Council's surrender and allegiance was announced, the gaming forums once again erupted into an unprecedented discussion frenzy. The previous discussions about Fang Hang had not yet subsided when a new wave of excitement was sparked. 9 hours and 29 minutes. Blood Clan 9th District swears loyalty. In the forum, the previous discussion on whether Fang Hang had inflated ceased instantly. The entire forum's focus shifted to whether Fang Hang would unify the entire Blood Clan. How long would Fang Hang need to unify the entire Blood Clan world? What changes would the unification of the Blood Clan world bring to players? Would Fang Hang's game studio monopolize the entire Blood Clan world? Would Fang Hang plan to dominate the zombie world next? Would there be danger in the wasteland world? Did he cheat? Just over 20 minutes of discussion had passed when another explosive piece of news emerged. Amazing! Blood Clan Apocalypse 5th District announces allegiance to Fang Hang. It's the 5th District again. The entire forum was in a frenzy. The discussion on the invasion of the Blood Clan world into reality last time didn't have as much heat as this time. Since Fang Hang's attempt to unify the Blood Clan was exposed within just 10 hours, including the 6th District, for Blood Clan worlds were already on Fang Hang's side. There are only 9 Blood Clan world servers in total. Nearly half. What's more unbelievable to the players is that all major gaming companies and guild forces related to the Blood Clan Apocalypse remained surprisingly silent, without any voice coming out. So the players began to discuss, what are the major gaming companies and guilds doing? Is there some huge conspiracy waiting for Fang Hang? The players did not know, but the major player companies and guilds were already in a frenzy. If they heard the players' discussion, they would likely curse. A big conspiracy. Bullshit. In fact, ever since the Blood Clan World Domain missions were triggered, all major players, game guilds, and companies were trying to investigate Fang Hang's background and identity, preparing to get a share of the Blood Clan Influence mission. Unfortunately, the prerequisites for the Blood Clan's Influence mission were very high. Except for the senior Blood Clan approved by the Blood Clan Elder Council, other players' Blood Clan influence was 0, making it impossible to access relevant mission information. Before the major gaming companies could thoroughly investigate, the situation took a sharp turn downwards. In just 10 hours, Fang Hang had quickly taken over the loyalty of the Elder Council in for Blood Clan Game World regions. Even without further investigation, the major game guilds knew what they were facing: a terrifying opponent. Realizing that even with 10 times their strength, they couldn't conquer 3 major Blood Clan regions in just 10 hours, the evaluations from the major companies all came to the same conclusion: they couldn't win. So the next thing to consider was whether to continue wasting resources in this Blood Clan apocalypse or choose to give up altogether. But once they gave up, all the investments over the years would go down the drain, which was hard to accept. Therefore, cooperating with Fang Hang became the best option for the major game companies. Screw it. Hurry and find Fang Hang to cooperate. Cling to his thigh. Now, all the major gaming companies in the outside world were desperately searching for Fang Hang's studio worldwide, wanting to contact him, so they had no time to gossip on forums. Yet, they couldn't find him. Fang Hang Studio's contact number had been overwhelmed. The newly hired receptionist at the studio was almost in tears. What had the boss done to make the phone keep ringing non-stop? Each time, all callers were looking for the boss, and she kept giving the same response. The boss was not available. He was very busy. He was collaborating with the Federation and was temporarily unavailable. The text is an excerpt from a game-related story talking about a character named Fang Hang and his interactions within the game world. In summary, Fang Hang, along with his allies, is making strategic moves within the game to upgrade and expand their power. They have successfully gained the loyalty of certain territories and are planning their next moves to unify the bloodlines. The passage also mentions alliances, rivalries, and Fang Hang's growing influence and power within the game world. There are mentions of different factions, tasks, and challenges that Fang Hang and his allies face as they navigate through the game. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, Volume 970 of the Hanging Chapter Cooperation Agreement. Dong dong dong. A federal soldier knocked on the door, pushed it open, and said, "Commander, Fang Hang is outside and wants to see you." Qiu Hai sat up straight, rubbed his slightly swollen temples, and nodded. "Okay, let him in." Commander Qiu seems troubled. Fang Hang came to find Qiu Hai after leaving the game. After entering, Fang Hang nodded at Qiu Hai, skillfully sat down opposite him. Qiu Hai looked at Fang Hang, feeling quite speechless. "Isn't it because of the trouble you caused me?" Qiu Hai sat up straight and asked, "Are you in such a hurry to see me again for the blood crystal?" "Ah, yes, encountered a little trouble." Fang Hang nodded. "The spread of the Death Realm's aura is fast. We need to get the blood crystal quickly to slow it down. Unexpectedly triggered a special mission. I feel that the follow-up of the mission may conflict with the Federation, so I came to ask for the Federation's opinion." Qiu Hai inwardly sighed. It's really because of the blood crystal. Because there are people behind him. His way of doing things has become unscrupulous. I heard about the Blood Clan Territory Chief mission you triggered. I want to know if completing the mission will have an impact on the Blood Clan world already bound to its Territory Chief. It shouldn't. Fang Hang checked the specific mission information. After completing the mission, the Blood Clan world without a Territory Chief will automatically fall under his control, while those with Territory Chiefs will not be affected. As for whether he can control these worlds through the Blood Clan in the future, Fang Hang couldn't judge. Qiu Hai nodded. Personally, I don't want the Blood Clan world to fall under control outside the Federation. It will increase many risks. However, Qiu Hai paused and continued. Our East Federation originally had little control over the Blood Clan Doomsday Zone. Only having some influence on a single Blood Clan zone might have some impact, but it is far from control. Fang Hang had a thought. He thought the Federation would stop him from controlling the Blood Clan world at all costs. To this end, he even prepared to cooperate with the East Federation and give up some benefits. But hearing the implication in Qiu Hai's words now, there might be room for negotiation. The West Federation still controls the zombie apocalypse zone, which you should be more familiar with. This Blood Clan invasion is directly related to the West Federation. Fang Hang nodded. It was widely known that the 12 consortiums have heavily infiltrated the West Federation. The 12 consortiums, I have also heard a bit about them. I don't like beating around the bush. Regarding the issue of the Blood Clan world, I have just received the formal authorization from the East Federation to negotiate with you as a representative. Fang Hang's eyes lit up. He understood the Federation's attitude. Room for negotiation. Qiu Hai continued, we want to know, for this mission, how much can you offer? What can our Federation gain? Fang Hang confidently spoke, the mission is one aspect, but on the other hand, it is also to obtain the Blood Crystal. With the Blood Crystal, I can use it to disperse the Death Realm aura through magic arrays, which is indirectly aiding your Federation, right? Not enough, we need a more formal commitment. Our East Federation can authorize the Elder Council of Zone 4 to provide you with the greatest assistance, inciting the Elder Council of Zone 4 to pledge allegiance to you. In exchange, you need to ensure that the concentration of Death Realm aura near the Undead Research Institute falls below 900 points during this period. Qiu Hai laid out the conditions, staring at Fang Hang, probing, can you do it? Fang Hang was shocked. Are you kidding me? Am I dreaming? The Federation voluntarily granting control over Zone 4? In fact, the East Federation's control over the Blood Clan Zone 4 was not strong, and they were once excluded from the central power of the Blood Clan Elder Council in Zone 4. However, taking advantage of this real Blood Clan invasion incident, the East Federation gained many benefits, successfully eliminating dissidents and cooperating to kill a Blood Clan prince closely related to the 12 consortiums and a Blood Clan duke. The latest news was that the Blood Clan Elder Council in Zone 4 was already discussing pledging allegiance to Fang Hang. Within just 10 hours, the Elder Councils of 3 major worlds in the Blood Clan world chose to pledge allegiance to Fang Hang, significantly boosting Fang Hang's influence in the Blood Clan world, causing even the Zone 4 Elder Council to hesitate. They believed that Fang Hang must be holding something valuable for so many Blood Clans to pledge allegiance to him. In addition, the most powerful force in the Blood Clan Zone 4, Blood Clan Duke Sula, inclined to pledge allegiance to Fang Hang. The only one firmly opposing this was the Zone 4 Territory Chief Joanne. Unfortunately, when the 12 consortiums initially raised Joanne, it was just to support him as a puppet, so Joanne lacked strength and did not have the ability to make a final decision within the Elder Council. The East Federation judged that the Blood Clan Zone for pledging allegiance to Fang Hang was highly likely to happen. Their intervention could expedite the process and help Zone 4 pledge allegiance quickly. In addition, Qiu Hai suspected that Fang Hang had someone sheltering him in the Central Federation. Qiu Hai didn't mind doing a favor and profiting from it. Fang Hang did not realize there were so many twists and turns in this matter. Hearing the conditions set by Qiu Hai, he was ecstatic in his heart. The conditions offered by the Federation were too favorable. Controlling the undead aura was not a problem for Fang Hang. If necessary, he could just divert the Death Realm aura into the Game Realm directly. Fang Hang pretended to hesitate, thinking for a moment, before nodding, all right, deal. Hearing Fang Hang's agreement, Qiu Hai also breathed a sigh of relief. With the agreement reached, both sides felt like they had made a great profit. Fang Hang then asked, what about other worlds? Qiu Hai nodded. As for the other Blood Clan game worlds, the North Federation can provide you with some information and help negotiate with the Central Federation, but we cannot intervene further. Fang Hang pursed his lips and asked in a serious tone, what if I want to take action against other worlds? Qiu Hai stared at Fang Hang. He now had a clearer understanding of Fang Hang's character. Greed. He really would not give up. According to the Federation's public policy, the main duty of the Federation in joining the game is to maintain the stability of the game world. They will not get involved in disputes between players, but also welcome major gaming companies to compete together, raising the overall level of the game. Qiu Hai said a long official speech, then continued, if you take action, the West Federation will certainly retaliate. What the East Federation can do to help you is to lodge a protest and appeal to the Central Federation to keep the matter confined to player and Federation competition territory, preventing it from escalating further. Regarding whether the West Federation can ultimately be resolved, it will be up to you, and we cannot intervene in that. With Kyuhai's promise, Fang Hang reevaluated the difficulty in his heart. Was the Federation terrifying? Very terrifying. Fang Hang's greatest fear was to engage in direct warfare with the Federation, as they would use all sorts of underhanded tactics, such as labeling him as an anti-Federation criminal and using the full force of the Federation to attack him. This kind of attack was not only on the gaming level, but also in the real world. Winning would be extremely difficult. Now that he had the East Federation's promise of protection, he could directly confront the people from the West Federation. Moreover, Fang Hang pondered for a while. All People's Game, starting from the Zombie Apocalypse to Endgame Volume 971 Chapter for Trade Zone. What are you thinking about? Fang Hang recovered. Looking at Kyuhai, I am calculating the success rate. After all, it is not easy to face the Western Federal head-on, and it seems like you are not willing to help much either. Fang Hang, providing you shelter is already our limit. Besides that, we need to propose an exchange condition to you. If you agree to this condition, we will help you. You really aren't willing to compromise at all. Fang Hang smiled bitterly, saying, all right, tell me. I think I am already broke. Seems like I have nothing to offer you. No, there is one thing you can help with. Oh. Kyuhai said in a deep voice, the Zombie Apocalypse Domain Ascension. Kyuhai took out another document, placed on the table, and pushed it towards Fang Hang. Someone hopes you can participate in this Zombie Apocalypse Ascension, and ensure the completion of this ascension with all your might. Domain Ascension. Fang Hang raised an eyebrow. He immediately thought of the Domain Master of the first Zombie Apocalypse Zone, Wei Dao, the overall commander of the Federal Zombie Apocalypse world. At that time, when he had just obtained the identity of the Domain Master of the 8th Zone during the Domain Conference, Wei Dao had been trying to persuade everyone to advance the zombie domain. However, due to being trapped in the abyss of reality and the bloodsucker apocalypse, he had lost contact with Wei Dao for a long time. Fang Hang sensed something and pondered for a moment. He remembered that back then, it was mentioned that once the zombie apocalypse world successfully advanced, it would no longer be considered a mid-tier game world. Could this method be used to evade the mid-tier game stage? Try it out. The Federal also had the same goal, so it's worth a shot. Fang Hang said, all right, I agree. Very good. We will immediately arrange for the Bloodsucker 4th Zone to swear allegiance to you. Due to the influence of the Death Domain aura, our communication with the outside world will take a little longer. It's expected to be completed within a day. If there are any issues, we will communicate promptly. Well, thank you. I will go deal with the magic array first to quickly weaken the concentration of the Death Domain aura. Kyuhai's face showed a rare smile. Happy cooperation. After the negotiation, both sides felt that they had made a big profit. Kyuhai felt that the Federal had only paid a small price and had transferred control of the Bloodsucker world from the Dangerous 12 Consortium to Fang Hang, who was more inclined to cooperate with the Federal. It even resolved the major issue of the overflow of the Death Domain aura. It also allowed Fang Hang to assist in the next step of the Zombie Apocalypse world's Ascension deployment. He had heard about Wei Dao's proposed deployment plan, where advancing the Zombie Apocalypse was just the first step. However, he felt that the plan was too difficult. Advancing the game domain was not that easy, and it would take a long time, step by step. Anyway, this collaboration with Fang Hang was simply a big win. Leaving Kyuhai's office, Fang Hang also felt like he had made a fortune. Handling the Death Domain aura of the real world was not that difficult for him, and he was very interested in the Ascension matter. Even if the Federal didn't bring it up, he would find a way to participate. Perfect. To participate together. As for what was next, it's time to deal with the vampires of the Bloodsucker from the Western Federal. It's time to have a chat with that person. Him. Zhang Hao Yang stared at Fang Hang, who had taken off his mask in front of him, shocked for a long time. His heart was a mix of emotions. The Western Federal had already been secretly controlled by Have 12 Consortium behind the scenes. However, many people within the Western Federal felt ashamed of this situation and were trying to resist it. Zhang Hao Yang and his boss were among them. When they were in the 9th Zone, Zhang Haoyang had tried to sabotage the 12 Consortium's final mission to gain control of the 9th zone. When Fang Hang found out about this during an investigation mission, he found Zhang Haoyang and reached a short-term cooperation with him. After that, the two had some contact. Zhang Haoyang never expected that after nearly a month, when he saw Fang Hang again, the latter had already seized control of most of the Bloodsucker world, including their 9th zone. Well, the situation is about that. I think this is a good opportunity to strike at the 12 Consortium. Shall we collaborate? Fang Hang briefly explained the situation. Undoubtedly, the Western Federal was the one who knew the most about the 12 Consortium. The mole tactics were always effective. Fang Hang wanted to use Zhang Haoyang's power to gather information about the Western Federal's deployment in various Bloodsucker worlds, find their weaknesses, and hopefully deliver a fatal blow. After listening to Fang Hang's words, Zhang Haoyang carefully considered it and shook his head. Sorry, I can't make the decision on this. I have to consult my boss. Though if this can be done, it might hit the 12 Consortium, but it would also be a big loss for our entire Western Federal. We can discuss it. Fang Hang showed his willingness to cooperate. For example, I can help you eliminate the Domain Master controlled by the 12 Consortium. Get your people promoted. Or you can make requests as well. It's mutual benefit. Fang Hang, I will convey your idea. Zhang Haoyang nodded but did not agree right away. He felt that the conditions Fang Hang offered were too low in terms of feasibility and lacked much tempting power. I will inform you as soon as I have information. Fang Hang shrugged. All right, as soon as possible. I'm not really waiting for your assistance. If I can't wait, I might act early. Zhang Haoyang frowned, nodding. I'll get back to you within 3 days. All right, soon, Fang Hang replied. Watching Zhang Haoyang leave, beside him, Mo Jiawei sighed. It's a bit difficult to deal with the 12 Consortium. They have Bloodsucker Princes, and the various zones under the 12 Consortium's control offer mutual support. It's very challenging to launch an aggressive attack, and we don't have an insider there. It's not so easy to go against Angitis directly, and the risk is high. Yeah, very difficult, Fang Hang agreed. After the assembly of the Sacred Thorn, it entered a special state and could not be placed in the game backpack or pass through spatial channels. Even with the Sacred Thorn, replicating the success of the 9th zone was very challenging. Let's find another way. Fang Hang patted Mo Jiawei's shoulder. There will always be a solution. Dong, dong, dong. He's knocked on the room door and walked in, his excitement evident on his face. Congratulations, King. Congratulations, King. Under the call of the King, the Elder Council of the 4th Zone Bloodsuckers has offered their allegiance to us. Reminder, the Elder Council of the 4th Zone Bloodsuckers has pledged allegiance to you, increasing your influence among Bloodsuckers by 4W. Reminder, player special status, Bloodsucker, Glory of Kings increases to LV to 7. Reminder, player triggered mission, Control Bloodsuckers, 4th Zone. Mission name, Control Bloodsuckers, 4th Zone. Mission requirement, increase control over the 4th Zone to 90%. Possible rewards on mission completion, increase in influence in the Bloodsucker world, Bloodsucker. Glory of Kings level up. Mission penalty, your Bloodsucker influence will continue to decrease during the mission. Special note, there may be competition from other players during this mission. Please be cautious. Popular game, Zombie Apocalypse AFK Volume 970 to Chapter Here We Go Again. Every time after pledging allegiance to the Elder Council of each major region, similar missions will be generated. As long as the mission exists, it will continue to reduce the influence of the blood clans. During these 2 days, Fang Hang prepared to carefully plan and complete several newly occupied Blood Clan world control missions, and then collect the Breath of Death in the real world. Haze, the newly occupied Blood Clan world area, is still unstable. Duke Bellamy needs to handle this matter quickly. I need to stabilize the situation as soon as possible. Our attack will temporarily stop for the next 2 days. Yes, my lord. Haze nodded secretly in admiration of Fang Hang's decision. Indeed, they had been to smooth sailing all the way. Even he felt a bit inflated. The lord did not let the overly smooth situation blind his eyes, but chose to stabilize the occupied areas before launching attacks. This is the most prudent approach. My lord, the crystals of blood source collected from various worlds have been fused, and the Blood Abyss region has expanded by about 52 times. In addition, The magic array has been set up. Fang Hang raised his head, his eyes filled with excitement again. Well done, Haze. Let's prepare to set up the teleportation magic array. The blood abyss, expanded 52 times, is already large enough to accommodate a large amount of death breath. It is believed that the Federation is already eager for it. First, go collect a wave of death breath. In addition, there are some other matters to attend to. 2 days later, Undead Research Association, Sinking Corridor. 5 Federation squads, with over 100 Federation soldiers, form defensive lines to intercept the constant influx of undead life forms from all directions. Specially made bullets poured out of the soldiers' gun muzzles, and the undead creatures constantly fell from all directions. Be cautious. High-intensity energy reaction on the right. A high-level resentful spirit may appear. Everyone, be careful. The squad leader, equipped with the latest undead detection and debugging device, issued a piercing alarm. Step back. We will deal with the high-level resentful spirits. Lee Kingren led the high-level players of the Undead Research Association on the right side to support, using the Book of the Dead to trap the high-level resentful spirits. Fang Hang stood at the back of the team, placing his hand on the specially made magic slate. With the infusion of mental power, 3 magic arrays on the slate simultaneously operated, forming 3 huge black vortices in midair. The death breath within the sinking corridors rushed towards the vortices madly. The energy for the operation of the dimensional portal between the game and the real world is mainly provided by the Blood Clan world on the other side. Fang Hang only needs to periodically expend mental power to charge the magic slate. Fang Hang was actually quite relaxed. He could even have spare time, aiming his hand towards the fighting place of the Federation in front. A gray aura that ordinary players could not perceive was attracted by Fang Hang's palm, quickly rushing into his palm and disappearing. Hint: the Bone Spirit Altar has absorbed the pure soul breath, currently storing soul breath. 6 hours ago, Fang Hang entered the interior of the sinking corridor with the Federation team. Initially, Fang Hang's goal was to recover the ceiling pillars inside the sinking corridor and bring back the temporary storage of Holy Court artworks to the prison. After entering the sinking corridor, Fang Hang realized that the Bone Spirit Altar could also absorb the soul breath of the resentful spirits killed by the team. However, in the past, the team members were all undead players who killed resentful spirits by using the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead directly absorbed the resentful spirits along with the soul breath. Now, with the Federation teammates using special bullet weapons, Fang Hang's collection of soul breath speed skyrocketed. Finally, seeing the game prompt, Fang Hang's heart moved. With half of the soul breath gathered, he could now release the power of the Blood Clan King's will once. The Bone Spirit Altar was finally useful. Keep up the good work. Fang Hang planned to fully fill the altar with the breath. By then, he could release attack skills continuously, which could also serve as a trump card. Unaware of Fang Hang's thoughts, the players did their best to resist the invasion of the surrounding undead life forms. After several hours of continuous operation of the magic array, the concentration of death breath in the surrounding area slightly weakened. Li Xiaoqiang led a group of Undead Research Association players from the rear abandoned temporary camp area, rushing towards Fang Hang, and said loudly, "Fang Hang, the magic array over there has been taken care of." "Great! Thank you all!" Fang Hang's eyes lit up. "Everyone, hold the position here. I will go to the back to set up the magic array and be back soon." The Federation squad leader in charge of ensuring the safety of this trip, Teng Shun, was not at ease. Frowning, he said, "Fang Hang, are you going alone? Shouldn't we go with you?" These past 2 days, Fang Hang alone has purified more death breath than all of them combined. Now, the Federation has almost all its hopes pinned on Fang Hang's team, relying on Fang Hang to clear the death breath, making Teng Shun extremely nervous. Even at the beginning, when Qiu Hai heard that Fang Hang wanted to go into the sinking corridor to stroll around, he almost went crazy. What was he doing there? Is that place fun? Upon hearing Fang Hang's explanation that it was to further purify the breath of death, Qiu Hai had nothing to say and immediately ordered a large number of Federation soldiers to follow Fang Hang for protection, fearing any potential problems. "No need. You guys guard the entrance, I'll be safe alone." Fang Hang waved his hand. He still had to go and open the channel between the game and the real world. How could he let others follow him? "All right, be careful." Leaving Li Xiaoqiang and the others guarding at the entrance, Fang Hang alone returned to the abandoned temporary camp behind the team. Holding the Holy Light Lance, Fang Hang swiftly dealt with a few newly resurrected, low-level undead skeletons on the way, quickly arriving at the area on the right side of the temporary camp. The entire camp had been thoroughly cleaned 2 or 3 times by Li Shaoqiang and his team. The right side area had been cleared out into an empty space. Looking at the completed magic array on the empty space, Fang Hang nodded lightly. Very well. This was the first time Fang Hang had opened a super large dimensional portal in the game. This place filled with death breath could be used once, otherwise, opening such a large dimensional portal would cause severe space fluctuations and easily attract the attention of the Federation. Confirming that the magic array was in order, Fang Hang placed his hands on the magic array. Creak, creak, creak. After being injected with mental power, the magic array slowly started to operate. Fine cracks spread throughout the space above the magic array. Bang! When the space resistance reached its limit, it suddenly broke, opening up a huge opening. The gap was as high as 3 meters. The surrounding death breath seemed to find a vent and madly surged towards the interior of the space. Almost instantly, a huge black vortex condensed. When the spatial vortex stabilized slightly, a large bluish-gray arm reached out from within. The People's Game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse, the main text volume of Hanging Idle Chapter 973 production to fusion tyrant bodies bent over and walked out of the teleportation space, standing casually in front of Fang Hang. Success! Under Fang Hang's control, the 2 fusion tyrant bodies walked forward, grabbed the ceiling stone pillar on the ground and carried it on their shoulders, swaggering back to the game world. Ensuring no one around, Fang Hang closed his eyes. A magic array rose under his feet, enveloping Fang Hang. Returning to the game world, game prompts immediately refreshed on Fang Hang's retina. Prompt: player's control of the 6th District Blood Clan has reached 97%. Player completes the mission, Control Blood Clan, 6th District. Player receives an additional influence of 10,000 rewards. Player's special status Blood Clan, Royal Authority Glory level raised to LVA8. Prompt: player's control of the 8th District Blood Clan has reached 90%. Player completes the mission, Control Blood Clan, 9th District. Player receives an additional influence of 10,000 rewards. Player's special status Blood Clan, Royal Authority Glory level raised to LV9. These 2 days, during the day, Fang Hang manipulated Blood Clan magic arrays in the real world, while at night he entered the game, controlling the fusion tyrant bodies to enter several Blood Clan worlds that had sworn allegiance, exterminating the remaining disobedient Blood Clan clans in those worlds, directly wiping them out. The control levels of the 2 worlds are already maximized, while the remaining 2 worlds have lower basic control levels, estimated to take another 2 days to complete the mission. The Dark Prison of Blood is already shrouded in a layer of black death aura, and Haze is concentrating on coordinating with the Blood Clans to control the space-staring magic arrays. Visible deep black death aura continuously gushes out from the space channel. Low-level undead life forms have begun to gradually revive in the Dark Prison of Blood. Haze has arranged a large number of high-level Blood Clan guards in the Dark Prison of Blood. Once the undead are revived, the Blood Clan will rush up to thoroughly wipe them out. Several fusion tyrant bodies shuttle back and forth through the passage, moving the ceiling stone pillars to the side of the magic array. Fang Hang didn't have any detection instruments on hand, but roughly estimated that the concentration inside the Dark Prison of Blood was around 500. Due to the high concentration of death aura inside the sunken corridor, there is no need for any operation at the other end of the channel. A large amount of death aura continuously flows in from the outer space channel. Unfortunately, the concentration outside is too high. Even if expanded by more than 50 times, the capacity of the Dark Prison of Blood is still limited. In these 2 days, whenever Fang Hang had free time, he was always thinking about how to completely solve the trouble of death aura. The simplest way would be to directly release the death aura into the 6th District. This may cause some trouble for the 6th District. More importantly, Fang Hang felt bad wasting these death auras. Such a waste. Once the aura spreads out and needs to be reabsorbed, it will require 1,000 times more effort. But now things are different. Fang Hang already has an idea. He flicked his wrist and took out the bone spirit niche, infusing his mental power into it. Under the stimulation of mental power, the bone spirit niche emitted a faint light, slowly hovering in the air. The surrounding death aura was slowly absorbed into the bone spirit niche, going through several cycles before being released. By the time it was released, the aura had dimmed considerably. The bone spirit niche has an additional special ability. It can absorb death aura and transform it into death aura at a ratio of about 8,000 to 1. Just like an air purifier. The establishment of the sunken corridor within the Undead Research Association relied largely on this ability of the bone spirit niche. The prepared zombie avatars began to draw pure death aura into the dead book through the dead book and then guided it into the ceiling stone pillar. Success. Industrial production. As Fang Hang expected, the uninterrupted flow of death aura entered the dark prison of blood through the real world and game rifts, transformed by the bone spirit niche into pure death aura. Finally, the death aura was introduced into the ceiling stone pillars by the zombie avatars, forming a perfect cycle. Not a single bit was wasted. These 2 days haven't been in vain after all. Seeing the successful deployment of the production line, Fang Hang muttered to himself, his eyes showing excitement. The ultimate product of the transformation, death aura, is definitely a treasure. At the moment, it may not be useful, but once he successfully advances to a beginner necromancer, he can absorb them all and quickly upgrade his necromancer skills in just a few hours. Even if he doesn't need it then, storing it in the ceiling stone pillars for later use as a bomb is also good. After activating the transformation ability of the bone spirit niche, it can be left in place to slowly absorb the death aura. However, the bone spirit niche needs to be placed in the dark prison of blood and cannot be taken away. If Fang Hang wants to use the bone spirit niche again in the future, he will have to come back to retrieve it. Considering the current situation in the 6th district to be relatively safe, even in case of danger, he can return in time, and the risk of the niche being stolen is almost negligible. For now, this should be fine. The concentration of death aura inside the sunken corridor is already quite high. The purification efficiency of the bone spirit niche is not enough, so it needs some time to recuperate after going out. After staying in place for over 10 minutes to ensure that the transformation and production of death aura is completed without any issue, Fang Hang was preparing to return to the real world. Suddenly, a survival radio broadcast brought a game prompt. Fang Hang immediately opened the survival radio to check. Mo Jiawei, Lao Fang, Zhang Hao Yang is looking for you, saying it's very urgent to talk to you. Fang Hang, okay, let him wait, I'll be there soon. It seems there is news from the Western Federal District. Fang Hang pondered, leaving the bone spirit niche in the dark prison of blood for the time being and returning to the real world on the spot. In just 2 days, the concentration of death aura in the sealed area of the Undead Research Association has reduced by more than 300 points. A tremendous piece of good news. Upon seeing the report from his subordinates, Qiu Hai felt a bit relieved and even managed to get a good night's sleep. However, after seeing Fang Hang just now, Qiu Hai became somewhat anxious. You want to leave for a while, yes? Fang Hang nodded. I'm going to the Western Federal District. The itinerary has already been arranged, and it should be quick, no more than 3 days. Upon hearing about the Western Federal District, a frown unconsciously appeared on Qiu Hai's forehead. He felt that Fang Hang was too restless and never stopped. He just came back from the sunken corridor with great effort, and as soon as he had returned safely, he was now yelling about running to the Western Federal District. Is it for the blood crystal? You see through me. Fang Hang admitted generously, saying, the blood crystal is essential for purified death aura. I have some connections in the Western Federal District and need to go there to see if I can get it. Mobile Games, hanging out in the zombie apocalypse, chapter 974 causing trouble. Is it necessary for me to go personally? Yes, it is very necessary. Qiu Hai looked at Fang Hang, silent for a moment. The more casually Fang Hang spoke, the more uneasy he felt in his heart. Do we need to send someone to protect you? No need. I won't cause a big commotion. It's just going to meet someone. Besides, in the Western Federation, it's not convenient for you to take action, right? All right, I will arrange for someone to take you away. You have 3 days. After finishing the task, come back as soon as possible. If you encounter any trouble in the West Zone, contact me immediately. Don't insist on dealing with it. Fang Hang nodded in response. Okay. Taking the fastest flight, he took off overnight and landed in a small town on the edge of the West Zone early the next morning. After getting off the plane, Fang Hang looked around and his gaze landed on a black commercial car next to the airport. Beside the driver's seat of the commercial car, Zhang Haoyang took off his sunglasses, poked his head out from the car window, and waved at Fang Hang. Fang Hang walked over. "Boss Fang, sorry to have you come all the way here. It's urgent, so we can only talk face to face." "No worries, I am very willing to cooperate." Fang Hang nodded, got into the commercial car, and said, "I hope my visit this time will be valuable." Of course, Zhang Haoyang signaled the driver to start the car and said to Fang Hang, "The boss has decided. This time, we will cooperate together." Suddenly had an epiphany? Yes, Zhang Haoyang's face turned serious. "I won't hide it from you. The 12 financial families have made a move against Jian Muzi." Fang Hang was astonished. "What? Are they in conflict?" The commercial car entered a tunnel ahead. The invasion of the Blood Clan in the real world did not achieve the expected results for the 12 financial families. The coffin of the Blood Clan King went missing, and 2/3 of the Blood Clan King's remains fell into the hands of various major forces in the real world, while the remaining third of the remains were all assimilated into Jian Muzi's body. The 12 financial families are very dissatisfied with this. They feel that Jian Muzi is gradually losing control. Zhang Haoyang recounted the information he had obtained from the Western Federation to Fang Hang. Under the pressure of the Central Federation, the 12 financial families are preparing to abandon Jian Muzi. However, before that, the 12 financial families still want to obtain the remains of the Blood Clan King in Jian Muzi's hands. Jian Muzi. Fang Hang muttered to himself, quickly pondering. He had seen Jian Muzi once. Judging solely from his aura, Jian Muzi's strength was no less than that of a Blood Clan prince. And then, there were the remains of the Blood Clan King. The physical quality of a body fused with the body of a tyrant was already extremely powerful, but even so, when it tried to fuse with the second set of remains directly, it would explode due to insufficient strength. Jian Muzi could fuse 3 at once? Then how strong was his body's endurance? Fang Hang asked. It's probably not that easy for the 12 financial families to deal with Jian Muzi, right? Yeah, we've also considered this. However, the 12 financial families seem very confident. After all, it's just the early stage of the game. The assessment of the strength of the players is limited, and if the investigative bureau goes all out, theoretically, Jian Muzi will not be able to withstand it. Zhang Haoyang had already calculated in his mind and continued. In addition to this, the 12 financial families have another reason for targeting Jian Muzi. Oh, what's that? Zhang Haoyang turned back and said with a bitter smile, "That would be you, Boss Fang, me." Fang Hang pointed to his nose, looking puzzled. Then, Fang Hang suddenly realized, "You mean the Blood Clan Apocalypse?" Yes, the Blood Clan Apocalypse is the foundation of the entire Western Federation in the early stages of the game. A large part of the annual revenue comes from the Blood Clan Apocalypse game. The chaos you stirred up in the Blood Clan Apocalypse in recent years has been too much. The entire Western Federation is on guard against you taking over the Blood Clan Apocalypse. For years, it has been Jian Muzi controlling the Blood Clan Apocalypse. The 12 financial families do not have much control over several Blood Clan worlds, and high-level game players cannot enter the early stage game to help. Zhang Haoyang shook his head, sighing. He didn't know how Fang Hang, this evildoer, had developed so rapidly in the early stages of the game, making the entire Western Federation overwhelmed, and even managed to persuade the Central Federation to grant him asylum. Not to mention the East Zone Federation causing trouble. Jian Muzi is currently seriously injured and resting in the real world, unable to focus on the game world. However, the Blood Clan in the game world all look up to Jian Muzi. If we don't deal with Jian Muzi quickly, the 12 financial families are afraid that the game world will continue to be taken over by you. Fang Hang's eyes lit up, and he laughed. "So, I have caused trouble for Jian Muzi. More than just causing trouble. You practically made things difficult for Jian Muzi." Zhang Haoyang smiled bitterly in his heart and continued, "Fang Hang, this time the 12 financial families are going all out. The chances of Jian Muzi escaping are very slim. After much consideration, our boss decided to cooperate with you. The terms of cooperation have been communicated in previous games." Fang Hang nodded. "Let's cooperate. You want to exchange for a piece of the Blood Clan King's remains, right?" "Yes, the rumors about that world are very reliable, and we also want to get a ticket." "Deal." Fang Hang agreed immediately. It's just a ticket, nothing special. With the coffin of the Blood Clan King in his hands, who else could be more confident in finding the entrance to that mysterious world? In the end, without finding the entrance to the world, no matter how many tickets there were, it would be useless. Fang Hang understood this clearly, and completing the mission of the Blood Clan's Domain Master was the most important thing at the moment. After roughly understanding the situation in the Western Federation over the past 2 days, Fang Hang continued to ask, "So where are we going now?" "Southern Cross Island." The vehicle passed through the tunnel, and the dazzling light made Zhang Haoyang squint his eyes. In recent years, the 12 financial families have placed great trust in Jianmuzi and raised funds to build a resort on Southern Cross Island. In fact, the Western Federation secretly granted Jianmuzi permission to establish a research base in the resort for research. Since Jianmuzi was seriously injured last time, he has been hiding in the Special Research Institute for recuperation. The Game for All auto-hanging text volume of the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 975 missed quite the opposite. The 12 financial magnates ended up empty-handed. Fang Hang was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The Federation launched a surprise attack on Jianmuzi's secret research island, occupied the Research Institute, but found that Jianmuzi's figure was missing. Later, we thoroughly inspected the entire island and found a large underground cavern beneath the Research Institute, which showed signs of partial modification, suspected to be Jianmuzi's secret research point. During the initial reconnaissance of the underground cavern by the Federation team, strange power fluctuations were discovered, combined with the presence of blood mist inside the cavern. The inspection team did not dare to enter recklessly, so they withdrew and waited for reinforcements to explore the interior in groups. Zhang Haoyang looked at his watch. The Federation inspection team should have been officially investigating the underground space for over 5 hours now. "How long will it take for us to get there?" "1 hour. The helicopter is right ahead. We will land on the island as soon as possible. Your identity is an advisor invited by me, knowledgeable about the world of the Blood Clans, so try not to say too much to avoid arousing suspicion." "Okay." Zhang Haoyang was a bit nervous, while Fang Hang's eyes were filled with excitement. It turns out it's Jianmuzi's old lair. Who knows, maybe we can find Jianmuzi's research on the curse of the Blood Clans and figure out how he merged the remains of the Blood Clan King into his body. Once the 12 financial magnates take care of Jianmuzi, should we take advantage of the chaos within the Blood Clan and invade the western area owned by the Blood Clan world? No matter how you think about it, it's a lucrative opportunity. The vehicle quickly parked by the side of the road. Fang Hang and Zhang Haoyang boarded the helicopter and flew towards the island. 1 hour later, the helicopter landed on the edge of South Cross Island by a mountain wall. Fang Hang stepped down from the helicopter, the sea breeze rustling his clothes. Looking around, the entire island wasn't large, with vast undeveloped forest areas, somewhat desolate in appearance. Not far away, 2 squads of Federation soldiers armed with guns had occupied the island's port. Officially, this small island was purchased by a wealthy individual over 30 years ago as a resort development. The Federation has detained all suspicious individuals on the island for interrogation. Zhang Haoyang explained in a low voice, leading Fang Hang towards the mountain wall ahead. At the entrance of the mountain wall, 2 Federation soldiers saluted Zhang Haoyang and carefully examined his credentials. "Thank you, officer." The 2 soldiers respectfully handed back the credentials. "We are going inside the cave," Zhang Haoyang said as he led Fang Hang into the cave ahead. The interior of the cave was spacious, but not deep, with a large number of Federation soldiers gathered inside, tightly guarding it. Fang Hang found it even more peculiar and asked, "Is this Jianmuzi's research institute?" "No. Initially we all thought Jianmuzi was in the research institute, but it turned out to be a dead end. It was only after a thorough search that we found the cave leading underground." Zhang Haoyang took Fang Hang further into the cave. "This is one of the entrances discovered not long ago, leading to the secret cave below." Ahead, a Federation squad gathered together. A military officer saluted Zhang Haoyang, Federation Operations Department 3, 2nd Squad Leader Wu Dongshan. 3rd-level investigator Zhang Haoyang, following orders to enter the cavern to assist in the investigation. Zhang Haoyang motioned towards his credentials to a nearby soldier and inquired, "What's the situation inside the cavern right now?" "Affected by bloodshed. The internal communication devices are very unstable." The lower region of the cavern is vast, with less than 50% of the area explored currently, and 27 unknown special cave chambers have been discovered. Wu Dongshan answered, taking the tablet and communicator handed over by a nearby soldier and passing them on to Zhang Haoyang. The locations of the magic circle points and the explored areas are marked on the tablet. Be cautious, as some squads exploring deep inside have encountered minor Blood Clan attacks. Understood. While Zhang Haoyang and the soldier were talking, Fang Hang approached and observed the guarded pit with interest. The pit was about 3 meters high, with a ladder already in place. Let's go. Zhang Haoyang packed up his gear and nodded to Fang Hang. The two of them climbed down the ladder into the interior of the cavern. There were traces of artificial excavation in the cave. The passage was narrow, accommodating only 3 people walking abreast. After walking less than 200 meters along the passage, they encountered several forks. Zhang Haoyang took out the tablet for positioning and indicated their current location to Fang Hang. We are at this location now, Zhang Haoyang said, stopping in place and turning to look at Fang Hang. Hey, don't look at me. Fang Hang spread his hands helplessly, feeling a bit frustrated. You brought me all the way here. Shouldn't you have some kind of plan? The sudden attack on Jia Muzi by the 12 financial magnates wasn't part of our plan, and we couldn't have anticipated finding this cavern here. Zhang Haoyang also felt helpless, with a feeling of not knowing where to start. The boss said you have the ability to gain the allegiance of many in the Blood Clan world in such a short time. This small problem is surely no match for you. Ha, flattering me, aren't you? Fang Hang scoffed, ruffling his hair and leaning over to observe the tablet. No news about Jia Muzi yet? Not yet. We have found many strange, special cave chambers in the cavern, with special Blood Clan runes and magic circles discovered inside. We are currently organizing a team of experts to study them. Fang Hang was quite curious about the Blood Clan runes, so he nodded and said, all right, let's go take a look at the runes. Aren't we going to look for Jia Muzi? What if the 12 financial magnates find him first? Then I'm just out of luck. Fang Hang spread his hands. The big move Eternal Moon was still on cooldown, plus he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Jia Muzi at the moment. Moreover, Fang Hang sensed something odd about this cavern. It might be better to let the 12 financial magnates explore first and see the situation. Okay, Zhang Haoyang nodded, enlarging the route map on the tablet and pointing. Shall we go to the nearest one? Yes. The two of them gradually groped forward, following the route indicated on the tablet. Soon, a thin layer of bloodshed enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Haoyang wrinkled his nose, feeling a bit uncomfortable from the bloody smell. But Fang Hang was in a good mood. In this environment, he felt as comfortable and happy as a fish back in the water. Was it the effect of blood affinity? Fang Hang speculated in his mind as he lightly flicked his index finger. Unnoticed by Zhang Haoyang, a swirling vortex of blood formed between Fang Hang's fingers. The center of the vortex condensed into a crimson droplet of blood. Rest! Fang Hang gently flicked his finger, and the blood droplet formed from bloodshed towards the rock wall ahead. Pluff! The blood droplet created a deep pit in the rock wall, scattering debris. Title: National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse to hang up Volume 976 of the Investigation Chapter Who? Zhang Haoyang turned back alertly. It's nothing, just a falling rock. You're too nervous, relax. Fang Hang said casually, but when he saw Zhang Haoyang's face, he suddenly noticed something and involuntarily narrowed his eyes, his gaze carrying a strange scrutiny. This, Zhang Haoyang swallowed, carefully asked, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Fang Hang realized that under the surrounding mist, the speed of the blood and energy circulation in Zhang Haoyang's body had slightly increased. They had walked for a few minutes to get here. Was it because of the increased concentration of blood mist in the surroundings? Fang Hang's blood affinity had accumulated to an extremely high level, making him exceptionally sensitive to the speed of blood flow. Don't move, open your palm. Zhang Haoyang was a little puzzled, but obeyed Fang Hang's instructions, slowly opening his palm. Swish! Fang Hang's finger quickly slid forward, grazing a small wound on Zhang Haoyang's thumb. Zhang Haoyang frowned and subconsciously tried to pull his hand back. Fang Hang immediately stopped him. Don't move, huh? Zhang Haoyang raised an eyebrow. To his surprise, the blood seeping from his thumb quickly congealed into tiny droplets, which rapidly melted in the air. This cave is quite extraordinary. Fang Hang nodded. Deal with the wound, and try not to leave any injuries during the operation. Hey, are you experimenting on me? Zhang Hao Yang grimaced, taking out a quick bandage from his backpack and applying it to his thumb. According to the route displayed on the tablet, Fang Hang and Zhang Hao Yang quickly arrived at the nearest cave entrance. After verifying their identities with 2 federal members at the cave entrance, Fang Hang and Zhang Hao Yang entered the cave together. The cave was spacious, with many Federal Combat Unit members on guard. Over a dozen players gathered in a corner of the cave, arguing loudly about something, their faces flushed with anger. Fang Hang felt a stir in his heart. These people were mostly ordinary players, with their flushed faces indicating that the speed of blood flow in their bodies was faster than that of the initial attribute-enhanced Federal soldiers, obviously affected by the mist. "How come you're here, Zhang Hao Yang?" Turning to look at the newcomer, Zhang Hao Yang was taken aback and inwardly cursed his luck. Unfortunately, he encountered this troublemaker. The superior often stifles subordinates to death, and Zhang Hao Yang stored his displeasure in his heart, stepping forward to greet him. "Commander." Yao Weihua was responsible for overseeing several cave areas, as well as being one of the spokespeople for the 12 consortia in the West District. He had a faint scar on his forehead, and usually wore a stern expression, giving people the sense that he was not someone easy to deal with. Seeing Zhang Hao Yang, Yao Weihua furrowed his brow and said, instead of leisurely playing the game, "What are you doing here?" Reporting, "Commander, I met a friend in the game who knows about the Blood Clan. I brought him here to inspect the Blood Clan's curse mark, hoping to discover something." "A friend from District 9? Yao Weihua glanced at Fang Hang, showing disdain. District 9 has only been open for a short time. What could he possibly know? Zhang Hao Yang could only bite the bullet. "I'm sorry, Commander. I'll take him away now." Fang Hang spoke without humility. "It's true that District 9 has been open for less than 10 years, but I've studied the archives of the Blood Clan elderly house. I may understand things that others do not." "No one asked you." Yao Weihua completely disregarded Fang Hang's presence, waving his hand. "Take them out. Don't rush. Now that we're here, why not let him try?" Fang Hang followed the voice and saw a young man sitting on a rock, playing with a dagger in his hand, lazily saying, "We've been waiting for so long, and there's been no movement. Let him try." There were 4 other people standing or sitting around the young man, each with a different expression. Seeing the 5 of them in their distinctive uniform different from the ordinary Federal members, Fang Hang immediately made a judgment. A Federal Inspection Bureau team from the West District. Yao Weihua had some reservations about the Inspection Bureau and said to Fang Hang, "All right, I'll give you a chance. I hope your skills match your temper. Let him in." Fang Hang slowly entered the guarded cave of the Federal. Over a dozen Federal researchers had been here for a few hours, and they had discovered some clues, currently discussing something. When they saw Fang Hang approaching, they all stopped. They had also overheard the conversation outside. An expert brought in from outside? Clearly, they did not trust him. Therefore, they didn't have much favor towards Fang Hang and remained silent, preparing to probe into Fang Hang's background. Approaching the wall, there was a carved statue that had aged due to erosion, covered in moss. From a few details, one could roughly determine that the statue depicted a member of the Blood Clan in a praying position, kneeling on both knees. The floor in front of the statue was covered with intricate patterns. It was a Blood Clan spell. Through the combination of the Blood Clan spell and the secret patterns, a special Blood Clan ancient magical formation was formed. Fang Hang only had a superficial understanding of alchemical magical formations. "I hope the game hints can provide some information," Fang Hang muttered to himself. He carefully examined the inscriptions on the statue in front of him. The magical formation traces were ancient, at least several hundred years old, with signs of recent repairs. Fang Hang furrowed his brows. The magical formation consisted of a main formation and 2 branch formations. He actually recognized it. Fang Hang realized that he remembered every detail of the main magical formation vividly. This magical formation was related to the Blood Clan King. When Fang Hang first encountered the coffin of the Blood Clan King, he absorbed some memories. Most of them were about the awakening ceremony of the Blood Clan King's remains and the magical formations used to open spatial portals. The magical formation in front of him was one of those from his memories. "This magical formation is," Fang Hang mumbled to himself. Part of the knowledge memory infused by the will of the Blood Clan King was missing, but Fang Hang knew that this magical formation was used for nurturing. What exactly it was nurturing, Fang Hang couldn't recall from his memory. Besides, two small magical formations were set up beside the magical formation. These two small formations were new, probably carved in the past few years. As for their effects, Fang Hang completely couldn't comprehend them. What was strange was why this place would have a magical formation left behind by the Blood Clan King. Fang Hang felt suspicious and reached out to touch the inscription. Suddenly, a game prompt appeared in Fang Hang's retina. Prompt: player discovered ancient magical formation. Prompt: special domain branch mission for player. Blood Clan King's legacy updated. Mission name: Blood Clan King's legacy. Mission description: you have discovered the former habitat of the Blood Clan King. Here, you may find a way to inherit the power of the Blood Clan King. Please continue to explore. Mission requirements: national game, starting from the zombie apocalypse, hanging up the 977th chapter of idle text. Fang Hang's pupils slightly contracted upon seeing the prompt, instantly associating. The cave was actually the former dwelling place of the Blood Clan King. Rumors had been circulating outside, suggesting that after fleeing the Divine Realm, the Blood Clan King arrived at a mysterious world, then left the mysterious world and was chased all the way until arriving in this world. Later, the Blood Clan King was sealed by the Judge of the Divine Realm. The king once resided in this cave for a period of time. Could there still be some hidden secrets in the cave? Did Jian Muzi discover something early in the cave? What did he want to do using these spells? Fang Hang observed the magic circle for a moment, then looked up at the rock wall. There were several black holes above the rock wall. The holes were not large, probably enough for children to climb. Yao Weihua's tone was unfriendly as he walked up behind Fang Hang and asked, "After looking for so long, did you find anything?" Fang Hang turned around, facing Yao Weihua's intimidating gaze, and nodded. "The magic circle here is very ancient, recently restored and activated. I speculate that the blood-red mist in the cave should be related to the magic circle." Similar statements had been heard by Yao Weihua many times before, sounding impatient. And then, "You only figured this out." To be precise, these spells are part of a large magic circle, which has been in a semi-activated state. As for the effect, it's probably used for cultivating sacrifices or for certain special rituals. Yao Weihua looked skeptical. "You're saying it's already operational?" Fang Hang took a few steps forward, cleared the moss off the stone statue. "Yes, the blood here is collected here." "You mean this statue?" A federal researcher heard Fang Hang's explanation and couldn't help but approach, carefully examining the statue. "Yes, but we've checked it. The material of the statue is unique, but there are no spells on it. If you pour blood on it, the spells will appear. If you don't believe it, you can try." "Really?" Another federal researcher suddenly recalled something, saying, "Are you talking about the Bloodcatcher stone? I've heard of this kind of stone before." Other researchers also gathered around, putting aside their disdain for Fang Hang, and started studying the statue, discussing and sharing opinions. Yao Weihua listened to Fang Hang's explanation for a while and realized he didn't understand. "So, is this Blood Clan spell useful for us?" Yao Weihua whispered, turning to the other federal researchers, asking, "What do you think? Is what he said correct?" The federal researchers discussed quietly. All of them were experts in studying the Blood Clan for over a decade, and after researching for a long time, they had not cracked this little-known Blood Clan ancient magic circle to even 10%. They were also unsure if what Fang Hang said was true or false. Verification was needed. A middle-aged man walked out from the researchers, first bowing to Yao Weihua, and then continuing, "Chief, please give us a little more time." With that said, several researchers continued their research around the stone. Yao Weihua felt a headache coming on and waved his hand, urging them to hurry up with the research. Kotlight was the leader of the federal research group. Following Fang Hang's hint, they retraced their steps to check the statue. They found that Fang Hang was indeed correct. This statue was indeed a Bloodcatcher stone, and it was likely the trigger point for the magic circle. Fang Hang's discovery provided them with great insight. The members of the group immediately found a breakthrough, no longer arguing, but gathering together to discuss and analyze. Zhang Haoyang approached Fang Hang, whispering, "Boss Fang, any issues?" "Coincidentally, there is a big problem. This magic circle is quite peculiar. Fang Hang vaguely felt that the operation to capture Jian Musi might not be as easy as the federal government had anticipated. Chief! After about 20 minutes, the research group leader Kotlight finally reached a consensus with the researchers. He stepped forward and said to Yao Weihua, "We believe this is a comprehensive Blood Clan magic circle, extremely difficult to crack, but we can confirm that it hides a special teleportation channel. Once the magic circle is activated, the channel can be opened." Oh. Yao Weihua suddenly became interested and asked, "How can we open the teleportation channel?" "It needs the power of blood. Pouring blood on the stone statue can activate it." Surprisingly, the kid was right. Yao Weihua's heart stirred, believing Fang Hang to a certain extent, and couldn't help but glance at Fang Hang. "What do you think?" Fang Hang shook his head. "I don't recommend opening the channel, but trying won't hurt." A federal researcher expert adjusted his glasses and looked at Fang Hang, saying, "Hello, I am researcher Zhang Cheng. Since you said the main magic circle's effect is for cultivation, it shouldn't be dangerous, right?" Fang Hang shrugged. "In theory, that might be the case, but the Blood Clan's magic circle isn't that kind. If you leave a wound unattended, the magic circle will continuously absorb your blood, turning you into a husk." Yao Weihua looked at Fang Hang, seeing him falling into silence, and schemed in his heart. He waved his hand, signaling to federal soldiers to come over. "Bleed to open the magic circle." "Yes, Chief." The two federal soldiers immediately walked to the statue, extended their arms, and made an incision on their arms. Drip, drip, blood flowed from the wound, dropping onto the statue. "There's a situation." Once drenched in blood, the statue revealed eerie Blood Clan spales. The spales gradually lit up. The federal researchers immediately showed delight upon seeing this sign and hurriedly said, "The amount of blood is not enough, we need more." Yao Weihua gestured again. Dozens of federal soldiers stepped forward, cutting their wrists and pouring blood onto the statue. The statue emitted a blood-red dark light. Subsequently, the magic circle on the ground also gradually lit up until it was full of light. Suddenly, a red beam burst from the statue, hitting the corresponding stone wall in front, revealing a dark crimson teleportation channel. The channel was trembling, indicating instability. The teleportation channel is not stable yet, needs blood supply to maintain. The second batch of federal soldiers immediately came forward, continuing to cut their arms and pour blood on the statue to sustain the supply of blood. With new blood added, the teleportation door gradually stabilized. "Great! Well done!" Yao Weihua looked at the researchers, giving them an approving look, then turned and said, "Inform the other teams, tell them the activation method of the teleportation door array, prepare for combat." Yes. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Chapter 978 of the main volume of AFK Shenanigans. When the familiar faces saw the teleportation gate open, the members of the Federal Inspection Team, who were resting by the rock, stood up. The head of the inspection team, Pan Wuji, put away his lazy demeanor and stretched. "Looks like it's our turn to go in." Yao Weihua and Pan Wuji briefly discussed and decided to let the inspection team enter the teleportation channel to scout ahead. Quickly, the federal soldiers who followed the inspection team into the teleportation channel came back swiftly. "Chief, on the other side of the teleportation channel is another rock cave, but the concentration of Che and blood inside the cave is much higher than here." Yao Weihua waved his hand. "One group and 2 groups follow me in. The rest stay outside on standby." "Yes." Seeing the others quickly retreating, Zhang Haoyang looked at Fang Hang with his eyes, asking if they should also go to the other side of the channel. Fang Hang rubbed his chin and said, "Let me take another look at the tablet map." Zhang Haoyang handed the tablet to Fang Hang. While checking the tablet, Fang Hang muttered, "The teleportation channel doesn't consume much energy. Most of the blood strength is absorbed by the magic array, with only a small portion used for the teleportation energy consumption." Zhang Haoyang did not understand for a moment and asked, "What does that mean?" "First, with low energy consumption, it means the teleport distance won't be very far. The exit of the teleportation channel should be nearby, probably in the area below us since most areas around the Federal Rock Cave map have been explored. So, I judge that the teleport exit is likely to be in the area beneath us," Fang Hang explained. "I see. Second, look over there." Zhang Haoyang looked in the direction Fang Hang pointed, where hundreds of federal soldiers gathered in front of the teleportation disc, lined up to continuously transport blood to the stone statue, maintaining the teleportation channel open. The magic array is huge, and the teleportation channel is just a small part. The vast majority of blood is absorbed and transformed by the magic array. These energies are probably being used elsewhere, which is suspicious, Fang Hang added. What should we do then? While Zhang Haoyang was still observing the magic array and about to say something, two Federal Combat Department players rushed back from the one-way channel. The teleportation area is under attack by the Blood Clan. Groups 5 and 6 support. The rest stay in their positions. Blood Clan. Fang Hang's heart skipped a beat, immediately saying, "Let's go and see." With that, the two of them entered the teleportation channel. At the other end of the teleportation channel, a large number of high-level Blood Clan members were engaged in combat with the Federal team. The Federal Combat Department had deployed floodlights at the exit of the teleportation channel for illumination. Yet, in the blood-colored mist, the visibility in the dim cave was still limited. Federal combat members used protruding rocks as cover, using firearms to attack the Blood Clan group in the bloody mist. The elite inspection team from the Federal Bureau rushed into the Blood Clan group for a bloody slaughter. Fang Hang did not join the battle, but watched with Zhang Haoyang from behind a massive rock. The strength of Pan Wuji's team was not weak, and they handled these ordinary high-level Blood Clan members with ease. "It seems like nothing special," Fang Hang whispered. "Is this the level of the Federal Inspection Team? Isn't it a bit difficult to deal with Jian Muzi? I saw an inspection team in the northern region last time that was much stronger, able to go toe-to-toe with a prince." Zhang Haoyang was speechless and explained, "Mr. Fang, it's not like that. The strength of each federal region varies, with some stronger than others. Pan Wuji's team is a C-class combat squad. An A-class squad in the eastern region that you saw probably can handle a prince, while we also have 8 A-class squads and 1 quasi-S-class squad who came with us this time, but we haven't come across them yet." It was the first time Fang Hang had heard of this. He didn't realize the inspection teams were graded in such a manner. Quasi-S-class, huh? Why not just get the S-class to come directly? Wouldn't that be more secure? It's not that simple. The information of S-class squad members is strictly confidential and can only be activated with Central Federal authorization. Plus, many of them are not players directly trained by our federal jurisdiction, making it very difficult to mobilize them. I see, so they require a fee to participate. Fang Hang smirked, thinking that he could also act as a muscle for the Federal Inspection Bureau and maybe gain some benefits from it. So, joining your inspection bureau is quite profitable, isn't it, huh? Zhang Haoyang was taken aback by Fang Hang's question. How come someone as powerful as Fang Hang didn't even know the basic policies of the federal jurisdiction? The inspection bureau teams are divided into direct teams and external teams. Direct teams have annual recruitment quotas, while external teams do not. The review process is much more relaxed for external teams, Zhang Haoyang explained. In fact, the federal government has been struggling in high-level games, and they are keen on using players' strength to combat various anti-federal forces. As long as you register with the Federal Inspection Bureau team, you can get a certain subsidy, even if you don't do any work each month. But, Mr. Fang, aren't these details usually provided after completing the federal registration? Zhang Haoyang suddenly realized something and looked back at Fang Hang. Hey, you wouldn't be. Fang Hang maintained his composure. Sorry, I haven't completed the registration. No wonder. Based on what you said, joining the inspection team seems quite simple, right? Simple. Zhang Haoyang felt like he had just heard the biggest joke. It's not simple at all. Only you would think it's simple. The inspection team's external recruitment spots are only targeted at players who have completed the formal registration. Apart from verifying identities, they also require unlocking the first-level lock. The requirements for the F-level basic teams are relatively more relaxed, but starting from the D level, the players need to unlock the second stage of the lock, and the difficulty of advancement increases. With more stringent background checks, Fang Hang nodded, continuing to gaze at Pan Wuji's team. The Federal C-Class team effortlessly dealt with the high-level Blood Clan members. The Blood Clan seemed to be struggling to keep up. Huh! Fang Hang suddenly felt a surge of unease. A group of Blood Clan members were quickly approaching the Federal Inspection team. Ha ha ha! Foolish humans! You've come to seek death! The leader of the Blood Clan laughed boldly. Everything is within Mr. Jian's expectations. So, let's all stay here. It was him. Marquis Maka of the Blood Clan. Fang Hang's eyes widened. Did he follow Jian Muzi and escape after they parted ways in the real world? Marquis Maka didn't notice Fang Hang. He joined the battle arrogantly, leading the incoming Blood Clan members to attack the federal team. Sly words. Pan Wuji immediately led his team members to fight back. Fang Hang watched with a furrowed brow. The enveloping Che and blood granted Maka a significant boost in power, but he was still no match for the 5-member federal inspection team. The national game, from hanging up at the end of the Zombie Doomsday to the main text scroll of the 979th chapter of Hanging On. Don't look at Pan Wuji's indifferent appearance before. In fact, his way of leading the team into battle was very steady. Always leaving a margin, suppressing the blood race throughout the process, ensuring his own safety, while also guarding against the blood race reinforcements that could come at any time. Maka quickly fell into a disadvantage, gritting his teeth to support himself forcibly. Odd. Wasn't Maka a scaredy cat before? What's going on today? He must have realized that he couldn't handle these federal inspection teams, so why not run away? Most likely there's a trap, Fang Hang muttered, and Maka suddenly fell into a disadvantage during the battle. Shoo! Shoo shoo! A young woman in purple, holding a light sword from the federal inspection team, quickly moved behind Maka while he was distracted, swiftly moving past him and leaving two long wounds on his back. Maka, in pain, couldn't help but cry out and fell to the right. Federal team leader Pan Wuji immediately seized the opportunity, took up position in advance, stared firmly at Maka stumbling towards him, the long knife in his hand reflecting a cold light. Oh no! Maka's face froze. Fang Hang, who was watching from behind the rocks below, also felt uneasy. Not good. He had a lot of questions to ask Maka and couldn't let him die like this. Fang Hang aimed at Pan Wuji in the air and raised his hand sharply. Stop! Stop! Pan Wuji was about to deliver a fatal blow to Maka, but suddenly felt a violent wave of blood mist around him, and blood whirlpools began to condense. Hiss! Hiss! Over 10 spikes condensed from the whirlpool and shot towards him from all directions. Pan Wuji was shocked. He felt an extremely powerful blood energy on each spike. Who was lurking in the shadows attacking him? Pan Wuji, always cautious in his actions, realized that a formidable enemy was hidden in the shadows, immediately giving up the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Maka, retreating on the spot. Boom! Boom boom! Over 10 spikes hit in front of Pan Wuji, instantly triggering a blood explosion. The field of vision was shrouded in exploding blood mist. When Pan Wuji wanted to chase after Maka again, he found that Maka had already moved far away. Who? Pan Wuji looked around warily, trying to find the assailant. As opposed to Maka, Pan Wuji was more concerned about the mysterious person attacking him from the shadows. Too strange. The attacks from the other party showed no trace. His perception wasn't triggered, making it impossible to find him. Seeing Maka successfully escape, Fang Hang immediately retreated behind the rocks to avoid being discovered. At that moment, the command team leader Yao Weihua, who was directing the operation, suddenly changed color and shouted, Pan Wuji, the entrance of the transmission portal is being attacked by the blood race. They are stalling for time. As he spoke, the gates of the blood-colored passage behind everyone became unstable. Ha ha ha, found out, did you? Foolish humans. Mr. Jian really foresaw everything. You will all die here. Although Maka was injured and had hidden behind the group of blood races, he didn't forget to ridicule the federal people from afar, throwing two blood-colored bombs towards the federal team that would cause neither pain nor itching. Inside the team, a woman in white frowned and asked, Team leader, what should we do? Do we pursue or not? No, someone is helping him in secret. Something's not right here. Let's retreat for now to avoid being trapped here. Pan Wuji made an immediate decision, signaling for preparations to withdraw. Yao Weihua, seeing this, didn't hesitate either and yelled, Teams 7 and 8 stay behind for cover. Teams 1 to 6 retreat in order. Yes. While the portal had not completely disappeared, the players immediately retreated in an orderly manner along the path they came from. The blood races tried to launch a few attacks, but were all resolved under the interference of the federal inspection team led by Pan Wuji. By the time the federal team returned to the cave through the portal, they found that the cave had been heavily damaged. Transformed into bat forms, the blood races invaded through several small holes in the rock walls, directly attacking the federal soldiers inside the cave. Thus began another wave of battles. It took more than 5 minutes for the federal team to clear out all the blood races in the cave. Looking at the heavily injured team, Yao Weihua said in a deep voice, "What's happening?" The deputy team leader left behind to guard was still a bit shaken and explained, "After you entered the transmission portal for a while, we were attacked by high-level blood races. They probably wanted to annihilate us all, but luckily, long-range communication didn't fail." Everyone fell silent for a moment, realizing the danger they had just faced. Dirty blood races. If they hadn't been lucky and rushed back to rescue in time, they might have been trapped on the other side of the transmission channel. Yao Weihua clenched his fists nervously. "The follow-up team will arrive soon. We will wait here for support, yes." Seeing Pan Wuji was looking around, a member of the inspection team couldn't help but ask, "Team leader, what's wrong? What are you looking for? What happened to the expert who discovered the stone statue? Why isn't he here?" Everyone began searching around. Strange, both Fang Hang and Zhang Haoyang were not among the crowd. Yao Weihua furrowed his brows. It seems they are trapped on the other side of the transmission portal. It's very risky to go over now. The rescue team will be here soon. We'll make plans after they arrive. On the other side of the transmission portal, Fang Hang and Zhang Haoyang were hiding behind a rock. When the federal team was in chaos just now, Zhang Haoyang wanted to run, but Fang Hang quickly grabbed him. At this moment, Zhang Haoyang cautiously peered out from behind the rock, observed outside for a moment, then pulled back, asking, "Boss Fang, isn't it a bit dangerous for us to stay here alone?" "No problem, it's all good. I'm very familiar with the blood races. Maybe I can persuade them to surrender," Fang Hang said jokingly. "What?" Zhang Haoyang looked bitter. This area was exceptionally dangerous, and they couldn't even see Jian Muzi's figure. How could Boss Fang joke at a time like this? "I have a scroll of ghost and god images, Boss Fang. Let's not joke around at a time like this, okay?" Fang Hang walked out boldly from behind the rock, his blood-red eyes piercing through the mist in front, releasing his own blood race aura. "Let's go." Fang Hang took the lead and walked along the passage. Zhang Haoyang gritted his teeth, thinking that Fang Hang must have some kind of trump card, and bravely followed along. After walking a few steps forward, to high-level blood races in bat forms flew over, resumed their human forms, and stopped in front of Fang Hang. The two blood races did not immediately attack. They sensed the dense blood race aura on Fang Hang and felt curious. "Who are you?" "I'm looking for Viscount Mecha. Tell him I'm Nart and want to talk to him," Fang Hang said, pointing his finger forward. Hiss! In the spot he pointed to, a vortex of blood mist condensed. The two high-level blood races simultaneously felt a chill. Yes. Title: National Game. Hang up from the start of the zombie apocalypse, Chapter 980. We continue. Fang Hang nodded towards Zhang Haoyang, and the two continued walking forward. Soon, the heavily injured Mecha dragged his heavy footsteps towards the two. Nat. Mecha's astonishment upon seeing Fang Hang was indescribable. "Is it really you?" With a furrowed brow, Mecha did not approach Fang Hang, but immediately stopped in his tracks, keeping a distance and showing a hint of alertness in his eyes. Zhang Haoyang frowned, feeling puzzled. Why did this blood count look as if he were afraid of Fang Hang? Zhang Haoyang investigated Fang Hang's information and found that Fang Hang was a player who had just unlocked the first-ranked lock. In Zhang Haoyang's view, Fang Hang was formidable in the game, but his strength in reality was still limited. Seeing Mecha's cautious expression, Fang Hang already had an idea in his mind. He shrugged and nonchalantly asked, "What? Did Jian Muzi say something to you?" Mecha carefully watched Fang Hang. "You are not Nat, right?" "Indeed." Fang Hang spread his hands. "I come from the 6th district. Fang Hang is my true name. These details are unimportant. I am the heir to the Blood King, Mecha. We are both fighting for the future and glory of the Blood Tribe." Mecha stared at Fang Hang. Since their last parting, Mecha had learned the truth from Jian Muzi's mouth. Fang Hang was a fraud. He deceived the remains that belonged to the Blood King and destroyed the Blood King's coffin. He was a spy sent by the Federation, aiming to completely control the Blood Tribe and destroy them. For this, Jian Muzi presented a lot of evidence, including many dirty deeds Fang Hang had done in the 6th and 9th districts. Immortal wood romance. Mecha stared at Fang Hang. No, Jianmuzi said you're not. Fang Hang remained calm and said, spreading his hands, never mind. I guess Jianmuzi claims to be the only one who inherited the will of the Blood King, right? In fact, these details are not important. What matters is you. What do you think? Do you believe him or me? Mecha's expression changed a few times upon hearing this. I'll give you some time to think it over, Fang Hang said. How about it? If I wanted to attack you just now, would you still be alive? Mecha clenched his teeth and angrily retorted, what the hell? I think nothing. You all claim to be the heirs of the king and can't wait to kill each other. Whom the hell should I believe? I don't know anything. Fang Hang secretly chuckled, attributing it to Jianmuzi's bad influence. The entire blood tribe had been fooled by him. Mecha vented his frustration and then thought of something. He stared at Fang Hang and asked, did you come with those humans? So, you're with them. Wrong answer. If I had wanted to attack you just now, would you still be alive? Fang Hang pointed a finger at Mecha. Pause. In the air, a whirlpool of blood and energy emerged instantaneously, and a sharp blood spike shot out towards Mecha beside him. The blood spike grazed past Mecha's cheek and slammed into the wall behind him. Boom! The wall exploded, leaving a hole. Zhang Haoyang turned his head towards Fang Hang in astonishment. Skill utilization in the real world? This was already in a dangerous territory. Damn it! When did the Federation's intelligence become so outdated? Even such crucial information was not known. Dark blood spike? Were you helping me just now? Mecha quickly reacted upon seeing this move, and then frowned. No, you said you were the heir to the king. What proof do you have? Need more proof. Didn't you witness it with your own eyes last time? Who else can control the king's willpower other than me? Mecha opened his mouth but found himself speechless. Despite that, he still harbored doubts. How about going back to the Blood Tribe world together to see? The elders have already begun studying the coffin left by the Blood King. Optimistically, we will soon find a way to lift the curse within the Blood Tribe, Fang Hang proposed. This idea struck a nerve with Mecha. Surprised, Mecha hesitated, and then asked in quick succession, wait, the coffin left by the king is in your hands. It wasn't destroyed. Are you speaking the truth, huh? Who told you the coffin was destroyed? Fang Hang asked, then suddenly realized. Jianmuzi must know the significance of the Blood King's coffin to the Blood Tribe. Once the Blood Tribe learned that he had the coffin, Jianmuzi would likely lose control over them. Therefore, he deceived the tribe by claiming to have destroyed the coffin. Alright, I understand. Jianmuzi told you, right? Fang Hang spread his hands and stepped closer to Mecha, continuing. You have so much faith in Jianmuzi, but does he have any actual proof that he is the king? Or did he offer you any benefits? Jianmuzi must have obtained a lot of the king's remains as well. Yet, you haven't seen any reduction in the curse on you all, have you? Mecha's expression fluctuated. Each word from Fang Hang struck a chord within him. Jianmuzi had some issues. How did Jianmuzi describe me? Mecha asked with a frown. He said you're a spy for the Federation, helping them to split the Blood Tribe from within and fully control them. He also said that you destroyed the Blood King's coffin, Mecha said, furrowing his brows. We found that you indeed hid your identity, which raised suspicions about you. And various information indicated a close relationship between you and the Federation. If we talk about closeness, isn't Jianmuzi also closely linked to the Federation? Fang Hang sneered. The king's coffin is already under my control. I can take you to see it with your own eyes, expose Jianmuzi's lies. As for Jianmuzi, he seized the power of the king's remains and tricked you into working for him. Mecha was now truly at a loss on whom to believe. Both Fang Hang and Jianmuzi seemed suspicious and trustworthy in different aspects, yet his limited intelligence prevented him from discerning the truth. Mecha felt confused, as if the whole world was trying to deceive him. Now we can't return to the Blood Tribe world, nor can we see the Blood King's coffin. You can say whatever you want, I can't tell the difference anyway. Fang Hang's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing this, but then remembered a crucial detail. Yes. With his head down, Fang Hang began to scheme once again. Activating the gateway between the game and the real world required simultaneous activation of the magic array inside and outside the game. Jianmuzi's base in the first district had been completely destroyed by the Central Federation and was no longer usable. This meant that the large number of Blood Tribe members who invaded the real world some time ago couldn't return. Not even Jian Muzi could send them back. National Game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse to hang up, chapter 981 of the main text, Fang Hang couldn't help but get excited. Bowing his head to consider the feasibility of establishing a Blood Clan magic circle to open a world transmission channel in this place. However, arranging the magic circle would take time. Parts of the construction materials were missing, and it needed to avoid the Federation's surveillance. It was very difficult. However, once the arrangement was completed, it could completely dispel Meika's doubts and deceive him into helping himself. It wasn't just for Meika. Meika alone was not worth Fang Hang's mobilization. Fang Hang remembered very clearly that when he followed Jian Muzi here, there were many Blood Dukes and Blood Princes. If his judgment was not wrong, some of these powerful blood clans were still in the cave. Forget about deceiving all of them. As long as one or two could be deceived, it would be a profitable move. Just take a wave of blood clans away. Was it important to kill Jian Muzi? Compared to the Blood Dukes and Blood Princes, Jian Muzi was nothing. Fang Hang's eyes turned red. He quickly weighed the pros and cons as well as the risks. Feasible. Let's do it. Even if there were any troubles, he could just blame everything on Jian Muzi later. Who cared about being greedy or not? Fang Hang suddenly raised his head, looking at Meika, who said we couldn't go back to the Blood Clan world. Huh? Meika listened, puzzled. Fang Hang looked at the high-ranking blood clans around him and said, verifying Jian Muzi's lie is simple. I can reopen the channel connecting to the Blood Clan world and take you back to see the sarcophagus of the Blood Clan king. Meika was shocked. You didn't deceive me. You can open the world channel. Of course, but I need your help. I need to arrange a magic circle. It's too time-consuming for me alone. It shouldn't be difficult to achieve this, right? Isn't it too simple? Meika was extremely surprised. During this time, he had thought countless times about returning to the real world. But he couldn't do it. Staying in this world without Ingitus, their strength was gradually diminishing. It was okay for ordinary blood clans, but the impact on princes and dukes was even greater. Their strength was rapidly declining. Even Jian Muzi couldn't help them return to the Blood Clan world. Fang Hang actually had the ability to do so? So Fang Hang was the true heir to the throne? Meika felt like he had found another piece of evidence. Is it too wasteful to arrange such a large magic circle here? It's not wasteful. With your help, we blood clans will have a future. Fang Hang smiled gently, unable to contain his urge to laugh. Duke Meika. Deceived here. A fortune for a horse's bone. After deceiving Meika, the other dukes and princes who stayed in the real world were also deceived. By that time, with the assistance of the princes, they could directly unify the entire Blood Clan world by force. The script was already written. It was almost within reach. Wasn't this reducing the difficulty of the game for him? The wave of following Zhang Hao Yang to investigate was really a hit. Fang Hang's heart was burning with excitement, looking at Meika with intense eyes. Meika felt the fiery gaze of Fang Hang, and for a moment felt that what Fang Hang said was extremely sincere, even feeling a sense of loyalty to a friend. No. After being deceived back and forth by Jian Muzi and Fang Hang during this time, Meika was feeling a bit unsure of himself. He gritted his teeth, trying to clear his thoughts, and did not make a judgment. Without the necessary materials for arranging the magic circle, we simply cannot complete it. No problem. I will go ask the Federation for it. They will just give it to you if you ask them? Meika was suspicious, looking at Fang Hang. You said you have no connection with the Federation? Zhang Hao Yang heard the entire conversation beside them. He cleared his throat and said, what Boss Fang means is, well, to ask the Federation for some assistance. Upon hearing the word ask, Meika seemed triggered, shuddered, his face turning even uglier. Staring at Fang Hang, ask. Don't listen to him. It's borrow. We blood clans value our words and we don't deceive. Fang Hang reiterated, surveying the surroundings, and continued, there are more than just you here among the blood clans. It shouldn't be difficult to find help to arrange a transmission channel. We will return to the Blood Clan world together then. Hearing Fang Hang's straightforward words, Meika's trust in Fang Hang increased significantly. All right. I will gather some people to help with arranging the magic circle. Meika was about to leave to find some help, but suddenly noticed something, frowning. Fang Hang, let's talk about the magic circle later. I need to leave now. Huh. Prince Al has encountered trouble. I need to go help him. Meika showed the flashing red crystal in his hand. The cold blood crystal was the tool the blood clans used for communication in the caves, and once it flashed, it meant urgent help was needed from nearby blood clans. Prince Al. So even the blood clan prince is in the cave. Fang Hang knew his guesses were correct. Nodded immediately. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I will go with you. After the recent deception, Meika's trust in Fang Hang had greatly increased. He calculated in his mind that he was seriously injured now, and going alone wouldn't be of much help. With Fang Hang's assistance, he could have a better chance. All right. Fang Hang took out paper and pen from his backpack, quickly wrote down the names of the materials needed to make the magic circle and the quantities required. Then, he turned to Zhang Hao Yang. Let's split up. You go back and figure out how to collect these materials for me. Zhang Hao Yang took the paper, glanced at it. The materials listed were not very rare, mostly what was needed to set up the magic circle. Finding an excuse to bring in these supplies should not be difficult. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Zhang Hao Yang chose to trust Fang Hang and nodded. Okay, I will figure out a way now. It will take some time to get the materials, probably an hour. And you also need to be careful. Okay. Fang Hang nodded in agreement, took out a mask from his backpack and put it on his face, then turned to Meika. Let's go. Inside the large cave passage, Blood Clan Prince Al was struggling with a small team from the Federation Inspection Unit, caught in a fierce battle. Prince Al was firmly trapped in place by vines extending from the ground. Brilliant slash. A middle-aged man in a baseball cap held a double-handed sword and charged towards Prince Al. The sword was covered in a layer of dark gold and fiercely slashed forward. Boom! Prince Al's body burst open in midair. Blood and cha exploded in front of him. Liu Chenzi raised his sword to block the exploding damage, then leapt back far away. Self-destruction. Dead. Li Rumei, who was assisting the team behind, furrowed her brows tightly and shouted, "He's not dead yet. Be careful." Hiss, this. The blood bursting all around seemed to have a life of its own, gathering rapidly towards a certain point and reshaping in the air. L resurrected in a strange manner in front of everyone. HMPH. Foolish humans, you can't kill me using ordinary methods. L's face paled slightly. He sneered disdainfully. A hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hands to launch several bloody explosions forward. Get out of the way! The team members dodged one after another. In this eerie environment, once a player had a rupture on their body, the blood inside would be drawn out uncontrollably, which was very difficult to handle. Moreover, facing a blood prince, they could not afford to be careless. Don't be afraid. His blood resurrection will deplete his strength. Li Rumei had already analyzed most of the Blood Clan skills and shouted loudly, "He's almost at his limit." L's face darkened a bit as Li Rumei's words hit the mark. If he hadn't been seriously injured a few days ago and had not entered the coffin to rest for several days, causing the curse to spread, how could he, as a blood prince, be so suppressed by this human team in front of him? Even puny humans can challenge him now. L was burning with anger. After resisting another wave of attacks, the Federal Inspection Team quickly reorganized their formation and followed the meticulously rehearsed tactics to engage in the battle. Captain Liu Chenzi, holding a big sword, and another burly young man moved forward to harass, while the two mage players in the rear tried to control the Blood Prince with various entangling and weakening skills, and Li Rumei provided vigilance and support. L was annoyed by the harassment, knowing that the situation would only get worse if it continued like this. However, under Jiamu's order, they must protect the cave in the rear and prevent the Federation from invading even an inch. All L could do was delay time until Jiamu completed the infusion of magic power into the magic circle. Suddenly, Li Rumei sensed a wave of blood power coming from behind and shouted, "Be careful! Someone is coming from the back!" Before she finished speaking, many high-level blood clans emerged from the mist, transforming into human forms one by one. Quickly, the high-level blood clans rushed towards Liu Chenzi's team. Not far away, Fang Hang and Meika hid behind a huge rock. They had arrived here over 2 minutes ago. They did not rush up immediately, but observed the situation secretly. Meika's pupils were glowing red as he saw the blood prince L being suppressed by humans. He felt anxious and said, "Fang Hang, what should we do? L's resurrection ability is limited, and his capabilities will be weakened after each resurrection. He can't hold on for long." Fang Hang was also quite annoyed. The 12 tycoons were really a nuisance. They finally found a blood prince and were ready to deceive him back home, but they had to kill him. This West District inspection team was much stronger than the previous C-grade team, even able to contend with a blood prince. They were likely in a grade team, each team member being elite players who emerged from high-level games. They definitely couldn't fight head-on. Fang Hang's brain was running fast. There was only one method now. Even if it had only a 10% success rate, they had to try it. That was a blood prince. They had to lure him over. "I have a plan, not sure if it'll work." Seeing Fang Hang so serious, Meika couldn't help but ask, "Is it very dangerous?" "Yeah." Fang Hang stared at the ongoing battle not far away and said in a low voice, "In such a situation, we must try. You stay away, be careful not to get involved." "What are you saying?" Meika unusually stood firm. "Even if it's dangerous, let's face it together. For the glory of the Blood Clan, what sacrifice is this?" Fang Hang glanced at Meika and thought, "I have the Blood Clan King's coffin, I can resurrect. Besides, if the situation gets bad, I can return to the game for survival." Fang Hang raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Get out of here. Don't cause any trouble." Seeing Meika's reaction, Meika gritted his teeth and said, "Fang Hang, even if you are a trickster, I'll pretend I didn't know." With that, Meika darted towards the other side of the large rock. "I'll take care of them. You guys hold your ground." Not far away, Captain Liu Chenzi shouted and jumped away from L, heading towards the direction where the Blood Clan rushed from behind. L intended to stop him, but two ice barriers suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Humans! L did not know that Fang Hang and Meika had already set an ambush nearby and was full of hatred at his helplessness. In the midst of this delay, Liu Chenzi had already rushed towards the group of high-level blood clans attacking from behind. The Holy Light giant sword swept forward. The sharp claws of the two high-level blood clans collided with the giant sword and were instantly knocked back. Something feels off. Liu Chenzi suddenly felt something was wrong. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, several blood spikes rapidly formed in the vortex and pierced towards him fiercely. "Light! Shield!" Liu Chenzi lightly commanded, and a holy light shield expanded around him. Boom! Boom! The blood spikes hit the shield and exploded one after another. It was blood curse magic. And the intensity wasn't weak. Liu Chenzi managed to fend off all the attacks of the blood curse magic using the holy light shield, but felt uneasy. Although their team could currently suppress the blood prince through coordination, if they were constantly harassed by the blood curse magic. Who is it? Liu Chenzi scanned the surroundings, trying to find the person manipulating the blood attacks from behind. The person was very clever, deliberately concealing their presence in the darkness. They had to get rid of him. Otherwise, it would cause significant trouble to the team. Just like when an elite monster appears while fighting a boss, if left unchecked, it would bring various troubles and even the possibility of failure. Quickly! 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 In a few thoughts, several more blood thorns materialized from the vortex in midair. Realizing they couldn't prolong the situation further, Liu Chenzi shouted, "Li Rumei! Holy Light Flash!" Li Rumei immediately activated the skill to assist the team. A dark gold light rose like the sun in the center, illuminating the entire cave and dispersing the bloodthirst in the surroundings. The high-level blood clans were all affected by the short-term blindness caused by the light, tears streaming down their faces as they involuntarily tilted their heads. Such a potent negative effect could only be partially resisted by Viscounts and above-rank blood clans. Liu Chenzi's eagle-like eyes quickly swept across the field, searching for the blood clan who had not closed their eyes to avoid the light. He found him. Behind the rock. The blood clan controlling the blood spikes with a mask. In order to find Fang Hang, the inspection team released a region control skill with a 6-hour cooldown. Liu Chenzi felt all this effort was worth it. He stomped his feet and rushed towards the spot where Fang Hang was. Bloodline! I've found you! Liu Chenzi held his sword with one hand, leaping towards Fang Hang. The distance between the two sides quickly closed. Suddenly, Liu Chenzi furrowed his brows. He saw the white mask with a pair of calm eyes underneath. Something was off. Liu Chenzi didn't see any panic or fear in the opponent's eyes. Instead, there was an eerie calmness. It seemed as if the other party was waiting for him to come over. This calmness made Liu Chenzi feel uneasy. Suddenly, a black mist spread before Liu Chenzi's eyes. What is that thing? Liu Chenzi's face showed surprise. The scent in the air carried a taste of decay and stillness. Undead. Liu Chenzi's pupils contracted as he sensed a terrifying force of blood and power bursting from the black mist. Accompanied by strong blood fluctuations, a huge blood shadow broke through the black mist. Boom! The intense blood fluctuations scattered outward. Just the burst of blood caused Liu Chenzi, who was charging forward, to falter in speed. That is, seeing clearly ahead, Liu Chenzi felt an indescribable shock. That red shadow! The illusion of the Bloodline King. Before embarking on the urgent mission, the squad carefully reviewed the information related to the mission. He was certain that the illusion in front of him was the Bloodline King. But why was there still a hint of undead aura mixed in the illusion? In a short moment, several thoughts flashed through Liu Chenzi's mind. Danger! Almost instinctively, Liu Chenzi placed his two-handed sword in front of him, switching to a defensive stance. A layer of holy light barrier enveloped him. All life-saving defense skills were activated, entering the enhanced turtle shell mode of the holy light system. With a whooshing sound, the Bloodline King's phantom raised a massive fist, smashing fiercely towards Liu Chenzi. Inescapable! Boom! The intense blood burst in front of Liu Chenzi's eyes. Liu Chenzi was hit head-on by the Bloodline King's phantom, and the outermost two layers of holy light barrier almost shattered in an instant. The last layer of holy light armor on his body was also filled with cracks, causing him to uncontrollably fly backward. Puff! In mid-air, Liu Chenzi couldn't help but groan, spitting out blood from his mouth, with crimson blood continuously oozing out from his facial features, making him look particularly fierce. Fang Hang put away the bone spirit coffin, lightly stepping on the ground, and immediately chasing after the thrown Liu Chenzi. He realized that the player in front of him came from a high-level gaming world with formidable strength, posing a huge threat to him. Even though he used the bone spirit coffin to launch an attack with the Bloodline King's illusion, it only broke through Liu Chenzi's outer layer of holy light defense. At least he should inflict serious damage. Fang Hang's eyes glinted with savagery. Hastily launching an attack, he realized he didn't have any handy equipment on him and quickly glanced at the game space backpack. Just this one. A huge scepter appeared in Fang Hang's hand. The Scepter of the Radiant Guardian. Initially, Fang Hang had placed the scepter in his inventory in preparation to use it in the real world to assist in clearing the undead aura inside the Death Realm Research Association and speed up the collection of undead energy. He hadn't taken it out in time. Fang Hang carried the scepter with one hand, breaking through the black mist. By this time, Liu Chenzi had already been seriously injured, his mind somewhat unclear. He saw the Bloodline player with a mask approaching him and instinctively felt a crisis, but his body was already ensnared in multiple negative status effects from the shockwaves, rendering him unable to counterattack or even speak. Huh? What is that again? Seeing the holy light scepter tightly gripped in Fang Hang's hand, Liu Chenzi almost doubted his visual perception was off. He saw a Bloodline adept in blood curses, a person who not only could use the Bloodline King's illusion attack with undead aura, but also wield a sacred scepter to strike. The scene before him was beyond Liu Chenzi's comprehension. What kind of monster is this? Just as the thought flashed through Liu Chenzi's mind, he felt a massive force striking his chest. The outermost holy light shield, already shaky, shattered under the blow of the scepter. Liu Chenzi felt a dull pain in his chest, once again spitting out blood from his mouth. His chest was dented, and he was forcibly sent flying backward, hitting hard against a rock wall behind, falling into complete unconsciousness. Boss! Captain! Several members who were entangled with the Bloodline Prince Joer and witnessed the scene were amazed and immediately abandoned the Bloodline Prince to rush over in support. Hey, holy light! Fang Hang disdainfully snorted, landed from mid-air, and heavily struck the scepter on the ground, provocatively looking towards the Federal Inspection Team squad ahead. Bang! The scepter was extremely heavy, causing even the ground to tremble. confiscated from the 8th District Cathedral Bishop. Not bad, it's pretty useful. Regardless of the scepter's attributes, Fang Hang was interested in one thing: it was heavy. It was hard. The federal inspection teams for members were all elite players in a high-level game. Seeing the other 4 immediately rushing to support Liu Chenzi, Fang Hang gave up on the idea of pursuing, staying in place, giving off an air of mystery and intimidation, leaving an impression of being unfathomable. "Captain, how's the situation?" Liu Chenzi lay on the ground, unconscious, with his holy light armor shattered, bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, looking miserable. Li Ryu quickly checked Liu Chenzi's condition and said in a deep voice, "He's severely injured, passed out, and needs urgent treatment." The squad's gaze couldn't help but shift to Fang Hang, not far away, filled with uncertainty. Who exactly is this person to have injured the captain so severely and casually? They were unaware of Fang Hang's background. With the team now reduced, a mysterious and powerful enemy present, and the Bloodline Prince still lurking in the background, continuing the battle would be very disadvantageous. After weighing the situation, Vice Captain Li Ryu immediately said, "The opponent's identity is unknown. The captain needs urgent treatment. Let's retreat." Understood. Following orders, one of the Federal Inspection Team members immediately lifted the unconscious Liu Chenzi and, together with the other 3, cautiously backed away from Fang Hang, swiftly retreating in the same direction. The Bloodline Prince Joer, who chased after them, wanted to pursue further, but considering the need to protect the rear cave and his own precarious condition, he couldn't afford to really target these Federal elite players. Thus, he pretended to chase for a few more steps, grumbling, and threw over a dozen blood-colored bombs to dissipate his frustration. Fang Hang had no intention of pursuing further. Seeing the opponents fleeing, he felt relieved. It was lucky enough to scare them away. Why bother chasing? Furthermore, he wasn't here to cause trouble for the Federal team this time. Due to various issues, the website address has been changed, so please bookmark the new address to avoid getting lost. For more content, please download the Love Reading novel app to read the latest chapters. The new Pen Interest Pavilion provides you with the fastest and newest updates on the all-out game, starting from the zombie apocalypse to the 983rd chapter of Scaring Away. The shock in Meika's eyes, who has been staying near Fang Hang all along, was evident. At first, he was anxious and eager to help the prince get out of this situation. But after a few days of not seeing him, Fang Hang's strength had unexpectedly improved rapidly again. And that move just now, yes, it was the power of the Blood King. So Fang Hang really did not lie to him. He was truly the rightful heir to the Blood King. Meika was filled with excitement and walked out from behind the rocks. As he took a few steps forward, he noticed the Holy Light attribute staff in Fang Hang's hand. Huh, that weapon seems out of place. What's the deal with the staff in Fang Hang's hand? Why does it look like something from the Holy Court? Can the vampires use things from the Holy Court? Meika once again fell into self-doubt, and his relaxed steps became heavy again. Fang Hang saw Meika staring at the staff in his hand with a look of doubt and explained, "Spoils obtained from exterminating the 8th District of the Holy Court." "Oh," Meika replied, still feeling a bit strange. Wasn't that not the point? Joel flew down from the suspended air and stopped in front of Fang Hang and Meika. He had just sensed Fang Hang using the power of the Blood King, and his confusion grew when he saw the strange mask on Fang Hang's face. "Who are you?" Joel asked, stepping forward. Meika quickly spoke up, "This is Fang Hang, Your Highness." Fang Hang. Joel's expression suddenly changed as he stared at Fang Hang, and his aura shifted abruptly, focusing on Fang Hang. "Wait, Your Highness, please let me explain." Meika immediately repeated Fang Hang's inheritance story of the Blood King to Joel. After listening, Prince Joel stood in place, occasionally glancing at Fang Hang, lost in deep thought. The person in front of him was the true heir to the Blood King. Was Jian Muzi a fraud? Joel had always stood firmly on Jian Muzi's side, never doubting him. But now, although he hadn't seen clearly how Fang Hang defeated Liu Chenzi just now, he did sense the power of the Blood King's shadow. Combined with Meika's words, Joel began to have great doubts about Jian Muzi. Could Jian Muzi be a problem? After much consideration, Joel still leaned towards believing Jian Muzi somewhat. Looking up, Joel gazed at Fang Hang. "I don't know what method you used to temporarily draw on the power of the king, but I won't believe you until I see the Blood King's coffin with my own eyes. Before that, I won't trust your words." Joel's tone was somewhat harsh, but Fang Hang was unusually thrilled to hear it. Does this mean he just needs to show him the coffin of the Blood King and Joel will surrender? Great! Victory is within reach. Don't worry, you'll see it soon. Fang Hang suppressed his excitement, nodded, and said, "So, come with me. Go." "Where to?" "Of course, to set up a magic circle to open a passage back to the vampire world. You wanted to see it with your own eyes, right? It'll happen soon." Joel didn't expect Fang Hang to really act on his words. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Meika. "Meika, you go with him, confirm the results, and tell me." "I'll stay here." Surprised, Fang Hang furrowed his brow and said, "It'll take at least an hour to set up the magic circle. The federal troops will return soon with reinforcements. Are you prepared to stay here and die?" "Humph." Joel grunted heavily. "Just them. We just encountered a federal A-level inspection team. According to the information I received, a total of 8 A-level teams are participating in the operation, plus a higher-ranking Quasi S-level team. If they all come to support." Joel fell silent. It was troublesome. There were still 7 more of those stubborn federal teams. Fang Hang smirked, pondering how to deceive Joel back. "Are you staying here to protect the cave?" Joel did not answer. His look of caution on his face deepened. Fang Hang took a few steps forward. "Is that what Jian Muzi asked you to protect? Why not let me go into the cave to see what Jian Muzi is up to?" "No." Joel refused outright. The interior of the cave was a magic circle carefully arranged by Mr. Jian. He had received orders before he came, not to let the Federals invade, even if he died. Fang Hang had just saved himself, but his identity still couldn't be confirmed. If he turned out to be an enemy and disrupted Mr. Jian's plans, Joel didn't dare to take the risk. After a moment of thought, Meika was about to speak up to support Fang Hang when 2 senior vampires flew over from the other side of the passage, transformed into human form, and knelt before them. "Your Highness, the humans have not left. They are lingering at the entrance, seemingly trying to block the way." "Ha ha, foolish humans, thinking they can stop us like this." Joel chuckled disdainfully, then turned to Meika, instructing, "Watch him, take him to another place to set up the magic circle and confirm his identity. I will go hold off those humans for a while." With that, Joel followed the 2 senior vampires to provide support. Fang Hang frowned, hesitating about whether to follow him. There's no point in catching up to Joel. His survival skills are extremely powerful. He should be able to stall for some time. He needed to quickly think of another plan. In just a few minutes, only Fang Hang and Meika were left in place. Fang Hang looked at Meika, who returned a questioning gaze. "How long do you think Joel can hold off those humans? 10 minutes, 20 minutes, or an hour? We won't be able to set up the magic circle in such a short time," Fang Hang said, seeing Meika still undecided. He shrugged and continued, "At this point, why not take a gamble? Believe in me for the future and glory of the vampires." "Damn it!" Meika cursed aloud. "Fine. I'll gamble. What do you have in mind?" "Take me to the cave. I want to know what Jian Muzi is up to." "All right, there are restrictions around the cave. Follow me." With that, Meika led Fang Hang towards the interior of the cave. On the other side of the cave, Liu quickly retreated with his injured companions, and the federal tactical team that had arrived swiftly regrouped. After some urgent medical treatment, Liu Chenzi finally woke up. He tried to move his fingers, feeling a piercing pain. His physical condition was very bad. Liu Chenzi still felt lingering fear. If it weren't for his astonishing defensive abilities from his holy skills, he would have died at the hands of that masked person earlier. "Do you know the identity of that monster?" The team shook their heads. "Captain, the recent 2 squads have come over to support. How are you feeling?" "I probably won't be able to fight for a short time." Liu Chenzi shook his head and continued, "The mysterious person earlier used a type of instant explosive skill. I speculate that his own strength isn't that strong. Such a powerful skill should have a cooldown or some other limitation. Let's block the passage and don't let them come out. Waiting for further support will do." The team agreed, deciding to stay in place, completely blocking the entrance with the federal tactical team that arrived. If you have any specific questions about the translation or need further details, feel free to ask. National game. Hanging out from the beginning of the zombie apocalypse, Chapter 985 of the main text of the volume of the God Tree Seed Cave Deep. Fang Hang followed Mecha to the cave guarded by Joel. Along the way, Fang Hang witnessed Mecha helping him evade at least 30 Blood Clan prohibitions, some of which took some time to dismantle. "Alright, we can go in now." Mecha nodded towards Fang Hang after disabling the perception prohibition above the cave entrance. Fang Hang sighed in his heart, thankful that he had encountered Mecha. Otherwise, he would have triggered the prohibition by himself, and Prince Joel would have rushed back to deal with him first. Lord Marquis. Over 10 high-level Blood Clan guards in the cave bowed and saluted when they saw Mecha. Mecha waved his hand, signaling the Blood Clans to continue their work. Fang Hang roughly scanned the cave and immediately found a surprise. It was a large-scale central nurturing magic array. In the center of the cave, a large magic array slowly operated. The energy of numerous magic arrays in the upper cave gathered in the central magic array. The faint blood and energy around were continuously sucked into the magic array. In the center of the magic array was a raised stone platform, about half a meter high from the ground, with an additional 2-layered magic array on top. Under the infusion and transformation of magic array energy, blocks of high-grade blood marrow condensed. The high-ranking blood clans transformed into bat forms, grabbed the condensed blood marrow, and flew up through the black hole in the top of the cave to transport the blood marrow to the deeper parts of the cave. Fang Hang furrowed his brows as he found the magic array somewhat strange, sensing a sense of discord. Fang Hang looked at the blood clan members in bat form and asked, "Is that blood marrow?" "Yes," Mecha said. "Mr. Jian improved the magic array to absorb the blood of those humans. The magic array can continuously produce blood marrow, and Mr. Jian instructed us to bring him the completed blood marrow. Blood marrow is the hard currency inside the Blood Clan. It is a crystal with a high concentration of energy blood after purification. Blood clans can cultivate and rapidly recover through the power of absorbing blood marrow." Fang Hang took a few steps forward, crouched in front of the operating magic array, and placed his hands on it. His senses merged with the magic array. A game prompt suddenly popped up. Prompt: Player side quest updated. Player discovers the dilapidated central magic array. Please continue to explore. Huh. Fang Hang exclaimed lightly, looking up at the stone platform in the center of the magic array. The stone platform was not part of the magic array. It was added later. No wonder he felt the discord earlier. The entire stone platform was new, probably completed recently. The magic arrays on it were likely added later as well. Jian Musi had rudely modified the original magic array configuration, changing the nurturing function into blood marrow construction. Fang Hang stared at the stone platform, a sudden thought racing through his mind. He felt like he had grasped something. Fang Hang turned his head to Mecha and asked, "Mecha, when were the stone platform and the magic array set up?" Huh. Mecha was puzzled by Fang Hang's question, but, seeing Fang Hang's serious expression, he carefully recalled and replied, "After we escaped the Federation's pursuit and returned here, Mr. Jian replanned the stone platform. I participated in most of the cave design, so I remember." "What about before?" Fang Hang gazed at Mecha intently. "Originally, there wasn't anything at the center of the magic array." Mecha furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and said, "There didn't seem to be anything." "Nothing." "Yes, nothing." After careful recollection, Mecha stated affirmatively, "Fang Hang, I'm sure that originally, there was nothing in the center of the magic array, just a patch of mud. Mr. Jian had us build the stone platform on the mud and engrave the magic array on top to construct the blood marrow." Fang Hang became increasingly puzzled. "Nothing at all? It was too strange. Why was there nothing? The entire magic array was supposed to be used for nurturing specific items. But according to Mecha, when he saw the magic array, there was nothing in the center. Was it taken away by Jian Musi?" Fang Hang muttered quietly to himself, feeling that it was unlikely that the Blood Clan King had gone through so much trouble to set up the magic array just to nurture a bit of high-level blood marrow. It was too insignificant. A more probable speculation was that Jian Musi found it impossible to nurture certain items, so he directly transformed it into a blood marrow refinement magic array. Huh? Mecha heard Fang Hang's murmur and said, "It shouldn't be. I remember that when we cleaned up this area, it didn't seem like something had just been moved away. If I had to say there was something, there were some dried and rotten plant roots on the mud that were cleared away." "Plant roots?" Fang Hang's eyes lit up, a spark of inspiration suddenly flaring in his mind. He abruptly raised his head, scanning the entire cave. Could it be ... If his guess was correct ... Dan? Fang Hang stared at the magic array ahead, his eyes filled with determination. Let's try first. Even if he guessed wrong, it wouldn't hurt, and he could still give Jian Muzi a bit of a setback. But what if he was right? Thinking so, Fang Hang stood up, strode into the magic array, and arrived at the central stone platform. Deciphering the magic array was challenging, but destroying it was relatively straightforward, especially for the attached blood magic array before him. It was hastily set up with no proper defenses. Fang Hang took out the staff of the Radiant Guardian from his back, lifted it, and fiercely smashed it towards the stone platform on the ground. Boom! A loud noise resounded, and a golden light exploded. The entire stone platform was shattered by the staff. The central magic array lost its effect instantly. Mecha was astonished by the sight. What was going on? They resorted to violence so quickly. The other blood clans were also surprised, all stopping in their tracks and looking at Fang Hang and Mecha in the center of the cave. Fang Hang, you! For a moment, Mecha's trust in Fang Hang wavered. Fang Hang furrowed his brows, lifting the staff once more to sweep away the debris on the ground, revealing the soil below the stone platform. There, the top of the staff was covered with a layer of blood blade, turning the originally heavy top of the staff extremely sharp. Fang Hang used the staff as a shovel, digging a hole in the disordered soil and searching inside. Fang Hang, what are you looking for? After the initial shock, Mecha immediately caught up and checked alongside Fang Hang. Found it. There was something. Fang Hang raised an eyebrow, feeling the staff hit something hard, so he threw the staff down, crouched directly, and dug deep into the soil to search. The soil still contained many dried roots and stones. Suddenly, something clicked in Fang Hang's mind. He felt his fingers touch a rough oval-shaped, shriveled ball in the soil. Then, a game prompt appeared in his mind. Prompt: player discovers a special item. Prompt: detected binding of the player to the Angitas ancient tree. Player successfully distinguishes the special item. Prompt: player discovers a special item. Unknown seed of the god tree. Hint: player domain side quest update. Bloodline origin. Quest: a bloodline origin. Quest description: you have discovered secrets about the fusion magic circle of the bloodline. You have found unknown god tree seeds. Please try to continue exploring. Quest requirement. Seeing the game prompt, Fang Hang felt extremely excited. Guessed it right. The magic circle in the cave is used to cultivate the god tree of Angitas. No wonder there was a strange sense of familiarity when I first saw this cave. It's very similar here to the Angitas cave in the prison. Fang Hang reached out and grabbed the seed of the god tree, examining it in his hand. The seed appeared completely dried up, with cracks on it, looking like it was damaged for the most part. Unable to see the game prompt, I couldn't determine the state of the seed. Fang Hang, what is this? Mecha asked in confusion, looking at the shriveled black ball in Fang Hang's palm. Fang Hang replied, the seed of Angitas. What? Angitas? Mecha's expression changed slightly. How can it be here? The ancestors of the bloodline once cultivated Angitas here. I don't know what exactly happened, but I speculate that the Angitas in our world may be an improved version, or it might be a weakened version. Fang Hang said, looking at Mecha and nodding. Help me look around. Okay. Mecha agreed and began searching the pit with Fang Hang. After searching for just a minute, the two dug out over 20 seeds from the mud. It could be confirmed that if they continued exploring and digging deeper, there would be more seeds farther down. They now had the seeds, but how should they be used? Fang Hang stopped searching and tried something on the spot. The seeds could be placed in the game's transition backpack, and 5 of them could be stacked as one unit. They needed to go back into the game to test it, to check the specific properties of the seeds, hoping to find some clues. Mecha kept trying to find seeds, and when she saw Fang Hang suddenly standing still, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did you find something again? Wait for me here. I'm going back to the Bloodline world to take a look." What? Under Mecha's surprised gaze, a swirling red magic circle appeared under Fang Hang's feet. Thick blood energy rose up, enveloping Fang Hang in the center. Suddenly, the magic circle disappeared, and Fang Hang disappeared along with it. This, Meika stood still, her eyes shimmering with astonishment, murmuring to herself, can enter the Bloodline world anytime, anywhere. Bloodline King. He really is the king. Zombie Apocalypse District 8. As soon as Fang Hang opened his eyes, he immediately pulled out several shriveled seeds from the transition backpack. A line of game prompts appeared on his retina. Item: Unknown God Tree Seed. Description: Unknown seed of the God Tree, merged with blood and cursed power, has lost its ability due to being left in place for too long. Since a long time has passed, the energy in the seed has completely dissipated. Players can infuse energy into the destroyed God Tree seed through the Bloodline King's coffin, waking it up. A hint appeared. The key to solving the puzzle lies in the Bloodline King's coffin. Fang Hang's heart stirred. He turned to Haze. Your Majesty, what are your orders? First, have someone prepare to set up the magic circle. I will open the portal to the real world later, and there's something else. With a sense of experimentation, Fang Hang unfolded his hands and displayed the Angita seed to Haze. Your Majesty, what is this? Haze observed it for a moment, looking puzzled, and nodded. It looks like some kind of fruit. I have never seen this kind of fruit before. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. It may be related to Angitas. Never mind, if you don't recognize it, it's normal. Come with me. Yes. Haze immediately accompanied Fang Hang back to the Angitas God Tree Cave in the zombie apocalypse. Your Majesty! Inside the cave, over 20 high-ranking bloodlines, tasked with guarding all kneeled to Fang Hang. Fang Hang raised his hand, indicating the bloodlines to rise, and directed their attention to the center of the cave. Before the God Tree of Angitas, the Bloodline King's coffin emitted a strange red light. What should I do? Fang Hang muttered softly and walked straight to the Bloodline King's coffin, reaching out to lift the lid. Just as he touched the Bloodline King's coffin, several game prompts quickly flashed on his retina. Hint: detected the player carrying an unknown seed of the God Tree. Hint: player discovered the seed of the God Tree, met hidden conditions. Bloodline King's coffin hidden skill. Cursed Suppression, Blood Awakening activated. It's happening now. Fang Hang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately checked the skills. Item: Bloodline King's coffin. Grade: Ancient Artifact. Description: coffin created by fusing the initial source of life after the birth of the Bloodline King, possessing powerful abilities. Additional Skill 1, King's Residue. Additional Skill 2, Dormancy. Additional Skill 3, Bloodline. Additional Skill 4, King's Will. Additional Skill 5. Additional Skill 6, Cursed Suppression. Skill description: the coffin still contains a powerful initial source of life, which can temporarily suppress curses within the bloodline. Additional Skill 7, Blood Awakening. Skill description: the initial source of life within the coffin has already merged with bloodline power. The blood coffin can awaken weapons by consuming blood, and after activating the awakening, there is a chance to gain additional attribute bonuses to the equipment. Hint: detected the unknown seed in the player's backpack matches the skill Blood Awakening of the Bloodline King's coffin with 100% compatibility. Skills 6 and 7. Fang Hang quickly swept through the descriptions of the two new skills, and his breathing unconsciously became heavier. Undoubtedly, both skills were extremely useful to him. The hidden skill number 6 could suppress curses within the bloodline. The specific effect was still unclear, but it could be tested by Duke Bellamy. Perhaps this skill wouldn't provide a significant boost to his current combat power, but at this stage, if he spread the news that he had a means to suppress curses among the bloodlines. Fang Hang already anticipated that his reputation and influence in the entire bloodline world would skyrocket. He could even use this as leverage to persuade the entire bloodline to serve him. It was not impossible. Due to various issues, the address has changed. Please bookmark the new address to avoid getting lost. The webpage version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Love Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Download the Love Reading Novel app to read the latest chapters. Shinbi Kyuj provides you with the fastest full-scale game. Starting with the Zombie Apocalypse Hang-Up Update, Chapter 986 activated for free reading. Provided link for reading the latest content.